In the realm of beast taming, Lu Yu yearned only to be a carefree shopkeeper, hoping to drift through life without a care. However, upon binding with the Universal Enlightenment System, he was compelled to randomly enhance a pet within his shop each day, unlocking a unique, divine evolutionary path. Yet the prices set by the system were utterly absurd. A mere low-tier slime, and you demand 3 million? This is a scam. Lu Yu found himself reluctantly peddling. This is the primordial chaos slime, capable of consuming all and evolving infinitely, destined to trample dragons and strike down deities. The school beauty, tears in her eyes, purchased it, and days later, with this slime, she triumphed over an A-class pet, the dreaming taper, clinching victory in the high school league. The entire school was astounded. A decorative koi fish for 30 billion? Have you lost your mind? Lu Yu calmly brewed tea. Have you ever heard of the koi leaping over the dragon gate? What you buy is not merely a koi, but a future true dragon. A wealthy heir, abandoned by his family, sold everything he owned. And 2 weeks later, the roar of a dragon echoed through the skies, astonishing the entire Federation. Years later, when former customers became titans in their own right, revered across the universe, they respectfully approached the small shop. We beseech you, Senior Lu, to return and save the world. Lu Yu, playfully engaging with the cat in the shop, was utterly bewildered. I'm just a pet seller. Please don't let your imaginations run wild. Chapter 1. This pet shop seems somewhat peculiar. A scam. This is undeniably a scam. On a sweltering summer afternoon, the cicadas buzzed hoarsely, their cacophony almost boiling the air. A sharp, furious voice of a young girl pierced through the languid tranquility of leisurely pet shop. She glared at the excessively youthful shopkeeper, who lounged languidly in a creaking wicker chair. Her fair face flushed with indignation as she pointed accusingly at the blue jelly-like creature sluggishly wriggling in the glass tank. A low-tier ornamental pet slime should not exceed 100 in the entire city. By what right do you sell it for 3 million? Her voice trembled with a sob, a desperate wail born from shattered hope. The shopkeeper, referred to as Lu Yu, jolted from her outburst, nearly toppling from his chair. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he lazily lifted his eyelids, stifling a long yawn, a few tears of sleep escaping the corners of his eyes. Sunlight streamed through the old slatted blinds, casting bands of light upon the floating dust in the air, cloaking the shabby shop in a lazy golden hue. Within Lu Yu's mind, a storm of complaints brewed. It's too loud. Can't a person get some sleep in the middle of the day? And this damned system. 3 million? Why not just rob a bank? A slime I casually plucked from a flower pot last night, costing me nothing, and you price it at 3 million? You're worse than me. If it doesn't sell, I still have to care for it. Do you know how troublesome it is to raise a slime? Sure, it eats anything, but what if it devours my rocking chair? I've searched ages for that antique. Despite the Shakespearean tragedy unfolding in his mind, Lu Yu remained outwardly unfazed. He even found the leisure to stretch, his bones cracking like firecrackers. Then, he slowly sat up straight, his gaze landing on the exploding girl before him, a strikingly beautiful girl, her school uniform slightly faded yet pristine. The edges of her canvas shoes were frayed, indicating a modest background. At this moment, her eyes were red-rimmed, fists clenched tightly, reflecting the gaze of a cornered beast driven to the brink. Lu sighed inwardly. Another unfortunate soul driven mad by the college entrance examination. In this world, where beast taming reigns supreme, the examination does not test mathematics or science, but rather the practical abilities of a beast tamer. A powerful starting pet nearly determines the type of university one can attend and the trajectory of one's life. Given her demeanor, it was evident she had pinned her hopes of altering her fate on acquiring a formidable pet. Regrettably, she had come to the wrong place, or rather, she had come to the right place, but she couldn't afford the price. That Lu raised his hand, his slender fingers tapping lightly on the counter, producing a rhythmic sound that oddly soothed the girl's agitation. He pointed at the blue slime, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his lips, and spoke in a tone as if unveiling an ancient truth. Miss, you are mistaken. She paused, instinctively asking, what have I misunderstood? This is not an ordinary slime. Lu Yu's gaze deepened, his voice taking on a unique magnetism, as if each word contained an extraordinary allure. Its name is Chaos. Ding. Passive skill air of authority activated. Every word spoken by the host resonates with profound wisdom, appearing enigmatic and highly persuasive to listeners. Detecting the host is engaging in ostentatious behavior, aura effect enhanced by 10. The system's prompt echoed in Lu Yu's mind, almost breaking his composure. What on earth? It even has an automatic enhancement. However, in Lin Shi's eyes, the scene before her underwent a dramatic transformation. In that fleeting moment, the seemingly languid young shopkeeper's entire demeanor shifted. His gaze morphed from sleepy lethargy to one imbued with the weight of ancient epics, as if he had witnessed the rise and fall of eons. The stars flickered in his eyes, and the universe revolved within his gaze. Though he remained seated, he exuded an otherworldly aura, creating an impression of detachment, as if he were an observer high above the river of time, quietly observing the joys and sorrows of mortals. The words chaos rolled off his tongue, not as a mere name, but as a revelation. If this slime were destined to bear such title. Chaos? Lin, she murmured, her heart quaking. The overwhelming fury that had consumed her was extinguished by those two syllables in his gaze, leaving only shock and a hint of reverence. This proprietor, was undoubtedly extraordinary. Her breath quickened as she looked once more at the slime in the glass tank. It still lay there, jelly-like and languid, occasionally wriggling, its surface shimmering with an enchanting glow, appearing ethereal and mysterious in the dust-laden air. Previously, she had thought it a mere cheap visual trick employed by a swindler to deceive customers. But now, the name Chaos seemed imbued with magic, making it impossible for her to associate it with the word ordinary. The college entrance examination is merely 3 months away, and my mental strength rating is a mere C. It is only through my parents leveraging all their connections that I have managed to obtain this data, albeit with great difficulty. Given my innate talent, even if I were to acquire the most exceptional grade companion beast available on the market, I would at best secure a place in a second-tier beast taming academy, ultimately becoming a mere guardian for some affluent family, or perhaps end up as cannon fodder in the frontier regions, destined to live my life in such a manner that I refuse to accept this fate. My parents have already put our old house on the market after scraping together every last penny. They have managed to amass $3 million, all in hopes of allowing me to purchase a crave potential companion beast before the examination, to seize a chance at altering my destiny. Lin Shi's heart was in turmoil, her nails digging deeply into her palm, the piercing pain serving as her last tether to consciousness. She searched tirelessly through countless pet shops scattered throughout the city, yet the beasts within her budget were rife with various flaws, while those of quality remained beyond her financial reach. Despair was beginning to envelop her. That was until she stumbled upon Serene Pet Shop, hidden away in a secluded alley of the old city. At the entrance hung a hand-painted wooden sign, elegantly inscribed with the 4 bold characters, Fate's Companion. That moment, she had thought the shopkeeper somewhat delusional. In retrospect, perhaps it was not delusion at all. $3 million, this figure loomed over her like an insurmountable mountain, leaving her breathless. Yet, what if this slime, named Chaos, truly warranted such a valuation? An absurd notion, once rooted in the fertile soil of despair, could grow wildly out of control. She gazed at Lu Yu's excessively calm visage and tremulously inquired, "What makes it so special? Why is it called Chaos?" Lu Yu, internally grumbling once more, thought to himself, "How am I to know why it bears the name Chaos? It is simply the name bestowed by the system. You ask me, and I am left without an answer. What makes it special? The special aspect is that it will plunge you into debt, provoking your parents to chase you down the street. Despite his inner musings, business must go on. For the sake of his 1% commission amounting to 30,000 yuan, this will be the most substantial income he had garnered since arriving in this world over a year ago." Clearing his throat, Lu Yu prepared to commence his reluctant sales pitch. Chapter 2. The Primordial Chaotic Slime? Are you weaving a tale? Lu Yu rose to his feet and ambled towards the counter, gently placing his hands on either side of the glass tank, leaning in to scrutinize the azure slime within. This entity was no ordinary creation. Lu Yu spoke, his voice soft yet resonant, as if echoing through the air to Lin Shi's ears. Its true name was the Primordial Chaotic Slime. System, I beseech you, could you not choose a more mundane name next time? Primordial Chaos? Even I feel a flush of embarrassment at such a title. Lu Yu raged silently within, while maintaining an expression of inscrutable profundity. Primordial Chaotic Slime? Lin Shi echoed the convoluted and somewhat juvenile appellation, yet found her heart inexplicably racing in response. As the name suggests, Lu Yu's finger lightly tapped the glass tank, and the slime seemed to sense his presence, wriggling towards his fingertips and affectionately brushing against the tank's wall. Chaos, the genesis of all existence, is also the terminus of all things. Theoretically, It possesses the capacity to devour everything and transmute it into sustenance for its own growth. Lu Yu paused momentarily, raising his gaze to the wall where a grand promotional poster hung. On that poster, a majestic tiger engulfed in dark. Ethereal flames roared skyward, a creature heralded as one of the strongest fire-type beasts in the Federation, the abyssal flame tiger. It represented a dream unattainable for countless beast tamers throughout their lifetimes. Lu Yu's finger pointed toward the fearsome beast, his tone unassuming yet imbued with earth-shattering implications. Given sufficient resources and time, devouring that creature's true flame is not beyond the realm of possibility. Boom. She felt as though a thunderclap had reverberated within her mind, leaving her frozen in place. Devour the true flame of an S-class beast? What a ludicrous jest. What is a slime? It is the very foundation of the beast tamer food chain, universally recognized as a creature with negligible combat prowess, more of a decorative pet. Not to mention, even the smallest spark from an F-class fire-type beast could effortlessly vaporize it into a mere wisp of steam. This was as absurd as claiming an ant could topple an elephant. She was jolted back to clarity. The flicker of reverence and uncertainty she had just felt shattered by the sheer absurdity of his words. A fraud. An undeniable charlatan. This was a masterful fabrication. An outlandish tale spun to swindle her of every last coin. Lin Shi's complexion shifted from crimson to pallid, then to a shade of green, her mouth opening as she prepared to unleash a torrent of accusations to expose this deceit. However, she met Lu Yu's gaze. What kind of eyes were those? Calm, indifferent, devoid of any ripple of emotion. He regarded her with an expression that revealed no triumph in deception, no evasion of guilt, not even the slightest tremor of emotional fluctuation. He simply observed her, as though she were a child lacking understanding, utterly unconcerned by her skepticism and outrage. Those eyes seemed to convey, belief or disbelief rests with you. Yet truth remains unaltered by your doubts. An unseen weight stifled Lin Shi's impending rebuke, rendering her speechless. Deep within, a frenzied voice screamed and clamored, "Trust him! Trust him!" Lin Shi's body began to tremble slightly, not from anger, but from a blend of fear and exhilaration. She recalled her mediocre C-class talent, her parents' humble, pleading faces as they sought out 300,000, and the scornful whispers of classmates regarding her facade of being a top student. She remembered the wealthy girl, Li Yu, who had recently contracted a C-class fire-type beast, her face a mask of smugness and disdain. Lin Shi's path was devoid of retreat. Either accept a life of mediocrity, struggling at the bottom, or gamble everything. Wager her parents' hard-earned money, stake her own future, and believe in this absurd story spun by the enigmatic shopkeeper. If she won, the world would be her oyster. If she lost, she would merely return to the depths of despair, perhaps even plummeting further. But what if? What if everything he said was true? Gasping for breath, Lin Shi's chest heaved as she made the most reckless decision of her life. Trembling, she withdrew a bank card from her pocket. This card contained 300,000, the hope of her entire family, her sole wager. Her voice was hoarse, laced with a resolute determination that signaled she had burned her bridges. I buy? Lu Yu's eyelids flickered. What? She really intends to buy? Miss? Please come to your senses. I am merely a purveyor of pets, not a seller of deities. This creature is genuinely just a slime. 300,000. Do you realize how many lavish meals that could afford? Despite the tempest raging within, Lu Yu's movements were fluid and practiced. He skillfully retrieved an old POS machine from beneath the counter, dusting it off and plugging it in. Password, he stated succinctly. Lin Shi inhaled deeply, reciting a string of numbers. Beep. The notification of a successful transaction pierced the silence of the small shop. Almost simultaneously, Lu Yu's phone vibrated, signaling a bank message. Your account XXXX has been credited with 300,000,000 yuan. Ding. Transaction completed. Causal correction fee, 99, has been deducted. Amount, 297,000,000 yuan. Congratulations, host. You have received a commission from this transaction. 1. Amount, 300,000 yuan. As Lu Yu beheld the figure of 30,000 displayed on his phone, a smile could not be contained at the corners of his mouth. 30,000. Finally, after more than a year of guarding this meager shop, barely scraping by, he had struck it rich. Tonight, he must indulge. No, he would feast thrice. He would head to the city's most renowned establishment, the Dragon's Dine, to order a set meal featuring the A-class beast, the Crimson Flame Dragon's Leg. What a delight. He carefully packaged the glass tank in an exquisite box and handed it to Lin Shi. From the moment it was chosen by you, its fate is inexorably intertwined with yours. Treat it kindly. After uttering this somewhat saccharine phrase, Lu Yu eagerly waved her off, eager to close the shop and enjoy a grand meal. Lin Shi accepted the box with both hands, feeling its weight. It felt less like a pet and more like a ticking time bomb, or perhaps a miracle capable of shifting the very fabric of the world. Her emotions were a tumultuous blend of reckless ambition, trepidation towards the unknown, and a hint of exhilaration at being chosen by someone extraordinary. She bowed deeply to Lu Yu. "Thank you, esteemed one." With that, she cradled the box as if it contained her entire future, turning away without a backward glance as she exited the pet shop. As the scorching summer sun bathed her in warmth once more, she felt as if she had stepped into another realm. In the shop, Lu Yu gazed contentedly at the departing silhouette of the young girl, humming a cheerful tune as he picked up the closed for business wooden sign hanging by the door, blissfully shutting the store. "Yalangshuan, here I come." He remained blissfully unaware of the peculiar creature he had sold that day. Chapter 3. It learned its first skill, devour. She almost fled back home. Her residence was situated in an old tenement building, the dim and damp corridor adorned with moss and a haphazard array of advertisements. As she pushed open the door, a wave of appetizing aromas enveloped her. The dining table was already set with 3 dishes and a soup, and her parents sat there with eager expressions. Upon seeing her return, her mother quickly rose, a smile illuminating her face. "Cece, you're back. Hurry and wash your hands. I've made your favorite braised pork today." Her father adjusted his reading glasses, his gaze falling upon the box she cradled in her arms, filled with anticipation. "So, did you manage to buy the pet you desired? 300,000 should be enough for a decent C-grade potential creature, right?" The concern and hope radiating from her parents pierced She's heart like sharp thorns. The box felt as though it weighed 1,000 pounds, suffocating her. She lowered her head, unable to meet their gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. I bought it. Quick, open it for us to see." Her mother exclaimed, her hands rubbing together in excitement. She bit her lips until they turned pale, fully aware that there was no escaping this moment. Taking a deep breath, she placed the box on the dining table and slowly opened it under the intense scrutiny of her parents, revealing the glass tank within. And inside the tank was a blue, harmless slime. The air instantly thickened. The savory aromas of the meal seemed to dissipate in the eerie silence. Her mother's smile froze on her face, and her father's anticipation solidified into disbelief. After what felt like an eternity, her mother hesitantly reached out a trembling finger, pointing at the slime, incredulity lacing her voice. "Cece, is this the pet you bought?" "Yes," she mumbled, her head downcast, her voice as faint as a whisper. "How much did it cost?" Her father's tone had begun to chill. 300,000. As the words escaped She's lips, her mother's vision darkened, her body swaying, and had it not been for her father's swift intervention, she might have fainted. "All of it." Her father's roar threatened to bring the roof down, as he seized the ledger from the table and slammed it to the ground. "Do you have any idea how we scraped together this 300,000? Your mother and I's savings, borrowed from your uncle and aunt. All our resources, our dignity, are wrapped up in this. And you spent 300,000 on a slime? It's not an ordinary slime. It's called chaos. The shopkeeper said it can devour anything." She could no longer contain herself, shouting through her tears. "Chaos, you must be out of your mind. You've been conned into believing this nonsense." Her father trembled with rage, raising his hand as if to strike, but upon seeing his daughter's tear-streaked face, his hand fell limply to his side. He sank into a chair, covering his face with his hands, moaning in anguish. Her mother embraced her, weeping uncontrollably. "My foolish daughter. How could you be so naive?" The family discord erupted in full force. The cries and accusations from her parents felt like 1,000 daggers, tearing She's heart into shreds. She was unable to explain, for even she found the rationale absurd. In the midst of the chaos, she clutched the glass tank and locked herself in her room. Leaning against the door, she listened to her parents' despairing cries outside, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Had she truly erred? Was she really so mistaken? She placed the glass tank on her desk, staring at the lethargic slime inside. It remained oblivious to the turmoil and sorrow surrounding it, occasionally wriggling as if yawning. "It's all your fault, all because of you." She glared at it, her heart brimming with regret and bitterness. She had indeed been deceived, a complete and utter scam, and she was the most foolish of fools. Despair washed over her like a tidal wave, drowning her completely. At that moment, her gaze fell upon a gray stone nestled in the corner of her desk. It was a low-tier F-grade energy stone, worth a mere 100, which she had painstakingly saved for an entire month, intending to reward herself if she managed to contract a D-grade pet. Now, it all felt like a cruel joke. A thought suddenly surged from the depths of her mind. A dead horse is better than no horse at all. After all, she had already reached the nadir. Could it possibly get any worse? She wiped her tears, a glimmer of madness flickering in her eyes. She picked up the energy stone, opened the cover of the glass tank, and without hesitation, tossed the stone inside. With a splash, The energy stone hit the water, sending up a small spray. The once languid slime, lying at the bottom of the tank, sprang to life the moment the energy stone made contact. Its speed was astonishing. A blue shadow darted forward, enveloping the energy stone in its soft, elastic body. Then, to Lin Shi's astonishment, the hard energy stone began to dissolve at an alarming rate, as if plunged into concentrated sulfuric acid, shrinking until it completely vanished. The slime emitted a gentle blue glow, which lasted for about 3 seconds before gradually fading away. Once the light dissipated, its size visibly increased, transforming from the size of a fist to nearly that of a volleyball. Buzz! At that moment, the Beastmaster bracelet on Lin Shi's wrist vibrated violently, projecting a virtual screen before her. The bracelet, a standard accessory for every aspiring Beastmaster, monitored the status of contracted pets in real time. The screen displayed several lines of information clearly. Your unnamed pet has absorbed energy, spirit power. 1. Your unnamed pet has comprehended the skill, Devour, F grade. Devour, F grade can consume objects containing trace amounts of energy, converting them into growth power for itself. Lin Shi's pupils contracted to the size of pinpoints upon reading the information. She stared intently at the lines of text, confirming them over and over. It comprehended a skill? It merely consumed a low-tier energy stone and learned a skill. It was well known that pets acquiring skills was an arduous process. Apart from certain rare breeds born with innate skills, the vast majority required extensive training, precious materials, or epiphanies during battles to grasp even a single new skill. Yet her slime had learned so effortlessly. Moreover, the name of the skill, Devour. The mysterious shopkeeper's words echoed once more in her mind. Theoretically, it could consume anything. Lin Shi's breath quickened. She abruptly lifted her head, fixating on the slime in the glass tank, which had now grown larger. It truly. The store manager did not deceive her. What he said was indeed true. A surge of exhilaration erupted from the depths of her heart, akin to a volcanic explosion, instantly obliterating all despair, regret, and sorrow. She was not wrong. Her choice was indeed the right one. 3 million. This creature known as Chaos, the slime, was truly worth 3 million. Lin Shi's body trembled uncontrollably with excitement. She covered her mouth to stifle the ecstatic laughter that threatened to burst forth. In her eyes, a fervent flame reignited, more intense than ever before. It was not merely the flame of hope, but the flame of ambition. She gazed at the now lethargic slime, her gaze sweeping slowly across her room. The iron pen holder on her desk, the worn-out books she had read, the dusty dumbbells under her bed, even a piece of plaster that had fallen from the wall, all of it, in that moment, transformed in her eyes into potential sustenance for her aspirations. Chapter 4. The School's Laughingstock and the Slime's Feast. The following day, as Lin Shi stepped through the school gates, the entire world had shifted. In the corridor, the familiar sounds of laughter and playful banter inexplicably diminished in volume at her arrival. Countless gazes, laden with undisguised pity, mockery, and schadenfreude, converged upon her from all directions, piercing her skin like a multitude of needles. Look at her. Have you heard? She spent 3 million on a slime. 3 million? For a pet? Is her family running a mine? No. Wait, isn't she supposed to be a destitute student? Driven mad, perhaps, by the pressures of the college entrance examination. Thinking she is the protagonist, hoping to stumble upon a mythical beast? The whispers, deliberately hushed yet painfully clear, penetrated her ears, more hurtful than direct insults. Lin Shi did not falter in her steps. She merely tightened her grip on the bag she clutched, as if that could lend her some strength. With her head bowed, she navigated through the crowd, making her way to her classroom. Just as she was about to cross the threshold, a sharp and mocking voice interrupted her. Oh, is that not our renowned Lin Shi? Lin Shi lifted her head and beheld the face she both knew too well and loathed with equal intensity. Li Yu. Adorned in an expensive private school uniform, her makeup meticulously applied, she radiated an air of superiority. At her feet, a large red dog, over half a meter tall, squatted, its fur ablaze like flames, eyes gleaming fiercely, emitting a low, ominous growl. A C-grade potential pet, the blazing hound. Surrounding Li Yu were several similarly privileged companions, their gazes filled with derision as they scrutinized Lin Shi. I heard you drained your family's savings to purchase a slime? Li Yu circled Lin Shi, her eyes scanning her from head to toe, ultimately landing on Lin Shi's faded canvas shoes, her smirk deepening. Lin Shi, I always thought you were merely poor, but it seems you're also quite foolish. I advise you to drop out quickly and take your slime home to keep as a stress relief toy. Don't waste your time here. Your life is already in ruins. Laughter erupted around them, each sound like a hammer striking at Lin Shi's dignity. She bit her lip tightly, her nails digging into her palm, yet she felt no pain. She yearned to retort, to proclaim loudly that this was no ordinary slime. But she could not. She possessed no evidence. To voice it would only cement her status as a complete madwoman. Seeing Lin Shi's silence and pale complexion, Li Yu felt an exhilarating satisfaction. She had always detested Lin Shi's haughty demeanor, which belied her obvious poverty while consistently overshadowing her academically. Now, this pretentious scholar had finally fallen into the mire. A wicked thought flickered in Li Yu's mind, and she resolved to utterly shatter Lin Shi's confidence, ensuring she would never hold her head high in front of the entire school again. Let us do this, Lin Shi. Li Yu patted her blazing hound's head, which affectionately nudged her hand in response. Next week, there's a school-wide mock battle, right? Let us make a wager, with our pets. She paused, her voice rising dramatically to ensure everyone could hear. If your slime can withstand my little blaze for 10 seconds, I'll concede. If I lose, I'll publicly apologize and acknowledge that your purchase is not worthless. But if you lose, Li Yu's smile twisted into something sinister. You will confess in front of the entire school that you are a foolish dreamer, then kneel and bow 3 times to my blaze to atone for your stupidity. This wager was venomous to its core. It transcended mere competition. It was a blatant assault on her character. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd, their eyes brimming with sympathy for Lin Shi. A slime against a blazing hound. To suggest it could last even a second was ludicrous. A mere spark from the blazing hound would obliterate the slime. This was not a contest. It was a one-sided execution. Don't accept her challenge, Lin Shi. Someone in the crowd whispered urgently. Li Yu's entourage glared fiercely in response. Li Yu folded her arms, looking down at Lin Shi with a sneer brimming with provocation. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Don't you think your slime is special? Lacking the courage to prove it? Lin Shi trembled slightly, acutely aware of the weight of the gazes upon her, the suppressed discussions echoing in her ears. Should she retreat? Would retreating allow her to escape this ordeal? No. To waver would only cement her as a coward, a fool. She would become an eternal laughingstock. The face of the enigmatic store manager flashed through her mind. Along with his words, theoretically, it can devour everything. She recalled the previous night, the slime swiftly consuming the energy stone. An inexplicable courage surged forth from the ashes of despair. Slowly, she lifted her head to meet Li Yu's arrogant gaze. Her voice was soft yet remarkably clear. Fine, I accept your wager. The corridor fell into an immediate hush. All eyes were fixed on Lin Shi, gazing at her as though she were mad. Li Yu, momentarily taken aback, erupted into a boisterous laugh. Ha! Good. You've got guts. I'll be waiting for you to kneel next week. With that, she strutted away, flanked by her entourage. Lin Shi stood frozen in place until the bell rang, signaling the end of the commotion. She entered her classroom and took her seat, but not a single word of the lesson registered in her mind. Her life had been thrust to the precipice. Win, or be utterly destroyed. After school, she rushed home without pausing for a moment, her heart racing. Her parents were still coldly warring with her over the 3 million. The atmosphere at home as frigid as an ice cellar. Lin Shi ignored them. She dashed into her room, closed the door, and embraced the glass tank. Her gaze had transformed entirely. It was a blend of madness, obsession, and resolute determination to fight to the bitter end. She flung open her door, charging into the kitchen under her parents' astonished stares. She seized the remnants of the meal from the table and unceremoniously dumped them into the glass tank. The slime writhed, enveloping and devouring the greasy rice and vegetable scraps entirely. Next, her gaze fell upon the rusted iron spatula in the corner. With considerable effort, she snapped it in two and tossed the rust-laden metal piece into the tank. The slime remained unperturbed, its azure form encasing the iron fragment, which melted away at a visibly rapid pace. Your unnamed pet has comprehended the skill. Hardening, F-grade. Hardening, F-grade temporarily enhances the surface hardness of the body to resist physical attacks. The notification from her bracelet ignited a fervent intensity in Lin Shi's eyes. She dashed towards the study, where piles of old books, cherished since her childhood, lay stacked high. Without hesitation, she grasped a stack and tore it apart, stuffing the pages into the glass tank. Paper, ink, the vessels of knowledge, transformed in that moment into the purest sustenance. Your unnamed pet has comprehended the skill. Camouflage, F-grade. Camouflage, F-grade allows for slight alterations in color and texture based on the environment. Still, it was not enough. Far from it. Her gaze landed on a delicate little iron box atop the coffee table in the living room. It contained the most treasured tea leaves, a prized possession her father had procured at great expense from afar, something he rarely even allowed himself to sniff. Upon seeing the look in her eyes, her mother's face paled, rushing forward in an attempt to intervene. Xiaoxi, what are you doing? That S meant for your father. Lin Shi paid her no heed. She snatched the iron box, flung it open, and emptied the precious tea leaves into the body of the slime. You've lost your mind. You're truly insane. Her mother's screams echoed in her ears, but Lin Shi remained oblivious. In her world, There was only the ravenous slime and the wildly fluctuating numbers on its attribute panel. Over the course of that week, Lin Shi descended into utter madness. Like a dragon hoarding treasure, she transformed every object in her home that could be deemed a possession into nourishment for the slime. Iron pieces, leftover food, old books. Peeling wall paint, a broken alarm clock, dumbbells lying beneath the bed. Her parents transitioned from attempts to stop her, to desperate arguments, and ultimately to a numbing acceptance. Watching helplessly as their daughter and that peculiar pet consumed their home piece by piece. Meanwhile, the slime underwent a terrifying transformation at an alarming rate. Its size ballooned from that of a volleyball to that of a basketball. Its color shifted from a pure sky blue to a profound, dark blue, seemingly infused with countless hues, occasionally shimmering with a metallic sheen or revealing the texture of printed ink, rendering it both eerie and mysterious. A week passed in a blur. The day for simulated battles arrived. The school's battle arena teemed with students. Almost the entire student body had gathered, not to witness a fair contest, but to observe in unidirectional slaughter, eager to see how Lin Shi, the subject of their ridicule, would meet her demise. Li Yu and her fiery hound stood at one end of the arena, basking in the adulation and cheers of the crowd. The hound was in high spirits, its fiery patterns seemingly ablaze, exuding searing heat. On the opposite side, Lin Shi approached the stage, cradling a massive, specially crafted glass tank. As the crowd caught sight of the basketball-sized, bizarrely colored slime within, a hush fell over the arena before erupting into raucous laughter. Huh, is this her trump card? It's just grown larger. The color is revolting, reminiscent of sludge from a sewer. It's over. I pity her. She seems genuinely unhinged. Li Yu cackled at the sight of the oversized blob. Lin Shi, I truly admire your courage. Come on, let us see how long your precious lump can hold out. Lin Shi paid no mind to the jeers. She opened the glass tank, and the slime, which she had named Little Mud, began to slither slowly down the tank's wall and onto the battlefield. It lay there, motionless, appearing languid and harmless. Lin Shi glanced at the fierce fiery hound before looking down at Little Mud at her feet. Taking a deep breath, all her tension, fear, and unease coalesced into a chilling resolve. Her voice rang out across the arena. Little Mud, show them your might. Chapter 5. It ate the flames? In the battle arena, the referee stepped onto the stage, his gaze lingering on Lin Shi's bizarre, basketball-sized slime for a moment, the corners of his mouth twitching in barely concealed disdain. He cleared his throat and recited the rules in a matter-of-fact tone. Though his eyes frequently darted toward Li Yu's imposing fiery hound, the audience erupted in laughter, a wave crashing over Lin Shi. Its size is indeed imposing, but alas, it's merely a slime. Look at that color, reminiscent of muck from a filthy drain. Even Li Yu's hound would likely balk at the thought of consuming it. Consume it? One breath would suffice to dissipate it. Is there even a need to bite? Li Yu stood confidently across from her, arms crossed and chin raised, reveling in the thunderous applause. Her gaze sliced through Lin Shi, finally resting on the unmoving lump of slime at her feet. Lin Shi, it's not too late to concede. Li Yu's voice echoed through the arena, laced with a patronizing pity. Kneel and bow to my little fire, and I might allow you a dignified exit from school. Just ensure your precious slime doesn't get harmed. Lin Shi remained silent. She slowly crouched down, extending her hand to gently touch Little Mud's cool, resilient surface. After a week of frenzied feeding, they had forged a bond that transcended words. She could sense the chaotic power simmering within Little Mud, a force that startled even her. She lifted her head, meeting Li Yu's smug expression and the thousands of mocking eyes upon her. Her gaze was devoid of any superfluous emotion, icy and resolute. Referee, may we commence? The referee hesitated for a moment, then irritably waved his hand. The match begins. As his words fell, the mockery on Li Yu's face transformed into fierce determination. She sought to obliterate Lin Shi's final shred of dignity in the swiftest and cruelest manner possible. Little fire, show it some color. Use spark. She deemed even the hound's more formidable skills unnecessary. In her view, a mere spark was sufficient to incinerate that lump of refuse. Upon receiving the command, the fiery hound emitted a low growl, abruptly opening its mouth. A fireball, the size of a fist and burning with an orange-red flame, instantly took shape. The scorching air surged forward, raising the temperature even for spectators standing several meters away. The fireball, trailing a faint tail of flame, howled through the air, tearing toward the seemingly defenseless slime at the center of the battlefield. All held their breath. All widened their eyes. They seemed to have already envisioned the pitiful slime screaming in the flames, melting away, and ultimately transforming into a wisp of azure smoke. A victorious, sinister smile had already crept onto Li Yu's lips. However, Lin Shi remained steadfast in her position, motionless, just as the fireball was about to strike. Her cold voice pierced through the chaos. "Little mud, devour it." The dark blue slime, which had been lying still on the ground, suddenly sprang into action. It did not dodge, nor did it retreat. Instead, it surged upwards, its once rounded body astonishingly curving inward at the front, forming a massive, profound mouth that seemed capable of consuming everything. Under the horrified gaze of the audience, the basketball-sized slime met the searing fireball head-on and swallowed it whole. With a soft sound akin to a heated iron being plunged into a deep pool, the fireball disappeared into the slime's body, without a single spark escaping. The raging flames vanished. The intense heat dissipated. The howling rush of air ceased abruptly. The entire arena was enveloped in a profound silence. Time appeared to have been paused at that moment. Everyone's expressions froze on their faces. The audience, who had been laughing moments ago, now gaped in disbelief. Their eyes filled with absurdity and confusion. The impatient referee stood rigid, his pen poised to record the result, clattering to the ground in shock. Liyu's once malignant grin became utterly frozen, resembling a shoddy mask affixed to her face. On the battlefield, the slime that had consumed the fireball exhibited an unusual red glow on its surface, its body swelling like a balloon before gradually returning to its original form. Then, in front of everyone, it let out a remarkably human-like burp. The crisp sound of satisfaction echoed through the silent arena, piercing the stillness. Almost simultaneously, the Beastmaster bracelet on Lin Shi's wrist vibrated violently. A translucent screen appeared before her eyes, visible only to her. Your pet has absorbed fire elemental energy, fire resistance 5. Your pet has comprehended the skill, spark, F grade. Lin Shi's pupils dilated sharply. Her heart raced with ecstatic joy. It worked. She had made the right bet. What the shopkeeper said was true. It truly can devour everything. The prolonged silence finally shattered after several seconds, broken by gasps of astonishment. I can't be seeing this right, can I? It ate the flames? What is this? A hallucination? How could a slime possibly consume fire? This monster. It is definitely not a slime. The murmurs resumed, but this time they were filled with shock, fear, and disbelief rather than mockery and disdain. All gazes directed at the dark blue slime had transformed. It was no longer just a lump of malleable sludge, but rather a monstrous entity cloaked in a slime exterior. Unknown and terrifying. The color drained from Liyu's face at an alarming rate, leaving her pallid. She could not comprehend what was unfolding before her. Her worldview shattered at that moment, crashing down into a million fragments. No, it's impossible. This absolutely cannot be. She shrieked, her voice sharp with terror. Trembling, she extended a finger, pointing at the slime that had just burped and lazily settled back down. What kind of monster is this? Chapter 6. The aftermath of fame from a single battle. Liyu's piercing scream shattered the arena's silence. A monster? How could this be? Her voice trembled, brimming with incomprehensible fear, devoid of any previous arrogance or smugness. The fiery hound seemed to sense its master's panic. Emitting a threatening growl directed at the dark blue creature, yet instinctively took half a step back. It could sense an aura of extreme danger emanating from the slime. This cannot be true. I refuse to believe it. Liyu's face contorted with jealousy and fear. Resembling a drowning person clinging desperately to a last straw, she screamed frantically. Little fire. Charge. Use flame claw. Tear it apart. She hysterically issued her commands. This time, she urged the fiery hound to unleash its strongest melee skill. A flicker of hesitation crossed the hound's eyes, but under its master's intense directive, it roared and surged forward, its sharp claws igniting with fierce flames, transforming into a red blur as it viciously lunged at the slime. Little mud, harden. Lin Shi's icy voice rang out simultaneously. Instantly, the surface of the slime glimmered with a muted metallic sheen, its entire form transforming from soft jelly into an indestructible iron mass. Clang. The flaming claws crashed into the slime's body, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Sparks flew. The fiery hound's full-force strike failed to penetrate the slime's exterior, leaving only shallow white scratches. The fiery hound was momentarily stunned. Liyu was also left in disbelief. The audience fell into a state of stupor once more. Such extraordinary physical defense. In that brief moment of distraction, the slime's body suddenly recoiled. A tremendous force reverberated through the hound's body, sending it flying, tumbling awkwardly through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. Before it could rise, the top of the slime's body emitted a sudden flickering orange glow. The glow resembled the sparks expelled by the fiery hound moments ago. No, this was different. It was brighter, more concentrated, and radiated a higher temperature. Whoosh. The spark shot through the air with a speed too swift for the hound to react. Uft. The diminutive spark struck the hound's forehead with pinpoint accuracy. A woo. A chilling, inhuman wail rang out, resounding throughout the arena. A patch of the hound's once proud fiery red fur instantly charred black, releasing a wisp of smoke. The acrid scent of burnt flesh permeating the air. It writhed in agony on the ground, howling, stripped of its former might. It had been wounded by the very flames it was most adept at wielding. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stood frozen, as if under a spell, unable to move as they witnessed this absurd spectacle. The slime had defeated the fiery hound with a spark. This reality struck each person like a heavy hammer, shattering their preconceived notions of beasts. The referees stumbled forward, glancing at the wailing hound on the ground, and then at the slime, which had regained its composure and lay motionless once more. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard, his voice hoarse as he announced, "In this match, Lin Shi is the victor." After the silence, a tsunami of astonishment erupted. She won. She really won. My heavens. What did I just witness? Was that truly a slime? What skill is that? Hardening? And spark? How could it be the skills of a flame hound? Countless individuals rose from their seats, eagerly pressing forward in a desperate attempt to glimpse the miraculous creature, their eyes devoid of mockery, replaced instead by profound awe and fervent curiosity. Li Yu's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, standing in a daze. Impossible. How could it consume flames? How could it wield spark? She murmured incessantly, her mind reeling from the tremendous shock, as though her very soul had been siphoned away. Lin Shi cast not a glance in her direction, hastening to the side of the small slime and gently cradling it in her arms. The cool, supple touch somewhat calmed her wildly racing heart, which had been stirred by excitement. At that moment, the crowd parted to create a pathway. An imposing middle-aged man with graying hair, accompanied by the school's dean, strode forward with purpose. It was the principal. Upon reaching Lin Shi, his piercing gaze immediately fell upon the slime nestled in her embrace. The creature lay languidly, its surface occasionally shimmering with a barely perceptible orange glow that swiftly vanished into its deep blue form. "Greetings, student." The principal's voice was unexpectedly gentle. "May I inquire as to where you acquired this remarkable pet?" The question tightened Lin Shi's heart. She recalled the languorous shopkeeper and his knowing gaze. A thought flashed through her mind. That senior certainly wouldn't wish to be disturbed. Thus, she mimicked Lu Yu's inscrutable demeanor and replied in a nonchalant tone. "I purchased it from a senior's shop." To Lin Shi's own ears, this response sounded utterly unremarkable. Yet, to the principal and the dean, it was akin to a clap of thunder. A senior? What sort of individual could cultivate such an extraordinary slime? Considering Lin Shi's mediocre talent and ordinary background, an entire narrative swiftly formed in their minds. A reclusive master, playing with the world, happened upon Lin Shi, this hidden gem, and bestowed upon her a divine companion to propel her to greatness. What a serendipitous encounter. The principal's demeanor instantly transformed into one of utmost warmth, even tinged with respect. "Ah, I see. It seems I was presumptuous," he said, rubbing his hands together, his face beaming with smiles. "Lin Shi, you have brought tremendous honor to our school. From this day forth, the institution shall provide you with the highest level of resource subsidies. All training facilities below S rank will be entirely free for you. Additionally, you shall receive a monthly allowance of 100,000. Please ensure you nurture this esteemed companion well." The surrounding students gasped collectively at this promise. Such privileges were reserved for those with the greatest potential to enter the Federation's top 3 universities. Embracing the small slime, Lin Shi departed the school amid countless envious, jealous, and awestruck gazes. Upon pushing open her front door, she found her parents sitting transfixed on the sofa, watching a replay of the battle news. As soon as they saw her, they sprang to their feet. Their faces bore none of the previous anger or reproach. Instead, they were a mix of euphoric joy, trepidation, and bewilderment. "Xiaoxi, is what they said on TV true?" her mother asked, her voice trembling. Lin Shi nodded. In the next instant, her mother rushed over, enveloping her in a tight embrace, tears of joy streaming down her face. Her father quickly approached, his gaze fixated intently on the small slime in her arms, cautiously extending a hand, yet hesitating to touch it. "It must be hungry, right? Quick, get it something to eat." The transformation in her father's demeanor was astonishing. He dashed into the kitchen, soon re-emerging with a rusty iron block, the very piece he had thrown to the slime during their earlier argument, which the slime had ignored. Here, eat this. It's good for iron," he said, eagerly offering the iron block to the small slime. Observing her parents' actions, Lin Shi felt a whirlwind of emotions. She set the small slime down, curious to see if it would still consume such fare. However, the slime merely languidly squirmed, disdainfully blowing a bubble at the iron block. Pop! The bubble burst, as if to express its contempt. Lin Shi was taken aback. Just then, the beast taming bracelet on her wrist vibrated once more. A light screen appeared. "Your pet, small mud," has entered the energy digestion phase, losing interest in low-grade materials and requiring nourishment containing special energy. She stared at the notification, her head spinning. Its appetite had become discerning. Meanwhile, at the East Sea City Beast Association, an anonymous tip-off landed on the desk of senior appraiser Wang Jun. The report pointed directly at a shop named Yuran Pet Store, alleging that it had sold a common slime for an exorbitant price of $3 million, and referenced the sensational battle that had captivated the entire city, suspected of involving illegally modified pets. Wang Jun, a stern and meticulous man who loathed deceit, adjusted his reading glasses. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Yuran Pet Store? He resolved to personally confront this audacious establishment. Chapter 7. His shop is unusual. The afternoon sun blazed mercilessly, scorching the cobblestone streets of the old district. Senior appraiser Wang Jun stood at the entrance of a secluded alley, his brow furrowed. He glanced at the tablet in his hand, which displayed the anonymous tip-off, unequivocally accusing Yuran Pet Store of selling ornamental slimes at an outrageous price of $3 million, while also linking it to the bizarre battle that had taken the city by storm. The illegal modification of pets was his utmost abhorrence. Wang Jun adjusted his glasses, his gaze icy, and stepped deeper into the alley. At the alley's end, the sign of Yuran Pet Store hung askew, made of wood, with an inscription that bore a certain character. The shop door stood ajar, releasing a mingling scent of disinfectant and some cheap fragrance into the air. Wang Jun's gaze pierced through the entrance, landing inside the shop. A remarkably youthful man slouched in a wicker rocking chair, swaying to the creaking rhythm, soundly asleep. A glimmer of drool at the corner of his mouth. Sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting dappled shadows across his figure. Fraud. This was the first word that sprang to Wang Jun's mind. With an oily appearance and a penchant for the unconventional, he held a stereotypical view of such dubious shopkeepers. What, another visitor? Lu Yu, half awake, sensed someone blocking the doorway's light. An old man, doesn't he look wealthy? Could he be a community agent trying to sell health products for the elderly? His eyelids fluttered, devoid of any desire to fully awaken. Wang Jun took a deep breath, suppressing his disdain, and stepped into the shop. He feigned the demeanor of an ordinary customer, surveying the sparse interior. The shop was pitifully empty, save for a few glass tanks housing ordinary ornamental goldfish and a single blue slime, also wriggling on the countertop, identical to the one described in the report. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Wang Jun's mouth. Indeed, a fraud. Even the tools of deception remained unchanged due to laziness. Casually, he slipped his hand into his pocket, lightly pressing his fingertip against a cool metallic card. This was the association's latest innovation, a portable pet potential detector. Indistinguishable from a bank card, yet boasting precision rivaling that of large laboratory equipment. An invisible scanning beam silently shot toward the slime perched on the counter. A miniature earpiece connected to the detector in Wang Jun's pocket was expected to relay the pet's data in a steady stream. However, no reporting sound emerged. A jarring crackle of electric noise erupted suddenly in his ear. Immediately, the metallic card in his pocket began to vibrate violently, its temperature soaring as if it might explode at any moment. Wang Jun's expression shifted, instinctively reaching for the device. The screen of his wristwatch, synchronized with the detector, displayed no data. Instead, it was filled with chaotic static. In the midst of the static, a glaring red warning flashed ominously. Data overflow. Unable to parse. Target contains oversized information interference. Data overflow. Unable to parse. Wang Jun's heart lurched. Was the device malfunctioning? This top-tier equipment, worth over $1 million, was breaking down on its inaugural mission? At that moment, a languid yet profoundly impatient voice broke through. Old man, Lu Yu, jolted awake by the strange vibrations and ringing in his ears, rubbed his eyes and glanced at the elderly figure standing at the counter, whose pocket buzzed incessantly. The signal in my shop is poor. You might as well not use that counterfeit device. It's quite bothersome. Boom. To Wang Jun, those words struck like a thunderclap. He saw through my instrument in an instant. He knew I was conducting a scan. Was the poor signal a warning? Was the jab at the counterfeit device a derision of the association's pinnacle technology, rendered insignificant before him? In a heartbeat, a thin sheen of cold sweat broke out across Wang Jun's back. He stiffly raised his head, meeting Lu Yu's bleary-eyed gaze. In those eyes lay a flicker of displeasure at having his tranquil dreams interrupted, but nothing more. Yet to Wang Jun, that calmness transformed into a chilling indifference, as if he could see through everything. A profound realization washed over him, a ridiculous yet crystal-clear thought, a master. He forcefully quelled the storm of emotions surging within him. Striving to maintain a steady voice, he resolved to probe in a different manner. His gaze fell upon a wilting plant in the corner, its leaves yellowed, a picture of malnourishment. As a seasoned appraiser, he immediately recognized it as an exceedingly rare concentration herb. Despite its poor appearance, it remained a valuable spiritual plant. Shopkeeper. Wang Jin began in a tone both professional and discerning. It seems your concentration herb is suffering from unsuitable soil and water, with its spiritual energy dissipating due to improper care. He believed that should the other party explain, a slip would surely reveal the truth. A genuine master of spiritual plants would never tolerate their prized possessions falling into such disarray. Conversely, a fraud might weave an elaborate tale to inflate the price. Lu Yu followed his gaze. Oh, that pot of herbs. I infused it a few days ago, but it failed to coalesce, and now it's nearly dead. I was going to toss it out when the garbage truck arrived. Oh, that thing? Lu Yu casually remarked. Just a pot of unwanted weeds, ready to be discarded as trash. He yawned and added, if you want it, take it for $100. It'll save me a garbage bag. Wang Jun was utterly taken aback. $100? To be thrown away as garbage? The detector in his pocket, on the verge of combustion, vibrated wildly as if silently roaring. Trembling, he aimed the scanning beam once more at the yellowing weeds. The watch screen still displayed chaotic static and the glaring red warning. Unable to parse, Wang Jun's breathing quickened. He realized he had completely misjudged the situation. This shopkeeper understood perfectly. He was toying with him. With an air of all-seeing insight, he had nonchalantly reduced a priceless treasure to mere words like $100 in garbage. This was the epitome of arrogance, a silent warning. My possessions are beyond your comprehension and unworthy of your understanding. Wang Jun felt like a fool. Every probe he attempted rendered laughable before the other. The depths of this establishment were unfathomable, so profound that even he, a veteran of 40 years in the industry, felt a shiver of trepidation. This was no mere black market. Here lay an existence of a higher order, one he could not grasp. I'll take a look around, Wang Jin stammered, his voice dry, daring not to linger any longer as he turned to exit the store. With each step, he felt the weight of indifferent eyes upon him, prickling his skin. He needed to return immediately. He must reorganize all the information. This matter had transcended the realm of a mere black market report. Watching the old man retreat in a near panic, Lu Yu scratched his head in confusion. What the heck? Buzzing around for ages and leaving without buying anything? Does he think this is a park? He muttered, returning to his rocking chair, closing his eyes, and resuming his interrupted afternoon nap. The Serenity Pet Shop once again settled into tranquility. Chapter 8. Senior, please guide me once more. The atmosphere in Lin Shi's room was stifling, almost suffocating. A pigeon egg-sized energy stone floated serenely above her desk, resting on a magnetic base. This was a genuine A-grade energy stone, awarded by the school. The stone was translucent, with a gentle flow of light pulsing within, emanating a soft yet powerful energy wave that illuminated the room in a flickering glow. Its market value was no less than 500,000. Yet, the little mud creature sprawled on the desk merely lifted a corner of its body, casting a disdainful glance at the energy stone before flopping back down, even wriggling away slightly as if to escape some inferior air. Just a week ago, it had been eager for F-grade energy stones. Now, even the A-grade energy source failed to pique its interest. Over the past few days, Lin Shi had nearly exhausted all conventional resources awarded by the school. From high-purity energy liquids to mineral powders containing various elements, the little mud creature remained indifferent. It had even begun to show signs of lethargy due to the lack of suitable food, its deep blue surface dimming slightly. Lin Shi had scoured the school library for all materials related to slimes, from guide to caring for decorative pets to illustrated compendium of exotic creatures. Yet not a single book mentioned slimes that could devour flames or learn spark skills. She had reached a dead end. No, there exists another place. A thought that ignited like a match struck in the dark, illuminating her anxious heart in an instant. That languid shopkeeper. The enigmatic senior who had sold her this extraordinary divine pet. Only he held the answer. Lin Shi felt no further hesitation. She cautiously placed the little mud creature into a specially designed glass tank, cradling it as she dashed out of her home. Standing once more at the entrance of that secluded alley, her emotions were starkly different from her previous visit. Gone were the feelings of trepidation and unease, replaced solely by a sense of fervent devotion akin to a pilgrimage and the last flicker of hope. Taking a deep breath, she embraced the glass tank and stepped into the tranquil pet shop. The store retained its characteristic languor, with the only notable change being the addition of a steaming cup of instant noodles on the counter. Lu Yu sat languidly in a rocking chair, one hand grasping a fork and the other clutching his phone, awaiting the 3 minutes required for his noodles to cook. Why has this girl come again? Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of her silhouette at the door, causing a sudden jolt in his heart. Is it an after-sales issue? My commission is non-refundable. Lin Shi approached the counter and gently set down the heavy glass tank she held. Then, she bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle toward Lu Yu. Senior Lu, she spoke, her voice betraying a barely perceptible tremor. Lu Yu was taken aback by her grand gesture, nearly dropping his fork into the noodle cup. Is there something you need? He inquired nonchalantly, already calculating various excuses in his mind. Senior, Lin, she lifted her gaze. Her eyes filled with confusion and pleading. The little mud creature refuses to eat. Oh, Lu Yu glanced at the listless slime within the glass tank, then back at his nearly cooked seafood noodles. While absent-mindedly stirring the noodles with his fork, he remarked, everything can be food. It depends on the creature's appetite. Not your wallet. Just give it what it wants. His words floated lightly, akin to the sound of him stirring the noodles. Yet, to Lin Shi, they resonated like the tolling of a bell, an enlightening revelation. Everything can be food. It depends on its appetite, not my wallet. Indeed, I was wrong. I was utterly mistaken. I have been attempting to speculate on the dietary preferences of a divine beast using my own impoverished understanding. I thought an A-grade energy stone was the pinnacle of nourishment, but to it, perhaps it is merely unpalatable gravel. Its evolutionary journey is unique, and its dietary needs are likewise. The senior is awakening me to the fact that I must not constrain its infinite possibilities with mundane thinking. A profound sense of clarity surged through Lin Shi, causing her to tremble with excitement. At that moment, her gaze inadvertently fell upon an object resting atop the lid of Lu Yu's noodle cup. It was a dark, seemingly unremarkable stone, approximately the size of a fist. Its surface rough and even dust-laden. Yet, to Lin Shi's perception, this stone emanated an exceedingly faint yet remarkably pure energy fluctuation. This energy felt as if it emanated from the vast expanse of the starry sky, profound, ancient, imbued with a primordial resonance. It was infinitely purer than the A-grade energy stone from school. A bold thought, so shocking that it startled even her, exploded in her mind. Senior, you are using this divine object to enlighten me once more. This seemingly ordinary stone is precisely the nourishment that the little mud creature needs at this moment. By casually placing such a divine object atop a noodle cup, he seeks to convey to me that I must not be confined by the appearance of objects, but rather discern their essence. Lin Shi's breath quickened, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Summoning all her courage, she extended her trembling finger toward the black stone. Senior, this item. Her voice was gravelly and dry from overwhelming excitement. How much is it? Lu Yu, preparing to lift the noodle lid, instinctively began to respond that it wasn't for sale. Merely a worthless stone. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, a virtual screen, visible only to him, suddenly appeared before his eyes. The system's prompt was cold and clear. Stellar Essence, Fragment. A guiding star stone on the path to myth, capable of supplementing the cosmic energy required for pet evolution. Price of destiny, 5 million. Lu Yu's hand, still holding the fork, froze mid-air. Chapter 9, No Fate with You in the New Oracle. In Lu Yu's eyes, that chilling, glaring line of virtual text reflected sharply. Price of destiny, 5 million. I bought a watch for that much last year. Within, Lu Yu's mind was in a frenzy. Is the system out of its mind? 5 million. For just this dark lump of stone I casually picked up from the construction site behind the mountain to hold down a noodle lid. Look at this girl. Look at her worn-out canvas shoes. Look at her school uniform that's been worn for at least 3 years. Does she even have 500 in total? How am I supposed to sell this? His gaze uncontrollably shifted from the virtual screen to Lin Shi's face, which was etched with tension and anticipation. The girl's eyes were clear and steadfast, resembling a lost lamb that had discovered its soul sanctuary. And he, the one prepared to knock the lamb unconscious and then tell it, sorry, but our grass costs 5 million a blade, was a heartless charlatan. This conversation was futile. Lu Yu set down the fork, cleared his throat, and prepared to dismiss this fervent customer with the utmost delicacy. However, in that moment, the accursed aura of a sage, passive effect activated on its own. His previously drowsy eyes unexpectedly transformed into a profound gaze. As if piercing through the river of time and witnessing the rise and fall of all things with an air of indifference and detachment. The languid aura dissipated, replaced by an ineffable sense of transcendence, as if he stood behind a thin veil separating him from the entire world. This item is known as Stellar Essence. It is not meant for you. His voice was calm and understated, as if he were merely stating an established fact. These words, which Lu Yu perceived as utterly pretentious, fell upon Lin Shi's ears like the resonant tones of celestial decree. Stellar Essence. Merely uttering those 3 words sent a wave of thunderous realization through her mind. So, this divine object possesses such vast and poetic nomenclature. Furthermore, the phrase not meant for you did not evoke the slightest sense of disappointment or rejection. Rather, it caused the immense weight that had been suspended in her heart to come crashing down. Yes, this is the rational conclusion. Divine objects choose their masters. The concept of fate holds significant importance. What merit do I possess to have already received such a formidable divine pet from the senior? How could I dare to covet a second divine object? The senior did not directly state that I could not afford it, but instead used the words not meant for you. This not only hints at the mysteries of fate, but also preserves my meager self-esteem. The senior's realm is indeed far beyond what I can even aspire to. Lin Shi's heart brimmed with reverence and gratitude, almost overflowing. Observing the girl's expression, which bore not disappointment, but rather understanding and enlightenment, Lu Yu's inner turmoil intensified. No. What do you truly understand? I am merely telling you that this item is not for sale. Why do you still wear that touched expression? Hurry and leave. My face is about to collapse. In an effort to swiftly conclude this exhausting dialogue, Lu Yu's mind raced, striving to concoct a more esoteric rationale. His gaze drifted aimlessly outside the window, settling on the horizon to the west. The west, the western part of the city, what was there? Ah, yes. A vast scrap recycling station, resembling a graveyard of steel. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. He lazily lifted his hand, the fork still carrying the aroma of instant noodles, and nonchalantly pointed towards the western direction. Fate, after all, hinges on the concept of connections. When destiny beckons, treasures can be unearthed even amidst ruins. The west. He paused momentarily, adding in an extremely irresponsible tone, perhaps, there lies the answer you seek. With that, he withdrew his gaze, picked up his phone again, exuding a demeanor that signaled the conversation had reached its conclusion, inviting her to take her leave. The west? Ruins? Lin Shi's body jolted at the mention of these two words, as if struck by lightning, clearing the fog clouding her thoughts. To the west of Donghai City. What is the most renowned ruin? It is the third mine, abandoned for a decade due to resource depletion, once the largest energy vein in Donghai City. The authorities proclaimed it entirely excavated, yet rumors persist that undiscovered ores still linger in its hidden depths. The implication from her senior was clear. Little Ni's current diet has transcended the conventional energy stones. It craves those unique minerals, steeped in the earth's aura and the passage of time, nestled deep within the forsaken mine. Everything is sustenance. This is the essence of all things. Her senior, in a veiled manner, has once again illuminated the path for Little Ni's next stage of evolution. A wave of indescribable ecstasy and gratitude surged through Lin Shi, overwhelming her rationality. She understood. She comprehended fully. Bowing deeply to Lu Yu once more, her forehead nearly touching the cold floor, she exclaimed, "Thank you for your guidance." Esteemed senior, Lin Shi has grasped it. Her voice, trembling with profound excitement, resonated with an unprecedented determination and vigor. Without a moment's hesitation, she lifted the glass tank and turned to leave, her silhouette imbued with the resolve of one heading to battle. Lu Yu, bewildered, raised his head to observe the impetuous figure departing. What has she understood now? Is there a clearance sale at the mall in the west? Buy one, get one free? He scratched his head in confusion, utterly unable to fathom her train of thought. Never mind, it was beyond his comprehension. He shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts, and lifted the lid of the instant noodle container. A rich seafood aroma, mingled with the fragrance of the noodles, wafted through the air. Slurp. Lu Yu picked up a steaming noodle with his chopsticks, savoring it with satisfaction. Instant noodles are simply the best, straightforward, direct, and utterly reliable. Meanwhile, at the corner of the alley opposite the leisurely pet shop, seasoned appraiser Wang Jun held a military-grade high-powered telescope, his lens fixed intently on the young figure within the shop. He had witnessed Lin Shi's entrance with clarity, further solidifying his conviction that his judgment was correct. This shop, and its proprietor, were undoubtedly a guise for some reclusive master. Holding his breath like the most patient of hunters, he observed every movement, striving to decipher any hint of a pattern in her actions. Then he saw it. He watched as the supposed master, without a care for decorum, slurped down a bowl of instant noodles. The corners of Wang Jun's eyes twitched involuntarily. Is this the daily life of a master? A return to simplicity? Just then, through the telescope, he witnessed the next move of this enigmatic figure. After finishing the last bite of noodles, Lu Yu savored a sip of broth, dismissively lifting the dark, starry stone that obstructed his table. Then, under Wang Jun's almost bulging gaze, Lu Yu performed an act that left Wang Jun's mind in utter disarray. He poured the remaining greasy broth from the noodle container onto the black stone, as if to cleanse, or perhaps to saturate it. Wang Jun was baffled, yet profoundly shaken. What mysterious ritual is this? To activate or seal an object with the broth of mundane food. Before he could grasp the meaning, an even more absurd scene unfolded. Lu Yu, holding the broth-soaked stone, walked to the corner of the wall. He casually tossed it. Clunk! The stone landed precisely in the half-dead pod of focus grass, sending dirt flying. Wang Jun's hand, still gripping the telescope, began to tremble uncontrollably. What was he witnessing? The esteemed master had nourished a mysterious stone with the broth of instant noodles, then used this stone imbued with noodle essence as sustenance for the equally enigmatic spirit plant. Each step of this process exuded a peculiar depth and significance that he could not comprehend. Chapter 10. The Cycle of Decay and Bloom, a Night of Blossoming. The moment Lin Shi pushed open her front door, she was met not with warmth, but with two scrutinizing and anxious gazes. The atmosphere in the living room was as heavy as solidified cement. She said nothing, striding directly to her room, dragging out an old canvas backpack from beneath her bed, and began stuffing it with items. A sturdy climbing rope, a gleaming engineer's shovel, and a flashlight capable of illuminating for 12 hours. Where are you going? Her mother's voice, trembling with suppressed emotion, rushed in first, gripping the backpack tightly. Xiaoxi, have you lost your mind? That mine in the west has been abandoned for 10 years. It's riddled with collapses. The government has cordoned it off, forbidding anyone from entering. Lin Shi's father blocked the entrance, his robust frame quivering with anger, his face ashen. I do not consent. Did you hear me? The news reported that due to energy radiation, even the rats inside have mutated to the size of dogs. Are you going to meet your demise as a girl entering there? The barrage of questions from her parents struck Lin Shi like hailstones. She paused her actions, slowly lifting her head, her gaze traversing over her anxious parents to the glass tank on the table. Little Ni lay quietly, its non-existent eyes seemingly gazing at her. Waiting for her. This is the test bestowed upon me by my senior. Lin Shi's voice was soft, yet resonated with undeniable resolve. It is also a crucial step for Little Ni's evolution. I must go. What senior? What nonsense test? Her father's fury finally erupted as he slammed his fist against the doorframe, producing a dull thud. I see you've been brainwashed by that scammer selling you slime. If he sends you to your doom, will you go? Lin Shi ceased to argue. She cast a lingering glance at her parents, etching their expressions of worry, anger, and confusion into her heart. With determination, she abruptly zipped up her backpack and flung it onto her back. She circumnavigated her emotionally agitated mother and strode directly towards the door. Xiaoxi, come back. The cries behind her were resolutely sealed away as she closed the door. The weight of the heavy backpack pressed against her shoulders, yet it did not feel burdensome. Instead, it resembled a solid promise. She descended the stairs without hesitation, merging seamlessly into the city's nocturnal hues. Meanwhile, in the tranquil pet shop, Luyu contentedly let out a satisfied burp after slurping the last strand of instant noodles. He was the sole occupant of the shop, which had grown eerily silent. Boredom, extreme boredom. He stood up, stretched lazily, and heard a series of satisfying cracks from his joints. His gaze swept across the empty shop, finally landing on a pot of withering weeds in the corner. It was an eyesore, he muttered under his breath. On the adjacent table, the electric kettle he had used for his noodles still contained some scalding hot water. An idea emerged in his lethargic mind. Better to die young and be reborn quickly. He might as well pour the boiling water over it and toss the pot and stones together in the morning to save himself the trouble. He lifted the kettle and approached the corner without a moment's hesitation. With a splash, a torrent of scalding water, mixed with white steam, cascaded directly into the pot. The soil met the blackened roots, emitting a faint sizzling sound, as a few specks of dirt splattered onto the yellowing leaves. After completing this task, Luyu carelessly tossed the empty kettle onto the table. He yawned, locked the shop door, and leisurely ascended the stairs to sleep. As night deepened, the following morning dawned. A beam of sunlight filtered through the slats of the blinds, casting its glow upon Luyu's face. Yawning and rubbing his sleepy eyes, he shuffled down the stairs in his slippers. As was his routine, he reached the shop's entrance and pulled up the roller shutter, intending to let some fresh air into the stuffy little store. The instant the door opened, an indescribably fragrant aroma surged into his nostrils. It was neither the scent of flowers nor that of perfume. Rather, it was an essence of pristine purity, reminiscent of a forest after a rain shower, or the crisp winds atop snow-capped mountains. Inhaling it swept away his hangover-induced drowsiness. Luyu's yawn froze midway on his face. Instinctively, he sniffed the air, following the source of the fragrance, turning his head in bewilderment. His gaze fixed on the corner, and he was rendered motionless. In the decrepit pot, where yesterday a half-dead, yellow-leaved weed had languished, there now thrived an extraordinary plant, entirely verdant, as if sculpted from the finest jade. Each leaf unfurled, glistening with dew-like droplets, exuding a powerful vitality. At the apex of the plant, a small bud was slowly unfurling in the first light of dawn. It was a white flower, its petals as thin as a cicada's wing yet smooth as jade, radiating a delicate golden halo along the edges. At the center of the flower, a miniature sun appeared to be quietly burning. Luyu stared in a daze at this spectacle. A familiar virtual panel materialized before his eyes. The withering grass absorbs the harmonious power of water and fire, achieving transformation, unlocking the unique evolution pathway. 9-turn resurrection grass, ancient life tree. Luyu's jaw gradually dropped. He had merely watered it with the leftover boiling water from his noodles. At the corner of the alley, Seasoned appraiser Wang Jun was using a piece of stale bread and a bottle of cold mineral water to resolve his breakfast. He had kept watch here all night. His body felt stiff from the lack of sleep, and his spirit was utterly exhausted. He even began to doubt whether he had truly lost his faculties, becoming so obsessed with a pet shop. Just then, that peculiar fragrance wafted over unexpectedly. It pierced through the murky air of the alley, dominating his senses. Wang Jun's chewing abruptly halted. He inhaled sharply, and the fragrance slid down his trachea into his lungs. The next moment, his expression transformed dramatically. A chronic ailment that had plagued him for 2 decades, a hidden injury that gnawed at him like a toxic insect, was suddenly washed away by this aromatic essence. A warm current flowed through his damaged veins, bringing a long-lost sense of ease and lightness. What was this? He paid no mind to the bread that had fallen to the ground, hastily grabbing the military-grade binoculars beside him, focusing intently on the entrance of the tranquil pet shop. Through the lens, he saw the young shopkeeper standing in a daze inside the shop. Wang Jun's gaze followed the young man's line of sight, ultimately landing on the corner. When he finally discerned the plant, especially the white flower blooming atop it, seemingly containing an entire universe, his pupils constricted to pinprick size. His breath hitched at that moment. A voice, akin to a spell, echoed wildly in his mind. If you like it, take it for $100. I was about to throw it away. $100? Rubbish. Wang Jun could no longer restrain himself. A sweet taste filled his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering the ground before him. Regret. Endless regret surged like the most tumultuous tide, drowning his rationality in an instant. What had he missed? He had brushed past an incredible opportunity yesterday. That was not rubbish. That was a living, supreme elixir capable of reviving withered trees. He finally understood. This was not a jest, nor some incomprehensible ritual. This was the profound truth of life and death, the cycle of decay and renewal. And he, the self-proclaimed seasoned appraiser, had acted like a genuine fool, comprehending nothing. Wang Jun's hand trembled as he held the binoculars. He dared not harbor any further contempt or attempt any more trivial tests. He stumbled to his feet, neglecting the blood at the corner of his mouth, and summoned all his strength to turn back towards the direction of the pet association. Racing back frantically, he needed to submit a report immediately, a top-secret, encrypted report, to classify the tranquil pet shop as a highly classified observation subject. That shopkeeper was neither a black market dealer nor a reclusive master. He was an entity whose power could no longer be measured by the existing framework, a being of the unknown. Chapter 11. Treasure Hunting in the Abandoned Mine and the Slime's Guidance. The entrance to the No. 3 mine in the western part of the city was ruthlessly sealed off by a rusted barbed wire fence. A severely faded warning sign hung crookedly nearby. The bold red letters, worn by a decade of wind and rain, had become indistinct, yet still emanated an icy aura of no trespassing. The night breeze surged forth from the depths of the mine, carrying with it the earthy scent of damp soil and the metallic tang of rust, causing the hem of Linchi's garment to flutter audibly. The surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the distant glow of urban light pollution, which cast a strange, dark red hue over this forsaken ruin. Without a moment's hesitation, Linchi extracted a pair of engineer's pliers from the side of her backpack and forcefully snipped through the fragile barbed wire. The sharp crack echoed in the stillness of the night, piercingly loud. Before her, a gap wide enough for a single person to pass through emerged. She bent down and slipped inside, the city lights behind her becoming utterly isolated. Absolute darkness enveloped her like frigid seawater, swallowing her whole. She switched on a powerful flashlight, a blinding beam slicing through the blackness, illuminating a seemingly bottomless track. The rails had long since decayed, and the wooden ties exuded a scent of rot, while water seeped from the rock walls, adorned with some unknown, ghastly green moss. The air was damp and viscous, filling her lungs with a nauseating moldy odor. This was the ruin spoken of by her predecessors. Linchi tightened her grip on the straps of her backpack, cradling the glass jar in her arms, and ventured deeper into the mine, step by step. She possessed no map, nor any clear direction. Her predecessors had merely mentioned the west, spoken of the ruins. The rest was a journey she had to undertake to uncover the truth. The beam of light wavered in the darkness, casting various distorted shadows, as if countless eyes were lurking in the gloom. Underfoot, she occasionally kicked aside discarded tools or water flasks abandoned by miners, their clattering reverberating through the empty corridor. After approximately half an hour, she encountered a fork in the path. 3 pitch-black openings loomed before her, resembling the gaping maws of monstrous beasts, silently awaiting her choice. Linchi halted, the flashlight beam flickering between the 3 entrances. Each one appeared identical, leading into the unknown shadow. A sense of bewilderment and helplessness began to swell uncontrollably within her. Was the guidance of her predecessors truly so simple? Or had she fundamentally misunderstood from the outset? Just as her mind wavered, a faint tapping sound emanated from the glass jar she held. Tap, tap, tap. Linchi glanced down to see the small creature, which had been quietly resting at the bottom of the jar, now writhing with vigor. It repeatedly thrust its front end against the inner wall of the jar, persistently directing its efforts toward the leftmost, deepest tunnel. Linchi's heart raced. She recalled the languid yet casual voice of her predecessor. All things can be food. Driven by a chaotic appetite, not by your wallet. Yes, I may be lost, but the instinct of the small creature can guide me. Its appetite serves as the finest compass. Every word from her predecessor contained profound meanings beyond ordinary comprehension. In an instant, the haze of confusion in Linchi's eyes was dispelled, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and determination. No longer hesitating, she cradled the glass jar and resolutely proceeded into the left tunnel. This path proved even more treacherous than the main route, with increasing fragments of stone beneath her feet and the rock walls growing steeper. Several times, she nearly stumbled over loose rocks, teetering precariously on the edge of the abyss beside her. Yet the small creature within the jar grew increasingly animated. It writhed and collided within the glass confines, as if urging her to move faster, ever faster. Guided by the creature's escalating urgency, Linchi ultimately arrived at a collapsed dead end. Enormous boulders obstructed her forward path, leaving only a narrow gap at the bottom, barely wide enough for her to crawl through. A cold wind howled through the fissure. Without hesitation, she carefully pushed the glass jar into the crevice before following suit, crawling painstakingly forward inch by inch. The icy, rough stone scraped against her elbows and knees, sending sharp pangs of pain coursing through her. Yet she paid it no heed. When she finally emerged from the other side of the gap, her surroundings opened up before her. Here lay an immense cavern, previously undiscovered. Unlike the decaying, moldy air outside, this space was suffused with a peculiar aroma, reminiscent of distant starlight. Just like the mystical stone her predecessor had used to weigh down instant noodles. With excitement, Linchi swept her flashlight across the cavern. The rock walls revealed not a void of darkness, but rather a myriad of shimmering, faintly luminescent minerals, twinkling like a starry sky. Those flickering points illuminated the entire cavern, transforming it into a dreamlike realm. I found it. The guidance of my predecessor was indeed real. Before Linchi could revel in her discovery, a disconcerting hissing sound erupted from the depths of the cave, followed by a piercing shriek that shattered the air. A gigantic rat, comparable in size to a hound, burst forth from the shadows. Its body was cloaked in rock-hard gray fur, and its crimson eyes brimmed with ferocity and greed. Sharp claws sparking against the ground. A Class D magical beast, the tunnel rock rat. This creature fed on minerals, displaying a ferocious temperament and a fiercely protective territorial instinct. It evidently perceived Linchi as an intruder encroaching upon its hoard. The tunnel rock rat launched itself toward her like a gray streak of lightning, propelled by its powerful hind legs, a foul stench trailing in its wake. Yet, in the face of this sudden, lethal assault, Linchi's expression revealed no trace of panic. Remaining composed, she swiftly opened the lid of the glass jar. Little mud, devour it. The cold command echoed within the cavern. The small creature leapt from the jar, landing upon the scattered starlit mineral fragments on the ground. It disregarded the charging tunnel rock rat, instead opening its mouth wide, voraciously consuming a large quantity of minerals along with the soil. Its body underwent a remarkable transformation, visibly changing before her eyes. The previously soft, bouncy dark blue surface now radiated a profound, obsidian-like metallic sheen. It morphed from a gelatinous mass into an indestructible metal nugget. Clang! Just then, the tunnel rock rat's razor-sharp claws, capable of tearing through steel, struck forcefully against the small creature's body. The anticipated scene of blood and flesh being torn apart did not materialize. Instead, a deafening metallic clash resonated throughout the cavern. Sparks flew. The tunnel rock rat's full-force assault not only failed to breach the creature's form, but was met with a tremendous recoil, causing it to emit a pained wail. Its once prized claws shattered and flew away. For the first time, astonishment and fear flashed in the tunnel rock rat's crimson eyes. It could not comprehend why this seemingly feeble being was harder than the very rocks it had gnawed on for a lifetime. The small creature would not grant it the luxury of contemplation. Seizing the moment of confusion, it lunged forward with all its might. The massive dark blue shadow enveloped the panicking tunnel rock rat entirely. Squeak, squeak. A piercing wail emanated from within the depths of the slime's body, only to be swiftly suppressed and contorted, ultimately fading into a dull silence. The outline of the burrowing rock mouse struggled momentarily, causing a few ripples on the surface of the slime before it subsided completely. The battle had come to an end. Burp. The little slime contentedly released a satisfied belch. expelling several undigested, broken claws. The entire cavern once again returned to a state of profound stillness. Lin Shi exhaled a breath of murky air, approaching the little slime and gently caressing its now hardened, cold surface. Her gaze traversed the chaotic scene beneath her feet, landing on the deepest recesses of the cavern. There, a fist-sized or hovered silently in midair. It was entirely black, yet it did not seem to absorb the light. Within it, there appeared to be a gently flowing river of stars, countless miniature celestial bodies swirling in a cycle of birth and extinction, exuding an ancient and magnificent primal aura. The iron core of a meteorite. In that moment, Lin Shi's breath hitched completely. Did my predecessor foresee what I would encounter here? This was no mere guidance. It was a prophecy transcending time and space. Before she could recover from this overwhelming shock, a dark blue shadow darted out from beside her feet. Little slime. Lin Shi gasped in alarm. The little slime, entirely oblivious to her presence, writhed with an intensity born of overwhelming desire, launching itself like a cannonball towards the suspended iron core. It enveloped the black or completely with its soft body. A posture reminiscent of a famished child clinging to the most delectable candy in the world, fearful of losing it to anyone else. Then, the transformation commenced. The little slime's form erupted with an astonishing brilliance of starlight. The radiance was so blinding that it illuminated the entire dark cavern as brightly as day, while the scattered glimmers of mineral reflections on the rock walls paled in comparison to this sea of light. Instinctively, Lin Shi shielded her eyes with her arm. Amidst the glow, the little slime underwent an unimaginable metamorphosis. Its size began to swell uncontrollably, only to suddenly contract the next moment. In this cycle of expansion and contraction, it was as if a heart within its being was beating violently, distorting the light around it with each pulse. Pain, even from several meters away. Lin Shi could feel the immense suffering the little slime was enduring. Its surface occasionally split with fine fissures, golden luminescence seeping forth only to be rapidly healed. Tension gripped Lin Shi as she stood vigil, her heart in turmoil, palms slick with cold sweat. There was nothing she could do but watch helplessly as her companion struggled on the brink of life and death. The languid figure and the casually spoken words of her predecessor resurfaced in her mind unbidden. When destiny arrives, treasures can be found even amidst ruins. It turned out that the treasure her predecessor spoke of was indeed this meteorite. He not only indicated the location and method of discovery, but also foresaw that this meteorite would grant the little slime a transformative evolution. To him, it seemed as if this were merely a game of chess, and she was but a fortunate piece advancing step by step towards the endgame. The realm of her predecessor had long transcended mortal comprehension. Lin Shi's heart swelled with unprecedented reverence and gratitude in that moment. This transformation persisted for several hours. When the brilliance within the cavern finally began to recede and ultimately dissipated into silence, Lin Shi eagerly lowered her arm to behold what lay before her. The little slime floated serenely in its original position, its size unchanged, still resembling a fist. Yet its hue had transformed entirely. No longer the previous dark blue. It now radiated a profound and pure black, akin to the night sky of the cosmos. Within that darkness, countless minute points of light flowed languidly through its body, flickering in and out of existence. Each point resembled a distant star, collectively forming a miniature, silent river of the Milky Way. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Just as Lin Shi was lost in admiration of this new form, the Beast Taming bracelet on her wrist vibrated with unprecedented intensity, forcing a light screen to materialize before her. Lines of new data cascaded like a waterfall. Warning: your beast is undergoing an unknown evolution. Data analysis in progress. Gene sequence reorganization. Energy structure transformation. Evolution successful. Your beast, little slime, has completed its second evolution. Lin Shi's breath halted entirely. She fixated on the light screen, terrified of missing a single word. Species: chaotic slime juvenile. Just this line sent her mind into a frenzy. Chaotic slime. It had evolved directly from an ordinary slime into an unheard-of legendary species bearing the word chaos. Following that, new entries emerged. New trait: stellar body, passive. Description: the body has begun to transform into a stellar energy structure, significantly enhancing resistance to physical and elemental energy attacks. It can passively and slowly absorb cosmic rays diffused in the environment for self-growth and repair. Lin Shi's pupils constricted sharply, passively absorbing cosmic rays for growth. This meant that even if the little slime did nothing, merely existing would cause its strength to grow over time. This was a trait possessed only by the divine. The light screen continued to refresh. Learning new skill: Stellar Shard F class. Description: ejects sharp shards infused with stellar power from within, inflicting piercing and energy damage on targets. Gazing at the newly refreshed data on the light screen, she could no longer contain her emotions. She slowly crouched down, extending a trembling hand to gently touch the little slime's starry body. The texture was cool and smooth, akin to caressing the finest obsidian. Tears finally cascaded down her cheeks, drop by drop, splattering onto the cold ground. These were not tears of sorrow. They were tears of ecstasy, gratitude, and a cathartic release after rebirth. She knew that from this moment forth, the fates of herself and the little slime had been irrevocably rewritten. The she who despaired in the face of insurmountable examinations had perished yesterday. Standing here now is a beastmaster, one who holds the stars in their grasp and possesses boundless potential for the future. Chapter 13. The Dire Straits of the Second-Generation Beastmaster. In Donghai City, at the Qin family's martial arts arena, the thunderous cheers nearly threatened to overturn the entire dome. In the center of the arena, a robust Gale wolf contemptuously pawed at a claw cat, which had already succumbed to its injuries. The claw cat was marred with gaping wounds. Its pale yellow fur stained a dark crimson with blood, emitting a faint, mournful whimper. Young Master Qin, how is magnificent! The B-rank pet, the Gale wolf, truly lives up to its reputation. Praise and flattery surged towards the victor like a tidal wave. In the shadows of the stands, a solitary figure stood apart from the fervent atmosphere. Qin Feng, clad in a well-tailored black combat uniform, his handsome visage bore an expression devoid of vitality. His eyes, which should have sparkled with determination, were now shrouded in a bleak stillness. His gaze pierced through the throng, landing upon the ailing claw cat in the arena's center. That was his pet, a manifestation of his limitations due to the mental strain suffered during his awakening, merely a C-rank beast. In the esteemed Qin family, where power reigned supreme, this was nothing short of a jest. In the middle of the arena, Qin Hao reveled in the adulation, retracting his Gale wolf, yet his gaze, sharp as a serpent's, zeroed in on Qin Feng lurking in the corner. He raised his hand, exclaiming in an exaggerated, condescending tone, "Qin Feng, do you see this? This is the difference between a waste and a genius. You and your pitiful cat are nothing but a disgrace to our Qin family." His venomous words echoed through the arena, amplified by the sound system, resonating in every corner. All eyes instantly turned to Qin Feng, filled with mockery, pity, and disdain. Qin Feng, however, remained unresponsive, his expression unwavering. He stood silently, as if Qin Hao's humiliation bore no relevance to him. Only his hand, clenched tightly in his uniform pocket, revealed his turmoil, the knuckles turning pale from the strain, trembling slightly. Anger and resentment churned within him like molten lava, scorching his very insides. As the assessment concluded, the elders of the family sat high upon the judgment platform. The chief elder, with a stoic countenance, grasped the microphone and coldly recited the final verdict. Qin Feng, a collateral descendant, has ranked at the bottom in this year's evaluation. By unanimous decision of the elders, from this day forth, all resource allocations to his branch will be reduced by 90% until he can contribute meaningfully to the family. This pronouncement was tantamount to a public declaration that Qin Feng and his collateral lineage had been utterly forsaken. He had been completely marginalized. Qin Feng slowly turned, stepping through the multitude of gloating gazes, each step taking him further from the suffocating arena. Upon returning to the secluded courtyard of the Qin family estate, night had fully descended. The living room was dim, devoid of light, and the atmosphere was stiflingly oppressive. Pushing the door open, he beheld his father slumped on the sofa. A forlorn silhouette, the once proud spine now appeared slightly hunched. From the kitchen wafted the muffled sound of his mother's suppressed sobs. No one berated him. No one questioned him. This heavy, silent disappointment pierced deeper than any venomous words, striking at Qin Feng's heart like a dagger. Wordlessly, he retreated to his room, closing the door behind him. In his chamber, a vow from his youth still adorned the wall, to become the strongest beastmaster in Donghai City. How ironic it now seemed. Insecurities and fury coiled within him like two venomous serpents, ravenously gnawing at his sanity. He was unwilling. He would not resign himself to being the family's castaway, burdened with disgrace, merely to see out his days. At that moment, his phone screen illuminated with a notification, revealing a local news story. Shocking. The exorbitant slime rises to fame. The underdog she's path to triumph. Qin Feng's attention was ensnared by the mention of the expensive slime. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he clicked on the article. The news detailed how she had triumphed over formidable opponents during the college entrance examination practical test, utilizing a slime. At the article's conclusion, it referenced the mysterious pet shop selling the slime. Yurwan Pet Shop, priced at 3 million. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Qin Feng's mouth. Absurd. It was utterly preposterous. 3 million for a slime? Even con artists wouldn't dare fabricate such an outrageous tale. Yet, as he closed the article and the room fell into silence once more, That notion took root in his mind, sprouting uncontrollably. He had nothing left. What else could he be deceived about? This seemingly ludicrous lifeline was the only glimmer he could perceive before drowning. Even if it were a falsehood, he yearned to witness it firsthand. Even if it were a ruse, he wished to uncover the truth. Once this thought ignited, it could not be quelled. Qin Feng sprang to his feet, seizing the car keys from the table, and dashed out of the room. He drove his last, somewhat valuable sports car, the engine's roar shattering the night's tranquility. The car sped through the streets, ultimately halting at a dilapidated, incongruous alleyway. Exiting the vehicle, he gazed up at the weathered, faded sign. Yuan Pet Shop. His expression was a tapestry of emotions, skepticism, wariness, and a trace of humble hope he was reluctant to acknowledge. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the creaking glass door. The wind chime above jingled with a crisp yet cheap sound. Inside the store, a young man, wearing headphones, faced away from the entrance, engrossed in the screen before him. On the screen, a game character was embroiled in fierce combat, punctuated by exaggerated sound effects of pentakill. Beside the young man lay a half-eaten bucket of instant noodles and a bottle of cola. Qin Feng hesitated at the threshold, his heart sinking as the flicker of hope he had just kindled was extinguished by icy reality. This was the one who had sold a 3 million slime? His doubts reached their zenith in that moment. Chapter 14. A 30 billion viewing fish. Qin Feng forcibly suppressed his disdain and disappointment as he surveyed the shop. His eyes scanned the dust-laden shelves, sparsely populated with the cheapest pet food, the corners of the packaging slightly curled. The air was thick with the aroma of instant seafood noodles, mingled with a faint hint of disinfectant that prickled his nostrils. Everything here mercilessly mocked his unrealistic aspirations. Just as he resolved to turn away from this ludicrous establishment, his gaze was drawn to a solitary fish tank in the corner. The glass aquarium gleamed, immaculate and out of place amidst the surrounding disarray. Inside, there were no aquatic plants, no faux rocks, only crystal-clear water. A golden carp, languidly suspended in the water, occasionally released a stream of tiny bubbles. Its scales reflected a mundane sheen under the light, its fins gracefully unfurled, exuding an air of leisure. Resembling the ornamental varieties commonly found in park ponds, Qin Feng furrowed his brow deeper. Growing up in a prestigious beast taming family, he had encountered countless exotic aquatic creatures. From the water-manipulating betta fish to the venomous black sea snake, he could easily discern the potential of any creature at a glance. Yet, this carp, viewed from any angle, appeared utterly ordinary. There was not a hint of energy fluctuation, nor a trace of spiritual essence. It was simply a fish. He shook his head in self-mockery, feeling that his hopes tonight had truly gone awry. His gaze casually drifted to the side of the fish tank, where an old wooden sign, roughly the size of a palm, stood. Made of common pine, the sign bore a somewhat hasty brushstroke inscription. Price, 3,000,000,000. Qin Feng's steps came to an abrupt halt, his mind momentarily blank. Surely, he must have misread. Could it be that he had miscounted the zeros? Narrowing his eyes, he meticulously counted again. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100 millions. 3 billion. Not 3 million. Not 30 million. 3 billion. This figure struck him like a merciless hammer, shattering his reason. A surge of uncontrollable fury coursed from the soles of his feet, racing up his spine and exploding at the crown of his head. Humiliation. This was blatant, unabashed humiliation. He, Qin Feng, a scion of the Qin family, even if reduced to despair and abandoned by his clan, was not someone to be toyed with by a mere street con artist. 3 million for a slime could be dismissed as an odd urban legend, but 3 billion for an ornamental fish was not deceit. It was treating him like an utter fool. Bang! He slammed his palm down on the nearby counter, the resounding crash causing the bags of snacks on the shelf to rattle. Boss! His voice, strained with extreme indignation, resembled the roar of an enraged young lion, echoing with reckless fury. Have you lost your mind over money? You dare sell a mere carp for 3 billion? His outburst reverberated in the small shop, but it felt as though it had landed in an abyss of cotton. The young man, with his back turned, merely trembled slightly. Qin Feng observed as the resplendent character on his game screen was besieged and killed by 5 enemies, the screen fading into a dull gray. Lu Yu, frustrated, removed the headphones hanging around his neck. Another irate fellow. Do today's youths have such short tempers? Interrupting my 5-kill streak. He silently scoffed at the outburst. Showing no signs of surprise or annoyance at Qin Feng's fury, he leisurely rose from his chair, picked up the electric kettle, poured hot water into a mug adorned with a retirement-themed design, and tossed in a bag of cheap tea. He approached Qin Feng with the cup, casually blowing away the steam wafting from the surface. Young man, do remain calm. His tone was flat, reminiscent of a senior attempting to console a wayward junior. This dismissive demeanor only stoked the flames of Qin Feng's anger further. Just as he prepared to retort, his gaze met Lu Yu's. In that instant, the passive aura of noble presence activated silently. Lu Yu's eyes, which initially bore a hint of languor, suddenly deepened in Qin Feng's perception without warning. They were no longer the eyes of a gaming addict. They resembled a bottomless ancient well, reflecting not the dilapidated shop, but the cosmic dance of stars. The cycle of creation and destruction, and the silent flow of time. An ineffable sense of transcendence and indifference radiated from him, effortlessly shattering the facade of arrogance that Qin Feng had constructed from his insecurities and rage. Lu Yu, holding the teacup, regarded the flushed young man before him with a gaze that seemed to have seen through the vicissitudes of life. He spoke slowly, his voice soft yet resonant, striking deep within Qin Feng's soul like the toll of a bell at dusk. Have you ever heard of the carp leaping over the dragon gate? A simple question. An ancient legend passed down through the ages. Yet, at this moment, spoken by this enigmatic figure, it felt imbued with profound truths of the universe. Like a key unlocking a door to realms of understanding previously untouched by Qin Feng. Leap over the dragon gate. Qin Feng's body froze. The searing anger that had surged to his head was suddenly doused by a metaphorical bucket of ice water from the heavens, extinguishing it in an instant. In its place, an overwhelming shock and a disorienting sense of confusion took hold. His gaze, seemingly possessed, returned to the glass tank. The languid golden carp, having swum to the front of the tank, now stared at him through the glass with its small, black eyes. In that moment, a mirage seemed to manifest in Qin Feng's vision. No longer was it an ordinary carp. He could almost perceive the silhouette of a golden dragon. Swirling majestically through the clouds, its scales glinting with the sun's radiance, dragon whiskers billowing, surveying the minuscule beings below. A hallucination. It must be a hallucination. Yet the shock within him surged like the most ferocious tsunami, overwhelming all rational thought. He stood there, dazed, mouth agape, unable to utter a sound. That question reverberated in his mind like an incantation, echoing relentlessly. Have you ever heard of the carp leaping over the dragon gate? Chapter 15. What you purchase is not a fish, but a future. Qin Feng's body became utterly rigid. The anger that had surged to his head was extinguished by that casually spoken phrase, leaving only the cold ashes of astonishment and endless dread. His mind blank. All thoughts consumed by the 5 words carp leaping over the dragon gate, echoing relentlessly until his eardrums buzzed. He stood frozen, like a statue devoid of soul. Observing his dazed expression, Lu Yu couldn't help but internally critique. Seriously, sir, it's just a folk tale? Why such a dramatic reaction? How can one possess such fragile mental fortitude as a beast tamer? Well, having come this far in the act, if I don't keep the charade going, this 3 billion deal might just evaporate. He ambled over to the fish tank, cradling the steaming cup of cheap tea. What you have purchased is not merely a fish. Lu Yu's voice remained unperturbed, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He extended his finger, gently tapping on the smooth surface of the glass tank. The crisp sound startled the golden carp, causing it to flick its tail. To Qin Feng, this simple action felt as though a deity was strumming the strings of fate. Lu Yu's gaze shifted from the tank to Qin Feng, his deep-set eyes carrying a hint of subtle allure and compassion. What you have acquired is a true dragon of the future, an opportunity to alter your own destiny. Alter destiny. These 4 words pierced his heart with the precision of a searing iron brand, striking at the deepest and most painful recesses of his soul, the family's disdain. The humiliation inflicted by Qin Hao, the disappointed silhouettes of his parents, and the bleak future deemed worthless. Scenes flashed before his mind, sharp as the finest blades, mercilessly slicing through his thoughts, rendering him in unbearable agony. Yet, at this moment, someone dared to whisper of an opportunity to alter everything. Despite its absurdity and irrationality, Qin Feng's body trembled uncontrollably. Reason cautioned him of deception, of an absurd fantasy. Yet, the suppressed resentment and yearning within him surged forth like dying weeds, desperately grasping at this singular thread of hope that had seemingly fallen from the heavens. As his mind waged a fierce internal battle, a voice laced with disdain and arrogance abruptly echoed from the doorway. Oh, isn't this the waste of the Qin family? This voice was unmistakable to Qin Feng. Even if he turned to ash, he whirled around to find Qin Hao, hands tucked in his pockets, leaning casually against the doorframe, flanked by sycophantic followers. The face, bearing a semblance to Qin Feng's, was now adorned with unabashed mockery. What is the matter? Unable to survive in the family, reduced to being swindled by a street charlatan? Qin Hao swaggered into the shop, his gaze sweeping the interior before settling on the solitary fish tank. Upon glimpsing the astronomical figure on the accompanying sign, he paused momentarily, then erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. Ha! 3 billion. A mere koi fish is priced at 3 billion? He laughed uproariously, nearly in tears, while his followers joined in, filling the small shop with a raucous atmosphere of merriment. After exhausting his laughter, Qin Hao approached the counter, pulled out a few crumpled bills from his pocket, and contemptuously slapped them onto the table with a sharp sound. He lifted his chin, casting a benevolent glance at Lu Yu. "Boss, spare me the theatrics. I'll take that fish for $30. I'll chop it up to feed my fierce wind wolf, a nice upgrade for its diet." The ultimate humiliation. Ruthless trampling. Each word from Qin Hao, each syllable, pierced Qin Feng's dignity like burning steel needles. This was not merely an affront to Lu Yu. It was an affront to Qin Feng himself. It mocked his inability to even claim a $30 fish, ridiculed his subjugation to the whims of fate. This merciless degradation became the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Instead of shattering him, it ignited a final flicker of defiance and madness within him, forced to the edge of despair. His breath became labored, his eyes rapidly reddening with seething rage. His gaze pierced through Qin Hao's loathsome face, once again fixating upon the golden koi, which swam languidly in the tank. Indifferent to the chaos around it, it seemed destined to exist in such tranquility, untouched by the clamor of the world. In that instant, Qin Feng saw a reflection of himself in that koi, a being unwilling to accept mediocrity, yearning to break free from all constraints, longing to soar to unimaginable heights. Why should Qin Feng be deemed worthless? Why should he be forsaken by his family and subjected to humiliation? Why should his destiny be trampled underfoot? No, he would not resign himself to fate. A surge of blood rushed from his chest to his brain. Qin Feng spun around, his blood-red eyes locked onto Lu Yu, summoning every ounce of strength to unleash a hoarse roar, akin to a cornered beast. "I'll buy that fish." The voice, though not loud, resonated with an unwavering resolve that silenced the laughter echoing through the shop. Qin Hao and his sycophants froze in disbelief, their mockery dissolving into incredulity as they stared at Qin Feng. Had he lost his mind? Surely he had gone mad. Where would he procure 30 billion? Even if they liquidated their entire branch's assets, they could not muster such a sum. Yet, Lu Yu appeared to have anticipated this outcome. His expression remained devoid of surprise as he regarded the trembling young man with bloodshot eyes before him, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Very well. It is waiting for you." Chapter 16. The determination to sacrifice everything. Qin Hao's mocking laughter froze in midair at Qin Feng's declaration. He regarded his usually submissive cousin as one would regard a lunatic. Following a brief moment of shock, a deeper, more unabashed scorn took hold. "You wish to buy it?" Qin Hao laughed as if he had just heard the most amusing joke of the century. He crossed his arms and gestured dismissively at Qin Feng. "What do you intend to pay with?" He stepped closer, placing a heavy hand on Qin Feng's shoulder, his tone dripping with condescending pity. "Shall you sell your second-hand sports car? I doubt that would even cover a fraction of it. Or perhaps you'll retrieve your meager estate, forcing your marginalized father to liquidate his meager savings?" Qin Feng, stop dreaming. You are nothing but a waste, and a waste should act like one. Each word struck like poisoned nails, driving deep into Qin Feng's self-respect. However, this time, Qin Feng felt no anger, nor did he rebut. He merely lifted his head, his blood-red eyes ablaze with a madness that Qin Hao had never witnessed before, a resolute determination to wager everything on the table. Ignoring him, Qin Feng expressionlessly retrieved his phone from his pocket. The screen's glow illuminated his face, twisted in anger, yet icy with resolve. He swiped the screen, locating the first number in his contacts and dialing. The call connected almost instantly. "Manager Wang? It's me, Qin Feng." His voice was unexpectedly calm, devoid of emotion, as if reciting a script detached from his own existence. "I'm listing my property at Tianlan Bay for urgent sale." The voice on the other end hesitated, clearly taken aback, but Qin Feng offered no chance for hesitation. "Yes, urgent sale. The price is negotiable, 20% below market value. I require a formal sale contract by the end of today. If you can't find a buyer, hand it over to the asset management company." Each word was articulated with crystal clarity, leaving no room for doubt. He ended the call without allowing for any further inquiry. Immediately, he dialed a second number. "Uncle Li, it's me. Liquidate my portion of the Qin family shares and clear all my financial products in my account. Immediately. Yes, regardless of current market conditions, I want cash. Executed at once." His commands were terse and frigid, akin to a machine programmed to execute tasks with precision. The mockery etched on Qin Hao's face gradually faded, bit by bit, replaced by a burgeoning incredulity. Selling his house, liquidating his shares. This madman, he is utterly serious. This was no mere act of defiance. It was an act of self-destruction. Qin Feng ended the second call, his fingers hovering momentarily over the screen. He scrolled through his contacts until he found one devoid of notes, marked only by a skull icon, a contact he was most reluctant to engage with. A black market dealer. Without hesitation, he dialed the number. The phone rang for an eternity before being answered, and a hoarse, wary voice emerged from the other end. Who is this? I have a pet to sell. Qin Feng's tone remained unwavering, yet the hand tucked in his pocket clenched tightly. A C-grade clawed cat, mature, injured but still capable of fighting. This clawed cat was the sole companion he could contract after his failed awakening. It bore the weight of all his youthful aspirations and stood as a testament to his every humiliation, a poignant representation of his failed existence. And now, he was about to sell it with his own hands. Name your price. Qin Feng closed his eyes, severing all ties to the past, including this final shred of weakness. Lu Yu silently observed the scene, holding a mug emblazoned with the words enjoying retirement. The steam had dissipated, and the tea had grown cold. Incredible, he serious? Selling everything, even his pet. This guy is truly losing it. Internally, he was mocking, yet outwardly, he maintained an air of nonchalance. As if everything were under control. Qin Hao was utterly stunned. His mouth agape, he watched Qin Feng incessantly making calls, feeling like a mere jester. He had assumed this was a moment of impetuousness. He never anticipated that Qin Feng would respond to his humiliation through such self-destructive means. An absurd, indescribable sense of panic began to unfurl within him. He yearned to utter something, to continue his derision, but found his throat constricted, rendered incapable of producing a single word. Fear enveloped him. He feared that Qin Feng truly might gather the required funds. He feared that the seemingly unremarkable Carp might indeed conceal an astonishing secret. He feared that today, he would unwittingly hand over a monumental opportunity to someone he deemed a worthless fool. You. Qin Hao finally managed to produce a dry utterance, attempting to interrupt Qin Feng. At that moment, Liu spoke up. He set down his teacup and raised his eyes to Qin Hao, his gaze as indifferent as one might regard a stone by the roadside. My shop will only accommodate one customer today. His voice, though quiet, bore an undeniable authority. If you're not buying, please leave. He found the raucousness of Qin Hao and his companions too disruptive, severely hindering his mood for the impending game. This simple statement struck Qin Hao like a thunderclap. Under Lu Yu's inscrutable gaze, an inexplicable chill surged from his tailbone to the nape of his neck. He felt he was not facing a mere internet CAF owner, but rather a lofty being surveying him with a condescending gaze. All his arrogance crumbled under the weight of that calm scrutiny. He could scarcely muster a rebuttal. You'll regret this. Qin Hao spat, attempting to salvage his dwindling pride. I'll be here to witness how you become a destitute wretch. With that, he nearly fled in disgrace, accompanied by his previously silenced entourage, leaving the peculiar little shop in utter disarray. Inside, tranquility returned at last. Qin Feng finished his calls, his entire being feeling as if it had been drained of energy. His complexion as pale as parchment. Beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead. Yet, his blood-red eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. He lifted his gaze, fixing Lu Yu with a fervent stare, and spoke each word with deliberate gravitas. Give me 3 days. 30 billion, not a cent less. Chapter 17. The family's turmoil. The news of Qin Feng's intent to liquidate his family's assets swept through the Qin family estate like a sudden tempest, engulfing every corner within mere hours. Initially, disbelief reigned supreme. It was dismissed as a poorly conceived joke, the childish outburst of a failure enraged by an annual assessment. However, as confirmation calls from asset management firms and real estate agents flooded the Qin family residence, seeking verification of the authorization from the collateral descended Qin Feng, the entire family was shaken to its core. He has lost his mind. This was the instinctive reaction from all. To spiral into such despair over a modest annual assessment failure, to be publicly humiliated by Qin Hao, and resort to selling off family assets. This was not merely an imbalance of mindset. It was a complete mental breakdown. A worthless individual remains worthless. And to squander their family's legacy in such a spectacular fashion was a disgrace to the Qin name, duped by a street corner charlatan. 30 billion for a fish. Why not just rob a bank? Mockery and derision flowed freely throughout the family estate. Qin Feng's secluded little courtyard had never before been so bustling. His parents stumbled into his room, their expressions transformed from yesterday's despondence to rage and anguish. His father's finger trembled as it pointed at Qin Feng, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. His mother rushed forward, grasping his arm, her tears soaking through his clothing. Little Feng, tell me, have you suffered some trauma? What has that pet shop owner fed you? Quick, stop all transactions. We must go to the police and report that you've been scammed. There is still time. Her voice quivered with desperation. In the face of his parents' heartfelt concern, Qin Feng did not respond with his usual defiance, nor did he express impatience. He merely stood there quietly, allowing his mother to clutch his arm. Once their emotions had somewhat settled, he slowly lifted his gaze, his expression eerily calm, an unsettling calmness. Dad. Mom. His voice was soft yet imbued with an unprecedented resolve. Please trust me one last time. These words left his parents momentarily speechless. They gazed into their son's eyes, which were now devoid of confusion and anger, replaced instead by a steely determination that suggested he was prepared to risk it all. Simultaneously, within the heart of the Qin family estate, the conference hall was ablaze with light. An emergency meeting of the family elders was convened. The atmosphere was as tense as solidified lead. The eldest elder's countenance was so dark it seemed it might drip with moisture. The sole agenda was clear: how to address the disgraceful actions of collateral descendant Qin Feng, which had tarnished the family's reputation. Qin Hao also attended the meeting. Seated towards the back, his face betraying an unmistakable sense of smugness, he rose to his feet, embellishing the events that transpired at the pet store yesterday to the assembly of elders. He depicted Qin Feng as a fool, easily duped by a few words from a street con artist, a simpleton who sold his possessions for a ridiculous legend, a complete, irredeemable wastrel. Elders, esteemed uncles, Qin Feng's actions have not only brought disgrace upon himself, but have turned us into a laughingstock throughout the elite circles of Donghai City. He has made it seem as though the offspring of the Qin family are this foolish and easily deceived. I propose immediate and stringent measures, otherwise, our family's century-old reputation will be irrevocably tarnished. Qin Hao's words pierced the hearts of those present. The already grim expressions of the elders darkened further. To them, the future of a collateral descendant was trivial, but the dignity of the family was of paramount importance. The grand elder remained silent for a moment, then raised his hand and struck the table decisively. Resolution. His voice was cold and devoid of emotion. From this moment forth, in the name of the Elder Council, all of Qin Feng's assets that have yet to be transacted shall be frozen. Dispatch someone to bring him back. He needs to be confined to the isolation chamber for a proper awakening. This decision was tantamount to sentencing Qin Feng to death. Not only would it strip him of his last glimmer of hope, but it would also confine him, rendering him a complete laughingstock. However, they underestimated Qin Feng's resolve. Or rather, they underestimated the energy that one push to the brink could unleash. When the family enforcers arrived at Qin Feng's modest abode, they found it deserted. He had anticipated the family's intervention. While they deliberated in their meeting, he had already, through various channels, executed the transfer of all his assets at a price far below market value, completing the transactions with utmost haste. He had vanished from everyone's sight. The night deepened. In the southern suburbs of Donghai City, at an abandoned dock, the piercing roar of engines and the shrill screech of tires on pavement shattered the coastal silence. This was the gathering place for underground racing, a sanctuary for outlaws. Qin Feng stood beside the starting line, his well-tailored racing suit starkly contrasting with the leather-clad, tattooed crowd around him. He was still short 5 million. Selling his house, liquidating his stocks, even parting with his only pet, still fell short. The only assets left to him were 2 items: a valuable modified sports car registered in his name, and a piece of warm jade he had worn around his neck since childhood. This jade, a family heirloom from his mother's side, had been gifted to him by her in tears when he faced ridicule from the entire Qin family for his failure to awaken his powers, with her assuring him it would protect him. Ultimately, he exchanged that jade with a black market dealer for enough funds to stand at this pivotal gambling juncture. Now, he was prepared to wager his life in a race to fill the final gap. His opponent was a racer notorious for his reckless abandon. The stakes were their respective cars. "Kid, you still have time to regret it," his opponent taunted, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he made a slashing gesture across his throat. Qin Feng remained silent, simply opening the car door, sliding inside, and fastening his seatbelt. His gaze pierced through the dust-laden windshield towards the distant night sky, tinged red by the city lights. The leisurely pet store, the languid golden koi, and the proprietor's nonchalant words echoed in his mind. Have you ever heard of the koi leaping over the dragon gate? This was everything to him, the sole hope for which he staked his dignity, his familial ties, his past, and even his life. The traffic light turned green. The crimson glow reflected in his eyes, ablaze with fervent intensity. With a roar, the engine unleashed a primal growl, and the sports car shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. The details of the race remain shrouded in mystery. All that is known is that 30 minutes later, Qin Feng's car, its front end severely crumpled and nearly totaled, was towed away, while he emerged unscathed from his opponent's intact vehicle. One of his arms was dislocated, a gash on his forehead oozing blood that trickled down his cheek. Yet he had triumphed. He swiftly sold the victorious car to a dealer on site, converting it into the final piece of his 30 billion. With the card in hand, he limped toward the alley leading to the old street, his silhouette stretching long beneath the dim streetlights. Chapter 18, The Deal of Fate. The creaking glass door of the leisurely pet store swung open once more. The wind chime above emitted a cheap yet crisp sound. Lu Yu, engrossed in his game, called out without turning, "Just leave the takeout on the table." However, he received no response from the delivery person. Instead, An unsettling silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by an almost imperceptible, heavy breath. Lu Yu furrowed his brow in confusion and removed his headphones. Turning around, he beheld a figure who seemed to have emerged from a battlefield shrouded in smoke. Qin Feng. His once expensive racing suit was now tattered, smeared with oil and dust, with several torn areas stained with dried, dark red blood. His complexion was as pale as waterlogged paper, lips chapped and cracked, eyes hollowed and bloodshot. He radiated an air of profound exhaustion, as if he had slept for 3 days and nights. Yet those eyes, devoid of the previous anger and defiance, were now left with a haunting emptiness, as though all resolve had been extinguished. He stood there silently at the doorway, seemingly expending his last ounce of strength. Lu Yu gazed at him, a tempest of emotions swirling within. What the hell? Did he just come back from World War? Dude, did you spend 3 days scrambling for money or serving as a mercenary in Syria? This look is way too hardcore. Qin Feng said nothing. He took a step forward, limping resolutely towards the counter. Upon reaching it, he plunged a hand into his tattered pocket and extracted a bank card, an ordinary black card, even slightly worn at the edges. He gently placed the card on the dust-laden counter. The soft thud resonated like a heavy hammer in the stillness of the shop. 30 billion. His voice was hoarse, akin to 2 pieces of sandpaper scraping against each other. It's all in there. Lu Yu stared at the card, then at the seemingly on the brink of death young man before him, and could only think of 2 words: ruthless individual. Brother, you truly are a ruthless one. To go to such lengths for a fish, I'm almost convinced this is the real dragon. I salute your spirit. Yet, on the surface, Lu Yu maintained a demeanor of nonchalance, as if he had anticipated all of this. With a mere extension of his hand, he delicately grasped the bank card that bore the weight of all of Qin Feng's aspirations between 2 fingers. A faint acknowledgement escaped his lips, as if the sum in question were but 30 yuan, rather than an astronomical 30 billion. He seized the card reader from the counter and inserted the card, entering the amount. A cascade of zeros crowded the small screen, rendering it almost overwhelmed. Qin Feng leaned against the counter, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Yu's actions, acutely aware of the frantic pounding of his own heart. The moment Lu Yu pressed the confirmation button, a chilling yet monumental voice resonated within his mind. Audible only to him. Detection of fate transaction completed. Causal correction procedure initiated. Transaction amount: 3,000,000,000. Causal correction fee: 99, deducted. 2,970,000,000. Host commission: 1, credited. 30,000,000. Almost simultaneously, Lu Yu's phone vibrated, revealing a bank notification. Your savings card account XXXX has received a deposit of 3,000,000,000,000 yuan at XX. Current balance: 3,000,128,850 yuan. The corner of Lu Yu's eye twitched involuntarily. 30 million. Gazing at the string of digits, he began to earnestly contemplate his options. Should he refurbish this dilapidated establishment, equipping it with a complete set of central air conditioning and a fresh air system? Or perhaps invest in a top-of-the-line immersive gaming pod? Liberating himself from the disturbances of the outside world, maybe he could acquire the plot of land in the backyard and dig a swimming pool? The life of the wealthy is indeed so unpretentious and monotonous. He mused inwardly, his face betraying no emotion. Retrieving the bank card, he casually returned it to Qin Feng before turning away towards a corner. Lu Yu bent down, carefully lifting the glass fish tank that clashed with its surroundings. He then returned to the counter. There it is. It is now yours. Lu Yu placed the sizable tank before Qin Feng. Instantly, Qin Feng's gaze shifted from Lu Yu's face to the tank, his breath momentarily halting. Cautiously, he extended his trembling hands, the knuckles pale from tension, to cradle the edges of the tank. The cool, smooth glass sent a shiver through his fingertips, yet a warm current coursed through his arms, revitalizing his weary spirit. He lowered his head, fixating on the golden carp within, which floated languidly in the crystalline water, indifferent to the world beyond. As if sensing its new master's gaze, the carp glided slowly to the tank's wall, meeting Qin Feng's eyes through the thin barrier of glass. Its tiny, black bean-like eyes reflected the pallid, weary visage of Qin Feng. Then, it opened its mouth. A small, crystalline bubble emerged, bobbing gently to the surface. Such a simple, seemingly inconsequential act appeared to Qin Feng as nothing short of miraculous. This was a response. It was its answer to him. Cradling the tank as if it were the entirety of his reclaimed world, the sole glimmer of hope procured at great cost, he felt the redness in his eyes fade, replaced by a warm, moist emotion. He carefully embraced the tank, his movements tender as if afraid to disturb a slumbering infant. He turned to leave. Wait. Lu Yu's voice suddenly called from behind him. Qin Feng halted abruptly, his body tense as he turned to meet Lu Yu's gaze, questioning, "Is there further guidance, senior?" Lu Yu, sensing that this fellow had sacrificed much, felt a duty as the seller to offer aftercare. Should he return and inadvertently let the fish perish? The 30 million would weigh heavily on his conscience. He gathered his thoughts, attempting to convey the importance of caring for the precious creature with flair. Remember, the dragon gate must be ascended against the current. Only in adversity can a true dragon be nurtured. These words, borrowed from some motivational writing, were delivered in a calm yet profound tone. However, to Qin Feng, those two simple sentences struck like thunder, reverberating through his consciousness. Boom. In an instant, his mind became a void. Ascending against the current? Only in adversity can a true dragon be nurtured? It felt as though the very blood within his veins had ceased to flow. Understanding dawned upon him. He comprehended fully. The growth of this carp was not to be fostered in ease, nor with rare delicacies. It required tribulation, challenges, adversity, the struggle against the current. His senior was enlightening him. He was imparting the truth that the path to mythic evolution was fraught with obstacles. The oppression from his family, the humiliation from Qin Hao, the scorn of the world. Were these not the currents he must confront? He could no longer evade or endure in silence. He must embrace the challenge. Overcoming the hardships alongside the carp. This journey was not merely about nurturing a beast, it was also his own path of cultivation. This was the true essence of leaping through the dragon gate. With this realization, a profound clarity washed over him, akin to a divine revelation piercing through his very soul. His gaze towards Lu Yu transformed from one of mere reverence to genuine admiration. This senior was not merely selling a pet. He was peddling destinies and guiding souls. Qin Feng stepped back, cradling the fish tank, and bowed deeply to Lu Yu. His waist bent at a perfect 90 degrees, embodying the utmost humility. "I, student Qin Feng, shall heed your teachings." His voice, now resonant with newfound strength and determination, declared. Rising, he hesitated no longer. Clutching the tank, more precious than life itself, and strode away without a backward glance. His silhouette no longer bore the weight of fatigue or despair, but radiated a resolute spirit. As if he had burned his boats behind him. Inside the small shop, only Lu Yu remained, still maintaining his earlier enigmatic posture. He watched Qin Feng's disappearing figure, then glanced at his empty hands. His expression gradually shifted from calm to perplexed, ultimately morphing into utter bewilderment. "Teacher, when did I take on a student? What have I taught?" Chapter 19. Having Nothing and a New Beginning. Qin Feng cradled the glass fish tank as he walked through the desolate streets in the early morning hours. The night breeze carried the distinctive briny chill of the seaside, seeping through his tattered combat uniform, sending waves of icy discomfort through his dislocated arm. He was homeless. The houses of Tianlan Bay had changed hands. The grand residence of the Qin family was a prison he could never return to. The entire city of Donghai had become unrecognizably foreign overnight, leaving him without a place to rest. Yet, within him, there was no trace of confusion or fear. The fish tank cradled in his arms was heavy. The cold glass pressed against his chest like a powerful heart, continuously pumping a fervent belief into his limbs. With the last remnants of change from selling his sports car, he rented a dilapidated house with a small courtyard in the most secluded area of the southern suburbs of Donghai. The courtyard walls were overrun with unfamiliar vines, and rotting leaves lay piled in the corners, the air thick with the scent of damp earth. The lock on the iron gate was rusted, and Qin Feng exerted considerable effort to push it open, eliciting a grating creak that made one's teeth ache. This marked the beginning of his new chapter. With nothing, yet possessing everything, he did not tend to his wounds first. Instead, he carefully placed the fish tank on the only relatively clean wooden table in the room. He meticulously wiped every inch of the tank's walls until, under the dim light, the glass clearly reflected his bloodied and dust-coated face. He gazed at the leisurely golden koi within the tank. "From now on, I shall call you Little Gold," he murmured softly. This simple name seemed to forge an invisible bond. Little Gold gently flicked its tail in the water, as if in response. Qin Feng looked at his empty pockets and the decrepit house surrounding him, yet a profound sense of steadiness surged within him. Here, there was no family-esque disdain. No derision from Qin Hao, nor the disappointed gazes of his parents. Only he and his hope remained. He began to replace Little Gold's water daily with the finest bottled mineral water, carefully crushing the nutritional meals he could scarcely afford to feed his companion. Then, he devoted all his time to studying the map of Donghai City. He sought the countercurrent his teacher spoke of. Was it a raging river or a surging tide? He did not know, but he was willing to explore every possible avenue. However, the Qin family's movements were swifter than he had anticipated. On the evening of the third day, the rusted iron gate was violently kicked open from the outside. 3 men clad in the Qin family's standard combat uniform strode in, led by Qin Shan, the vice captain of the family's enforcement team. He cast a cold, disdainful glance over the dilapidated courtyard before his gaze settled on Qin Feng, his eyes brimming with unabashed contempt. Qin Feng, you truly bring shame to the family. Qin Shan's voice was devoid of emotion. Come back with us and surrender that fish. The great elder may show leniency, considering your youth and ignorance. Behind him, 2 enforcers had already fanned out, blocking all possible escape routes for Qin Feng. Qin Feng slowly rose to his feet, positioning himself in front of the wooden table that held the fish tank. He stared at Qin Shan, his expression disturbingly calm. I will not return. That fish is mine. Qin Shan's lips curled into a cruel smirk, as if he had just heard a joke. Yours? Everything you possess is given by the family. If the family wishes to reclaim it, you have no right to resist. He waved his hand, issuing the command. The 2 enforcers grinned maliciously and advanced towards Qin Feng, dismissing him as the family's recognized waste. Just as one of them reached out to seize Qin Feng's shoulder, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Little Gold, until now quietly residing in the tank, suddenly whipped its tail with no forewarning. A solid water arrow shot forth from the tank, its speed astonishing. It arced through the air with precision, striking Qin Shan squarely in the face. The impact was minimal, akin to a mere splash of water. Yet, the humiliation was overwhelming. The courtyard fell into an eerie silence. The 2 enforcers froze, disbelief etched across their faces. Qin Shan's muscles twitched violently. He wiped the water from his face, staring blankly at the wetness on his palm. A decorative koi? Launching an attack? How could this be? This defied all their knowledge as beastmasters. In that moment of their stupor, Qin Feng sprang into action, seizing the fleeting opportunity. He grasped the fish tank and dashed towards the low wall at the other end of the courtyard. Stop him! Qin Shan finally reacted, his voice a desperate roar. But it was too late. Qin Feng was intimately familiar with the terrain of this area. He vaulted over the low wall, plunging into a narrow, winding alleyway. Behind him, the angry shouts of pursuers echoed, but soon the intricate layout of the paths left them trailing in his wake. This small victory ignited a flame of confidence within Qin Feng. His teacher had been right. To swim against the current, to sail smoothly would not nurture a true dragon. The pursuit by the Qin family was his first trial against the current. He had succeeded. After evading his pursuers, Qin Feng did not pause for a moment. He knew the Qin family would not relent. The next time, they would send a stronger team. He needed to find the true Dragon Gate swiftly. He slipped into an underground information station hidden within the city's dark alleys. The pungent scent of smoke mingled with cheap alcohol as hooded figures navigated the shadows with wary eyes. With the last of his hidden funds tucked beneath his shoe, Qin Feng purchased a piece of information from a waxen-faced informant. In half a month, several major Beastmaster families in Donghai City, including our Qin family, will jointly open an A-grade secret realm, the informant whispered, his eyes glinting with greed. The Dragon Gate secret realm. It is said that deep within the secret realm lies a dragon transformation pool. Any water-type beast that manages to leap into it has the chance to undergo a profound evolution. Boom. The words Dragon Gate secret realm and dragon transformation pool resounded in Qin Feng's mind like thunderclaps, illuminating his thoughts. He understood instantly. This was the Dragon Gate his teacher had referred to, not a metaphor, not a mere legend, but a tangible location. Clutching the frayed slip of paper detailing the secret realm, his fingers trembled with exertion. Exiting the dim information station, he looked up at the night sky, tinged red by the city's neon lights. His gaze was brighter than ever before. That was his battlefield, the true starting point for him and Little Gold to leap through the Dragon Gate. Chapter 20. The ticket to the Dragon Gate secret realm. The frayed piece of paper bought from the informant lay spread out on the only rickety wooden table. The dimly lit bulb hung in midair, casting a meager glow that distorted his bowed silhouette against the wall. The words Dragon Gate secret realm and transformation pool seemed to possess an enchantment, igniting a warmth within his chest. This was the path his mentor had illuminated for him. Yet, when he spent the last of his meager funds to procure more detailed information from the shadowy underground intelligence station, the flickering flame of hope was doused by a deluge of cold reality. Entry qualifications were monopolized by the prestigious Beast Taming families of East Sea City. Each slot was worth its weight in gold, a coveted resource fiercely contended by the elite scions of these families. He, Qin Feng, a discarded pawn, cast out by his clan and regarded as a laughingstock among the city's upper echelons, found himself bereft of even the right to approach the entrance of the secret realm. The information broker, exhaling a plume of smoke through yellowed teeth, regarded him with pity. Yet, he was not entirely without prospects. In addition to the family quotas, a public selection competition had been organized, ostensibly for talented commoners, yet merely for show. But I advise you not to harbor any illusions, the broker scoffed, flicking ash from his cigarette. Those who emerge from that fray are seasoned warriors, each one a formidable contender. At your current state, you would merely be cannon fodder. Stepping out of the perpetually damp alley, Qin Feng once again stood beneath the neon lights of the city. A profound sense of loss settled within him like a heavy lead weight in his stomach. He returned to his dilapidated rented room and sat despondently on the edge of his bed. His gaze drifted to the fishbowl on the table. The small goldfish floated serenely in the water, indifferent to the world beyond its confines, as if its universe consisted solely of that tiny aquatic realm, tranquil and untroubled. Suddenly, Qin Feng's pupils constricted. A voice thundered in his mind. One cannot raise a true dragon in smooth waters. Every word from his mentor reverberated like a hammer, striking his very soul. Clarity washed over him. The public selection competition was merely a current everyone was striving to navigate. That path, appearing straightforward, was not meant for him. His mentor had long since pointed him toward a different direction, upstream against the tide. The path he sought was one that no one dared to tread, let alone contemplate. Qin Feng's eyes rekindled with a fierce light. No longer lost. His mind began to whirl with unprecedented speed. The family that once represented his greatest obstacle now emerged as his sole avenue for breakthrough. No one understood the Qin family's operational dynamics better than he did. The intricate web of alliances and the shadowy gray areas that lurked beneath the surface. He sprang to his feet, scavenging the room for anything he could sell, amassing a final pitiful sum of money. He needed information, intelligence regarding the transportation of resources to the Dragon Gate's secret realm. 2 days later, in the northern outskirts of East Sea City, at an abandoned gas station. The night was deep and still, punctuated only by a few decrepit streetlights casting a feeble glow through the moist air. Several heavily modified off-road trucks loomed like a pride of steel beasts, silently parked in the shadows. A group of brawny men, exuding an aura of bloodshed and ferocity, gathered around a bonfire, laughing boisterously as they downed shots of strong liquor. They were the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps, East Sea City's most notorious yet reliable armed escort force. Long-standing partners of the Qin family, Qin Feng concealed himself behind a crumbling wall, blending seamlessly into the darkness. He bore a bulging backpack containing all his possessions, including a small fishbowl carefully wrapped in black cloth. His gaze pierced through the flickering flames. Locking onto the mercenary leader, a one-eyed man with a grotesque scar etched across his face. Xiong Feng, a ruthless individual who recognized only strength and profit, disregarding status or lineage. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Qin Feng straightened his tattered, yet relatively clean attire and stepped into the light. His entrance silenced the raucous camp instantly. A dozen cold, wary, scrutinizing gazes fell upon him like daggers. Who is this kid? Get lost. A burly mercenary barked impatiently. Ignoring him, Qin Feng strode directly toward Xiong Feng in the center of the camp. Captain Xiong, he spoke, his voice soft yet unmistakably clear in the stillness of the night. Xiong Feng narrowed his single eye, assessing the disheveled youth before him. Do you know me? In East Sea City, there was scarcely a soul unfamiliar with the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps leader. I do, Qin Feng replied, neither demeaning nor overly assertive. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Xiong Feng's mouth. He remained silent, but gestured for Qin Feng to continue. Qin Feng's gaze swept over the stacks of supply crates beside the trucks. The boxes were tightly sealed, yet a faint aura of spirit plants wafted from the crevices. He paused momentarily, as if discerning the scents in the air. Then he pointed to a truck in the far corner. That truck contains Qiyang grass and Shuangwu fern. Doesn't he it? For the first time, a flicker of change crossed Xiong Feng's expression. These two spirit plants were among the critical supplies for the current transport, classified information. Their opposing energy properties, one yang and one yin, could conflict with one another, though separated by special lead boxes. Keeping them in the same enclosed compartment for over 12 hours would still lead to mutual erosion of their energy fields. Qin Feng's voice remained steady, as though stating an established fact. It has likely been 10 hours already. In another 2 hours, this batch will lose at least 30% of its efficacy. The camp fell into a hushed silence. All the mercenaries halted their activities, staring incredulously at the young man. They were merely responsible for the escort and had no knowledge of such intricate pharmacology. Xiong Feng's single eye fixed intently on Qin Feng, and they stood in silence for what felt like an eternity. Go check, he commanded his deputy in a low voice. The deputy immediately led a group to pry open the truck's compartment. Moments later, he returned, his face pale, holding 2 spirit plants in his hands. Captain. He was right. The deputy's voice trembled. The edges of the Qiyang grass leaves are already turning black. Boom. This revelation sent shockwaves through the ranks of mercenaries. If this shipment went awry, not only would they forfeit their payment, but they would also owe the Qin family a hefty sum, jeopardizing the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps reputation. Xiong Feng sprang to his feet, his towering figure casting an imposing shadow in the firelight. He strode toward Qin Feng, his sharp gaze akin to that of a hawk. "Who are you?" "Qin Feng," he stated calmly, revealing his name. "The waste of the Qin family?" Xiong Feng's tone held a hint of disbelief. This name had become notorious in East Sea City's elite circles. "Once," Qin Feng replied. Xiong Feng scrutinized him, noting the glimmering intensity in his eyes amidst the darkness. He saw dishevelment and fatigue, yet not a trace of despair or resignation. Instead, there exists a heart-pounding obsession intertwined with madness. This forsaken wretch, abandoned by his family, seems rather different from the rumors that circulate. Xiong Feng remained silent. He was a rough man, yet not devoid of intelligence. He could sense the scent of profit and discern true talent. Before him stood a young man whose abilities may have been lacking. Yet his perception and audacity transcended many so-called geniuses he had encountered. "What do you desire?" Xiong Feng inquired directly. "I wish to accompany you." Qin Feng articulated his intentions. "I seek a quota to enter the Longman's secret realm." "Huh." Xiong Feng erupted in laughter as if he had heard a joke. "Kid, do you even grasp the magnitude of what you're saying? Is that place somewhere you can go?" "I understand." Qin Feng met his scrutinizing gaze, articulating each word with precision. "I can resolve all potential material hazards and ensure that this shipment arrives intact. This is my worth, and the leverage I possess for this entry ticket." Xiong Feng's solitary eye flickered with an enigmatic light. He regarded Qin Feng, this audacious youth, and saw a reflection of his younger self, equally scorned, driven to the brink, and daring enough to stake everything on a slim chance. After a prolonged silence, he broke into a grin, revealing a set of teeth yellowed from smoke and drink, a grotesque scar twisting upon his visage. "Why should I trust you?" Qin Feng remained silent. He slowly unstrapped his backpack and placed it upon the ground. Then, before all present, he unzipped it, unveiling the dark cloth that shrouded its contents. An ordinary glass fish tank emerged, within which floated a singular golden koi, tranquil and poised. All the mercenaries present, seasoned beastmasters, could discern no extraordinary features about this fish. It appeared as nothing more than a commonplace specimen available at any pet market for a mere handful of coins. Qin Feng's hand gently rested upon the tank. "This is my assurance." His voice resonated with an undeniable fervor and confidence. Xiong Feng scrutinized the fish, then glanced back at Qin Feng. He was perplexed. Yet, within Qin Feng's eyes, he discerned something akin to faith. Ultimately, he burst into laughter, the sound echoing through the vast night. "Intriguing. Truly damn fascinating." He clapped Qin Feng on the shoulder with such force that it sent a shiver through Qin Feng's bones. "In my lifetime, I've always relished dealing with lunatics. From this moment forth, you shall be our iron-blood mercenary core accompanying consultant. Kid, welcome aboard." At that instant, the tension in Qin Feng's body dissipated entirely. He had succeeded. He found himself seated in the jostling confines of a cargo truck, surrounded by neatly stacked supply crates. The air thick with the mingling scents of various spiritual herbs and metals. Embracing his backpack, he cautiously peeled back a corner. In the dim light of the truck, the scales of the little koi glimmered faintly. He gazed at it, his eyes brimming with unprecedented anticipation. "Teacher, Longman, I am coming." Chapter 21. The final report of the appraiser as Qin Feng scurried along the fringes of darkness for an elusive qualification within the headquarters of the East Sea Beast Association. In an office crammed with bookshelves and filing cabinets, the air was laden with the scent of aged paper and bitter coffee. Senior appraiser Wang Zhen was poised before a document on his screen, tapping the final period. His fingers lingered on the keyboard, his grizzled brows knitted in concentration. The screen's glow illuminated the myriad wrinkles on his face, and in his eyes, having witnessed countless rare and exotic beasts, there lingered only a profound blend of awe and confusion. He hesitated to submit the report, leaning back in his chair and swiveling to glance at the 3 parallel electronic files on his desk. The first file pertained to Lin Shi slime, a creature whose performance utterly defied existing biological understanding, akin to a miracle conjured from thin air. The second file detailed the withering and flourishing grass he had witnessed firsthand, a peculiar plant that experienced life and death within a single night, mocking the limitations of contemporary botany. The third file, which he had accessed through his privileges, concerned Qin Feng, a rebellious scion of the Qin family who had, astonishingly, sold all his assets and even wagered his life for an unremarkable ornamental koi. This irrational madness sent a chill through Wang Zhen, more so than the emergence of the slime itself. 3 independent events, a scholarly beauty, a discarded child of a beastmaster clan, and a near-extinct spiritual herb, intersected at that inconspicuous pet shop nestled deep within the old street. This could not possibly be mere coincidence. Wang Zhen inhaled deeply, sensing an invisible hand manipulating the threads of destiny for certain individuals in a manner beyond mortal comprehension. He redirected his gaze to the report on the screen, titled Preliminary Hypothesis and Observational Report on the Intervener of Fate. In this document, he poured forth a lifetime of rigor and restraint, yet still penned words potent enough to overturn the entire worldview of Beastmasters. He audaciously posited a hypothesis. The Yuan Pet Shop was not merely a vendor of pets. Rather, it was a purveyor of seeds of fate. Each seed represented a singular path leading to the pinnacle of myth. The price paid by the purchasers was far beyond mere currency. It was the resolve strong enough to alter their destinies. The determination to risk everything for a future that hung in the balance. Money was merely a superficial gauge employed by the enigmatic shopkeeper to measure this awakening. As for the shopkeeper, Lu Yu, Wang Jun retrieved his ludicrously simplistic file. Young, handsome, easygoing, and gaming-obsessed. Then, with a tone bordering on reverence, he inscribed his interpretations in the report. Target individual, Lu Yu, observation code, sower. Personality analysis, speculative his nonchalant demeanor is not mere lethargy. It reflects a transcendent state of enlightenment, unencumbered by worldly trivialities. Only one truly devoid of desire can bear the weight of altering another's fate. His gaming fixation is not a distraction. It serves as a unique form of cultivation, allowing him to traverse the mundane and experience the vast spectrum of existence. Observing the myriad lives within the virtual realm may be one of his pleasures. Thus, it is highly probable that this individual is an unfathomable, mysterious entity traversing the human realm with unknown motives and immeasurable abilities. Upon completing this section, Wang Jun himself felt a wave of absurd trepidation. Yet, he could unearth no other reasonable explanation. He pressed the send button. This report, once encrypted, was dispatched directly to the highest echelons of the East Sea Beast Association's internal server. Half an hour later, within a circular conference room imbued with futuristic technology, the atmosphere was stiflingly tense. In the center of the conference table, a holographic projection vividly displayed the contents of Wang Jun's report in striking three-dimensional typography, clear for all senior executives to behold. An oppressive silence enveloped the room, a silence that lingered for an eternity. Was Elder Wang perhaps fatigued of late, his mind somewhat adrift? It was a sharp-minded middle-aged director, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, who first shattered the stillness. His fingers gently tapped on the table, the sound resounding with unabashed skepticism. Seeds of destiny. Sours. Playing with the world? With all due respect, this appears more akin to the premise of a third-rate fantasy novel than a rigorously compiled report from our esteemed appraisal expert. His words elicited murmurs of agreement from several attendees. Indeed, some of it was rather bewildering. What we require are data and verifiable theories, not such metaphysical conjectures. To interpret a young man's idleness and penchant for play as enlightenment and worldliness is excessively subjective. Yet, the presiding chairman, an elderly gentleman with hair flecked with gray and eyes sharp as an eagle-s, slowly raised his hand, breaking the noise with an imperious silence. Then, who can provide me with a data-driven, theoretically verifiable explanation? His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable weight of authority. Who can elucidate why an ordinary slime can evolve into an unprecedented chaotic form? Who can explain how a plant deemed utterly dead can miraculously revive overnight? Who can account for why that proud scion of the Qin family, Qin Foam, would wager everything on an inconspicuous carp that elicits no apparent anomaly? The relentless inquiries plunged the conference room back into a profound quietude. The previously skeptical director opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. Indeed, they could question Wang Jun's hypotheses, but they could not refute the inexplicable realities that had already transpired. The chairman surveyed the room, his gaze finally resting upon the title of the report. I care not whether he is a sower or a harbinger of fate. I only know that an entity capable of creating miracles at will, beyond our control, has manifested in Donghai City. The priority of this matter must be elevated to the highest degree. He turned to his secretary. Resolution. First, encrypt Wang Jun's report, along with all pertinent data on Lin Shi and Qin Feng, at the highest level and report it immediately to the federal headquarters. Second, establish a specialized observation team to conduct round-the-clock remote surveillance of the Yuan Pet Shop and its proprietor, Lu Yu. Remember, it is observation, not engagement, let alone disturbance. Third, provisionally classify Lu Yu's danger and confidentiality level as S-Class. This resolution prompted a collective gasp from all present. S-Class, typically reserved for the most formidable dimensional rifts threatening an entire city, or the legendary taboo entities. Now, this classification was being assigned to a seemingly innocuous pet shop owner. An invisible web, woven by the hand of federal authority, was quietly unfurling above Donghai City, unbeknownst to all. Its epicenter was the dimly lit Yuan Pet Shop. And the target of this vast net, Lu Yu himself, remained blissfully unaware. preoccupied with contemplating whether to convert his backyard into an outdoor swimming pool or an indoor heated one. Chapter 22. The inauguration of the High School Pet Beast League. 2 days later, Central Sports Arena. The Donghai City High School Pet Beast League was underway. Tens of thousands of seats were filled to capacity, the cacophony of voices nearly threatening to lift the vast dome. A colossal screen displayed promotional videos of the league's top-seed competitors, each transition inciting a thunderous wave of cheers and screams. This venue served as the launching pad for aspiring beast tamers, as well as the battlefield of their destinies. In the recruitment section, admissions officers from various regions sat upright, their sharp gazes scrutinizing everything within the arena, as if selecting the most precious gemstones. The atmosphere was taut, almost frozen. Lin Shi, accompanied by other seed competitors, entered through a dedicated passage into the limelight. The blinding lights compelled her to squint instinctively. Surrounding her were the confident conversations of other contestants, accompanied by their majestic and formidable pet beasts, clad in a faded, ordinary sports outfit and cradling an unremarkable glass tank. She quietly stood in a corner, starkly contrasting with the surrounding hubbub. Next to enter is the seed competitor from Donghai City 3rd High School, Lin Shi. The announcement reverberated. Lin Shi's name and photograph illuminated the arena's largest screen. Shortly thereafter, her pet's information was displayed in bold font. Pet Beast, Slime. The roaring enthusiasm of the crowd abruptly hit the pause button, plunging the arena into an eerie 3-second silence. Soon after, suppressed whispers surged like a tidal wave from all directions, culminating in an uncontrollable wave of laughter. A slime? Surely, I must be mistaken. How could such a creature emerge among this year's seed competitors? Has the 3rd high school run out of candidates? Or is this merely a novel publicity stunt? Ha ha, the year's most amusing jest. These piercing remarks pricked at the heart of the arena. In the competitors' waiting area, Li Yu's gaze was like a poisoned dagger, fixated on Lin Shi's back. Beside her, her increasingly robust flame hound emitted a low growl, its injuries long healed, now exuding an even stronger aura. Yujia, look at her. She's simply struck lucky, sneered a companion dismissively. Patience, Li Yu replied, a venomous smirk curling her lips. In the upcoming group matches, I will make her understand that a waste remains a waste, and even fortune cannot render a genius. She vowed to publicly shatter the pride of the woman who had brought her humiliation alongside her detestable slime. At the recruitment section, most admissions officers merely cast a cursory glance at the screen's information before turning their attention elsewhere, disinterested. A slime? A recruitment officer from a prestigious Southern university shook his head in disdain. Even if she fortuitously wins a match in the simulation tests, what does it matter? The species limitations of pet beasts are evident. She will never touch the threshold of B class, rendering her devoid of cultivation value. Just a gimmick. Another teacher concurred, stamping Lin Shi's profile with a red not considered label. In the eyes of these seasoned professionals, one's future was nearly predetermined by the type of pet beast one possessed. However, in the front row, at the seat designated for the Federal's premier institution, Kinching Academy, a young woman of refined demeanor delicately tapped on Lin Shi's detailed profile with her fair fingers. She was clad in a meticulously tailored cream-colored professional suit, adorned with a pair of rimless glasses that framed her clear and profound eyes. Her gaze was fixated on the complete video recording of the simulated battle from a few days prior. The footage was somewhat blurred, yet the scene of the slime-consuming flames caused her elegantly arched brows to furrow slightly. Beside her, an assistant inquired softly, Ms. Su, is there an issue with this student? The woman referred to as Ms. Su did not respond, merely shaking her head slowly. At that moment, the atmosphere in the venue reignited with excitement. Now, we shall commence the draw for the group matches. The large screen at the center displayed the contestants' avatars, which began to whirl rapidly like a colossal slot machine. Each freeze of the frame brought forth a chorus of either surprise or dismay. Li Yu's name was placed in Group C, which was notably weaker overall, and a triumphant smirk spread across her face. However, when Lin Shi's avatar was revealed, a collective gasp resonated throughout the crowd. Her name was glaringly listed in Group A, directly beneath 3 prodigious young talents renowned throughout Donghai City, each accompanied by meticulously cultivated C-grade rare pets. This was universally acknowledged as the Group of Death. Ha! Did you see that? Li Yu could no longer contain her schadenfreude, laughing loudly at those around her. Even the heavens are on my side. She won't even make it past the group stage. Those monsters will tear her apart. Countless gazes filled with sympathy, pity, and glee converged on the solitary figure of Lin Shi. Yet, she appeared oblivious to it all. Her expression remained unchanged, even as she did not lift her eyelids. She calmly caressed the icy glass tank cradled in her arms. Xiao and I, she silently murmured. Instead of the surrounding mockery and gossip, her mind conjured images of the dark, abandoned mine, the cavern that resembled a starry cosmos, and the profound, starlit blackness that Xiao and I transformed into after devouring celestial iron. The opportunity bestowed by her senior granted her an unwavering confidence, one that allowed her to look down upon all challengers. The first match of Group A begins. In the blue corner, representing Saga High School, Zhao Kai, opposing him. From 3rd Middle School, Lin Shi. With the referee's resounding proclamation, a tall, arrogant youth stepped onto the stage, accompanied by a sleek, elegantly patterned light blue-spotted cheetah. This cheetah bore a third closed eye on its forehead, emanating a fierce wind elemental aura. A C-grade powerful pet, the three-eyed wind leopard. Renowned for its unparalleled speed and explosive power, Zhao Kai stood confidently, arms crossed, casting a condescending gaze upon the slowly ascending Lin Shi, his lips curling into a sneer. The referee raised his right hand, addressing both competitors. Ready. Zhao Kai couldn't even be bothered to position his pet for an attack. Against the slime, I only need 10 seconds. In an instant, the referee's hand fell sharply. The match commenced. Zhao Kai hardly spared a glance as the three-eyed wind leopard transformed into a blur of azure, dashing toward the black slime at the center of the stage with a piercing sound. Its claws extended, glinting ominously under the lights. To the ordinary spectators, it appeared as though a streak of blue lightning had crossed dozens of meters in an instant. Many instinctively shut their eyes, unwilling to witness the anticipated carnage. Li Yu's face blossomed with a cruel smile, one befitting a victor. Yet, Lin Shi on the stage remained unperturbed. She did not retreat a single step. Instead, she calmly uttered a few words. Xiao and I, harden, defend. At the command S moment, the previously motionless Xiao and I, its dark gelatinous form, suddenly manifested a peculiar, obsidian-like metallic sheen. This remarkable defense was the result of the starry form's passive activation, altering its structural integrity. In the blink of an eye, the three-eyed wind leopard's claws, imbued with the intent to shred, struck against Xiao and I. The anticipated scene of splattered slime did not materialize. Instead, an ear-splitting boom reverberated through the arena. It sounded less like claws striking a living being and more akin to a steel ingot crashing against the hardest alloy shield. Sparks flew. The claws, capable of piercing steel, merely grazed Xiao Ni's surface, leaving a shallow white mark before being repelled by a tremendous recoil. The C-grade pet, renowned for its agility and strength, emitted a cry of pain, staggering back a few steps. It stared in disbelief at its slightly numbed, even somewhat jagged claws, its emerald eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Every expression froze in place. Those who had anticipated a spectacle of ridicule, those with disdainful faces, and those ready to mock were now rendered speechless, as if someone had grasped their throats. In the competitors section, Li Yu's smile faltered, her mouth slightly agape, disbelief replacing the venomous envy in her eyes. The admissions officer, who had just dismissed the slime's potential, dropped his pen with a clatter. What kind of slime is that? How could its body be so hard? Did I hear something? Was that the sound of metal clashing? After the silence, an uproar erupted like a volcanic explosion. Observant viewers finally recognized this extraordinary slime. It's it, the one from the video, the slime that devoured flames. Heavens, it's true. It really isn't an ordinary slime. On the stage, Zhao Kai's once arrogant face turned ashen. He fixated on the trembling forepaws of his three-eyed wind leopard, then glanced at the unharmed Xiao and I, still calmly stationed in place, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The proclamation of needing 10 seconds now resounded like a resounding slap across his face. Humiliation and astonishment instantly morphed into an overwhelming fury. Useless. What are you doing? He bellowed at his pet in exasperation. Use your innate skill. Tear it to shreds. The three-eyed wind leopard, sensing its master's wrath, suppressed its discomfort, letting out a roar as the third eye on its forehead snapped open. A ring of azure energy coalesced around it. Windblade, with Zhao Kai's command. Dozens of crescent-shaped wind blades, forged from highly concentrated elemental air, materialized out of thin air. They howled with a menacing shriek, resembling a perilous storm of blades that encircled and sealed off every conceivable escape route for the small slime, slicing through the air with deadly precision. The atmosphere of the arena was thrown into disarray, a chaotic whirl of air. In this moment, everyone held their breath. Enduring a physical attack was one matter. Facing such a wide-ranging elemental skill, a slime with nearly zero mobility was nothing short of a living target. Yet, Lin Shi's countenance remained utterly unfazed. Once again, she issued a command that left everyone, including her opponent Zhao Kai, utterly perplexed. Little Mud, devour. Devour? Devour those wind blades. How could that even be possible? Just as this question flooded the minds of the spectators, Little Mud sprang into action. However, its target was not those whistling wind blades. Instead, it aimed for the hard, cold metallic arena beneath it, constructed of a specialized alloy. In an astonishing display, its black, gelatinous form plunged downward, as if it were a sentient pool of liquid, instantly merging with the ground. The alloy floor of the arena was corroded, decomposed, and consumed at a visibly rapid rate. A substantial circular section, exceeding 2 meters in diameter, vanished into thin air. In the next moment, little mud surged forth from the newly formed pit. Its size had expanded significantly, and its surface underwent a profound transformation. A thick, menacing black armor, shimmering with a constellation of starlight, rapidly materialized, enveloping its entire form. The texture of this armor was incomparably more solid and weighty than its previous hardened state. Just as the armor fully formed, the multitude of wind blades finally collided with it. The sound of clashing resonated like a symphony of metal as countless sparks erupted from the black armor. Those blades, capable of effortlessly slicing through rock, left only fleeting white marks on its surface, failing to leave even the faintest impression. Little mud hovered in midair, completely unscathed. At that moment, the entire world fell silent. Time seemed to freeze. Everyone stared gaping-mouthed, stupefied by the scene unfolding in the arena. They gazed at the metal arena with a massive hole chewed out of it, and at the creature clad in its menacing, starry armor, resembling a demon's descent. Their minds had utterly lost the capacity for rational thought. Zhao Kai's face drained of color. He extended a trembling finger, quaking with sheer fear and shock, pointing at the being that had transcended his understanding. His lips trembled as he vocalized the absurd thought that echoed in everyone's minds. It ate the arena? Chapter 24. This is strategy, not cheating. This statement reverberated like a thunderclap in the ears of the onlookers. The chief referee instinctively glanced at the smooth, mirror-like surface of the massive pit, with remnants of corrosive marks along its edges, his atoms apple-bobbing uncontrollably. Having officiated for 30 years and presided over thousands of matches, witnessing beasts shatter arenas, collapse walls, or even topple ceilings, he had never seen, nor imagined, a beast would treat the arena as an all-you-can-eat buffet. Referee, this must be a violation, right? Zhao Kai, clutching at the last shred of hope, yelled desperately towards the referee's stand. It destroyed the competition venue. This is definitely against the rules. His outcry shattered the frozen air, providing an outlet for the restless crowd. Yes, how does this count? Is there a rule against beasts consuming the arena? Unheard of. The referees and event supervisors on the officiating panel engaged in urgent, brief discussions through their headsets. Rule 73 prohibits the use of external objects to aid in combat, one voice asserted. But this was an integral part of its enhancement, not a weapon used against its opponent. The chief referee countered sharply, his gaze fixed on the slime clad in its astral armor. More importantly, there was no clause in the rules forbidding beasts from devouring the arena, because no one had ever conceived such a scenario. How should it be adjudicated? A draw? Or a rematch? A rematch? The chief referee's voice carried a hint of absurdity. What would be the basis for a rematch? Allow it to gnaw on another piece of the flooring? After a brief silence, the chief referee took a deep breath and made the final decision. The rules had not been violated. He shut off internal communication, straightened his posture, and activated the loudspeaker. His clear and undeniable voice resonated throughout every corner of the venue. After deliberation, the judging panel has determined that contestant Lin Shi's beast has not violated any existing competition regulations. The match continues. This ruling struck like cold water poured into a scalding pot of oil, causing an eruption throughout the arena. In the admissions section, the previously dismissive recruitment officer's face flushed red as he mumbled to himself. Utilizing the arena in such a manner? In the competitors section, Liyu's face, twisted with jealousy, turned ashen. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms, the pain overshadowed by the shock reverberating within her. She could neither comprehend nor accept it. Why? Why did that worthless being possess such a monster? At the front row, Teacher Su from the Tianxing Academy slowly removed her rimless glasses. She gently massaged her temples, and a powerful light, infused with excitement and confusion, glimmered in her deep-set eyes for the first time. She whispered to her assistant beside her, "Immediately elevate the priority of this slime to the highest level. I want all its data, including that of its master, and where it was acquired." On the arena, Zhao Kai heard the final ruling. His last hope shattered. His once handsome face contorted in extreme rage and humiliation. His rationality collapsed under the gaze of tens of thousands. He let out a beast-like roar, his eyes blazing red as he pointed at the dark creature. Kill it. Kill it for me. Use the wind claw. Tear it apart. Use all your skills." The three-eyed wind leopard sensed its master's near-crumbling emotions and let out a low growl, transforming into a blue shadow as it charged forward once more. This time, it held nothing back. Its claws, enveloped in dense azure wind elements, slashed through the air, each swipe generating a flurry of sharp claw shadows. raining down upon Little Mud's starry armor like a tempest. Clang, clang, clang. The cacophony of rapid metal clashes rang out, as sparks erupted from the black armor like festive fireworks. Yet, the armor, having formed from the devoured specialized alloy, proved to be unyieldingly resilient. Regardless of how ferocious and rapid the onslaught of the three-eyed wind leopard may be, it leaves not a single mark of genuine injury upon its target. It merely exhausts its own stamina, wearing down its claws in vain. In the center of the arena, the small entity known as Mud remains utterly motionless throughout. It stands like an ancient black reef, impervious to the tumultuous waves that crash against it. This absolute defense, this suffocating sense of oppression, renders Zhao Kai's frenzied assaults a mere farcical solo act. Lin Shi's gaze remains imbued with an unusual tranquility. She observes Zhao Kai, who is now driven to madness, and the three-eyed wind leopard, whose offensive has begun to wane, its breaths growing increasingly labored. She knows the moment has arrived. Mud, she softly intones, issuing an entirely new command. Stellar shards. At the instant the command is given, the previously defensive Mud, clad in its menacingly thick starry armor, begins to tremble violently. Countless minuscule black particles, shimmering with a cold brilliance, peel away from the armor's seams, emerging into view. In the next moment, boom, a muffled explosion resonates. The armor erupts as if detonated, and a myriad of starry black shards hurtles forth like a celestial rain, inundating the area ahead. This is no mere physical assault. Each shard harbors the strange energy of the stellar body, imbued with a chilling, deathly penetrative force. The three-eyed wind leopard reacts with remarkable swiftness. Instinctively, it maximizes its speed at the very moment of the explosion, leaving behind hazy afterimages on the arena floor as it attempts to evade this lethal barrage. Its speed is indeed astonishing, allowing it to dodge a majority of the shards. Yet the sheer volume is overwhelming, too dense to escape unscathed. Slicing sounds fill the air. Dozens of fine crimson lines erupt across the agile form of the three-eyed wind leopard, which emits a pained howl as its movements become momentarily stiffened. More shards seize this opportunity, striking its body. Blood stains its beautiful pale blue fur, and the excruciating pain causes its once proud speed to falter for the first time. Zhao Kai gazes at his bloodied companion, and the madness in his eyes is swiftly replaced by a flicker of fear. Quick, create distance. He shouts urgently. Use Windblade. Don't let it close in. The three-eyed wind leopard, gritting its teeth against the agony, leaps backward, retreating to the edge of the arena, putting several meters between itself and Mud. It gasps for air, its third eye once again gathering a green radiance. Zhao Kai's tactical intent is clear. If close combat is futile and defense impenetrable, then utilize speed to kite from afar with ranged skills. This is the standard strategy against slow-moving targets. However, Lin Shi merely watches him with a glimmer of pity in her eyes, as if she has already seen through all his thoughts. She issues a command that silences the entire world. Mud, absorb the opponent's attack. What? Absorb the attack? The thought flickers through the minds of all present. Meanwhile, the three-eyed wind leopard has already conjured dozens of crescent-shaped wind blades, their piercing shrieks directed at Mud. Facing this energy assault capable of slicing through steel, Mud does not evade. It does not harden again. Instead, it slowly opens a fissure in its once again smooth, black, gelatinous body. The gap widens, forming a bottomless vortex that seems capable of devouring all light, an abstract mouth. As the wind blades make contact with the vortex, there is no explosion, no sound. They vanish as if swallowed by the profound darkness, without a trace. The entire process is eerily silent. On Lin Shi's left wrist, the unassuming Beast Taming wristband screen flickers to life, displaying a line of tiny text visible only to her. Your pet has absorbed wind elements. Wind resistance increased by 1. Analyzing skill wind blade. Analysis failed. Skill level 2 low. No analytical value. The text flickers and vanishes. Yet on the arena, a faint azure airflow begins to subtly weave around Mud's entirely black form. Chapter 25. The Birth of the Slime Queen. Analysis failure does not imply that the previous absorption was in vain. Under the astonished gazes of Zhao Kai and the three-eyed wind leopard, Mud's body once again splits open. But this time, what bursts forth is not pure darkness. It is a mix of stellar shards, compressed to the utmost, manifesting as an azure airflow. This airflow emulates the shape of the wind blade, yet it moves faster, with a more unpredictable trajectory, and carries a more terrifying force. It is a counterfeit wind blade, enhanced by the energy of the stellar body. Get away. Zhao Kai's voice rises to a piercing shriek of fear. The three-eyed wind leopard's fur bristles. It endures the searing pain from dozens of wounds and unleashes its final burst of strength in an attempt to dodge sideways. Yet its once proud speed appears utterly impotent at this moment. The azure airflow, mixed with starlight, crosses the distance of several meters in an utterly unreasonable manner. A sickening tearing sound resonates. The three-eyed wind leopard's chest is pierced by this attack, leaving a gruesome gaping wound. It emits a short, anguished howl, its massive body momentarily stiffening in midair before crashing heavily onto the hard arena floor, convulsing a few times before falling silent. The vibrant green in its eyes swiftly dims. She has emerged victorious. Once more, the entire arena is plunged into a prolonged, deathly silence. Tens of thousands of gazes converge upon the bloodied, fallen three-eyed wind leopard, gradually shifting to the unscathed, quietly hovering black entity at the center of the arena. Finally, the focus settles on the girl in faded sportswear, whose expression has remained largely unchanged throughout. 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. When the first applause erupts, it is as if a fuse has ignited dynamite. Boom. Thunderous applause. A tidal wave of astonishment and cheers instantly detonates throughout the entire venue. She won. She truly won. What manner of creature is that? Is it truly a slime? Instant kill. That was a C-rank, three-eyed wind leopard. And it was annihilated just like that. Those who had previously mocked, scorned, and reveled in their misfortune now rise to their feet. They crane their necks, gazing at she and her mud at the center of the arena with an expression akin to witnessing a miracle. Shock, yearning, fervor. In the realm of university admissions, the once fervent admissions officer, who had confidently asserted that the slime held no cultivation value, now stood with a flushed face, mouth agape as if one could fit an egg inside. Beside him, a colleague frantically sifted through she's records, desperately attempting to erase the conspicuous red, not considered tag. But his trembling fingers repeatedly misclicked. Meanwhile, in the contestants' area, Liyu's face, once deemed relatively attractive, now bore a pallid hue. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails embedding deeply into her palms. The pain was insignificant compared to the icy dread that enveloped her heart. How could this be? That worthless, wretched slime had become so formidable? In the front row, at the esteemed Tianqing Academy, a poised and erudite teacher, Sue, slowly readjusted her frameless glasses. A beguiling smile graced her lips as she picked up her pen and solemnly inscribed a line in her electronic notepad. Shi, potential rating SS level. Recommendation: immediately initiate the Tianqing Special Admission Program. At that moment, amidst the audience, a voice erupted with fervor, a roar that seemed to resonate with the very air. Slime Queen. This resounding moniker, imbued with an enchanting allure, swiftly spread through the throngs of spectators. Slime Queen. Slime Queen. The cheers coalesced into a tidal wave, an homage to the girl who had conjured miracles. She descended the arena with a serene demeanor, carefully placing the small slime back into its glass tank. She felt neither joy from her victory nor pride from the surrounding adulation. Embracing the glass tank, she quietly returned to the waiting area, fully aware that all this glory, this life-altering power, stemmed from that inconspicuous little shop. Meanwhile, deep within the old street, at the leisurely pet store, Yu slammed his phone onto the table with a resounding thud, his expression one of utter despondence as he sank deeper into his recliner. The screen mocked him with the words, "Just practice 4 more times." Another defeat. He raked his fingers through his hair in agitation, retrieving a can of cold cola from the nearby fridge. With a swift flick, the pull tab snapped open, releasing a crisp sound. He downed a generous gulp, the icy liquid cascading down his throat, yet it failed to quench his inner turmoil. How vexing. Staring at the ceiling, he couldn't help but mutter his grievances. It's just a game, yet it feels like a battlefield, all swords and shadows. Can't I just win once without the struggle? Chapter 26. The opponent in the finals. The Dreamweaver Baku. In the subsequent matches, the dominance exhibited by Shi and her slime astounded all of Donghai City. Their tactics were astoundingly agile. Faced with the colossal lava rhinoceros, renowned for its brute strength and massive form, Shi opted not for a direct confrontation. Instead, she calmly issued a command: "Little Mud, it's time to eat." Thus, under the astonished gaze of the audience, Little Mud began to gnaw at the hard alloy arena, carving out a massive breach. This time, the starry armor it coalesced was even more formidable and menacing than during its previous bout with the three-eyed wind leopard. The lava rhinoceros's charge, capable of shattering hills, failed to make a dent in that armor. Instead, it was the rhinoceros that became disoriented from the immense recoil. Ultimately, Little Mud pierced through the creature's most vulnerable abdomen with a spike formed from ultra-high-density alloy. When the opponent transformed into a blazing sunbird, Shi adapted her strategy once more. Little Mud relinquished its metallic feast and simply opened its abyssal vortex, allowing the overwhelming flames to pour into its being. In the next instant, a dark red fire pillar, infused with stellar energy and possessing even greater temperature and destructive power, erupted from Little Mud, engulfing the sunbird mid-flight in an unparalleled display. It was a retaliation, a reflection of their own tactics, multiplied. Every appearance of Little Mud unveiled a new, spine-chilling layer. No one knew its limits. The spectators transitioned from initial shock to fervent anticipation, eager to see what this enigmatic black creature would consume next. In the wake of such an unstoppable winning streak, Lin Shi's name inevitably appeared on the finals roster, igniting the entire stadium into a frenzy. Her opponent was finally revealed, Gao Mo from Donghai City's first high school, a universally acknowledged and undisputed prodigy. When Gao Mo's name and beast information illuminated the central screen, the previously roaring crowd fell into a momentary hush. Beast, Dreamweaver Baku. Rarity, a level. The image of the beast appeared on the screen, not fearsome in the least. It resembled a slightly larger juvenile Baku, entirely white, eyes shut as if lost in a sweet slumber. Its presence was not imposing. If anything, it seemed somewhat frail. Yet, those who beheld its data were marked by a profound, instinctual trepidation. The Dreamweaver Baku, a unique beast that did not rely on physical strength nor elemental manipulation. It could directly assault the target's mental sea, weaving inescapable illusions that would lead both the Beastmaster and their beast to mental collapse within a deceptive dreamscape. This form of attack was intangible, insidious, and utterly unavoidable. In an instant, all analyses and predictions regarding the finals leaned overwhelmingly towards Gao Mo. It was over. At the admissions table, a seasoned analyst surveyed the matchup with a solemn shake of his head. While Lin Shi's slime had indeed reached an astonishing level of physical defense and energy resistance, the realm of the mind was an entirely different domain. No matter how resilient its body, could it withstand the essence of a dream? The Dreamweaver Baku's assault targeted the very soul. Any form of physical defense was rendered futile. This chasm was insurmountable. Almost all professionals reached the same conclusion. Lin Shi's underdog journey would come to a halt here. The night before the finals. In the brightly lit corridor of the contestants' resting area, an atmosphere of pre-competition tension hung palpably in the air. Lin Shi leaned against the wall, gently caressing the glass tank in her arms, steadying her breath. A figure approached her, Gao Mo clad in pristine white athletic wear. His features were handsome, yet his demeanor was as frigid as an iceberg. His gaze swept over Lin Shi's Little Mud. "Your slime is quite special," Gao Mo remarked, his tone devoid of emotion, yet carrying an unmistakable finality. "But this is where it ends." He locked eyes with Lin Shi and, with deliberate emphasis, declared, "The mental realm is a chasm that cannot be crossed through devouring and imitation." Upon finishing his words, he turned and departed without casting another glance. In the corridor, only Lin Shi remained. Gao Mo's words pierced her formidable confidence, which had been meticulously constructed over the days of triumph, like a chilling needle. A sense of uncertainty crept into her heart. She pondered whether that wondrous starry entity, Xiaoni, could withstand the unprecedented mental assault. This was an entirely uncharted territory. That night, Lin Shi chose not to return to the competitor's dormitory. Alone, she took the last bus of the night to a familiar old street. The shops around her had long since closed, leaving only the dim glow of street lamps to cast a solitary light amidst the chilly night breeze. Arriving at the entrance of the leisurely pet shop, she found the roller shutter firmly drawn, the interior shrouded in darkness, devoid of any sign of life. She refrained from knocking or attempting to contact her senior. Instead, she sat on the steps outside, gently placing the glass tank she held onto her lap. Thus, she sat in silence, the night wind tousling her hair and carrying with it the distant clamor of the city. In her mind, the words of her senior echoed repeatedly. "This is a chaotic slime. Its path of evolution leads to the primordial essence." Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated her thoughts, capturing a detail she had long overlooked. It was a casual remark made by her senior when introducing Xiaoni. "Everything can be food." Lin Shi's breath hitched abruptly. She lowered her gaze to the tranquil, profound darkness within the glass tank. "Everything," she murmured, her voice barely audible yet imbued with resolve. "Xiaoni, does everything, including dreams, also count?" Chapter 27. The enigmatic illusion. The bell signaling the finals finally tolled. The atmosphere within the Donghai City Center Gymnasium surged to unprecedented heights. The lights focused on the two figures in the center of the ring. On one side stood Lin Shi, a young girl clad in faded sportswear, her expression resolute. Opposite her was Gao Mo, dressed in pristine white, his features refined yet exuding an icy demeanor. The match commenced. The referee's voice ignited the fuse. Gao Mo made no extraneous movements. He didn't even spare Lin Shi a glance, calmly issuing the first and only command. Beside him, his slumbering, snow-white dreamer did not even lift its eyelids. An invisible wave, undetectable by any instrument, emanated from it, enveloping the entire battlefield. In an instant, the world before Lin Shi began to distort. The uproar of the crowd, the blinding lights, and Gao Mo's indifferent visage all swirled like paint thrown into water, rapidly blurring and fading. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself no longer in the raucous arena. A chill, damp air invaded her nostrils, suffused with the nauseating scent of cheap instant noodles and mildew. Outside, the rain fell incessantly. The cold droplets pattered against the old glass window, producing a monotonous and oppressive ticking sound. From the adjacent room, the muffled yet sharp voices of her parents' argument pierced through, with such a meager sum. You still want to buy a pet? Have you lost your mind? Don't you know our situation? Stop dreaming. Each word struck her heart like a rusted dagger. On the desk lay a battered, dog-eared volume of college entrance exam review materials, its pages stained with water, rendering the text indistinct. This was her old home. The place where, on the eve of the exam, she had plunged into an abyss of despair during a rain-soaked night. Useless. Fantasizing. Have you even considered your worth? The derisive laughter of classmates, the admonitions of relatives, the pity of teachers, all these voices surged from every direction, weaving a massive net that ensnared her firmly in place. Despair enveloped her like frigid seawater, suffocating her breath and sapping her strength. The deepest fears and the most fragile memories within her were meticulously captured and magnified countless times by the invisible dream dreamer. In reality, tens of thousands of spectators, through the giant screen, witnessed Lin Shi's transformation. Her gaze lost its focus, becoming hollow and bewildered. Her body trembled slightly, and her once straight spine could no longer hold itself upright. She appeared as a puppet from which the soul had been extracted. Gao Mo's expression remained inscrutable. Everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. His dream dreamer was invincible. Competitor Lin Shi had succumbed to a dreamlike state, her fighting spirit extinguished. The referee's voice bore a tinge of regret as he raised his hand, preparing to initiate the countdown. 10, 9. The chilling numbers echoed throughout the venue. Everyone believed the outcome was sealed. Just at that critical moment, a violent impact reverberated through Lin Shi's mental realm, entirely consumed by darkness and despair. It was neither a sound nor an image. It was a pure will, arising from the spiritual connection between her and Xiaoni. A refreshing sensation washed over her chaotic consciousness. It was Xiaoni. Lin Shi bit down hard on her tongue. A sharp pain, mingled with the rich taste of iron, exploded in her mouth. A crack appeared in the desperate rain-soaked night before her. Xiaoni. She summoned all her strength through the mental link to scream out the frenzied thought she had mulled over the previous night. Now, devour it. Consume this world. On the stage, Gao Mo heard Lin Shi's desperate cry. The corners of his mouth curled into an unabashed, cold smirk. Foolish. His voice resonated clearly through the microphone, reverberating across the arena. The illusion is nothingness, a reflection of the mind. How will you consume it? Before his words could fade, the black slime that had remained still since the match began to change. It did not move nor expand. At the center of its deep, night sky-like gelatinous body, a core forged from fallen star iron erupted with an exquisite radiance. This light was not a mere illumination. It was a concentrated galaxy, a nascent form of a swirling universe. An unparalleled gravitational force erupted from that point of light. The illusory world before Lin Shi trembled violently. The icy raindrops tapping against the window, the dim lighting, the oppressive room. And even her parents' piercing quarrels. All elements of this despairing dreamscape began to be pulled and distorted. They transformed into streams of invisible energy, uncontrollably drawn into and consumed by the resplendent starlight. Chapter 28. Devouring the Dream. Repercussions upon oneself within Lin Shi's mental vision. The entity known as Xiaoni was no longer a mere mass of black gelatin. Its body stretched infinitely like a night curtain, wildly expanding in all directions. A fathomless black vortex, seemingly capable of engulfing all light and existence, took form defiantly at its core. The despairing illusion that had once tormented her and led her into a downward spiral began to tremble violently. Outside the window, the cold raindrops pelted against the glass, suspended momentarily in midair before morphing into invisible streams of energy, forcibly drawn towards the vortex. The dim, oppressive light within the room contorted into strands of luminescence, uncontrollably sucked into its depths. The sharp, piercing sounds of her parents' quarrels from the adjacent room transformed into fragmented syllables, dissolving into shards of consciousness. Swept away by the surging torrent, the entire illusory world resembled a nebula caught in the grip of a gravitational singularity. All matter, all sound, all emotions were being deconstructed, torn apart, and reverted to their most pristine form of spiritual energy. And then, that swirling black vortex ravenously consumed them, one by one, on the arena of reality. The ethereal white dream taper, its eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them wide. Within its gaze lay not a trace of the vitality inherent to living beings. Only boundless terror and anguish. A shrill, heart-wrenching scream erupted from its throat, so piercing it seemed beyond the capacity of any earthly creature. That sound penetrated the physical medium, stabbing into the spiritual seas of every individual present. The dream taper's innate, unassailable mental assault was abruptly interrupted by an incomprehensible, overwhelming force that was rendering it powerless. And it was being inversely absorbed. Thud! Gaumo's body was struck as if by an invisible hammer. He trembled violently, his face, cold and indifferent like an iceberg, turned as pale as parchment in an instant. Blood erupted uncontrollably from his mouth, the crimson mist staining his immaculate white athletic wear, blooming into a dazzling and eerie flower. As a beast master deeply linked to the dream taper, the backlash from the forced consumption of his innate gift nearly tore his soul asunder. The entire stadium, filled with tens of thousands of spectators, stood in utter shock. Their minds could not process the unfathomable scene unfolding before them. Just a moment ago, Lin Shi appeared like a puppet bereft of its soul, poised for defeat. In the next heartbeat, the seemingly invincible genius Gao Mo, who had maintained an unwavering demeanor, was inexplicably spewing blood and staggering backward. Meanwhile, his A-grade rare dream taper let out a wail before convulsing and collapsing, its once lustrous white for now devoid of shine. As if all vitality had been siphoned away. What transpired? No one could fathom. The intangible clash transcended the comprehension of 99% of those present. They could only witness the outcome, a result that upended all their beliefs. In the center of the arena, the black slime swayed gently under the perplexed gazes of the audience. Pop! A faint sound reminiscent of a contented burp echoed, signaling its satiation. The core starfall iron within it radiated an unprecedented brilliance. Countless streams of energy, akin to starlight, flowed joyously within its black, gelatinous body, now moving at speeds several times faster than before. It seemed as though it had just digested something immensely nourishing. At that moment, the Beastmaster ring on Lin Shi's left wrist suddenly illuminated, vibrating slightly. Lines of small golden text, visible only to her, appeared on the screen. Your beast has consumed a substantial amount of pure spiritual energy, permanently increasing mental strength by 50. Parsing skill, illusion creation. Parsing successful. Acquired skill, simple illusion, F grade. The moment Lin Shi read those lines, her body quivered slightly. A cool, pure, yet immensely powerful surge of spiritual energy rushed back through the mental link between her and the small mud creature. That force washed over her weary mind, which had been battered by the struggle against the illusion, like a refreshing spring after a long drought. All the negative emotions and mental exhaustion from her previous descent into despair were swept away in an instant. She felt not a trace of depletion, but rather a sense of unprecedented fullness and unparalleled clarity. She lifted her gaze, her eyes traversing the distance of several meters to the figure struggling to rise from the ground. Gao Mo wiped the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand. He looked up, and his once cold, aloof eyes were now filled with an overwhelming shock and incomprehensible fear. He stared intently at the innocuous black slime floating quietly in midair, as if gazing upon an ancient demon emerging from the deepest depths of hell, cloaked in an unassuming guise. His rational mind desperately insisted that everything happening before him was a fabrication. How could the spirit be consumed? How could the void of dreams be treated as sustenance? Yet, the waning breath of the dream taper and the agonizing ripples within his spiritual seas cruelly reminded him that this was all too real. He struggled to stand upright, his lips pale from blood loss, trembling violently. With a shaking finger quivering from fear, he pointed toward the being that had utterly upended his worldview. His voice, hoarse and dry, was filled with a broken edge. Why you? What kind of monster are you? Chapter 29, The Champion's Claim. Lin Shi did not respond to that question. Her gaze remained clear and tranquil, yet beneath that calm surged a newly forged, razor-sharp confidence. Through their mental link, she issued a fresh, somewhat mocking command to the small mud creature. In the center of the arena, the black slime, having just gorged on spiritual energy, began to exhibit an unusual writhing motion on its surface. Its smooth, gelatinous exterior formed creases, and its color began to subtly shift, transitioning from pure deep black to shades of white that represented clothing and pale skin. Under the bewildered scrutiny of thousands, that slime gradually elongated and morphed, ultimately taking on a humanoid silhouette, a figure clad in white athletic wear, with a delicate visage and an icy demeanor. The resemblance was unmistakably that of Gao Mo. Though the illusion's details were crude, its features somewhat blurred, and its movements bore the stiffness characteristic of gelatinous substances. It did not hinder the audience from recognizing who it was mimicking. Then, the illusion fashioned from the small mud creature performed an action that rendered the entire arena silent. It adeptly raised a hand to its chest and trembled violently before opening its mouth, crafted from black gel. Pop! A small blob of black liquid was expelled from that mouth, landing precisely on the ground, imitating Gao Mo's earlier act of vomiting blood. This gesture bore no tangible offensive power, but the unabashed, condescending mockery it conveyed was far more wounding than any venomous words. Galmo's body went rigid in that instant. His eyes, widened in terror, were instantly consumed by a torrent of blood vessels. A sickly flush appeared on his pallid face. Insult. This was a blatant affront. A humiliation laid bare before tens of thousands of spectators in Donghai City, directed at him, the prodigy. His mind, engulfed by a profound rage, became a void. The strand known as reason, having been relentlessly trampled, finally succumbed to this last blow, snapping completely. A brief, suppressed groan escaped from Gao Mo's clenched teeth. In an instant, he was swallowed by an endless darkness. His body slackened, and he toppled backward, rigid. Thud! The body of the genius crashed heavily onto the unforgiving arena, losing consciousness entirely. The referee gaped, his hand poised in midair to commence the countdown, frozen in place. He glanced at the other side of the ring, where the unconscious prodigy Gao Mo lay, then at this side, where the innocent slime was slowly reverting to a shapeless black mass, swaying innocently. His mind malfunctioned for a good 3 seconds. Ultimately, he drew a deep breath, as if expending all his strength, and struck the gong that determined the final victor. Ding! The distant, clear sound of the gong reverberated throughout the entire stadium. The winner of this match is Lin Shi. The champion has been born. The arena erupted after an eerie silence lasted for a full 10 seconds. The cheers, screams, and incredulous chatter coalesced into a surging wave of sound, nearly lifting the roof off the sports hall. At the admissions table, the recruiters who had previously dismissed Lin Shi now stood up frantically, pushing forward, babbling incoherently in excitement. On the players' bench, Li Yu appeared ashen, her body limp and slumped in her seat, her vacant gaze fixed on the figure surrounded by the crowd. Meanwhile, Teacher Su from Tianxing Academy stood calmly, the charming curve of her lips becoming increasingly pronounced. Slime Queen, someone in the frenzied crowd, with a hoarse voice, once again shouted this moniker. Slime Queen, Slime Queen. This time, the calls were no longer scattered but formed a unified torrent that resonated to the heavens. This was the most exalted coronation for the creator of miracles. Countless journalists and recruiters holding special admission agreements surged past security like sharks sensing blood, immediately surrounding Lin Shi, who had just stepped off the arena. Lin Shi, could you tell us what breed your slime is? How did you cultivate a slime to such an extent? Lin Shi, I am the admissions director of Tianhe University, and we are willing to offer a full scholarship and an S-level resource contract. Blinding flashes of cameras erupted before Lin Shi, casting her face in a ghostly pallor. The cacophony of questions threatened to pierce her eardrums. Overwhelmed by this sudden onslaught, she instinctively tightened her grip on the glass tank she held. With great difficulty, she finally ascended to the highest podium, escorted by staff. When the mayor personally handed her the hefty championship trophy, symbolizing the highest honor for the youth of Donghai City, it felt as if the entire world had fallen silent. She grasped the frigid trophy, feeling its weighty metallic texture. Her gaze traversed through countless flashing lenses and the thronging crowd, as if peering far into the distance. She envisioned a tranquil old street, an unassuming little shop, and the languid young shopkeeper reclining in a chair. Lin Shi's story rippled through the vast expanse of the Federation, like a stone cast into a lake, expanding outward. The name, Yuan Pet Store, which had existed only among a few, was for the first time known to countless people, watched by innumerable eyes. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away, at the entrance of one of the Federation's most perilous secret realms, the Longman's Secret Realm, a makeshift camp was erected. Qin Feng sat upon a rock, polishing his alloy short blade. Next to him, a teammate held a tactical tablet, engrossed in the just-released news from Donghai City. No way. This is insane. A fierce talent has emerged from Donghai City. A high school girl, accompanied by a slime, just toppled their city's top prodigy and claimed the championship in the entrance examination selection. The slime can devour the arena, consume energy, and even negate mental attacks. It's simply monstrous. Qin Feng paused in his polishing. He raised his head, taking the tablet and reading the pinned news headline. The birth of the Slime Queen. Commoner girl Lin Shi creates history. The accompanying image depicted Lin Shi on the podium, trophy in hand. Qin Feng's pupils constricted slightly. His gaze shifted from Lin Shi's face to the glass tank she cradled. Inside was a deep, pure black mass. He turned to look at his feet, where a specially designed water tank housed a brilliantly golden little carp, swimming leisurely. That was his little Jean. Lin Shi, Qin Feng murmured to himself, glancing between the girl in the news and his koi. Your slime has astonished the world. Now, it is time for my true dragon to make its entrance. Chapter 30. Teacher, I have enlightened. The Iron Blood mercenary corps moved like a crude, sharp blade, piercing into the primal and ancient flesh of the Longman's secret realm. The spatial ripples at the entrance had yet to settle. An aura so dense it seemed tangible surged toward them like a tidal wave, imbued with a wild, untamed sweetness. The air was humid, clinging to their skin, making it difficult to breathe. Towering trees obscured the light, with only dappled spots filtering through the layers of leaves, casting eerie shadows upon the moss-covered ground. In the distance, the roars of unknown beasts echoed, sharp or dull, making the tranquil forest feel fraught with danger. Everyone, stay alert, roared Xiongfeng, his single eye surveying the surroundings, his voice deep and commanding. Other teams, upon entering the secret realm, scattered like salt thrown into a fish pond, rushing toward their designated target areas. The competition had begun from the very first second. Yet at this moment, Xiongfeng detached from the main mercenary group. He merely nodded slightly in Xiongfeng's direction. Xiongfeng glanced at him, his single eye reflecting a complex look, devoid of surprise, akin to observing a madman. He waved his hand, tacitly granting permission. The transaction has been completed. He has brought Xiongfeng inside. And whether this young man lives or dies is no longer of concern to him. Xiongfeng, bearing an inconspicuous backpack, strides alone in the opposite direction of everyone else. He does not cast his gaze upon the basin's rich and spiritual plants marked on the map, nor does he seek out the caves inhabited by magical beasts. Instead, he merely listens intently. Amidst the cacophony of beastly roars and the howling winds, he captures a faint sound, a whisper of flowing water. He sets forth, unwavering in his resolve. Lu Yu's words echo in his mind, serving as his sole tenet, to swim against the current. He discovers a brook, its crystalline waters revealing the vibrant pebbles beneath, tranquil as a picturesque painting. The area is devoid of spiritual energy, with no signs of spiritual plants flourishing, and naturally, no formidable magical beasts lurking. It is a desolate place that beast tamers entering the secret realm instinctively overlook. Yet, Xiongfeng crouches down, carefully opening his backpack to extract a specially designed water tank. He places the little goldfish into the brook. The golden carp, entering this broader expanse of water, appears somewhat intrigued, joyfully flicking its tail as it glides through the clear stream. Xiongfeng does not rush. He simply follows the current, silently moving upstream. The little goldfish seems to sense his intent and promptly accompanies him, closely trailing at his side. After approximately half an hour, the sound of rushing water ahead grows more intense. The brook narrows, and the water begins to crash against the rocks along the banks, creating frothy white splashes. Suddenly, from beneath the tranquil surface, a flurry of black shadows erupts. These shadows move with astounding speed, each sporting razor-sharp teeth. They are the most common D-grade magical beasts in the secret realm, piranhas. Their target is none other than the conspicuously golden carp swimming in the water. Xiongfeng's heart leaps into his throat. Yet, the little goldfish's reaction surpasses his expectations. Faced with the onslaught of predators, its bean-sized black eyes reveal no hint of panic. Instead, it merely arches its body slightly. In the next instant, its tail snaps through the water with a resounding crack. The sound reverberates like a thunderclap beneath the surface. Its entire form launches forth like a golden arrow released from a bowstring, charging boldly into the very midst of the piranhas. There is no display of elaborate skills, only the purest, most primal force. The foremost piranha, caught off guard, fails to close its toothy maw before the little goldfish collides with it head-on. The sound of its hardened skull shattering resonates painfully, and its body instantaneously loses control, flipping over in a daze. The remaining piranhas are momentarily stunned by this ferocious spectacle. The little goldfish, seizing the advantage, deftly whips its tail, sending another piranha flying. This is not a mere act of predation. It is a one-sided obliteration. Within mere breaths, the dozen or so fierce piranhas are either dead or injured, with the few survivors fleeing in terror into the deeper waters downstream. Standing on the riverbank, Xiongfeng watches this scene unfold, his breath becoming somewhat labored. He recognizes the extraordinary nature of the little goldfish. But he never anticipated that upon entering this spiritually rich water, its power would be so formidable. Suppressing his excitement, he continues upstream. The current grows increasingly turbulent. The little goldfish forges ahead, its perception of the water flow astonishingly acute. Several times, when it approaches what seems to be a placid pool, it abruptly halts, guiding Xiongfeng to circumvent it. Shortly after they veer away, the calm pool erupts into tumultuous waves, revealing the menacing silhouette of a C-grade water magical beast. Thanks to the little goldfish's guidance, Xiongfeng navigates this treacherous path with remarkable safety and efficiency, even more so than those well-armed scions of prominent families. After traversing several miles, the sounds of a chaotic battle and furious curses reach his ears. Qin Feng swiftly conceals himself behind a massive boulder. He observes two beast tamers clad in the garb of rival families stumbling down from upstream, their faces betraying the terror of having narrowly escaped catastrophe. Damn it! Those fools from the Qin family. They had to clash with the Wang family over a water spirit flower, and in doing so, they attracted that swamp giant crocodile. A peak C-grade swamp giant crocodile. That idiot Qin Hao's flaming lion nearly lost half its body to one bite. Both families have suffered grievously. They truly deserve it. The two continue to curse as they retreat into the distance. From behind the boulder, Qin Feng slowly rises to his full height. Qin Hao, swamp giant crocodile. He can vividly imagine the harrowing scene. The so-called path of least resistance, which everyone vies for, is indeed fraught with bloodshed and strife. He dismisses the disturbances, taking the little goldfish with him as he presses onward against the current. At last, after traversing a narrow canyon, the landscape before him opens up dramatically. A colossal waterfall cascades like a silver Milky Way from a 100-meter-high cliff, crashing violently into the deep pool below and sending plumes of mist into the air. The thunderous roar of water reverberates, deafening in its intensity. This is the source of the brook. Gazing at the majestic waterfall and feeling the cold, damp mist in the air, Qin Feng's eyes blaze with fervor. He places the little goldfish into the deep pool beneath the waterfall. The moment it hits the water, the immense force from above slams it to the depths. Yet, it quickly resurfaces. Its golden body appears diminutive amidst the swirling white waves, as if it might be torn apart at any moment. Nevertheless, it does not waver. It turns, facing the torrent capable of shattering rocks, and valiantly swims toward the base of the waterfall, stroke by stroke. Each advance is a monumental struggle. Its body is relentlessly battered and torn by the rushing waters. The golden scales glimmer with dazzling light as they rub against the current. Qin Feng refrains from intervening. Instead, he sits cross-legged on a rock at the edge of the deep pool, watching intently. He observes the little goldfish's relentless struggle against the torrent, witnessing its repeated setbacks and unwavering resolve to push forward. In his mind, a flash of insight strikes him like a bolt of lightning. To reach the dragon gate, one must swim against the current. A smooth journey yields no true dragon. Lu Yu's words resound once more in his ears. At that moment, the fervor on Qin Feng's face gradually dissipates, replaced by an unprecedented clarity of understanding. He comprehends the truth. Raising his gaze to the waterfall that cascades from above, he murmurs to himself, the Dragon Gate. This is the Dragon Gate. The legendary pool of transformation may exist, or may not. That is of little consequence. What truly matters is the journey itself. Each challenge faced by swimming against the current, every struggle within adversity, each breakthrough against limits. This is the true essence of leaping through the Dragon Gate. This is the genuine path of cultivation. True fortune is never merely a treasure at some destination. Rather, it resides in the thorn-laden path that leads to that very end. Chapter 31. The Confrontation Before the Waterfall. Beneath the cascading waterfall lies a deep pool, shrouded in mist, its icy waters piercing to the bone. Here, time has lost all significance. Qin Feng sits cross-legged upon the frigid rocks, oblivious to the passage of days. His garments are thoroughly soaked by the moisture, clinging to his form and accentuating his increasingly gaunt, yet resolutely upright silhouette. With his eyes closed and droplets of water clinging to his lashes, the deafening roar transforms from mere noise into a unique rhythm, a pulsing embodiment of the primal forces of nature. His mental energy, akin to an invisible net, intertwines with this pulsation, probing into the tumultuous depths of the pool before him. Within the depths, a golden silhouette repeatedly charges toward the silver river descending from the heavens. Boom. Little Jin's body collides violently with the curtain of water cascading from the waterfall. The sheer force capable of shattering boulders sends its diminutive frame crashing back to the bottom of the pool without mercy. The waters churn violently, sending forth massive splashes. Yet, moments later, that golden silhouette stubbornly resurfaces from the depths. The initial air of tranquility has vanished from its being. Each golden scale bears the weight of tremendous pressure in its struggle against the torrent, with edges seeping traces of crimson. Yet, within its small, bean-like eyes, there is no hint of retreat. Instead, they burn with an ever-increasing intensity. After a brief respite, it once again alters its course, arching its body. With a powerful flick of its tail, it launches forth like a golden bullet, aiming for the insurmountable chasm. Failure. Once more. Another failure. Again. Each impact is a brutal assault on its physical limits. Each fall only serves to forge its will further. Qin Feng can distinctly perceive that, in this near-masochistic training, the energy within little Jin is compressing, purifying, and solidifying at an astonishing rate, becoming ever more potent and explosive. This is a cultivation that arises from destruction and rebirth. Both man and fish are enraptured in this state of self-forgetfulness, utterly oblivious to the external world, until a few days later, when a cacophony of hurried footsteps and labored breathing shatters the tranquility of the canyon. Qin Hao, accompanied by the last remnants of 7 or 8 Qin family members, emerges at the canyon's entrance. Each one appears disheveled, their garments marred by rips and dark crimson stains, their faces etched with unmistakable fatigue and disappointment. Brother Hao. The dragon transformation pool marked on the map should be right here. One subordinate gestures toward the waterfall's depths, uncertainty tainting their voice. Qin Hao's gaze remains fixated on the mist-enshrouded pool. The humidity here is palpable. Yet the legendary pure spiritual essence capable of transforming carp into dragons is so thin, it is nearly negligible. Let us descend and investigate. He snaps, irritation lacing his command. Instantly, 2 adept swimmers from the family summon their watertight beasts and cautiously plunge into the depths. A quarter of an hour later, the 2 emerge, drenched and bearing expressions more woeful than sorrow itself. Brother Hao, there's nothing down there. Just an ordinary pool. The current is terrifyingly strong, and not a single aquatic plant can be found. Nothing at all. The weight of those words strikes Qin Hao like a hammer to the chest. He stumbles, his eyes turning crimson in an instant. The Qin family has paid a steep price for the sake of this fabled dragon transformation pool. The conflicts with other families and the bloody battles against the beasts of the secret realm have cost him nearly half of his manpower. His contracted beast, the flame lion, lies grievously injured, still in slumber within the beast space. After investing so much and enduring such hardship, all he has received in return is a mere ordinary pool of water. Raging fury and indignation churn within him like molten lava, seeking an outlet for release. And then he sees it. He sees the figure seated cross-legged on a nearby boulder, seemingly in a trance. Qin Feng, the waste abandoned by the family. Qin Hao's pupils contract sharply. His rage finds a target. He strides over, seizing Qin Feng by the collar and yanking him from his meditative state with brutal force. Bastard! Qin Hao's face contorts with fury, spittle flying as he nearly spits in Qin Feng's face. While we fight tooth and nail for the family's honor, you, a worthless piece of trash. He glances into the depths of the pool, spotting the golden carp still heedlessly assaulting the waterfall. To him, it appears to be merely a fish frolicking in the water. This further confirms his suspicions. Ah, Qin Feng. Qin Hao's rage morphs into a chilling smile, his voice turning icy. How did you gain entry to the secret realm? Weren't you supposed to have fled? Do you still dare to covet the resources of this realm? Qin Hao is oblivious to how Qin Feng managed to enter, and he utterly disbelieves that Qin Feng would be playing in the water here. This canyon is so secluded. That waste must have uncovered some authentic treasure. Speak. Where have you hidden the treasure? Qin Hao's grip tightens like a vice around Qin Feng's throat, refusing to speak. Are we? Good. He turns to his subordinates, roaring, surround him. If we can't pry the truth from his lips today, then we'll chop him and that worthless fish into pieces to feed the beasts. The remaining Qin family members, faces grim, immediately converge, their weapons glinting ominously. With his throat constricted, Qin Feng finds it increasingly difficult to breathe, yet his water-drenched visage betrays no hint of panic. Slowly, he opens his eyes. What eyes they are! Gone are the past airs of defiance and inferiority, and there is no trace of anger from humiliation. Those eyes are as tranquil as a millennium-old still lake, deep, dark, and devoid of even the slightest ripple. He gazes calmly at the frenzied Qin Hao, as if observing a petulant child throwing a tantrum. An oppressive atmosphere envelopes the canyon. Qin Feng's lips part slightly, and a clear, indifferent voice resonates in every ear. My fortune is not yours to seize. Those words ignite Qin Hao's fury like a spark to tinder. You dare to speak defiantly even at death's door. Attack. Just as Qin Hao issues his command. And a bloody conflict among kin seems imminent. The sky darkens without warning. The horizon, once bathed in the remnants of the setting sun, has been engulfed by swirling, inky clouds. Whoosh. A ferocious wind sweeps through the canyon, carrying the mist with a ghostly wail. The temperature of the air plummets dramatically. Crack. A blinding flash of lightning, akin to a silver dragon in a furious rage, cleaved through the dim sky, casting a pallid glow upon every face. Immediately following, a deafening roar of thunder erupted above, as if the very heavens were on the verge of collapsing. Without warning, torrential raindrops began to pour down in torrents. Chapter 32. The Wrath of the Dragon King. The deluge descended from the firmament without any forewarning. Just moments ago, the clouds had been roiling. In the instant the lightning split the sky, they transformed into a relentless downpour. The icy raindrops fell in a dense, interwoven curtain, striking the rocks and leaves with a cacophony of sharp sounds. In the canyon, What was once a gently flowing stream surged upwards at an observable rate. The parched riverbed was, in mere breaths, completely inundated by the murky, tumultuous torrent. The roar of a mountain flood had commenced. The flood, mingled with silt and debris, surged forth like a ferocious beast freed from its shackles, roaring and sweeping away everything in the canyon. Quick, find higher ground. Qin Hao's shout was drowned out by the thunderous cacophony of water and thunder, piercing yet powerless. The few descendants of the Qin family under his command were already terrified beyond measure. They clumsily urged their beasts to scramble up the sides of the cliffs, rolling and crawling in a desperate flight. Those pets, usually fierce, trembled in fear beneath the overwhelming majesty of the heavens, emitting anxious low growls. The entire canyon was engulfed in a panic reminiscent of the apocalypse. Yet one individual stood his ground, Qin Feng. He loosened the collar that Qin Hao had gripped. Or rather, it was Qin Hao who instinctively released his hold in the face of the flooding chaos. He did not retreat. Instead, he remained at the eye of the storm, allowing the frigid rain to wash over him, saturating every inch of his garments. Gradually, he raised his head. The rain cascaded down his gaunt cheeks as he closed his eyes, seemingly savoring this baptism from the heavens. There was neither fear nor panic upon his visage, only an almost frenzied, ineffable fervor. It has come. This is the opportunity spoken of by the master. Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze electrifying, piercing through the heavy curtain of rain, locking onto the turbulent whirlpool of the deep pool. Amidst the murky torrent, a glimmer of gold flickered in and out of sight. It was little Jean. It struggled within the flood, yet had not been swept away. Qin Feng's chest heaved violently, a surge of ambition rising within him. He directed his voice towards the raging river with all his might. Go. This is your dragon gate. His voice cut through the storm, resonating clearly in the water. The flicker of gold in the torrent hesitated abruptly. In the next moment, unprecedented brilliance erupted from its tiny, black eyes. It seemed to comprehend. Little Jean ceased to drift with the current. With a powerful flick of its tail, it changed direction. Its small body resolutely facing the tumultuous waterfall formed by the mountain flood. It surged against the current. Has he lost his mind? That fellow has completely lost his senses. Those who had scrambled to higher rocks, including Qin Hao, stared in disbelief at this scene. In their eyes, it was undoubtedly an act of suicide. To send a mere ornamental koi, not even classified as a magical beast, to clash against the waterfall produced by the mountain flood? This was more absurd than smashing an egg against a rock. Seeking death, Qin Hao wiped the rain from his face, his voice dripping with disdain and contempt. The roaring current crashed against the cliffs like a massive, earthen-colored dragon, bellowing with rage. In stark contrast, that tiny flicker of gold surging against the current appeared as insignificant as a mere speck of dust. It was almost instantaneous before it would be consumed, swept away, and torn apart by the overwhelming force. Yet it did not yield. Little Jean trembled violently in the torrent. It pressed its body low, close to the riverbed, straining to wield its newly strengthened tail. With each flick, it carved a distinct golden trail through the murky waters. It was gathering strength. Finally, it aimed at the cascading waterfall and made its first charge. Thud. As expected, the moment its petite golden form met the furious deluge, it was brutally slammed down by an irresistible force. Its body tumbled like a fallen leaf, spiraling through the air before crashing heavily against a protruding rock. Overestimating one's abilities. A cold smirk crept across Qin Hao's lips. Yet in the next moment, his smile froze. The subordinates beside him gasped in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. In the midst of the murky splash, little Jean, having been slammed against the rock, merely shook its head. A trace of crimson seeped from its golden scales, quickly dulled by the rain's relentless assault. Yet it did not halt. It simply used its tail to prop itself up once more, adjusting its direction, and charged again towards the insurmountable waterfall. Chapter 33. Shedding mortal scales, the dragon's bone revealed. Boom. Another charge. Another failure. The golden form was once again forcefully struck down by the raging earth-colored torrent. It collided with a sharp rock beneath the water, uncontrollably rolling several times before barely stabilizing. Was this the 10th time? Or the 20th? Those upon the high cliffs, including Qin Hao, had grown somewhat numb to the spectacle. To them, this was no longer absurdity. It was pure, senseless self-torture. What a fool, just like his master. Qin Hao crossed his arms, looking down with increasing mockery. Yet the fish did not cease. It merely adjusted its course within the murky torrent, once more gathering strength in its tail. Again, it launched a desperate charge towards the flood representing the might of the heavens. Once, twice, 10 times. Little Jean relentlessly attacked the waterfall, each time mercilessly smashed down. Its body, under this near-torturous battering, began to undergo subtle changes nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Boom. Another exceedingly violent impact. Little Jin's form was struck by colossal force, harshly flung to the riverbed. In that moment, a golden scale, long unable to withstand the strain, was finally dislodged by the violent torrent. The scale spun in the murky water before being swept away by the flood, lost to sight. And where that scale had fallen away, a peculiar gleam flashed by. It was a silvery sheen, akin to condensed moonlight, though but a small fragment. It stood out remarkably amidst the dim storm and murky current. This minuscule change went unnoticed by those on high, including Qin Hao. They merely awaited the reckless koi to exhaust itself and be swept away by the mountain flood. Little Jin resurfaced from the depths. It charged towards the waterfall once more. Once again, it was struck down. Another golden scale was torn from its body. The silvery light expanded ever so slightly. Among Qin Hao's group, a young scion of the clan, who had been intently gazing below, suddenly rubbed his eyes, as if witnessing something truly extraordinary. With uncertainty, he fixed his gaze once more on the turbulent abyss. Amidst the surging torrents, the golden figure was knocked down time and again, yet each time it rose resiliently. With every movement, more golden scales began to shed from its body, and with each scale that fell away, the silvery radiance emanating from it seemed to brighten. At last, one of the subordinates could no longer contain his astonishment and exclaimed, "Look, that fish is glowing." This scream pierced through the din of thunder and rushing water, sounding exceptionally jarring. Qin Hao, impatient, frowned and followed the direction indicated by his subordinate. With a mere glance, the derision and disdain on his face were utterly frozen. There, amidst the surging muddy current, the once entirely golden carp now shimmered with intertwining gold and silver light. The silvery glow, akin to the purest moonlight, seeped through the interstices of its scales, exuding an aura of sanctity and majesty. As the little golden fish continued to surge, an increasing number of golden scales fell away. Its silvery brilliance grew ever more resplendent, transitioning from a mere glimmer to a radiant expanse, ultimately coalescing into a brilliant beam that penetrated the murky waters and the torrential rain, illuminating the dim canyon with a hazy silver glow. With each shedding of a mundane scale, the aura emanating from the little gold fish visibly intensified. Its originally palm-sized form seemed to be imperceptibly growing. All of this unfolded before the eyes of those perched high above, leaving their minds in a state of blank astonishment. What is happening? That fish, it is evolving? A voice from a Qin family disciple trembled with uncontainable trepidation. A low, uneasy whimper emanated from beside Qin Hao. He abruptly turned, noticing his C-class contract beast, the Gale Wolf, pacing anxiously upon the rocks. Its fur stood on end, and its emerald green eyes brimmed with fear. It fixated on the silvery light below, emitting suppressed growls, its body involuntarily retreating. It was a fear stemming from the very depths of its bloodline. A primal dread. A compelling pressure that a lower life form could not resist in the face of a higher being. The Gale Wolf was afraid. Afraid of that carp, which they all regarded with disdain. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the canyon, Qin Feng sat cross-legged on the rain-soaked rocks, his eyes firmly shut. He did not gaze upon the astonishing transformations occurring outside. Instead, he poured all his mental strength into a tight connection with the little gold fish in the abyss. He could feel each of its impacts. The tearing pain, the force capable of shattering bones, seemed to resonate within his own being. He also sensed the little fish's indomitable spirit, that will, burning fiercely amidst despair, igniting his own soul like a raging wildfire. He did not interfere, nor did he issue commands. He merely transformed his will into the most steadfast support, silently accompanying it in the realm of the mind. Go forth, break through that barrier, shatter these mundane shackles. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. Finally, after yet another surge that brought it nearly halfway up, the little gold fish's body convulsed violently. With a soft sound, it seemed to break free from some invisible restraint. All remaining golden scales simultaneously shed away in that instant. The golden radiance vanished completely, replaced by a dazzling, soaring silvery light. This brilliance eclipsed even the lightning across the horizon, illuminating the dim canyon as brightly as day. As the light dissipated, a brand new creature emerged into the view of all. Its scales were no longer the mundane gold, but a flawless silver akin to dragon scales forged from moonlight and flowing water. Each scale shimmered with a cold, resplendent luster, brimming with power. Its size had increased dramatically, now nearly half a meter long, its form lithe and elongated, with two prominent bulges atop its head, the beginnings of dragon horns. Its fins had also grown broader and more powerful, their edges glinting with a sharp, icy sheen. It was no longer a mere carp, but a wondrous being, newly resembling a dragon, radiating an ancient, primordial essence. Chapter 34. A leap to dragonhood, roaring to the heavens. The roar erupted from the water, tearing through the rain. It was no longer the dull croak of a fish, but a clear, passionate roar, imbued with an indescribable ancient resonance. The sound seemed to evoke a resonance from the heavens and earth. The canyon walls trembled, shedding stones and dust in response to that roar. The newly transformed creature in the water whipped its powerful tail, creating a massive indentation in the turbulent currents. Its entire body surged forth like a silver arrow loosed from a bow. No, it was faster than an arrow. It transformed into a bolt of silver lightning, charged with an unstoppable momentum, cleaving through all as it surged once more towards the massive earth-toned waterfall formed by the mountain torrents. This time, it was entirely different. In previous attempts, its diminutive form had fought against the might of nature, but now, it had become a part of that very might. Boom! The silver figure crashed into the raging torrent. The tumultuous waters could no longer hinder it in the slightest. The terrifying force, capable of shattering massive boulders, collided with its newly acquired silver dragon scales, yet was forcefully parted asunder. It carved a straight path upward through the waterfall, unstoppable as a raging tide. High above, Qin Hao's pupils constricted into dangerous pinpricks. His subordinates, however, were in a starkly different state. Their mouths agape, they gasped in disbelief, unable to utter a single word. Their eyes reflected the silver light surging upstream, a light that, with an audacious disposition, was recklessly charging toward the waterfall's zenith. How is this possible? How can this be? That fish, that ornamental fish. Qin Hao's mind plunged into a chaotic void. He beheld the silver light triumphantly. It had succeeded. It had broken through the towering waterfall, its agile body leaping forth from the summit. It soared into the darkened sky, drenched in torrential rain. At that very moment, as it leaped over the dragon gate, a crack of thunder resounded. A flash of lightning, as thick as a bucket and brilliantly luminous, cleaved through the heavy, overcast clouds. It resembled a divine spear of judgment, imbued with the cataclysmic power to annihilate, striking down with unerring precision upon the silver figure that leaped from the curtain of water. This was not merely an attack. It felt more akin to a long-awaited, grandiose baptism and coronation. The lightning did not explode. Instead, that tumultuous energy surged forth like a celestial river, pouring entirely into the form of the silver creature. With a crackling sound, Little Jin's body was enveloped in a blazing electric light midair. Within the crucible of the tempest, its form underwent a visibly profound metamorphosis once more. Its size swelled at an astonishingly unnatural pace, stretching from nearly half a meter to over 10. The two prominent flesh bumps atop its head burst open under the infusion of lightning, revealing a pair of crystalline dragon horns, exquisitely carved, as if from white jade. Arcane electric currents danced across these horns. Simultaneously, its sleek underbelly tore open, unveiling 4 powerful, sinewy claws. Each claw, with 3 sharp digits, gleamed with a chilling brilliance, exuding the capacity to rend asunder all that lay before it. As the lightning receded, it hovered majestically above the gorge. The rain could not approach its body, evaporating into white mist under an invisible aura. Slowly lowering its head, the once black bean-like eyes transformed into a pair of imposing, vertically slit pupils that shimmered with silver electric light, surveying everything beneath. Then, it opened its mouth. A resounding roar, resonating with supreme authority, erupted forth. The sound waves manifested as visible, transparent ripples, sweeping through the entire gorge like a tempest. Evolution complete. Spirit soaring koi, ancient subdragon Ch-Ling. In that moment, a terrifying pressure, palpable as a mountain, descended from the heavens. This was not merely the oppression of spiritual energy, but a higher form of absolute dominion, derived from the very essence of bloodline. The might of the dragon. Thud. On the rocky heights, one of Qin Hao's subordinates was the first to succumb. His legs gave way, and his knees crashed heavily upon the slick stone, producing a dull thud. Following him, the second, the third, along with their trembling, prostrate beasts, all were crushed under this overwhelming force of life, their wills shattered, spines broken. They all fell to their knees upon the muddy stones. Qin Hao still struggled to maintain his composure. His legs trembled violently like chaff in the wind, teeth chattering, while the muscles of his face contorted in horror and humiliation. He yearned to stand tall, to uphold the dignity of the Qin family. Yet that pressure bore down upon him like an invisible hand, relentlessly forcing him downward, further down, until he could resist no longer. His fierce wind wolf let out a desperate wail, collapsing into the mud, its bowels giving way. No. From the depths of his throat, Qin Hao managed to squeeze out a hoarse syllable. Crack. The sound of his kneecaps succumbing to the unbearable weight echoed in the air. Ultimately, he too followed the footsteps of all his subordinates, bending his knees heavily to the ground. His body quaked, cold sweat mingling with rainwater, streaming down his forehead. He could not muster the courage to raise his head and gaze once more at the divine figure above. Chapter 35. This is my answer. The sky was overcast. Rain pouring down in torrents. The CHL coiled majestically beneath the canopy above the waterfall. Clouds and mist swirled around it, as if subjects paying homage to their sovereign. In its gaze, all things appeared as mere ants. The gorge lay in utter silence. Apart from the deafening thunder and the roaring mountain torrents, no other sound could be heard. On the high rocks, Qin Hao and the few remaining subordinates knelt uniformly in the muddy waters. The rain washed over their pale faces, cleansing their bodies stiffened by fear. Qin Hao's head hung low, nearly touching the cold, slick stone before him. He recalled the bloodshed he had endured along this journey, the near-fatal losses incurred in pursuit of the so-called dragon transformation pool on the map. He had believed he was chasing a chance to defy fate, only to discover it was a cruel jest, an absurd farce. What he fought for was merely the scraps that others deemed unworthy. The true opportunity, the genuine portal to greatness, had belonged from the start to Qin Feng, whom he and his entire family regarded as a waste. He sought spirit herbs, spirit pools, while Qin Feng aspired to become a legend. The two pursuits were not even on the same plane. Qin Hao's body began to tremble uncontrollably. This was not due to the chill, but rather a profound sense of despair. A faint sound, like footsteps upon the waterlogged ground, approached slowly. Though soft, it resonated clearly in everyone's ears, as if each step pressed upon their hearts. Qin Hao dared not lift his gaze. Through his peripheral vision, he caught sight of a pair of ordinary boots, soaked by the rain, halting before him. Qin Feng came to a stop, gazing down at the prostrate Qin Hao, once so arrogant, who had looked down upon others. His expression remained utterly tranquil. There was no delight in victory, no thrill of vengeance, not even a hint of derision. It was as if he were observing a stranger entirely unrelated to himself. He uttered no words of humiliation. Instead, in a tone that simply stated a fact, he gently inquired, "Do you still regard me as a waste?" These words pierced through the last vestige of Qin Hao's defenses like an invisible needle. His lips trembled violently, teeth clattering, producing a rattling sound. He wished to speak, to plead for mercy, to argue, to say something, anything. Yet beneath the cold gaze of the dragon, he found himself utterly voiceless. His throat felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, allowing only garbled, hoarse sounds to escape. All that remained in his eyes was an abyss filled with fear and regret. At that moment, the CHL in the sky released a low, oppressive roar. Its silver, slit pupils locked onto the kneeling Qin Hao and his companions below. The dragon's mouth parted slightly, as if consulting its master on how to deal with these insects that had dared to offend its celestial might. A mere thought, a flash of lightning or a breath of dragon fire, could reduce them and the very rocks beneath them to ashes. Yet, Qin Feng simply shook his head gently. To slay them? It held no meaning. From the moment little Jean leaped over the dragon gate, his life had diverged onto a path entirely distinct from that of Qin Hao and his ilk. His future lay among the stars and the vast seas. These individuals are but insignificant specks of dust on the path of his ascendance, unworthy of remembrance. To squander even the slightest emotion on them is a diminishment of his spirit. Qin Feng chose to disregard the member of his clan, now reduced to a state of utter mental collapse at his feet. He lifted his gaze, defying the tempestuous winds and torrential rains, and focused on the sky, where a robust figure, entwined with his very soul, awaited. Within his chest, a long-suppressed ambition surged forth, finally erupting at this moment. He directed his voice towards the celestial CHL, pouring every ounce of strength into a thunderous proclamation. This is the answer I offer. It was a response to the enigmatic shopkeeper, as well as a farewell to the humiliating chapters of his past life. The CHL in the heavens seemed to comprehend his heartfelt declaration, erupting into a resonant, regal roar, acknowledging his resolve. Its massive form plunged from the sky, not to land upon the earth, but to whirl around Qin Feng, conjuring a vortex of fierce winds and mist. A gentle yet irresistible force lifted Qin Feng's body. In the next instant, a flash of silver illuminated the scene. The elongated body of the CHL, bearing Qin Feng, transformed into a streak of blinding silver lightning. Soaring into the heavens, it pierced through the dense thunderclouds, vanishing into the shadowy horizon. Once, a man and a fish sought a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Now, a man and a dragon reigned supreme. In the canyon, only the furious waterfall, exacerbated by the mountain flood, remained, alongside the trembling Qin Hao and others, still kneeling in the mud, shivering under the lingering aura of the dragon. In the transmission hall of the East Sea City Secret Realm Administration, a white beam of light flared to life, accompanied by a surge of spatial energy. Several drenched and disheveled figures stumbled forth from it, those abandoned Qin family members in the canyon. Quick, Hurry and inform the family. Qin Feng he. Qin Hao's face was ashen, his words jumbled, his eyes still reflecting the remnants of sheer terror. Surrounding family members cast curious glances at the disoriented Qin clan returnees. Why did they appear so lost? As discussions erupted among the crowd, another beam of light emerged. A composed young man clad in black combat attire stepped forth, Li Mo, a core member of the Li family. Upon his arrival, the waiting elders of the Li family rushed to greet him. Young Mo, what were the results of this expedition? Did you find the thunderclap herb? Li Mo shook his head, a grave expression shadowing his face. No, the thunderclap herb was guarded by a thunderlight leopard nearing B-grade peak. We suffered heavy losses and could not secure it. The Li elders sighed, about to offer words of consolation, when Li Mo abruptly shifted the conversation, revealing something even more astounding. However, before the secret realm closed, I believe I saw a dragon. What? The Li elder thought he had misheard. Li Mo emphasized his words, his eyes shimmering with the memory of that moment. A silver flash surged upward from the core area of the secret realm. We were quite distant, yet the dragon's might nearly caused my contracted beast to faint on the spot. As these words echoed, the entire transmission hall fell into a profound silence. All eyes were riveted upon Li Mo. A dragon? Such a notion seemed preposterous. More fantastical than a tale spun from dreams. Just then, members of the Wang and Zhao families emerged from the transmission array, their accounts aligning almost perfectly with Li Mo's revelation. Panic, astonishment, and disbelief rapidly swirled through the hall. Soon, connections were made between the disoriented Qin family members and the earth-shattering news. A bolder, seemingly impossible hypothesis began to spread among the crowd like wildfire. With the complete closure of the secret realm, the name Qin Feng, along with the legend of his defiance against fate and transformation into a dragon, swept through the upper echelons of East Sea City like a tempest, shaking the very foundations of the city. Chapter 36. The Qin family's regret. Dark clouds stretched from the exit of the secret realm, engulfing the skies above East Sea City. The remnants of a downpour pattered against the windows of this steel jungle. Suddenly, a shrill, piercing alarm shattered the skyline, a sound sharp enough to penetrate eardrums. This was the highest-level air defense alert of the Federation, triggered only in the face of a massive beast tide or the appearance of incomprehensible high-energy entities, a harbinger of doom. Countless citizens leaned out of their windows, fear etched upon their faces as they gazed skyward. Vehicles screeched to a halt on the streets. The Federation's defensive military base in East Sea City entered a state of maximum readiness within 3 seconds. Numerous anti-air energy cannons rose slowly from the ground, aiming at the roiling clouds. All radar screens displayed a colossal, blinking red warning. An unidentified entity, its energy level surpassing the instrument's limits, was descending from the clouds. In the Qin family estate, Qin Hao, who had returned from the transmission hall filled with dread and humiliation, had yet to report the world-altering revelations to the Council of Elders when the blaring alarm plunged the entire residence into chaos. What is happening? Is it a beast tide? The elders, who had just taken their seats in the conference hall, stood abruptly, their faces a mixture of uncertainty and alarm. At that moment, a family member responsible for monitoring burst in, tumbling with fear. In the sky, there is something up there. Qin Jinshan, the head of the Qin family, furrowed his brow and was the first to dash out of the conference hall, with all the elders following closely behind. They rushed to the estate's vast courtyard and looked up at the same time. In an instant, all breaths ceased. The heavy clouds were violently torn asunder by a colossal form that had forcibly created a massive aperture. Rainwater evaporated around this figure, forming a halo of white mist. It was a dragon, a creature adorned with perfectly silver scales, crowned with majestic antlers, and boasting 4 powerful claws beneath its abdomen. Its body exceeded 10 meters in length, elongated and agile, exuding an ineffable sense of strength and sanctity. A pair of vertically slit pupils, gleaming with silver lightning, gazed down coldly upon the city from the clouds. The pressure emanating from this being, one at the pinnacle of life, sent waves of primal terror coursing through the souls of all the Qin family's elites. Even from 1,000 meters in the air, their once mighty beasts now lay prostrate on the ground, emitting desperate cries, too terrified to raise their heads. Dragon, the leading elder stammered, uttering a term that felt absurd even to himself. He had only glimpsed fragments of such mythical creatures in the most ancient texts throughout his lifetime. And now, a living dragon looms majestically in the skies above the Qin family. What an astonishing sight it is. Yet, in the following moment, an even more bewildering occurrence transpired. They beheld a figure standing serenely upon the back of the dragon-like deity, clad in a somewhat tattered combat uniform. The person stood tall against the fierce winds of the high atmosphere, the edges of his attire flapping vigorously. As the dragon descended gracefully, The rain-soaked visage of the slightly gaunt individual became increasingly discernible. It was Qin Feng, the collateral descendant whom they had deemed mentally impaired and whose future seemed irrevocably shattered. The one they regarded as a disgrace to the family, even contemplating imprisonment for his perceived inadequacies. Tom appeared to freeze at that very moment. The courtyard of the Qin family estate fell into an eerie silence. All the high-ranking members and elders stood frozen like wooden carvings struck by lightning, their expressions locked in a state of sheer shock and disbelief. Had the world gone mad? Meanwhile, in the most secluded corner of the estate, Qin Feng's father sat despondently on the threshold, clutching a notification of asset freezing, his face a portrait of despair. Beside him, his wife quietly wept. When the piercing alarm sounded, they merely looked up in confusion. Then, they saw it. They beheld the silver figure commanding the heavens above the clouds. They saw their son standing upon the dragoness back. The notification in the father's hand slipped silently from his grasp, floating gently into the puddles below. The weathered lines of his face twitched violently, and his bloodshot eyes reddened at an observable pace. He abruptly stood up, trembling with overwhelming emotion. His mother had already covered her mouth with her hand, her sobs of joy escaping through her fingers, uncontrollable. Tears streamed down her face. In the Qin family council chamber, the lights blazed brightly, yet the atmosphere was stiflingly oppressive. Mere moments ago, an urgent communication from the Federal Defense Forces had arrived, declaring the alarm lifted. That terrifying dragon had been confirmed as the contracted beast of Qin Feng, a scion of the Qin family. The entire Elder Council fell into a profound silence. Qin Jinshan, the patriarch of the Qin family, wore an expression so grim it seemed it could drip water. His fingers rhythmically struck the table with heavy thuds, each sound causing the hearts of all present to leap painfully. The focus of the meeting had shifted from how to dispose of Qin Feng to how to welcome him back into the family, a transition both absurd and yet starkly real. Finally, Qin Jinshan ceased his drumming and stood slowly. His gaze swept over each elder, who were rendered mute by the gravity of the moment. "Prepare the carriage," he commanded, his voice hoarse yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Gather the 3 finest treasures from the family treasury. I shall go myself." The dragon gradually descended, eventually landing at the entrance of the dilapidated little courtyard. Qin Feng leapt down from its back, landing firmly on the waterlogged ground. He gently patted the dragon's neck, and the magnificent beast transformed into a silver flash, vanishing into the beast-controlling space on his wrist. He pushed open the creaking wooden door and was met by the sight of his parents, already waiting in the yard, their faces streaked with tears. Before he could utter a word, a flurry of urgent and heavy footsteps approached from outside. Qin Jinshan, the family head, led the charge, flanked by numerous elders, each bearing a gift box made of rosewood, radiating an astonishing aura of spiritual energy. This procession, capable of commanding respect throughout the entirety of EC City, halted before the humble courtyard gate. Qin Jinshan gazed at the slender figure within, whose demeanor had undeniably transformed. He inhaled deeply, forcing a smile onto his face that was more grotesque than sorrowful. He took a step forward, lowering his posture, even slightly bowing. It was a humility that a senior would never show to a junior. "Qin Feng, in the past, we have wronged you. We were blind and foolish. The Grand Elder has already volunteered for 10 years of solitary confinement, and all those who once spoke ill of you will face the harshest of punishments." Qin Jinshan's voice brimmed with regret. He waved his hand, prompting the elders behind him to present the gift boxes one by one. "This is a token of the family's goodwill, a humble gesture. If you are willing to return, from this day forth, you shall be the sole heir of the Qin family. All resources in the family treasury will be at your disposal. I offer you what even the core direct descendants cannot obtain." These words were heavy with significance, and the promise was astonishing. Kneeling nearby, Qin Hao trembled at this declaration, a flicker of despair crossing his eyes. He realized he was utterly finished. In the courtyard, Qin Feng's parents, overwhelmed by the spectacle, exchanged glances between the family head and their son, mouths agape, uncertain of what to say. All eyes were fixed upon Qin Feng, awaiting his response. Qin Feng regarded those relatives who had scorned him not long ago, observing their faces filled with flattery, remorse, and a hint of trepidation. His expression bore no anger, no derision, nor a shred of triumph. It was a visage of tranquility, deep as an ancient well, unruffled by the surface. At last he spoke, his voice soft yet clear enough for all to hear. "No need." He shook his head. "I am doing quite well outside." Such a simple statement struck like an invisible hammer against the hearts of the Qin family's upper echelons. They were rendered speechless. The smile on Qin Jinshan's face froze entirely. They had anticipated Qin Feng might respond with rage, impose conditions, or humiliate them. Yet, they never imagined he would deliver such a nonchalant rejection. The more indifferent he appeared, the more the feelings of regret and fear burgeoned within the Qin family members, filling them with an overwhelming sense of despair. They finally comprehended that this true dragon, who had leaped from the mundane depths, had long since severed ties with the Qin family. Qin Feng turned away from them, lending support to his mother, who was already weeping uncontrollably. Qin Jinshan stood in place for a long while, gradually emerging from the depths of his profound disappointment and regret. His eyes sharpened with newfound resolve. He turned to his trusted confidant, speaking in an almost commanding tone, "Investigate. Spare no effort to uncover who has bestowed upon him this astounding fortune." Chapter 37. The Serene Pet Shop, a New Sanctuary. When the final report was presented to Qin Jinshan, silence enveloped the council chamber. So profound one could hear a pin drop. The report was thin, merely 2 pages. The first page contained information on Lin Shi, a slime of the chaotic stellar body. The second page detailed Qin Feng's profile. A bloodline-reverting Ch-Ling now reigns supreme in the secret realm, compelling the entire Qin family to bow in deference before a young powerhouse. 2 names, each capable of inscribing their legacy into the annals of the Federation's beast evolution history, utterly subverting the established ironclad rules of biology. Both origins converge upon a singular location, a dilapidated pet shop nestled in the old district, owned by a young man enmeshed in the world of gaming. Qin Jinshan's fingers rested upon the edge of the report, lingering in silence. Within the council chamber, every elder held their breath, acutely aware of their hearts thundering like drums. It was not merely a shop, it was the epicenter of a miracle. Qin Jinshan's fingers unconsciously tapped upon the polished surface of the mahogany table, thud, 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 with increasing force, as if intending to shatter the precious wood into splinters. Finally, he lifted his gaze, sweeping over each individual present, his expression a tempest of emotions, regret, fear, and a barely restrained, fervent greed. He seized the internal communicator, his voice hoarse, akin to the rasp of 2 rough stones grinding together. "Continue the investigation. Not Qin Feng. Investigate that shop, that shopkeeper. I demand every scrap of information on him from birth to present. Remember, at all costs." A storm began to brew above the unseen clouds, escalating at a geometric pace. The reputation of Yuran Pet Shop transcended the confines of the elite circles in Donghai City. It detonated like a psychic nuclear bomb, its shockwave rending the boundaries of locality and reverberating throughout the upper echelons of the Federation. Far from Donghai City, in the central military district of the Federation, 300 meters underground, within a fortress of alloy, an aged general adorned with the brilliance of a stellar insignia, his face etched with the marks of time and conflict, gazed intently at the classified intelligence unfolding upon the luminous screen before him. The title of the report bore but 2 characters, Ch-Ling. He scrutinized the biological image captured by the Donghai City Defense Force radar, optimized through countless models. Its eyes, steadfast through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, now widened in shock as its pupils contracted sharply. Crack! The specially crafted ceramic teacup, a companion for 30 years, crumbled to dust beneath his unconscious grip. Scalding tea and porcelain shards trickled through his fingers, yet he remained oblivious to the chaos. At the Federation Life Sciences Institute, within the highest security S-class laboratory, a venerable professor, revered as a titan of evolutionary theory, his name commanding respect from biologists worldwide, fixated on the data model projected in holographic form. It depicted the energy fluctuation curve captured by the psychic detection satellite deployed over Donghai City at the moment the Ch-Ling appeared, steep, violent, and entirely contrary to every principle of energy conservation he had ever known. "Impossible, this cannot be," he murmured, his breath ragged like a dilapidated bellows, his aged visage flushed with excitement, as if on the brink of a myocardial infarction. All overturned. The myth, the evolutionary path of mythical beings, exists in truth. It was no longer mere rumor. It had been validated. That shop was a locus where myths descended into reality. In an instant, the undercurrents of the Federation's underground world surged. Their gazes converged, from every direction, upon that inconspicuous old street in Donghai City. They began to probe fervently through various clandestine channels, sparing no expense in their quest for knowledge about the shop. Yet, the findings only plunged everyone into deeper confusion and reverence. This establishment exhibited no discernible pattern. Its doors swung open and shut at the whim of fate. Its goods appeared and vanished, the interior often remaining barren. The proprietor, a young man named Lu Yu, had an utterly blank background, as if he had materialized from thin air, exhibiting whims that defied comprehension. Whether one could enter that door, meet the shopkeeper, or procure that extraordinary fortune, hinged entirely upon an ethereal, intangible force, unquantifiable by wealth or power, fate. Lu Yu's lethargic demeanor, a pinnacle of indifference, was misinterpreted by the scheming magnates as a profound enigma, a test of the wise. Thus, a surreal tableau unfolded upon that dilapidated street. Each dawn, before the sun graced the sky, a myriad of luxury vehicles would silently gather at the street corner. Titans of industry, typically seen only in news articles and financial journals, disembarked from their cars. Clad in impeccable attire, their expressions solemn, they meticulously adjusted their appearances before respectfully approaching the small shop's entrance. Then, they began a prolonged, silent vigil. They dared not raise their voices, urge one another, or even emit a hint of their formidable presence, lest they disturb the shopkeeper. For all this, Luyu grew increasingly exasperated. He drew the curtains shut and splurged on soundproof headphones of studio quality, attempting to sever ties with the outside world. What is going on? He lamented, glancing at his game screen where his character had just achieved a divine level, only to turn gray once more in frustration, removing the headphones in discontent. Are there more and more spectators gathering at the door? His reflection in the monitor revealed a face on the verge of madness. They stand there like door gods. One standing there all day long. Can't I even get a decent score? He raked his fingers through his disheveled hair, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward the gap in the curtains. That old man with white hair. I remember him. He has been here for almost a week. Standing for 8 hours come rain or shine, more punctual than my past 996 work schedule. What does he want? Is he hoping to attain enlightenment in front of my door? Luyu sighed deeply, entirely unaware that his humble shop, open merely for a leisurely retirement, had transformed in the eyes of those outside into a sacred and forbidden domain. He remained oblivious that his establishment had become the ultimate threshold, one that countless souls aspired to cross in hopes of altering their destinies. And he himself was the enigmatic gatekeeper, casually determining who might ascend to greatness and who would descend into the mundane. Chapter 38, The Alchemist's Impasse. Amidst the visitors who nearly illuminated the old street with their presence, one elderly figure remained untouched, a paragon of solitude. Clad in a simple gray robe, with hair flecked with white and a gaunt visage, he meditated with closed eyes, seemingly at odds with the anxious atmosphere surrounding him. His name was Gu He, one of the 3 esteemed masters of the Federation Alchemist Association. This name alone symbolized a legend within the upper echelons of the Federation. Yet, only Gu He knew that this legend was nearing its twilight. In recent years, he had encountered the most formidable bottleneck in his cultivation journey. Despite his utmost efforts to refine the 9-turn golden pill, he remained unable to attain the legendary state of perfection, the return to simplicity. Every batch of elixir, regardless of how meticulously he controls the flame or perfectly balances the herbs, ultimately retains a trace of imperceptible yet tenacious fire poison. It is this very remnant that forever distances his concoctions from achieving the divine grade. Consequently, he secluded himself for 3 years, exhausting his efforts and scouring ancient texts. Yet he still failed to uncover the solution. Under the relentless assault of inner fire, he became afflicted by the poison of his own elixirs, which even left an indelible wound within him, eroding his vitality day and night. Just as he was on the verge of despair and prepared to attain enlightenment through dissolution, the miraculous emergence of the slime and the Elling struck his stagnant heart like 2 thunderbolts. To create such extraordinary beings, their insight and realm must undoubtedly transcend the mundane. Perhaps they could indeed unravel his inner turmoil. Clinging to this last flicker of hope, he set aside his pride as a master and personally ventured here. Uncertain of how long he waited, the tightly closed curtain door finally ascended with a jarring scraping sound. Ly emerged while yawning, his eyes still bleary, clutching a can of ice-cold cola. He frowned, observing the assembly of dignitaries who were more punctual than clocking in for work. Here they come again, all suited up, standing on this shabby street. Are they performing some sort of art? Especially that old man with the white beard. Has he been standing in the center for days? Doesn't his leg go numb? Opened his eyes. A spark ignited within his murky gaze as he stepped forward, becoming the first to approach the store's entrance. The crowd stirred, yet none dared to advance. They all recognized this titan of the alchemical world and understood that such opportunities were governed by the principle of first come, first served. Upon entering the store, he was greeted by a peculiar odor, a blend of dust and fast food packaging, that assailed his senses. The dimly lit interior was sparsely furnished, with a few takeout boxes piled in the corner, remnants of past meals. The sole hint of vitality emanated from a potted green plant on the windowsill. Its leaves exhibited an extraordinary spiral pattern, vibrant green, exuding a refreshing aura that seemed to cleanse the soul. His pupils constricted slightly. Such remarkable vitality. His experienced eye quickly discerned that this plant was no ordinary specimen. Its life force surpassed even that of the most precious millennium ginseng in his medicinal garden. Yet, Despite ransacking his memory of herbal texts, he could not identify its origin. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the exceedingly youthful shopkeeper behind the counter. LY was engrossed in a popular competitive game on his computer. GH's flicker of anticipation swiftly dimmed. Was this the enigmatic being who had wrought miraculous feats? A gaming addict, lost in his virtual world? Doubt and disappointment surged within him like a tidal wave. As a master of his craft, he held his own pride. He could not bring himself to humbly seek counsel from such a youth. Resolute, he decided to test the young man's discernment first. From his robes, he carefully produced a lustrous white jade vial. With a deft motion, he uncorked it, releasing a rich, almost tangible aroma of elixir that instantly filled the small shop. The fragrance was overpowering, imbued with a life essence that invigorated the spirit and relaxed the limbs with just a single inhalation. A subtle smile of satisfaction graced GH's face as he tilted the jade vial, pouring out a pill the size of a longan. The elixir was a resplendent gold, adorned with 9 naturally formed patterns, its brilliance shimmering with an undercurrent of thunderous energy brewing within. This was his most esteemed creation, the 9-turn golden pill. Though it bore flaws, it remained one of the finest elixirs in existence. Holding it in his palm, he feigned nonchalance and asked, "Young shopkeeper, what do you think of this pill? How does it appear to you?" LY, irritable from a failed game session the previous night, was in no mood for this absurd encounter with an elderly stranger brandishing a pill. "What are you staring at? I'm not a quality inspector. Though, it does seem like that pill is quite valuable." His gaze lingered on the red network latency warning in the bottom corner of his screen. Upgrading to a gigabit fiber line would undoubtedly cost a pretty penny. The customer is king. For the sake of a new line and a smoother gaming experience, LY resolved to muster some energy to engage. He leaned in slightly, though his mind already drifted into the system. "System, scan this item for me." Chapter 39, A Moment of Revelation. LY recited this in his mind, and in the next instant, a faint blue light curtain unfurled before his retina. Visible only to him. Item name, 9-turn golden pill, defective. Identification result, severe errors in herb ratios. Excessive heat during refinement caused the properties of dragon S spittle grass and phoenix tailflower to conflict, resulting in stubborn fire poison within the pill. Evaluation. Consuming this will extend the lifespan of mortals. For cultivators, the fire poison will erode their foundation, eventually becoming a lethal toxin that even divine beings cannot remedy. LY's brows arched slightly. So, all this time, he is merely a half-baked alchemist. Instantly, he grasped the situation and glanced at the venerable elder before him, who exuded an air of otherworldliness. He carries himself with such aplomb, yet his product is merely a fade. However, for the sake of his lagging internet connection and to ensure a seamless gaming experience in the future, he decided to play along. After all, the customer is king. Even if he is merely a half-baked deity. LY lazily leaned over the counter, pinching the golden pill between 2 fingers with a hint of disdain. He raised it to his eyes and pretended to scrutinize it for a moment. Then, bringing it to his nose, he took a gentle whiff. A potent and commanding medicinal aroma mingled with a barely perceptible, burnt odor surged into his nostrils. LY's brow instantly furrowed. It wasn't he feigned. He genuinely found it unpleasant. It was akin to a top-tier Buddha jumps over-the-wall dish that had a charred piece of wood dropped into it. The jarring discordance left him distinctly uncomfortable. Casually, he tossed the golden pill back into GH's palm. The action was so nonchalant it resembled discarding a used candy wrapper. With a soft thud, the golden pill lightly bounced in GH's hand, causing his heart to lurch. LY shook his head, an expression of sincere regret painting his features. What a pity. He sighed. What a waste of fine materials. This simple statement caused the previously mild atmosphere in the shop to freeze abruptly. The hint of pride on GH's face solidified into a mask of disbelief. His pupils constricted in an instant, and a suppressed fury ignited deep within his murky gaze. Having earned respect for decades, he had never endured such disdain. Were it not for his trepidation of this mysterious place, he would have stormed out immediately. He suppressed his anger, each word emerging as if forced through clenched teeth. What a pity indeed. Where is the pity to be found? Lu Yu cast a sidelong glance at the old man, perceiving a certain ungratefulness in his demeanor. I have graciously refrained from outright declaring that what you concocted is poison. Yet you insist on probing further? Very well. If you seek to humiliate yourself, I shall oblige you. He extended 3 fingers and, in a tone that exuded indifference while stating facts, spoke leisurely. The timing exceeded 3 breaths. Boom. The first statement resonated like a thunderbolt, striking fiercely upon Gu Hie's crown. His mind plunged into a void. Timing. It was indeed the timing. He had sequestered himself for 3 years, meticulously rehearsing countless times, convinced that his mastery over timing had reached perfection. Yet, He had never anticipated that the flaw would lie within the fleeting span of those 3 breaths at the moment of pill refinement. Lu Yu's voice continued uninterrupted. The ratio of dragon saliva grass to phoenix tail flower is also reversed. The harmony of water and fire is the path of balance. Yet you have allowed them to flow against the current, their medicinal properties clashing. Thus not only failing to temper the fire within the pill, but instead giving rise to a new, more insidious fire toxin. Thunderous roars. If the first statement was a clap of thunder, the second was a divine punishment capable of leveling mountains. Gu He's body trembled violently, his countenance paling to a ghostly white, devoid of color. The words, reversed ratio, clashing properties, inciting fire toxin, were as sharp as the finest blades, slicing through the most core, secretive, and fatal flaw of his decades of effort with surgical precision. This secret was known only to heaven, earth, and himself. He had never confided in anyone. Yet today, it was casually unraveled by a young man he had never met before. Observing the old man's expression, which seemed on the verge of death, Lu Yu waved his hand impatiently, delivering his final verdict. This elixir, when consumed by mortals, is a spiritual remedy. Yet for cultivators, it becomes a lethal poison. With that, he turned away, resuming his seat before the computer, redirecting his focus to a game that entranced him. It was as if his previous astonishing declarations were merely a casual critique of a roadside stall's inadequate spicy hot pot. The entire small shop fell into a profound silence. Time seemed to freeze. Gu He remained motionless, like a weathered statue of stone. The arrogance, skepticism, and anger etched on his face were washed away in mere seconds, replaced by an overwhelming shock and an awe that resonated from the depths of his soul. He finally comprehended his error, an egregious one at that. He had thought himself there to assess the other, only to realize that, in the eyes of this youth, his proud mastery of alchemy was likely no more than a child's play. What masters? What luminaries? Before a true divine being, he was nothing more than a ludicrous jest. The stubborn alchemical poison that had entrenched itself within him, gnawing at his vitality day and night, seemed to cease its insidious flow in the face of this profound fear and regret. He gazed at Lu Yu's languid, slightly stooped figure, which in his eyes appeared to grow ever taller, ultimately transforming into a supreme existence that surveyed the vast river of alchemical knowledge, wielding the power of life and death over pharmacology, an entity beyond comprehension. With a thud, Gu He's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, kneeling. This master alchemist, whose mere stamp of foot could send tremors through the entire alchemical community, now relinquished all his dignity and pride. Bowing deeply to Lu Yu's back, he touched his forehead to the dust-laden floor, producing a dull thud. His voice trembled with profound emotion, tinged with a hint of weeping. Master, please allow Gu He to bow before you. I implore you, Master, to guide me through this conundrum. Chapter 40. The Tao and the Flower, a fortune of 5 billion. The sudden thud jolted Lu Yu from the exhilaration of impending victory in his game. He turned toward the sound, witnessing the white-bearded elder, prostrating himself fully onto the dusty floor of the shop. What is happening? Lu Yu stood transfixed, the ice-cold cola in his hand forgotten. I merely spoke a few truths. Why the reverence? Is this a new form of extortion? Are seniors today so competitive in their craft? Yet Master Gu He paid no heed to Lu Yu's astonishment. He recounted his stagnation, the predicament of being ensnared by his own alchemical poison, articulating it all in a tone bordering on confession. Each word brimmed with boundless regret and despair. Finally, he raised his tear-streaked face, earnestly pleading, the younger generation is foolish, ensnared by inner demons. I beseech the Master to illuminate the way, to aid me in overcoming this chasm of alchemy. Gu He is willing to offer everything, hoping for but a word from the Master. Lu Yu was overwhelmed by his incessant lamentations. He simply wished to dismiss this weeping old man and return to his ranked matches. His gaze scanned the shop restlessly until it inadvertently landed on a potted plant in the corner, an offering from the system designed to purify the air, which had recently bloomed a modest white flower. Lu Yu recalled that the system had whimsically named this plant 9 turns revitalizing grass. A thought flickered through his mind. He resolved to activate his infallible skill of highbrow wisdom, aiming for a swift resolution. Lu Yu slowly stood, approached the potted plant, and extended a finger, gently pointing to the quietly blooming white flower, illuminated by the soft light from the window. He spoke in a tone imbued with cosmic profundity, as if encompassing the principles of life and death. Pharmacology is the essence of heavenly principles. Gu He shuddered, his gaze snapping to Lu Yu. Lu Yu continued, his voice languid yet ethereal, improvising his way through the discourse. Your elixir seeks only to flourish, neglecting the necessity of decline. In your relentless pursuit of pure yang energy, gathering the vitality of heaven and earth into one vessel, you remain oblivious to the truth that solitary yang cannot thrive, nor can solitary Een endure. Hence, the calamity of fire toxin ensues. This is the inevitable law of heaven. Yes, that's roughly the gist. The system states it so. Lu Yu silently critiqued. Yet his words flowed unceasingly. He gestured toward the white flower, his voice deepening further. Observe this flower. It flourishes in brilliance and also withers in silence. One withers, one thrives. Life and death complete a perfect cycle. The peak leads to decline. From adversity comes prosperity. This is the essence of alchemy. This is also the way of heaven. Master Gu He's gaze followed Lu Yu's finger to the flower. With a single glance, he felt as though an invisible lightning bolt had struck him, illuminating his mind. He stood transfixed, the flower quietly blooming before him. Upon the petals, a magnificent breath of life surged like a tidal wave, and within the depths of that vital essence, he discerned a faint, elusive presence that signified both end and oblivion. Life and death, two diametrically opposed yet harmoniously intertwined forces, achieved an enigmatic equilibrium within the confines of this seemingly inconspicuous flower. A resounding explosion echoed in Gu He's mind. He comprehended. At long last, he understood. What he had long sought was the quintessence of life, the ultimate purity of elixirs. Yet, he had overlooked the fact that without the contrast of death, life itself bore no significance. Alchemy should not merely be the accumulation of medicinal potency. It should embody the harmony of yin and yang, the cyclical nature of existence and demise. It turned out that he was but a single ingredient away from crafting a transcendent elixir, an ingredient known as withering. In a moment of profound revelation, Gu He was struck with an overwhelming force, sending his blood surging backward, and he expelled a long stagnant dark crimson poison from within. However, upon releasing that toxic blood, rather than feeling weakened, he experienced a remarkable lightness throughout his being. The Dan poison, which had plagued him for years, was significantly alleviated in that instant of enlightenment. His expression transformed into one of rapture, bordering on madness. Tears of joy streamed down Gu He's face as he trembled violently, extending a quivering finger toward the plant that, in his eyes, had become synonymous with the very essence of the Tao. His voice came out hoarse and barely recognizable. Master, this divine entity, this Tao herb, might I have the honor of acquiring it? Lu Yu's heart leapt with joy. He realized that today's efforts would bear fruit. He feigned contemplation for a moment, his mind already delving into the system to ascertain the price of this herb. Upon seeing a lengthy string of zeros flash across the screen, even Lu Yu felt his heart skip a beat. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, he casually announced the figure, 5 billion. No negotiations. The atmosphere grew thick with tension once more. Lu Yu had braced himself for Gu He to be either intimidated by the exorbitant price or to enter into a frenzied bargaining session. Yet, upon hearing the sum, Master Gu displayed no signs of shock at the cost. Instead, his eyes widened in disbelief and elation. 5 billion? Just 5 billion? This is an unbelievable bargain. What is this? This is the key to transcending my current limitations and glimpsing the higher realms of alchemy. This is a chance to extend my lifespan by centuries, even to aspire toward the legendary realm of the alchemy deity. Can such a treasure be quantified in monetary terms? 5 billion. I would deem 500 billion or even 5,000 billion a mere trifle in comparison. This shopkeeper, indeed, was a transcendent being, untainted by the mundane concerns of the world. The price he had set was not for the sake of profit, but rather a test of Gu He's dedication to the path of enlightenment. A myriad of possibilities flooded Gu He's mind. He dared not hesitate, fearing that the enigmatic shopkeeper might rescind his offer at any moment. Almost crawling, he stood up, retrieved an ancient communication device from his robes, and, trembling, began to dial frantically. Hello, it's me, Gu He. Immediately. Right now? Use all my authority. Sell everything in the family treasury that can be liquidated. And the association. Notify the other two old-timers that I owe them a tremendous favor. Have them mobilize funds at once. Yes, 5 billion. Not a penny less. I don't care what methods you employ. I want to see the money transferred within half an hour. This concerns my Tao. It concerns the future of our entire alchemist association. Gu He roared into the communication device, his fervor leaving Lu Yu, who was ready to resume his game, utterly astonished. Chapter 41, A New Legend. Half an hour. This duration was the longest and most torturous moment in Gu He's life, as he staked his very dignity on the outcome. Lu Yu had completed a game and even had time to order spicy hot pot takeout. When the antiquated communication device rang again, Gu He nearly lunged to answer it. On the other end was his most trusted disciple, his voice trembling with excitement. Master, the funds are secured. Gu He's body visibly relaxed, as if all the bones in his body had been extracted in that instant. With his last ounce of strength, he rasped out an account number into the device. One he had just received from the mysterious shopkeeper. Lu Yu's phone vibrated gently. A notification of a bank transfer appearing on the screen. Your account ending in XXXX received a transfer of 500,000,000,000 yuan on X month X day. A string of zeros dazzled Lu Yu's eyes. 5 billion. He silently calculated. If converted to gigabit fiber, I could utilize it until the end of human civilization, right? His elation was nearly overwhelming. Yet, on the surface, he merely raised his eyelids and nodded indifferently at the elder, who was shaking with excitement. As if he had received not 5 billion, but merely 50 yuan for internet fees. Lu Yu stood up, approached the corner of the room, and casually lifted the pot containing the 9 rebirth herb, along with its inexpensive plastic planter. He extended it towards Gu He, his movements effortless and natural, akin to offering a glass of water or a pack of tissues. However, Gu He hesitated to accept it in such a casual manner. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly quelled the tumult within, adjusting his disheveled robes. With a reverential demeanor, he extended both hands, solemnly accepting the plant that represented the Tao to him. As the pot touched his hands, an indescribable essence, embodying the dualities of decay and flourishing, surged through his arms and into his entire being. The Dan poison within him was once again subdued. Gu He's eyes brimmed with tears. He uttered not another word. Any expression would seem inadequate in the face of such a miraculous transformation. Clutching the herb, he bowed deeply to Lu Yu once more. This time, he was not bowing to a master but to the Tao, to the grace bestowed upon him. Then, he turned and strode resolutely out of the store. Outside, the previously silent crowd erupted into a flurry of activity, their gazes fixated on the unassuming green plant cradled in Gu He's arms. They watched as Gu He, under the scrutiny of all, did not pause but directly entered a vehicle that had been waiting for him. The door closed, and he vanished into the distance. 3 days later, in the depths of the Gu family's forbidden grounds in Donghai City, within a Dan-making chamber buried 100 meters underground, Gu He sat cross-legged. He had not closed his eyes for 3 days and nights, his appearance gaunt, yet his eyes gleamed with an otherworldly brightness. Before him, the alchemical furnace that had accompanied him throughout his life burned steadily, while beside it, the pot of 9 rebirth herbs sat in silent repose. The delicate little white flower had been carefully plucked by him. After 3 days of profound contemplation, he finally integrated the essence of life and death contained within the flower into his alchemical path. He extended his hand and cast the small white flower into the elixir furnace. The moment the petals made contact with the flames, the fire within the furnace transformed from a pure golden hue into a subtle shade of ashen white, symbolizing annihilation. In that instant, life and death achieved a sublime equilibrium. Time slipped by, second by second. When the last vestige of medicinal potency was thoroughly refined, Gu He abruptly opened his eyes, hands forming a seal, and uttered a single word, collect. The flames in the furnace extinguished instantaneously. There was no cataclysmic roar, nor any resplendent manifestation. The alchemy chamber was enveloped in an exquisite silence. Gu He, filled with anxiety, fixated on the furnace, forgetting even to breathe. A soft click resonated. The lid of the furnace slowly rose. A perfectly round pill, its hue a dark gold and devoid of any intricate patterns, appeared to be unassuming, quietly suspended at the center of the furnace. Returning to simplicity, it was complete. Gu He's body trembled violently, and 2 streams of scalding tears cascaded down his wrinkled cheeks. In the next moment, an unexpected phenomenon erupted. A brilliant beam of radiant light surged from the depths of the alchemy chamber, tearing through the layers of restrictions of the ancient family's sacred ground, soaring skyward. The heavens above Donghai City were instantly cloaked in auspicious crimson clouds. Shortly thereafter, an indescribably pure and sacred fragrance of elixir began to emanate from the Gu family, rapidly spreading in all directions. This aroma was overwhelmingly powerful, swiftly enveloping the entirety of Donghai City. Whether a beastmaster deep in cultivation or an ordinary passerby, upon inhaling this fragrance, they felt a revitalizing surge, their fatigue and hidden wounds washed away. Countless formidable individuals, long stuck at their bottlenecks, experienced an epiphany upon catching a whiff of this elixir's scent, breaking through on the spot. The entire Donghai City erupted in fervor. At the Qin family estate, Qin Jinshan suddenly flung open the study window, gazing at the radiant light on the horizon while inhaling the sacred fragrance in the air. His expression turned extraordinarily complex, a blend of shock and envy. He recognized that Gu He had succeeded, and the source of this fortune lay within that small shop. Once looked down upon by the Qin family, and even subjected to attempts at suppression. In the underground command center of the Federal Central Military District, an elderly general, adorned with the star of a commander, watched the screen displaying urgent reports of the celestial phenomena in Donghai City. He crushed his third ceramic teacup in frustration. Relay the orders, he commanded, his voice hoarse and grave. Elevate the confidentiality level of the Uran pet shop to the highest tier. From this day forth, it is no longer merely a store. It is a strategic forbidden zone. If the emergence of slimes and dragon-like creatures had demonstrated that shop's unrivaled authority in the realm of biological evolution, then the birth of this elixir today proclaimed a far more terrifying truth to the entire Federation, that the strength of that shop extends across all domains. Whether in beast mastery, alchemy, or any known or unknown field of human endeavor, there, all miracles are possible. The Uran pet shop was no longer a secret. Uran pet shop. Victory. Lu Yu gazed at the immense victory emblem on his computer screen, stretching contentedly. He removed his headphones and rubbed his slightly sore neck. Just then, a text notification from the bank arrived. The system's fee of 99 for causal correction had been deducted, and his hard-earned 50 million had been credited. Not bad. Not bad. Time to upgrade to a top-tier gaming setup. Lu Yu savored a sip of ice-cold cola, his mood buoyant. He instinctively glanced out the window. Just a fleeting glance nearly caused him to spit out his drink. There were more people outside than 3 days prior. A dense crowd nearly choked the entire old street. Moreover, the expressions on their faces had changed entirely. No longer were they filled with scrutiny, greed, and curiosity. Instead, each countenance radiated a singular emotion, reverence. It was a devotion akin to that of devotees gazing upon their deities, a fervor and awe emanating from the depths of their souls. They regarded the dilapidated little shop as if it were a sacred temple. Lu Yu felt a shiver run down his spine under their gazes. What on earth? Did these people forget to take their medicine before stepping out today? Each one looks like a zealot. Do they think my shop harbors some unparalleled treasure? He could not fathom their line of thinking. Frustratedly, he ran his fingers through his hair, stood up, and with a swift motion, drew the curtains shut. The entire world fell silent in an instant. He donned his newly purchased studio-grade noise-canceling headphones, isolating himself from all external clamor. The new matchmaking for rank play was already underway. At the eye of the storm, Uran remained undisturbed. Chapter 42. Tripartite Conference, The Path of the Elders. In Donghai City, at the Cloud Peak Clubhouse, a venue inaccessible to any non-member, each inch of the redwood flooring exuded an aura of wealth and power unattainable by ordinary individuals. In a serene tea room, the fragrant sandalwood wafted like a slender dragon, coiling through the air before dissipating. She sat upright on a soft cushion, her hands nervously resting on her knees. The school uniform she wore seemed somewhat out of place amidst the opulent atmosphere of the tea room. It was her first time in such a setting, and the invisible pressure in the air rendered her breaths cautious. Opposite her sat Qin Feng, who appeared even more composed and reserved than when she last saw him. The sharpness that once defined his demeanor now replaced by a profound and dignified presence. He poured Shi a cup of tea, his movements fluid and graceful. At the head of the table, the esteemed Gu He, clad in a gray robe, sat with his eyes closed, resembling an ancient statue. 3 individuals, their destinies irrevocably altered due to the same shop and its enigmatic proprietor, gathered here for their first formal meeting, initiated by Master Gu He. After a prolonged silence, Shi mustered her courage to speak first. Her voice rang clear, imbued with a youthful sincerity untouched by the world's harshness. I have always perceived Senior Lu as a tester. He employs that seemingly exorbitant price to gauge the resolve of each person who enters the shop, assessing how profoundly we wish to alter our fates. My pet, Little and I, is a testament to the courage bestowed upon me by the senior. She recalled her desperate efforts to gather that 3 million. The heart-pounding determination she felt when she finally made her decision. It was not merely a transaction. It was a gamble that encompassed her entire life. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng gently shook his head. He set down his teacup, the porcelain clinking against the table, producing a crisp sound. Classmate Shi, I can only agree with you partially. His gaze was profound, as if it mirrored the tumultuous waves within the Dragon Gate's secret realm. I prefer to refer to him as Teacher Lu. He was not testing us. Rather, he was enlightening us. The souls he illuminated were those unwilling to settle for mediocrity, those who refused to be shackled by fate. Qin Feng's voice resonated with a deep intensity. There are so many discontented souls in this world. Why must it be me? Because he, the teacher, perceived the cries emanating from the depths of my soul, recognized my unwavering resolve to defy destiny at all costs. That koi fish symbolizes not wealth, but my path, my unwillingness to submit. Thus, he was not selling a pet, but rather granting a qualification to alter one's fate. On the main seat, Master Gu He, who had remained silent, slowly opened his eyes. Those once murky orbs now sparkled with the clarity of a newborn, imbued with profound wisdom that comprehended the intricacies of the world. He stroked his grizzled beard, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. You 2 young ones have only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. His voice, though soft, seemed to carry an enchanting power, compelling Lin Shi and Qin Feng to straighten their backs and listen intently. Do you think Master Lu sells pets? Is it merely chance? Gui shook his head, his tone laced with both nostalgia and reverence. No, the Master is elucidating the ultimate truths of the universe. Each of his offerings embodies a manifestation of the Tao. Gui's gaze seemed to penetrate through layers of walls, directing towards the dilapidated old street. Lin Shi's slime, seemingly feeble, possesses the ability to consume all and continuously evolve. Its essence is the path of chaos. Qin Feng's little CHL-ing leaps over the dragon gate, reversing its bloodline. Its foundation lies in the path of transformation. And the divine herb I was fortunate enough to acquire. Gui inhaled deeply, fervent devotion illuminating his countenance. Within a single flower, there exists both the splendor of blooming and the desolation of withering. Life and death, decay and flourishing. This embodies the path of reincarnation. Boom. These words reverberated like thunder in the minds of Lin, Shi, and Qin Feng. The path of chaos. The path of transformation. The path of reincarnation. In an instant, they felt their horizons expand infinitely. So that is how it is. They had always believed they had merely stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter that could alter their personal destinies. They had never considered that what they grasped in their hands represented the very principles of the universe. The three engaged in fervent discussion. The more they exchanged ideas, the more astonished they became. As they pieced together their experiences, the image of the young shopkeeper grew increasingly towering and unfathomable in their minds. I remember. Lin Shi suddenly exclaimed with excitement. The senior hardly ever goes out, spending each day in the shop, either staring at the computer or napping in his chair. Qin Feng's eyes brightened in agreement. Yes, the last time I visited, he was playing games, appearing quite indifferent, as if uninvolved with anything at all. I understand now. Master Gui slapped his thigh, a look of realization dawning upon him. This is not laziness. This is the refining of the heart amidst the mundane. It is the highest realm of concealment within the city. The senior exists within the bustling streets, yet his heart remains tranquil, unperturbed by external matters. He appears to be engaging with the world, yet he is observing the ebb and flow of fate in a manner we cannot comprehend. Lin Shi gasped in astonishment. That dilapidated little shop. Gui interjected, his tone unwaveringly certain. That is a test. The Tao is simplicity itself, a return to the essence. Only those with sincere hearts, capable of discerning the superficial, are worthy to knock upon that door and behold the true form of the senior. The senior's actions, though seemingly casual, are laden with profound meaning beyond our imagination. Qin Feng's breath quickened. We can no longer continue this solitary struggle. The senior's Tao is vast and profound, far beyond the understanding of any one of us alone. We must unite, learn together, and progress collectively if we are to grasp even a fraction of the teachings imparted by the senior. This proposal was met with immediate and fervent agreement from the other two. Master Gui's expression turned gravely serious. He solemnly proposed, indeed, I suggest that we establish an organization today. First, we shall regularly exchange our insights and understanding of the Master's teachings. Second, and most importantly, we must safeguard the Master's tranquility. We will sift through those truly worthy, those with the fortune to meet the Master, preventing the petty from disturbing the slumber of a deity with their mundane foolishness. Lin Shi and Qin Feng nodded emphatically. They envisioned the throngs now flocking to the shop. Those driven by greed, desire, and worldly motives. They were unworthy. They were unworthy to meet the senior. What shall we name our organization? Lin Shi asked softly. This question posed a challenge for the trio. Tao Seekers Alliance? Qin Feng suggested, but quickly dismissed it. No, too ordinary, failing to match the Master's grandeur. The true dragon slime enthusiasts? Lin Shi blushed as she proposed an idea, wishing to find a crevice to hide in. Master Gui pondered for a lengthy moment, struggling to conjure a name that could encapsulate the essence of that exalted being. Ultimately, it was Qin Feng's eyes that sparkled with inspiration. Since the senior offers the myth of the future, the deities yet to come, why not call it the Divine Companion Club? At first glance, this name seemed simple and straightforward, perhaps even somewhat mundane. Yet, upon deeper reflection, the trio discerned a unique resonance. The Tao is simplicity itself. By employing the most unpretentious name to conceal the most astonishing secret, does this not reflect the senior's own style? Excellent. Master Gui clapped his hands in admiration. Let it be the Divine Companion Club. Lin Shi nodded vigorously, feeling that this name was perfectly suited. Then, as the club's first resolution, Gui stood, his gaze piercing as he regarded the others. I propose that we make a pilgrimage once more. We shall not seek anything for ourselves. We will only observe and listen, hoping to glean new revelations from the senior's unintentional words and actions, which will guide the future directives of our club. Chapter 43, The Pilgrimage to the Sacred Grounds and the Takeout Incident. 3 days later, in the afternoon, the sun was obscured by heavy clouds, casting a somber atmosphere over the old street. The three founding members of the Divine Companion Club, Gu He, Qin Feng, and Lin Shi, returned once more to the place that marked their destinies. Unlike the throngs of others crowding the entrance of the leisurely pet shop, they chose to pause in an inconspicuous corner across the street. Their expressions were solemn, grave, and tinged with an undeniable tension. This was no ordinary visit. It was a sacred pilgrimage. With the most devout hearts, they came to observe the divine's presence among mortals. Lin Shi anxiously clutched the hem of her school uniform, her heart racing. Qin Feng straightened his posture, his gaze unwaveringly fixated on the half-open door of the shop, striving to glean a fragment of celestial insight from the limited vista before him. Master Gu He, embodying tranquility, stroked his beard, his eyes narrowing slightly as he entered a state of profound contemplation, oblivious to the world around him. Within the pet shop, Lu Yu, feeling increasingly agitated, raked his fingers through his already disheveled hair. A glance at his phone revealed an exasperating sight. The delivery app's interface showcased a glaring red countdown. Your deluxe spicy hot pot is now overdue by 31 minutes and 43 seconds. At that moment, Lu Yu's stomach let out an untimely growl. What on earth is going on? It should have arrived by now. Even a snail could have made it from the south of the city to the west. If it doesn't arrive soon, I might just become the first-time traveler to perish from hunger while waiting for takeout in my own shop. This would definitely make the local news headlines. The more he pondered, the angrier and hungrier he became. The tumultuous blend of anxiety and hunger rendered him incapable of concentrating on his game. Abruptly, Lu Yu rose from his gaming chair. He made his way to the entrance, peering down the street for a glimpse of the familiar delivery rider. Finding no trace, he irritably returned to the counter. He picked up his phone, unlocked it, checked the time, locked it again, and set it down. This cycle repeated itself. He felt like a caged beast, pacing anxiously within his confined territory. This scene unfolded flawlessly before the eyes of the three onlookers across the street. Qin Feng's pupils constricted sharply. He lowered his voice, tinged with uncontrollable astonishment. Look, the teacher is pacing. Lin Shi and Gu He's attention was instantly riveted. Qin Feng's breath quickened as he fixated on Lu Yu's movements, as though deciphering a profound enigma. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 7 steps. He took 7 steps, and then paused. Did you notice? Each time he halts. It is precisely after 7 steps. 7 steps and a pause. This resonates with the celestial number of the Big Dipper. Qin Feng's voice trembled with excitement. The teacher must be deducing some monumental secret that could alter the very fabric of our world. Following his train of thought, Lin Shi's heart raced. She observed that Lu Yu's brow was tightly furrowed. The face that typically exuded a hint of languid charm now bore a weighty seriousness. This was not mere trivial worry. It was a profound anxiety burdened with a heavy mission. The senior's expression, Lin Shi's voice tightened with tension. The senior looks grave. This is certainly no trivial matter. She couldn't help but let her imagination wander. Could it be that this world is on the brink of an unimaginable catastrophe? Is the senior concerned for the well-being of all? Master Gu He remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Yu's seemingly erratic yet cryptically meaningful strides, on the face marked by agitation and hunger, which in their eyes symbolized celestial secrets and deep concern. After a prolonged silence, Master Gu He finally exhaled a long, deep breath, his voice imbued with a sense of revelation and reverence. What you all say is partially true, yet only a fragment of the whole. The master is not merely deciphering celestial secrets. He is engaged in a cosmic game of chess. Each step represents a clash. Every pause signifies a strategic move. He is observing, waiting, and seeking a pivotal moment that could shift the entire course of fate. The trio's imaginations reached a fever pitch at that moment. Meanwhile, Lu Yu felt as though he were on the verge of starvation. He cast one last glance at his phone, the overdue time now glaring at him with an excruciating 45 minutes. He surrendered completely. The burning sensation in his stomach shattered any semblance of calm. Lu Yu lifted his head, addressing the empty air of the shop with a tone bordering on despair. Where on earth are they? I'm starving to death. His voice, though not loud, resonated sharply in the stillness of the shop. A gentle breeze wafted through the entrance, carrying his words across the street. As the sound traveled, it became fragmented by the clamor of passing vehicles and the chatter of pedestrians. When the breeze brushed past the trio at the street corner, the words morphed into an indistinct murmur. Where is the storm still not arriving? This phrase struck them like divine thunder from the heavens, resonating deeply within their souls. Time seemed to freeze. The air grew dense with tension. Lin Shi's complexion drained of color. Qin Feng shuddered violently, his eyes wide with terror. Master Gu He's white beard stirred without wind, his entire being frozen in place, as if turned to stone. The three of them slowly, mechanically, turned to face one another, each reflecting an identical, incredulous fear, along with a dawning realization. An unsettling conclusion, once deemed too terrifying to contemplate, yet now inexplicably logical, simultaneously emerged in their minds. In unison, they muttered, as if in a trance, the harrowing revelation. The senior is asking where is the storm. Chapter 44. Countdown to 5 minutes. Gu He, Qin Feng, Lin Shi. In that instant, the three of them were rendered completely motionless. The shadows at the street corner seemed to transform into a chilling liquid, soaking them from head to toe. A frigid sensation surged from the depths of their souls, racing up their spines, as if to pierce through their very beings. Lin Shi's lips lost all color. Instinctively, she took a half-step back, her back colliding forcefully with the cold wall, yet she felt no pain. Her mind was consumed by the distorted message carried by the wind, laden with infinite worry and urgency. The storm. The senior awaits a tempest capable of sweeping the world. Qin Feng clenched his fists tightly by his sides, the knuckles creaking under the strain. A fine layer of cold sweat instantly beaded upon his forehead, trickling down the taut contours of his face. He understood now. He finally comprehended the senior's unusual restlessness, the anxious pacing, and the cause of such profound concern. Master Gu He's reaction was the most pronounced. His once ruddy complexion turned ashen in an instant. He leaned against the wall, his body trembling uncontrollably, gasping for breath as though on the brink of suffocation. Fear, an unprecedented terror, capable of shattering one's rationality, gripped his heart. They dared not utter another sound, nor engage in any exchange of glances. The three stood as if ensorcelled statues, frozen in place, exerting every ounce of strength to sustain their self-deceived understanding. Each passing minute, each fleeting second, transformed into an excruciating ordeal. After an eternity, Master Guha, trembling, raised his hand to adjust the non-existent reading glasses perched on his nose. This habitual gesture allowed him to regain a modicum of clarity in his thoughts. He lowered his voice, the sound rasping as though two pieces of sandpaper were being rubbed together. You all heard it. This was not a question, but a statement, one powerful enough to shatter any semblance of composure. Qin Feng and Lin Shi nodded mechanically, their movements almost imperceptible. The senior was feeling agitated, beset by anxiety. Guha's voice carried a hint of a sob, indicating that the impending storm loomed with a terror beyond their imagination. Even someone of his stature found the situation exceedingly troublesome. Or perhaps the moment had not yet arrived for him to intervene. This inference detonated within Qin Feng's mind like a bombshell. He inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumult within, and continued to analyze along Guha's line of thought. I understand now. The master is waiting for an opportunity, an occasion that would permit him to justifiably intervene in this global catastrophe. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. The master's realm was far beyond their comprehension. Every action he took could yield unpredictable consequences. He could not act indiscriminately, for to do so would only exacerbate the brewing tempest. Thus, he waited, anxiously anticipating the emergence of that pivotal moment. Lin Shi, listening to the analysis of the two seniors, felt her hands and feet grow cold. She, too, contemplated a more terrifying possibility. Could it be? Her voice was barely a whisper. Could it be that the senior is testing us? Is he using this method to alert us? To see if we can grasp the impending crisis? To gauge whether we can prepare ourselves before he intervenes? The trio's analysis built upon itself, each conclusion rendering the unknown storm more tangible and terrifying in their minds. They felt as though they stood on the precipice of an unfathomable abyss, while the enigmatic shopkeeper stood on the opposite side, urging them in a manner they could scarcely comprehend. In the midst of this suffocating atmosphere, the abrupt sound of a sputtering electric scooter engine grew louder, approaching swiftly. A figure clad in a yellow delivery vest raced to the entrance of the leisurely pet shop, the screech of tires announcing his arrival. With a sudden halt, the delivery boy, not even pausing to remove his helmet, seized a large plastic bag from the insulated container and hurried into the shop, breathless. Boss, I'm so sorry. Truly, I apologize. His voice was filled with contrition. Gasping for breath. I encountered a minor accident on the road. Too much traffic. I'm really sorry for the delay. Lu Yu, on the brink of hunger-induced delirium, saw the familiar bag of spicy hot pot, and his eyes instantly lit up. He snatched the delivery from the boy, the enticing aroma wafting into his nostrils. Finally relaxing his taut nerves, glancing at his phone screen, which displayed an order that was now over 40 minutes late, he looked at the sweat-drenched young man, whose demeanor was sincere, and the flicker of irritation in his heart dissipated. Brother, if you had been 5 minutes later, this order would have been automatically cancelled due to lateness. The words slipped from Lu Yu's lips lightly, tinged with a hint of gallows humor. Yet, when carried by the wind, these words reached the ears of the three at the street corner, and everything changed. Brother, it's cancelled. These phrases, as they traversed the air, were utterly obliterated, consumed by noise. Only the most critical and jarring syllables were magnified. 5 minutes later, everything will extinguish. Boom. It was as if an invisible chaos thunderbolt descended from the farthest reaches of the universe, striking precisely at the crown of the three's heads. Guha's pupils dilated to their utmost. Qin Feng's body jolted backward, colliding with the wall with a muffled thud. Lin Shi was engulfed in darkness, her mind crashing entirely. Their world fell silent. All sounds, all visuals, vanished in an instant, leaving only that ominous phrase echoing wildly and endlessly in their vacant minds. Only 5 minutes remain for this world to prepare, or else all shall return to silence. Chapter 45. The Birth of the Divine Pet Club. Flee. We must escape this place immediately. This thought proliferated in the minds of Guha, Qin Feng, and Lin Shi like a virus, swiftly overtaking all rationality. They dared not linger for even a second longer, nor cast another glance at the small shop, nor speculate on any aspect of that existence. The trio nearly tumbled out of the shadowy corner, stumbling and scrambling. Qin Feng's steps were unsteady. Several times he nearly fell. Lin Shi's complexion was as pale as a sheet, biting her lip tightly to suppress a scream of terror. Master Guha appeared equally disheveled, his ethereal robes billowing as if caught in an invisible gale, propelling him forward in a staggering rush. They did not utilize any form of transportation, but expended every ounce of strength to dash down the street, aimlessly, desperately running. Only when their lungs burned with pain and their legs felt as though weighed down by lead did they finally halt in a secluded park. Leaning on their knees, they gasped for air, greedily inhaling as if they had just escaped a suffocating nightmare of drowning. At the Yunding Club, within the tranquil tea room, the atmosphere had descended to a freezing point. The exquisite sandalwood incense that wafted through the air now carried the somber tone of a funeral dirge. They had all returned here, yet the sense of reverence and exhilaration that once filled the room had been entirely consumed by an all-encompassing dread. No one spoke. The precious purple clay teapot on the table remained cold. Time passed in utter silence, each second torturing their nerves. Finally, Lin Shi could no longer bear the suffocating quiet. 5 minutes. Her voice was soft, yet trembled uncontrollably, like the last leaf clinging to a branch in a cold wind. This is the senior's final warning to us all. This statement punctured the fragile tranquility like a needle. Bang! Qin Feng slammed his fist onto the heavy mahogany table, producing a dull thud. The teacups rattled, teetering precariously. We can't wait any longer. His eyes were bloodshot, his face a mask of mingled fear and resolution. We must act immediately. We must do something. His voice turned hoarse with urgency, and neither of the other two felt his reaction was excessive, because they too shared the same thoughts. At the head of the gathering, the usually silent Master Guha slowly raised his head. He forced himself to regain his composure. As the eldest among the trio, he understood that he could not falter. If he were to succumb to despair, hope would truly vanish. He took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, as if attempting to expel the icy tendrils of fear that gripped his chest. Young friend Qin Feng, you must first calm yourself. Guha's voice was hoarse, yet imbued with a compelling steadiness. The 5 minutes spoken of by the master may not merely pertain to the 300 seconds of reality. He strained to turn over in his mind, which fear had nearly frozen, and began what he deemed a rational analysis. With Guha's profound understanding of the river of fate, a mere 5 minutes would pass in the blink of an eye, devoid of any warning significance. Thus, the old man conjectured, 5 minutes could very well be a code name, a designation for an epoch. It signified that the time allotted to us has entered its final countdown. Our remaining moments are scant. This interpretation did not ease the atmosphere. Rather, it amplified the looming shadow of doom, rendering it even more colossal and oppressive. A countdown for an era. This notion was 1,000-fold more terrifying than a simple 5 minutes. The complexions of Qin Feng and Lin Shi paled further. They comprehended Master Guha's implication. That esteemed elder was not merely proclaiming the world's destruction in 5 minutes. He was conveying that this era, this civilization, has reached its final 5 minutes. It could collapse at any moment. It could vanish into silence at any moment. The three exchanged glances, discovering the same resoluteness mirrored in each other's eyes. They could no longer regard that elder merely as a reclusive sage bestowing opportunities. They must elevate this matter to unprecedented heights. Master Guha was correct. Qin Feng's voice grew somber, the initial panic replaced by a weighty sense of mission. We must immediately formalize the Divine Pet Club. We can no longer treat it as a mere interest group or hobbyist club. It must evolve into an organization, one that exists to confront the impending cataclysm. Lin Shi nodded gravely. Her youthful visage lost its naivety, replaced by a seriousness and determination that belied her age. We must establish a guiding principle. A principle that keeps us ever vigilant, one that allows us to follow in the Elder's footsteps. The trio fell into silence once more. But this time, it was not the silence of fear. Ultimately, it was Master Guha who broke the stillness, articulating their shared convictions with solemnity. The guiding principle of the Divine Pet Club. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Qin Feng and Lin Shi, his voice grave and dignified. First, follow the Elder's guidance, comprehend the essence of the Tao, and continuously enhance our personal strength. Second, unite all possible forces and prepare thoroughly before the storm descends. Third, and most crucially, we must collectively confront the impending apocalyptic catastrophe. These words resonated like a solemn oath, etched deep within each soul. The overwhelming sense of crisis, born solely from their imagination, transformed in that moment into their most potent and indomitable driving force. They no longer felt fear. Instead, they embraced a tragic yet sacred sense of mission, as if chosen by the divine to bear the weight of the world's fate. In the Yuan pet shop, Lu Yu contentedly let out a satisfied burp. The rich aroma of spicy hot pot still lingered in the small establishment. He leaned back in his esports chair, stretching leisurely, feeling a profound sense of comfort throughout his being. After being hungry for nearly an hour, he had finally indulged in the luxurious spicy hot pot he had longed for. This sensation was even more exhilarating than winning a peak match. He grabbed his phone and opened the food delivery app. The overdue compensation reward had already been credited. Congratulations. You have received a 5 yuan no-threshold voucher. Not bad, not bad. Lu Yu cheerfully pocketed the voucher. He could add an egg to his next meal. In high spirits, he contemplated his dinner menu, entirely unaware that mere moments ago, 3 individuals had formed a secret organization dedicated to saving the world. All because of his single remark. And he, unknowingly, was the supreme spiritual leader of that organization. Yending Club. The Divine Pet Club was officially established. With the guiding principles firmly in place, the trio's emotions had stabilized completely. They commenced discussions regarding the club's inaugural official operation. The Elder, residing amidst the bustling city, would undoubtedly detest mundane disturbances. Qin Feng's thoughts crystallized with clarity. The streets outside were teeming with people, a chaotic Lang, most of whom harbored greed. They would only tarnish that sacred ground with their worldly foolishness. We cannot allow such a thing to transpire. Master Guha nodded in agreement, fully endorsing this sentiment. Precisely. We must act on behalf of the Master, keeping the pests at bay. Only those who are truly sincere, undistracted by worldly affairs, and capable of discerning the superficial, deserve to knock upon that door. Lin Shi's eyes lit up with realization. I understand. Our first operation will be to covertly investigate all those attempting to approach Yuan Pet Shop. We must identify the genuine fated individuals for the Elder. We absolutely cannot permit those with ulterior motives to disturb the Elder's seclusion, nor to interfere with his strategies against the coming storm. This proposal received unanimous approval from the other two. Thus, the Divine Pet Club's first operational agenda was established. They would become the most loyal guardians of the deity, safeguarding that dilapidated little shop and protecting the savior who was currently troubled over which dish to order next. Chapter 46. The Covetous Ones in the Shadows. In Donghai City. Underground. In a lightless steel chamber, the air was suffused with a pungent mix of disinfectant and a faint metallic scent of blood. The cold, white light illuminated every inch of the metal walls, rendering them devoid of warmth. A figure draped in a voluminous black cloak sat quietly in the sole alloy chair. He was the Black Robe, the notorious leader of the Shadow Claw's Donghai branch, listed on the federal wanted list. His hood was pulled low, revealing only a pale chin and a pair of eyes glinting with greed and calculation within the shadows. Before him, a floating light screen displayed 2 looping images. One depicted Lin Shi's chaotic slime devouring the Dream Eater's mental assault. The other showcased a blurred silhouette of Qin Feng's dragon stirring the winds and clouds in the Dragon Gate's secret realm. The Black Robe's fingers rhythmically tapped on the frigid armrest. Tap, tap, tap. Chaotic slime. Dragon. His voice raspy, akin to rusted metal scraping together. Truly, perfect material. He never subscribed to the notion of reclusive sages, nor did he believe in the pricing of destiny. To him, such beliefs were merely fairy tales woven by the weak to soothe their own insecurities. The singular truth of this world is power, along with the intelligence that begets it. The so-called miraculous pet shop is merely a stroke of luck for some hapless individual who has fortuitously unearthed the legacy of an ancient relic. A cruel smirk curled at the corners of the black-cloaked figure's mouth, convinced he had unraveled all truths. A silhouette, nearly indistinguishable from the shadows, silently emerged behind him. It was the leader, Silent Bat, the organization's foremost reconnaissance expert. The black-cloaked figure did not turn. Speak, he commanded. Silent Bat's voice was dry and hoarse, as if he had not spoken in ages. After 3 days of covert surveillance, The report is as follows. Subject: Lu Yu, male, approximately 20 years of age. Multiple instruments have confirmed that he exhibits no energy fluctuations, indistinguishable from an ordinary person. His daily routine is remarkably regimented. He opens the shop at 9 in the morning, then promptly sleeps, awakens at noon to eat, followed by gaming, closes the shop at 6 in the evening, with evening activities unknown. But he has never ventured beyond the shop's confines. The establishment itself is an antiquated structure, devoid of any defensive magical formations or energy mechanisms. The sole protective measure is a decrepit mechanical lock on the door. Upon concluding his report, Silent Bat vanished once more into the darkness, as if he had never been there. The chamber fell into a brief silence. Moments later, a low, oppressive chuckle emanated from the depths of the black cloak's throat. He slowly raised his head, and his eyes, hidden beneath the hood, radiated unrestrained disdain and fervor. What absurdity! An ordinary man, who is not even a beast master, dares to possess such divine artifacts. It is nothing short of sacrilege. Silent Bat's reconnaissance report had completely validated his suspicions. That youth named Lu Yu was merely a fool, rich in treasures, yet ignorant of how to wield them. He could almost envision the ludicrous expression on the young man's face, attempting to intimidate genuine powerhouses with exorbitant prices and mystical rhetoric, only daring to sell to Na'vi students and elderly patrons. Pathetic and laughable. Relay my orders. The black-cloaked figure abruptly stood, his voluminous cloak billowing as if caught by an unseen wind, an icy, bloodthirsty aura instantly enveloping the chamber. Summon all A-grade combatants. Tonight, we shall pay a visit to that esteemed individual. His voice turned chillingly resolute. I want everything in his shop, and him as well. I shall pry open his mouth and extract every secret from his mind, piece by piece. At the Cloud Summit Club, in the tea room, the atmosphere was even more tense than in the Black Cloak's chamber. Qin Feng's expression was so grim it seemed as though he might weep. He slammed his phone onto the table, revealing an encrypted message just received. Shadow Claw, a federal A-grade wanted organization. A band of scoundrels who thrive on plundering and cruelly transforming rare pets. Qin Feng's voice seethed with barely contained fury. The intelligence indicated they had set their sights on the teacher's shop and had established more than one hidden lookout nearby. These madmen are capable of anything. Lin Shi's pale face reflected her anxiety. She clenched her fists, well aware of the value of the items in that shop due to the evolution of her chaotic slime. If an organization like Shadow Claw were to fixate on them, the consequences would be dire. We cannot allow them to disturb our senior. Lin Shi's voice quivered. A murderous glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. The teacher is already troubled by the impending storm. We must not allow these ants to create chaos. Master Gu He, let me go? He rose abruptly, a powerful aura radiating from him. I shall take the Qi Long and erase their stronghold from the map of Donghai City. However, Master Gu He, seated at the head of the table, slowly shook his head. Do not act rashly. His expression, though equally grave, held a glimmer of unusual clarity. Qin Feng was taken aback. Master, what time is it? Qin Feng, my young friend, please sit down. Gu He raised his hand in a calming gesture. Though his voice was soft, it bore an undeniable authority. Despite his burning urgency, Qin Feng suppressed his anger and retook his seat. Master Gu He's gaze was as profound as an ancient well. He looked at Qin Feng, then at Lin Shi, and began to speak slowly. Have you considered why this moment is precisely when they have emerged? Just as we have grasped the foretelling of the impending storm from our senior, these hyenas of darkness cannot wait to show themselves? This rhetorical question rendered both Qin Feng and Lin Shi speechless. Master Gu He continued, his tone imbued with a disquieting speculation. Do you believe this is mere coincidence? No, this is not a coincidence. He asserted decisively. This could very well be a part of our senior's plan. A further trial for us. Boom. This notion struck like lightning, cleaving through the chaos in their minds. A trial? Master Gu He's gaze deepened immeasurably. Our senior is observing us, seeing how we, the inheritors of his path, choose to respond in the face of crisis. Will we, like brutish fools, rely solely on the strength granted to us, resorting to violence to resolve our issues? Or can we pierce through the surface and comprehend his deeper intentions? Their senior awaits a storm, and these remnants of Shadow Claw may very well be the first whisper of wind before that cataclysm arrives. He wishes to discern whether we are worthy to stand at the precipice of this tempest. These words struck Qin Feng and Lin Shi like a thunderbolt, sending tremors through their beings. They instantly regained their composure. Indeed, with that senior's boundless might, a mere division of Shadow Claw could be obliterated with a mere breath. Yet their senior remained inactive, as he always did, residing in that small shop, immersed in the mundane. This in itself was a statement, a silent admonition. Cold sweat beaded on Qin Feng's forehead, and he felt a pang of fear for his earlier impulsiveness. Had he truly unleashed the Qi Long to obliterate Shadow Claw, he would have appeared a mere brute in the eyes of their senior, squandering the legacy of transformation he had bestowed upon him. I understand. Qin Feng's voice carried a hint of shame. Lin, she nodded vigorously, her gaze resolute once more. So what should we do now? Master Gu, he stroked his beard, his eyes shimmering with wisdom. We shall observe the changes. We must not disturb our senior's tranquility, nor disrupt his plans. Our task is not to annihilate them, but to serve as our senior's eyes, lurking in the shadows, discerning the origins and destinations of these winds. This, indeed, is what our Divine Pet Club should be doing now. It is also what our senior wishes to see. Both Qin Feng and Lin, she nodded solemnly. The sense of duty, akin to that of a guardian deity, crystallized with unprecedented clarity and weight in their hearts at this moment. They would transform into shadows of the night, vigilantly safeguarding the stage upon which the esteemed entity they revered observed the mortal realm. Meanwhile, within the tranquil confines of the pet shop, Lu Yu had just concluded a game, stretching contentedly as he did so. A yawn escaped his lips, and he felt his eyelids grow heavy. Oddly enough, a chill crept along the nape of his neck. Is the air conditioning set too low? He murmured, rubbing his neck. Chapter 47. The Night of Dark Winds and Murder. The night was dense, as if steeped in impenetrable ink. A waning moon was completely devoured by thick clouds, revealing only a faint pallid halo at the edges. The old district of Donghai City sank into a deeper silence than ever before. The wind traversed the narrow alleys, stirring a few decaying vegetable leaves that rustled softly. The air was thick with a damp, moldy scent intermingled with the faintly acrid odor emanating from garbage bins. 5 dark silhouettes silently melded into the shadows, their movements devoid of any superfluous sound, harmoniously synchronized like the cogs of a meticulously engineered killing machine. This was the Dark Claw Squad, the most elite and bloodthirsty faction of the black-robed underlings. The squad consisted of 5 members, each a battle-hardened C-rank beastmaster, their hands stained with irremovable sins and blood. At the forefront stood the black-robed figure himself, his wide hood obscuring all but a chilling aura that seeped from the shadows. He was a formidable B-rank peak beastmaster. At his feet, a shadow seemed to come alive, subtly writhing. It was a lithe black panther, its fur as dark as the night, perfectly blending into the surrounding environment. An A-rank rare pet known as the Shadow Leopard, a natural stealth expert and assassination maestro. They moved like true phantoms, silently navigating the blind spots of surveillance. Each corner turned, every pause taken, was executed with pinpoint precision, meticulously avoiding the frigid gaze of electronic eyes. Before long, they arrived at their destination, the tranquil pet shop. The worn, weathered back door presented itself before them, its paint long since peeled away, exposing the cracked wooden grain beneath. A cruel smile curled at the corners of the black-robed figure's mouth as he raised his hand, signaling a diminutive team member who promptly approached, producing a set of intricate metallic tools from his cloak. He carefully inserted a slender metal probe into the ancient lock's core. The entire process was so quiet that the sound of the wind could be heard. His fingers deftly twisted, ear pressed against the door, his expression focused. Click. A barely audible sound echoed in the stillness of the alley, yet it rang out distinctly. The lock was undone. The entire operation lasted but a few fleeting seconds, and the black-robed figure felt immense satisfaction with his subordinate's expertise. He waved again, and 2 team members stealthily positioned themselves on either side of the door while the other 2 guarded the alley's exit. Everything was meticulously arranged. The black-robed leader stepped forward, gently pushing open the door. The hinges emitted a nearly imperceptible groan before falling silent. Inside, darkness enveloped the space. Only a faint glow flickered from the direction of the counter, a power indicator light from a game console in standby mode. A subtle lingering scent of spicy hot pot mingled with dust wafted into the black robe's nostrils. He strained to listen. From the inner room came the sound of steady, deep breaths. The target was sound asleep. Any lingering doubt in the black-robed figure's mind dissipated entirely. He grew increasingly confident in his prior assessment. What of the reclusive master? What of the fate observer? Merely a fool, fortunate yet ignorant of the reverence that power demands. With a wave of his hand, 2 team members arranged themselves in a formation, gradually infiltrating the shop. Their footsteps were nearly inaudible, each step falling upon the silent floorboards. The black-robed figure himself served as the spearhead of this deadly formation, the first to cross the threshold of this legendary little shop. The eyes beneath the hood glinted with a greedy fervor. After this night, everything here would belong to him. The secrets of that young man would become the stepping stones to his ascent to greater heights. Across the street, atop the rooftop of an abandoned residential building, Qin Feng's silhouette melded seamlessly with the night. His breaths were stifled to a minimum, and his gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, remained locked onto the alleyway. Every movement of the dark claw was meticulously tracked by his keen eyes. When he witnessed them pry open the back door and slip inside the shop, a surge of violent killing intent surged from the depths of his being. His right hand clenched tightly around his silver dragon scale, a remnant from the transformation of a Chillong. With a mere thought, the terrifying pressure of the ancient subdragon could descend upon the neighborhood, reducing those despicable insects to dust. Yet he restrained himself, the words of Master Guh echoing in his mind. Perhaps this was yet another trial set forth by our predecessors. He sought to ascertain whether we possessed the qualifications to stand at the very precipice of danger. Qin Feng's fingers trembled slightly from the string. He forcibly suppressed the urge to summon the Chillong, eager to witness firsthand how these self-proclaimed hunters would unwittingly greet their demise. After all, the shop of his predecessor was no mere mortal domain to be trodden upon at will. Chapter 48, No Passage. The black-robed figure finally stepped into the enchanting little shop that had consumed his thoughts. The faint groan of the hinges sounded to him like a sacred hymn heralding the unlocking of a treasure trove. He greedily inhaled the air within, the mingled aromas of spicy hot pot and musty dust invigorating him rather than causing discomfort, sending his blood racing with excitement. This was the scent of wealth. This was the essence of power. His eyes, concealed beneath the hood, glimmered with an unsettling brightness in the darkness, as if he could already perceive countless unique evolutionary paths of extraordinary pets beckoning to him. He envisioned a staircase leading to a higher echelon, paved with innumerable secrets. Exhilaration, fervor, a sense of impending dominion suffused his chest. Behind him, the 4 members of the Dark Claw squad slipped in one by one, adeptly fanning out to seal off all potential escape routes, forming an inescapable killing formation. Everything unfolded with the precision of a textbook example. From within, the sound of the target's deep, rhythmic breathing resonated, a defenseless ordinary person, an ignorant fool guarding untold riches. A cruel smile curled at the corners of the black-robed figure's lips as he lifted his foot, preparing to take the first step into the deeper darkness, toward the easily attainable treasure. His foot descended, landing upon the grimy, somewhat unsightly gray doormat at the entrance. The moment the black-robe's foot made contact with the worn mat, time seemed to freeze. No, it was not merely paused, it was solidified. An indescribable and unfathomable terror, radiating from the tattered doormat, silently enveloped the entire shop in an instant. This was neither an impact nor an explosion of energy. It was a pure, absolute existence, as if the very mass of the planet had been concentrated and then pressed down with a thunderous force. The smile upon the black robe's face became rigid. That cruel curvature of his lips became an exceedingly bizarre and twisted expression. The fervor and greed in his eyes were supplanted within 0.001 seconds by a profound, marrow-deep terror. He felt no longer as if he stood upon the floor. Instead, he sensed himself being held in place by an invisible hand, reaching from the depths of the cosmos, formed of stars and black holes. Crack, 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 crack. The sound of his bones, overwhelmed and straining under the pressure, emitted a dense lament. The 4 elite subordinates behind him had not even the time to gasp. Their faces remained frozen in the coolness and vigilance of a successful infiltration. Then, that invisible, terrifying gravity descended upon them. Thud, 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 thud. For dull, sickening thuds of flesh striking the ground resonated in unison. They were as if crushed beetles beneath the foot of a giant. Their bodies contorted in a manner defying physiological norms, pressed flat against the cold floor. Blood gushed from their mouths and noses, instantly staining the ground beneath them crimson. Their eyes bulged, pupils filled with pure bewilderment before losing focus. There was not even a moment of struggle. In an instant, they were rendered unconscious. With a roar, the black robe, caught in the dual torment of pain and fear, summoned the last vestiges of his strength, attempting to launch a counterattack. He sought to call forth his most formidable companion, the A-grade beast that had accompanied him in countless slaughters. A complex summoning array flickered into existence before him. Shadows converged within the array, and a lithe, muscular shadow leopard, brimming with explosive power, was forcibly summoned. Yet, the moment it appeared, its emerald eyes retained the coldness and majesty of a top predator. It had not even the chance to issue a roar to display its might before the same gravity that twisted the space bore down upon it. Squeak! The shadow leopard's imposing form was compressed, as if the air had been suddenly siphoned away from it, visibly flattening and elongating at an alarming rate. It managed only a brief, pitiful cry, akin to a kitten's yowl when its tail is stepped upon. And then, its A-grade powerful body was brutally crushed into a grotesque, pancake-like mass less than 5 centimeters thick. The array flickered once, forcibly retracting the lifeless remains into the beast taming space under the protective mechanisms of the contract. Gasping, The black robe emitted a sound akin to a wheezing bellows. Blood surged from the corners of his eyes, nostrils, ear canals, and mouth, pouring forth in a cascade. His 7 orifices bled. He could distinctly feel every bone in his body fracturing inch by inch. His internal organs were being compressed into a mass of pulpy flesh by this insurmountable force. The robust physique of a peak B-grade beast master, which he had prided himself upon, felt as fragile as paper before this unassuming doormat. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he painfully lifted his head, inch by inch. He gazed in terror and despair at the tranquil darkness before him. There was no fluctuation from the array, no trace of energy. Even the sound of the slumbering breath remained unchanged. A thought, like a thunderous divine bolt, shattered all of his proud judgments and calculations. The report was wrong. All of it was wrong. Then, darkness enveloped his vision. All consciousness, along with the boundless fear and regret, plummeted into an eternal abyss. Thud. Another dull thump echoed. The black robe's body slumped, akin to a puddle devoid of bones, lifelessly sprawled upon the still grimy doormat. Across the street, on the rooftop of an abandoned residential building, Qin Feng's figure stood motionless like a statue in the night wind. His gaze was fixated upon the alleyway. When he saw the 5 shadowy figures pry open the back door and slip into the shop, his heart leaped into his throat. The dragon scale in his hand threatened to crumble into dust. Yet, just as he prepared to summon the CHL-ing without hesitation, everything ended. His heightened perception, amplified by the CHL-ing's aura, clearly detected the life forces of those 5 C-grade beast masters, alongside one powerful presence representing a peak B-grade. They extinguished abruptly, as if 5 candles had been simultaneously snuffed out. Suddenly, completely, they vanished from his awareness. There were no violent clashes of energy, no earth-shattering battles, not even a semblance of a scream. They simply ceased to exist. Qin Feng's pupils constricted violently. A chill, emanating from the depths of his soul, surged up his spine, sending a shudder through his scalp. He stared intently at the small shop in the darkness, eerily still as a grave. In his mind lingered Master Gu He's words. Akin to a divine oracle, this may well be yet another trial bestowed upon us by our predecessors. A trial. Qin Feng's lips twisted into a grimace more grotesque than a cry. This was no trial. This was clearly divine retribution. The most merciful, yet the most brutal punishment delivered upon all who dared to trespass upon the sacred grounds of the divine. Chapter 49, Mr. Liu, the enthusiastic citizen. The first rays of sunlight struggled to pierce the dust-laden windows, casting mottled shafts of light into the air. Liu Yu let out a thunderous yawn as he slowly straightened from the creaking gaming chair, rubbing his bleary eyes. His neck protested with a sharp crack from an awkward sleeping position. A hangover-like fatigue enveloped his mind. Last night's gaming session had been rather intense. A hollow gurgle emanated from his stomach, urging him to partake in the day's most essential ritual, purchasing breakfast. He unsteadily rose, slipping on his slippers, and ambled toward the tightly shut shop door. He needed to hurry. The newly opened bun shop at the community entrance would run out of their savory meat buns if he arrived too late. Today he resolved to buy 2, along with a cup of hot soybean milk. With a primal craving for carbohydrates and protein, he grasped the cold doorknob. Click. The antiquated door lock emitted its habitual creak as Liu Yu pushed the door open. In that instant, he found himself frozen in place. The morning light at the entrance was fragmented by several grotesque shadows. 5 individuals clad in black lay sprawled in a disordered manner on the ground before his shop. Utterly motionless, their faces were pressed against the cold concrete, rendering their features indistinguishable. Yet, the swollen outlines and the dark crimson stains dried around their mouths indicated a scene of considerable brutality. Particularly alarming was the one closest to the doormat. His body appeared as if it had been flattened by an invisible steamroller, presenting an eerily distorted flatness. Liu Yu's initial reaction was to recoil sharply. Goodness! After a brief mental lapse, his mind began to race. A gang confrontation, and they chose my doorstep as the battleground? Surely not. What era is this? Could it be a collective scheme to extort? A multitude of sensational news headlines flashed through his mind. Has the scam industry degenerated to this extent? Deploying 5 burly men, complete with elaborate special effects makeup? How dedicated! His gaze instinctively swept over the figures on the ground. Cautiously, he tiptoed around them, careful not to inadvertently step on any limbs, lest he be embroiled in a costly lawsuit. Peering into his shop, he found the counter remained unchanged. The empty pet cages still stood undisturbed. Even the half bottle of cola he had carelessly left on the table the previous night was still there, unmoved. A heavy sigh of relief escaped his lips. Thank heavens. As long as nothing was missing, this was not a grave matter. He shifted his attention back to the 5 individuals before him. Now, the pressing question arose, how to handle this situation. Should he simply circumvent them to buy some steamed buns? That felt somewhat amiss. if a life had indeed been lost. And the police reviewed the surveillance footage only to find he had turned a blind eye. A cascade of troubles would inevitably ensue. He had no desire to frequent the police station for tea, driven by a sense of social responsibility to avoid unnecessary complications, and in hopes of enjoying a peaceful breakfast. Lu Yu sighed once more. He retrieved his old phone, its screen protected by a tempered glass film, from his pocket. With practiced ease, he unlocked it and dialed 3 digits. The call connected swiftly. Hello? Is this the police? Lu Yu cleared his throat, striving to sound like a well-meaning and innocent citizen. There appear to be several individuals outside my tranquil pet shop who seem to have gotten drunk and engaged in a brawl. They're all lying on the ground. Yes. It looks rather serious. Please come quickly. After hanging up, Lu Yu felt as if he had accomplished a monumental task. He retreated into his shop, cautiously observing the commotion through the crack of the door. The police responded with remarkable efficiency. In less than 10 minutes, a patrol car, its red and blue lights flashing, screeched to a halt at the street's end. 2 young officers in uniform stepped out of the vehicle. Initially, their expressions bore the impatience of dealing with routine disturbances. Just more drunks causing a ruckus so early in the morning, one officer grumbled as he approached the shop's entrance. However, as his gaze fell upon the 5 sprawled figures, his voice trailed off abruptly. The second officer joined him, his face instantly transforming into a mask of gravity. Something was amiss. He crouched down, cautiously checking for signs of breath on one of the individuals. There was still a pulse. They had merely lost consciousness. He then reached out to turn the man's face to assess further. As the countenance, marred by dried blood yet still recognizable, was exposed to the morning light, the young officer's pupils dilated in shock. It was as though he had been struck by lightning. He stood upright and took 2 steps back, his complexion draining visibly. "Oh, old Zhang, take a look at this person." His voice trembled uncontrollably. The officer referred to as Old Zhang also beheld the face, his reaction even more pronounced. He swiftly drew his walkie-talkie, his voice sharp with agitation. "Call the command center. Call the command center. We have discovered members of the A-level wanted criminal organization, the Dark Claw team. Repeat. Members of the A-level wanted criminal organization, the Dark Claw team, have been located. Requesting immediate support. We need heavy firepower support at once." The shrill sound of alarms shattered the tranquility of the old town. 1 vehicle, 2 vehicles, 3 more and more police cars converged from all directions, sealing off the narrow street. Heavily armed officers clad in SWAT gear quickly established a perimeter. The atmosphere grew intensely tense. Before long, a sleek black sedan sped onto the scene. The chief of the Donghai City Police Department had arrived personally. He surveyed the 5 men, bound tightly with high-strength alloy handcuffs by the SWAT team, still unconscious on the ground. His expression darkened to an almost palpable gloom. On the tablet in his hand, 5 wanted posters displayed the faces of notorious criminals. Each visage represented a heinous crime. The Dark Claw Escort team, a criminal organization notorious for its brutality and cunning, had eluded capture for 5 long years, causing innumerable headaches for urban law enforcement. That this infamous team would be found in such a humiliating state, sprawled at the entrance of a dilapidated pet shop, was unfathomable. The chief's gaze shifted to the young man standing nearby, a look of bewilderment on his face. Clutching his phone, "Mr. Liu, is it?" The chief approached swiftly, disregarding his subordinate's attempts to intervene, and grasped Lu Yu's hand firmly. His grip trembled slightly with excitement. "Mr. Liu, you are truly our guardian angel. Do you have any idea how crucial your call this morning was? You have rid Donghai City, and indeed the entire Federation, of a significant menace." Lu Yu found himself taken aback by this sudden exuberance. He could feel the astonishing strength in the chief's grip. Guardian angel? Ridding the world of a menace? "I just wanted to go downstairs for some steamed buns." He opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. Ultimately, amidst a flurry of flashing cameras, Lu Yu was celebrated as the vigilant citizen who discovered and reported major fugitives, receiving not only a golden plaque inscribed with cooperation between police and citizens, building a safe community from the chief, but also a substantial monetary reward. That afternoon, the local news channel in Donghai City aired an urgent breaking news segment. The television screen focused on Lu Yu's face, which bore traces of confusion and embarrassment. The host reported passionately, "This morning, in our city's old town, a vigilant citizen, Mr. Liu, demonstrated remarkable alertness and social responsibility by successfully assisting the police in apprehending members of the A-level wanted criminal organization, the Dark Claw. Let us applaud this civilian hero." Lu Yu gazed at his reflection on the television, silently nibbling on a somewhat cold meat bun that had been left unattended for too long. He felt that this world possessed a hint of the fantastical. Chapter 50, The Warrior Goddess in a Wheelchair. At the Yunding Club, a premier tea house, the air was imbued with the rich aroma of the finest Dahong Pao tea, yet it could not dissipate the almost palpable heaviness that enveloped the room. On the suspended holographic screen, The local midday news from Donghai City was being broadcast. The camera zoomed in on Lu Yu's face, which bore a look of confusion and helplessness. The host's impassioned voice resonated within the confines of the room. Mr. Lu, a vigilant citizen, has successfully assisted the police with his keen sense of responsibility. Qin Feng's gaze remained fixed on the familiar figure on the screen, his fingers gripping the teacup, turning pale from the strain. His perception was far sharper than the news report suggested. Last night, he had felt the life force of 5 C-class beast tamers, alongside the formidable presence of a B-class pinnacle, being obliterated in an instant within the realm of his spiritual awareness. It was as if someone had erased 5 black dots from a sheet of paper with an eraser, silent, inconspicuous, and executed with chilling precision. Divine punishment, Qin Feng managed to utter, his throat constricting as he spoke those words. He had witnessed it all firsthand, the way those presumptuous hyenas had crashed against an invisible wall woven from the very fabric of the laws. Lin Shi's delicate features also reflected a tinge of pallor. The chaos slime nestled in her arms trembled uncontrollably, even from behind the holographic screen. The sight of that shop instilled a primal fear deep within its essence. It was a memory etched into its very soul. The small establishment had granted it a new lease on life. Yet it was also the source of its understanding of true, indescribable terror. At the head of the table, Master Gu He slowly set down his teacup, the soft clink breaking the suffocating silence of the room. His gaze, deep as an ancient well, fixated on Lu Yu's innocent visage displayed on the screen. Do you now understand? His voice bore an otherworldly wisdom. Qin Feng and Lin Shi turned to him in unison. The elder's shop is not merely a place. Master Gu He articulated deliberately. It is a dojo, a realm independent of the world's rules, a domain belonging solely to him. He pointed towards the nondescript, somewhat dirty, gray doormat visible in the news footage. That is not a doormat. It is a boundary stone, the dividing line between the mundane and the divine. An absolute law established by the elder, no passage allowed. Boom. His words struck like thunder in the minds of Qin Feng and Lin Shi, illuminating their understanding. They suddenly grasped everything. Why the elder remained unfazed by the Shadow Claw's covetousness. Why he continued to run his shop, sleep, and play games as if oblivious to it all. He simply had no need to be aware. Any entity daring to cross that threshold, regardless of their malice, would meet their demise the instant they stepped over. This was not the elder's doing. It was the automatic enforcement of the rules. A chill of cold sweat drenched Qin Feng's back. He recalled his impulsive desire to summon the Qi Long to protect the elder. How laughable and naive that notion had been. He was akin to a firefly attempting to shield the sun from the wind. I understand now. Qin Feng's voice trembled with unmasked shame and dread. The elder's test is not of our martial prowess, but of our insight. To see if we can comprehend the game he has laid out, to keep pace with his steps. Master Gu He nodded with a sense of approval. Precisely. A storm is approaching, and our mission at the Divine Pet Club is not to serve as his weapon, but to become his eyes. To discern the source of this wind. The trio turned their attention back to the holographic screen. In the footage, the man heralded as a hero of the common folk. The enigmatic shopkeeper awkwardly accepted a gilded banner from the police chief, his eyes reflecting a pure confusion of who am I? Where am I? This demeanor deepened the mystery in the eyes of the 3 club members. This was indeed the posture of a deity playing amongst mortals. Meanwhile, at the Federal 1st Military District's Special Care Rehabilitation Center, the highest standard of medical facility in the Federation, the air was perpetually infused with the cold scent of disinfectant. The immaculate corridors were so silent that the only sound was the rhythmic, low hum of precision medical equipment. In a south-facing special care room, a woman with an ethereal beauty, yet an air of inescapable desolation, sat quietly in a high-tech wheelchair. She gazed out the window, where the sunlight bathed the grass below in a golden hue, and a few sparrows flitted about, full of life. Yet that warm sunlight could not penetrate the depths of her eyes, which had once been sharp as an eagle's, capable of instilling dread in a million foes. Now reduced to a lifeless gray, like embers of a burnt-out coal, they no longer held a glimmer of light. Her name was Xiaoqin. 3 years prior, she had been the Federation's most radiant star, the warrior goddess who struck terror into the hearts of all beast tribes along the imperial frontier. 3 years ago, during an immensely brutal border defense battle, she had sacrificed herself to cover the retreat of the main forces, enduring the self-detonation of a royal-level beast with her own body. Her comrades had survived. She had survived, but she had forever lost her legs. From the heights, she had plummeted into the abyss. From a commander of thousands to a person who required assistance even for the simplest of tasks. This enormous disparity had shattered her will. All her pride, all her glory, had been obliterated along with her legs. The door creaked open gently. A middle-aged man, clad in a crisp military uniform with the rank of Major General and a resolute expression, stepped inside. He was Xiao Qin's brother, Xiao Zhan. Qin. We need to step out for a moment. Xiao Zhan's voice was deliberately softened. Xiao Qin in her wheelchair showed no reaction. Her gaze still fixed outside as if she had not heard him. A flicker of pain crossed Xiao Zhan's eyes, but he approached her patiently. I found a very special place. Let us go take a look, shall we? Another special place? Xiao Qin finally spoke, her voice hoarse, cold, devoid of emotional fluctuation. Is it the latest prosthetic technology from the Federal Academy? Or some ancient healer unearthed from a remote mountain? Brother, just let it go. She slowly turned her head, her hollow eyes meeting her brother's gaze. Please don't waste your efforts. I am already a useless person. Is it not better to let me quietly wither away here? Xiao Zhan's heart felt as if pierced by a sharp needle. Yet, the expression on his face transformed into one of unprecedented determination. This time is different. He bent down, locking eyes with his sister. This time, we shall not visit the hospital, nor seek a doctor. We are headed to a pet shop. A pet shop? A flicker of expression finally graced Xiao Qin's face, a pronounced, unabashed scoff. Brother, have you lost your mind? Taking a cripple to a pet shop? Do you believe a mere creature can mend my leg? Ultimately, she was forcibly escorted out by Xiao Zhan. A black SUV, adorned with military plates, departed from the heavily guarded sanatorium under the watchful eyes of security. The vehicle traversed through the bustling city center, eventually entering the dilapidated old town, where the surroundings stood in stark contrast to the imposing military vehicle. At last, the car halted beside a narrow street. Xiao Zhan gestured towards the window. We've arrived. That's the place. Xiao Qin followed his finger, her gaze landing on a weathered sign with 4 crooked characters, leisurely pet shop. The peeling wooden door and dusty windows exuded an air of cheapness and decay. The mockery on Xiao Qin's face morphed into frigid anger. She whirled around, glaring fiercely at Xiao Zhan. Brother, you dragged me from the sanatorium just to bring me to this charlatan's rundown establishment? Her voice trembled slightly, laced with fury. Do you think a place like this can heal my leg? Can it mend my broken spirit? This is nothing short of a joke. It is the greatest insult to me. Xiao Zhan's expression was one of helplessness and earnestness. Qin, I understand how absurd this seems. But the legends surrounding this shop have been verified by my sources. Every pet that has left this place has performed miracles. Let us consider this a final attempt. Shall we? No. Xiao Qin resolutely refused, her hands gripping the armrests of her wheelchair tightly. I will not go down there. I will not step into such a place and allow a fraud to gawk at my misery. Her heart brimmed with unwavering defiance. It was not disbelief. It was the fear of believing once more. Over the past 3 years, she had endured too many hopes and disappointments. Each flicker of hope was inevitably followed by a deeper despair. Her heart had already perished. She did not wish for anyone to excavate it again, only to trample upon it once more. Inside the vehicle, a profound silence enveloped them. One was a major general intent on saving his sister, while the other was a former warrior goddess who had completely shut herself away. The siblings found themselves locked in a stalemate before the dilapidated pet shop. Chapter 51, The Butterfly of Fractured Dreams. Within the leisurely pet shop, Luyu was grinning foolishly at a check before him. The number of zeros overwhelming to the point of confusion. The generous reward from the kind-hearted citizens exceeded his expectations by far. Now, he could not only upgrade to a top-tier gaming computer, but could even transform the entire esports room into gold. It seemed more than sufficient. As he reveled in his simple joys, a tense yet fervent argument erupted at the entrance. Luyu's brow involuntarily furrowed. It was still early. Could they not allow someone to dream in peace? With a hint of impatience, he rose from his gaming chair, slid on his slippers, and ambled toward the door. Upon opening it, he was met with a mixture of tension and suppression. A sleek black SUV was parked at the roadside, its license plate of a unique military style radiating an undeniable authority. Beside the car stood a middle-aged man in crisp military attire, earnestly speaking to someone inside. Within, a woman in a wheelchair sat, her profile exuding an aura of icy detachment that warded off any intruders. Luyu's steps faltered as he beheld her. Sensing the profoundly contradictory energy she emanated, half born of the blood-soaked battlefield, fierce and resolute, and half steeped in an absolute, lifeless desolation. These disparate energies intertwined oddly around her, creating a vortex that instilled trepidation in those who dared to gaze upon her. Instinctively, Luyu's eyes shifted away from her to the corner of his shop, where an ordinary glass jar rested. Inside was a gray moth he had whimsically blessed the day prior. It appeared utterly unremarkable, drab, even somewhat unsightly, lacking any vibrant hues. In that fleeting moment of contemplation, a string of luminous words appeared before him, visible only to his eyes. Fractured dream butterfly. Evolution route. Fractured dream butterfly, weaving dream butterfly of infinite possibilities. Ability. Enter and weave dreams. Destiny price. 8 billion. Luyu's pupils constricted almost imperceptibly. 8 billion? A tempest of emotions surged within him. For a moth that merely granted dreams? Was the system out of its mind? 8 billion could purchase a small nation. What kind of dream could possibly warrant such a price? At that moment, the man in military uniform noticed Lu Yu emerging from the shop. It was as though he had grasped the final lifeline, his eyes igniting with fervent hope. He approached hurriedly, disregarding Lu Yu's disheveled appearance, his tone nearly pleading. You are the shop owner, correct? Does my sister still have hope? His voice trembled with a hint of vulnerability he himself was unaware of. Lu Yu redirected his gaze from the astronomical price tag back to the woman in the wheelchair. 8 billion. Such a sum was absurdly outrageous. Yet the system's pricing was never erroneous. This butterfly was indeed worth 8 billion to her. Compelled by an inexplicable force, he took a step forward. Crossing through the morning light, inching closer to the imposing black SUV, his shadow fell upon the wheelchair. Inside, Xiaoqin sensed the shift in light and finally turned her head in impatience. Her gaze was cold and scrutinizing, akin to two blades forged from ice, piercing directly into Lu Yu. He paid no heed to her frost-bitten glare, instead maintaining a calm demeanor as he met her hollow, desolate eyes. Then he uttered a statement that left all present dumbfounded. Your leg is not lost. It merely remains on the battlefield for the time being. This declaration bore no sympathy, nor any trace of pity. It was akin to stating the simplest of facts. He paused, raising his hand to point at the glass jar on the counter. This butterfly can help you reclaim them. Boom. This sentence struck like a thunderclap, reverberating deep within Xiaoqin's soul. With an air of indifference and despair, she had painstakingly constructed a fortress of ice over the course of 3 years, only to have it effortlessly shattered in this very moment. The battlefield, a fragment of her essence, remained forever enshrined in that arena of conflict. Such words are not uttered by physicians or mental health professionals. They are sentiments understood solely by those who have truly traversed the harrowing realms of blood and fire, by soldiers who have fought for their very existence. It is an honor and pain etched deep within the marrow, a narrative that cannot be shared with outsiders. He comprehended it. This seemingly languid young man, surprisingly, understood. After 3 years of a placid heart, for the first time, tumultuous ripples surged forth. It was an overwhelming shock, one that sparked instant recognition. Xiaoqin abruptly raised her head, confronting the young shopkeeper for the first time with genuine resolve. In his lifeless eyes, a flicker of flame, faint yet discernible, ignited. Her gaze transcended Lu Yu's shoulder, fixating on the counter of the dilapidated shop, on the inconspicuous, dust-laden moth within a glass jar. That moth mirrored the bleakness of her current existence. Her lips began to tremble uncontrollably. All her pride, all her defenses, crumbled in an instant. With every ounce of strength, she managed to force 2 words from her throat. The sound was hoarse and parched, imbued with a fear and longing for hope she scarcely recognized within herself. How to find? Chapter 52, another possibility. How to find? Xiaoqin's voice cleaved a delicate fissure across the frozen lake of her heart. Beneath that crack lay a chasm, suppressed for 3 long years, one she had never dared to approach. Lu Yu observed the rekindled glimmer in her eyes and silently acknowledged the potential for change. He cleared his throat, maintaining an air of inscrutable profundity. He understood that the more outrageous the price, the more esoteric the justification must be. What he wove was not a web of false illusions. Lu Yu's voice was calm and clear, each word striking precisely at Xiaoqin's most vulnerable nerves. Rather, it was the alternative possibility that was rightfully hers. The phrase "another possibility" sent a shudder through Xiaoqin's being. Beside her, Xiaozhan held his breath, sensing the profound shift in his sister's previously lifeless aura. Lu Yu's gaze shifted to the drab moth within the shop, his tone adopting an almost philosophical resonance. When one can discern between dreams and reality, the latter becomes less significant. He withdrew his gaze, casting one last glance at the woman in the wheelchair. A true warrior remains formidable, regardless of circumstance. Boom. This final proclamation reverberated within the depths of Xiaoqin's mind like a thunderous clap. She froze entirely. The flicker of light in her eyes was swiftly engulfed by an inferno of realization. A true warrior is formidable, regardless of circumstance. Indeed, what she had lost were merely her legs. Yet, the expertise she had honed as the Federation's premier soldier remained intact. The combat skills forged amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood still resided within her. The indomitable will of a battle god, unbroken by any foe, persisted. She had long been ensnared by the limitations of her physical form, mired in the agony of her inability to walk. Yet, she had forgotten. Her most potent weapon had never been her legs, capable of shattering boulders. It was her spirit. It was her fierce battle intent, sufficient to instill terror in a million adversaries. 3 years of confusion. 3 years of self-imposed exile. 3 years of despair. In this moment, all of it was utterly obliterated by a single, simple statement. She understood. In an instant, enlightenment dawned. What was the significance of prosthetic technology, of miraculous healers, when they merely sought to mend a shattered vessel? This enigmatic shopkeeper before her offered a new path, one that liberated her soul from the constraints of its container. Crack. The armrest of her wheelchair bore the imprint of her suddenly clenched fingers. Xiaoqin slowly lifted her head. The desolation and silence that had enveloped her were replaced by a familiar, iron will and sharpness that coursed through her veins. Flames reignited in her eyes. It was the fierce, unyielding flame of a soldier, a resolute fire that embraced life even in the face of death. "Brother," she spoke. Her voice no longer hoarse and icy, but imbued with undeniable conviction. Xiaozhan's heart raced. It had been far too long since he had heard his sister speak with such determination. "Gather all my military honors, compensation, and savings." Xiaozhan's pupils dilated sharply. He understood the vast fortune that represented, a sum earned through his sister's life, a guarantee of her security for the rest of her days. "Qin you." He sought to dissuade her, to urge her to remain calm. Yet, as he beheld the renewed brilliance in his sister's eyes, all words lodged in his throat. This was not impulse. It was a declaration of combat from a soldier who had discovered a new battlefield. He nodded without hesitation. "Very well." Ultimately, Xiaoqin wagered everything she once possessed to procure the quietly resting dream moth confined within the glass jar. As Xiaozhan trembled while completing the astronomical transfer of 80 billion, Lu Yu's mind spun amidst a cacophony of zeros. 80 billion. 1% of the labor fee amounted to 800 million. He stifled the impulse to count the money until his hands cramped. Expressionless as he handed over the ordinary glass jar to Xiaoqin. "The contract requires a drop of your blood." Without the slightest hesitation, Xiaoqin bit her fingertip and let a single droplet of crimson blood fall onto the jar. In that instant, the drab moth fluttered its wings gently. It transformed into a glimmer of light, merging into the center of Xiaoqin's forehead. The contract was complete. That night, within the confines of the special care hospital room, a profound silence permeated the air. Xiaoqin lay in bed, eyes closed. She was not asleep. She was waiting for that so-called alternative possibility. Gradually, her consciousness began to blur. She plummeted into an abyss of unending darkness. Then, she caught a familiar scent, a mingling of gunpowder and blood. She heard the distant roars of beasts and the thunder of cannon fire. She opened her eyes. Before her was no longer a pristine white ceiling, but rather the darkened, bloodstained sky of a battlefield she had believed she would never see again. Instinctively, she attempted to rise. Then, she felt it, the solid sensation of the earth beneath her feet. Looking down, she beheld two intact legs, brimming with explosive power, firmly planted on the scorched ground. Xiaoqin's body trembled violently. Tears blurred her vision in an instant. Tentatively, she lifted her foot. One step, another. She transformed from a hesitant walker to a stuttering runner, ultimately culminating in a vigorous, air-splitting sprint. The wind howled past her ears, and the earth trembled beneath her feet. She ran and leaped, each movement infused with the ecstatic joy of rediscovery. Her combat skills were flawlessly reenacted within her dreams. No, they even transcended her previous prowess. In the realm of dreams, she was no longer shackled by the limitations of her physical form. Each action and every strike were entirely governed by her indomitable will to fight. Faster, more precise, stronger. It was as though she had attained true freedom. As the first rays of dawn seeped into the hospital room, Xiaoqin slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze fell upon the familiar ceiling, while her body still bore the hollow numbness in her lower half. She remained seated in her wheelchair. Yet, her eyes had undergone a profound transformation. No longer were they clouded by confusion and despair. Instead, they sparkled with a steadfast brilliance akin to the stars. She gently closed her eyes. Immersing herself in the dreams of the previous night, she endeavored to extend the unrestrained, will-driven sensation from her dreams into reality. A faint hum resonated in the air. On the bedside table, the cup of water poured by the nurse the night before rippled with delicate concentric waves. Xiaoqin's eyes sprang wide open. She had succeeded. Through her dreams, she could transmute her mental energy into an invisible blade, influencing the fabric of reality. She could even sense that, should she desire it, she could momentarily draw her battlefield into the realm of the waking world, a domain of dreams. In that instant, a legendary master of dream manipulation quietly emerged. Just then, the military communicator at her bedside crackled to life, emitting a calm, yet somewhat puzzled voice. "Is this General Xiaoqin? I am Gu He from the Spirit Beast Club. We have detected a nascent and extraordinarily potent psychic domain in Donghai City, seemingly originating from you. You purchased a remnant dream butterfly from the leisure pet shop, which is why I have taken the liberty to disturb you. Our Spirit Beast Club is comprised entirely of clients who have purchased spirit beasts from the leisure pet shop. On behalf of our club, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join us. I trust you will not decline. Chapter 53, A Plea from the Academy of Sciences. Several dozen kilometers from the old city, near the outskirts of Donghai City, lies a place steeped in the weighty aura of ancient civilization, the Federal Academy of Sciences, Institute of Ancient Civilizations. Within the building, the air felt as if it had solidified into ice, imbued with the cold scent of disinfectant and metal. The corridor was eerily silent, save for the intermittent alarms from overloaded precision instruments, a grim reminder that the research here had reached an impasse. In the innermost isolation chamber, the atmosphere was particularly grave. Professor Chen Bowen, the foremost historian in the Federation and the director of this institute, was fixated on a towering black stele before him. His hair was grizzled, his deep-set eyes filled with bloodshot weariness. This stele had been unearthed from an archaeological site dubbed the Fragmented Era Ruins. Its discovery had fundamentally overturned the Federation's entire historical framework. The stele bore a previously unseen spiral script, one that belonged to no known civilization. Strangely, these inscriptions seemed alive, emanating an invisible, chilling energy. Anyone who approached the stele would experience excruciating headaches, their minds eroded, and would even glimpse bizarre hallucinations. Report, Spectrometer 3's motherboard is fried. Report, Gamma Ray Detector's data stream is interrupted. Report, Pheromone Tracking System has completely failed. The voices of his assistants, tinged with unmistakable frustration, echoed through the communicator. All the apex technologies of the Federation had been rendered as mere scrap metal in the face of this stele. The research had fallen into an unprecedented deadlock. Chen Bowen removed his glasses, pressing his fingers against his aching temples. A staunch materialist, he had devoted his life to using the hammer of science to crack the nut of history. Yet this time, he felt as though his hammer had struck an impenetrable veil of confusion. His once unwavering scientific faith wavered for the first time, just as despair threatened to engulf him. The heavy lead door of the isolation chamber creaked open. An elder, clad in traditional attire and exuding an ethereal aura, stepped inside. It was his old friend, Gu He, the president of the Alchemist Association. Old Chun, it seems you are in trouble, Gu He remarked, surveying the disarrayed room and Chen Bowen's haggard visage. Chen Bowen lifted his head, offering a wry smile. Trouble is an understatement. I feel as though everything I've learned in my life has been rendered meaningless. He recounted the stele's enigma and the research's impasse in detail. Gu He listened, nodding calmly, then shared his own experiences at a place called the Leisure Pet Shop. He spoke of a remarkable herb known as the Nine Rebirth Herb, and how he glimpsed the essence of alchemy within a delicate white flower. Chen Bowen frowned, his expression shifting from initial surprise to profound skepticism. Old Gu, have you lost your mind over alchemy? What kind of divine object or herbal essence are you talking about? It's a different era. Do you still believe in the nonsense of charlatans? A decrepit pet shop in the old city? Can it solve problems that even the Academy of Sciences cannot? How absurd. Gui did not engage in argument. The end of science is theology. Some truths can only be grasped through first-hand experience. He carefully retrieved a jade box from his robe and opened it. Nestled within was a single white petal, a remnant of the Nine Rebirth Herb. Gui picked up the petal and, under Chen Bowen's bewildered gaze, approached the ominous stele. He gently placed the petal beside it. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The small petal radiated a warm and powerful life force. The eerie energy surrounding the stele, which had wreaked havoc on all instruments, dissipated like snow meeting its melting point. The oppressive headache-inducing atmosphere in the isolation chamber vanished instantaneously. The air grew fresh, and the once wailing alarms from the overloaded instruments fell silent, one after another, as green indicator lights flickered back to life. Chen Bowen stood rooted to the spot in astonishment. He seemed to be struck by an invisible bolt of lightning, leaving him utterly penetrated from head to toe. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the seemingly ordinary white petals, his mouth agape, yet unable to produce a sound. The indomitable scientific worldview he had constructed throughout his life was, in that fleeting moment, effortlessly fractured by this insignificant blossom, leaving an unfathomable chasm in its wake. After a prolonged silence, Chen Bowen's body trembled violently. He dashed to the control panel, his hands shaking as he reactivated a recently restored ultra-high precision scanner. The beam of the scanner swept unobstructed over the stone tablet. Lines of clear, previously unseen spiral text unfolded for the first time, fully displayed upon the luminous screen. It was a success. Truly, a success. An incandescent fervor ignited in Chen Bowen's eyes. He turned and grasped Gu He's shoulders, his voice hoarse with excitement. That shop. Where's that shop? To unravel the ultimate mystery of this ancient relic, and to seek the truth behind this supernatural force. He resolved to set aside all pretense of his position as the president of the Academy of Sciences and personally visit the fabled little shop. Meanwhile, at the Divine Pets Club, Guhi promptly relayed the news of Chun Bowen's impending visit to the other members. Qin Feng wore an expression that indicated he had anticipated this. The senior's scheme was once again in motion. Lin Shi's pet chaos slime, Little N.I., affectionately nudged her cheek, its body radiating a star-like depth of color. Professor Qin Bowen was a luminary in the field of historical studies within the Federation, his influence extending across the entire academic sphere. The newly joined Xiao Qin, seated in a wheelchair, gazed sharply. If even he had become a fated individual connected to the senior, then the upper echelons of the entire Federation would surely tremble due to this little shop. Gui nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, our mission is to clear away any unnecessary troubles for the senior. Immediately compile Professor Chun's identity information along with the data on that stone tablet and casually send it to the shopkeeper. We must let the senior know that we comprehend his intentions. Qin Feng sprang into action, dispatching an encrypted friendly reminder to Lu Yu, whose communicator was seldom used. Chapter 54. The whisper of time. The afternoon sun, imbued with a hint of languor, slanted through the dust-covered windows of the leisurely pet shop. The air was thick with a blend of faint dust and cheap air freshener. Lu Yu languidly rested on the counter, idly prodding a tiny black ant struggling to transport a grain of white sugar. This ant, minuscule even by grain standards, exerted all its strength in an attempt to drag a sugar particle several times its size back into a crevice in the wall. Time and again, it slipped and then resolutely grasped the grain anew. Lu Yu watched, enraptured, as if witnessing an epic silent film. What is going on today? Another old man. Doesn't he look like a customer? More like someone here to conduct a census. Out of the corner of his eye, Lu Yu noticed a figure entering the shop. The newcomer donned a somewhat faded gray Zhongshan suit, his hair meticulously combed, yet betraying strands of silver and fatigue. He wore a pair of old black-rimmed glasses, behind which lay a pair of eyes imbued with scholarly depth, yet shrouded in profound confusion. This man was none other than Chun Bowen, the director of the Institute of Ancient Civilizations at the Federal Academy of Sciences. Ignoring the shop's cheap atmosphere and Lu Yu's wrinkled loungewear, he scanned the interior with the precision of the most sophisticated scanner, his gaze eventually settling on the languid young man at the counter. Chun Bowen took a deep breath, suppressing the absurdity stemming from his scientific convictions, and stepped forward. He circumvented any preamble or probing. This meticulous scholar opted for the most direct approach to validate the near-mythical claims of his old friend. I am Chun Bowen, he stated plainly, his voice tinged with an air of scholarly rigor and undeniable authority. I am the head of the Institute of Ancient Civilizations at the Federal Academy. He fixed his gaze on Lu Yu, attempting to discern even the slightest hint of pretense. We have discovered a stone tablet from an unknown civilization, inscribed with a script we cannot decipher. More crucially, this tablet emits a peculiar psychic radiation that erodes the minds of those who approach it, interfering with the function of all precision electronic devices. My old friend Guhi recommended you. Chun Bowen's speech was measured, yet each word resonated with formidable weight. I require assistance. Help that can interpret ancient information without succumbing to its energy interference. Lu Yu grasped only fragments of this discourse. Terms like ancient civilization, psychic erosion, and electronic interference whirled in his mind before being crudely bundled together. He understood the core demand, a translator capable of deciphering ancient symbols. Instinctively, Lu Yu's gaze drifted from Chun Bowen's urgent expression back to the counter, returning to the unremarkable black ant still grappling with the sugar grain. In that fleeting moment, a line of golden-hued text, visible solely to him, materialized above the ant. Chronicle Ant. Evolutionary Path. Chronicle Ant Earth Chronicler Skyward Ant Emperor. Ability to read and encapsulate the historical memories contained within any material. Immune to all forms of information interference and energy erosion. Price of fate, 12 billion. Lu Yu's pupils contracted imperceptibly upon glimpsing that string of zeros. 12 billion? For this ant, smaller than his fingernail? Was the system utterly mad, or did it truly regard federal credits as if they were Zimbabwean dollars? A tidal wave of emotions surged within him, nearly overwhelming his composure. An ant, 12 billion. This was exponentially more absurd than all the items he had sold combined. He forcibly suppressed the urge to cling to the system, crying out for parental comfort. Slowly, he lifted his eyelids, maintaining an outward appearance of lethargy. He extended the finger that had been toying with the ant and gently tapped the little creature still struggling with the sugar. Then, with a nonchalant demeanor directed at the serious-faced Chun Bowen, he spoke languidly, his tone akin to a gentle breeze wafting through an afternoon window, light and airy, yet imbued with an irrefutable certainty. It can understand the whispers of time. Chun Bowen was momentarily taken aback. He followed Lu Yu's finger to the counter, where a minuscule black ant lay, almost negligible in size. He cast another glance at Lu Yu's face, which bore a hint of playful amusement. A surge of uncontrollable fury erupted from his chest. He felt as though he had been subjected to an unprecedented mockery and insult. Chin Bowen, a towering figure in the field of federal historiography and the president of the Academy of Sciences, had set aside all dignity and pride, arriving at this dilapidated little shop with his last glimmer of hope. And what was the result? The other party had the audacity to point at an ant and declare it the solution to a world-class dilemma? This was far more humiliating than being spat upon directly. Young man, Chin Bowen's voice suddenly turned cold and severe. I have neither the time nor the inclination to engage in such frivolous jesting with you. The flicker of hope within him was instantly shattered by this absurd spectacle. Indeed, that old fool Gu he had surely lost his wits from overindulging in alchemy. All this talk of a divine pet shop and profound truths was nothing but a deception, a blatant con exploiting the desperation of the people. Lu Yu, observing Chin Bowen's flushed face from his anger, remained unfazed. He recognized the disbelief reflected in the man's eyes. This was entirely reasonable. If someone were to tell him that an ant was worth over 12 billion, he would not believe it himself. Yet, the system's aura of the master imbued every word he spoke with a peculiar, almost magical air of credibility. He continued in a languid tone, as if discussing the weather. A flat rate, 120 billion federal credit points. Boom. This declaration ignited Chin Bowen's pent-up fury completely. He was almost laughing in disbelief. 120 billion? For an ant? This was no mere insult. It was an egregious affront, a thorough trampling of his intellect and a derision of his lifelong academic achievements. Absurd. It was preposterously ludicrous. He had dedicated his life to the study of history, perusing all documented records of human civilization, and had never encountered any ant capable of deciphering civilization. This contradicted everything he understood about science, logic, and common sense. Utterly incomprehensible. Chin Bowen forced out 4 words through gritted teeth. He flung his sleeve and refused to cast another glance at Lu Yu. He turned, striding purposefully to leave this repugnant place. He vowed that upon his return, he would hold Gu He accountable for this madness. Furthermore, he would wield all his influence to eradicate this charlatan shop from Donghai City. Chapter 55. A piece of candy shattering worldviews. However, at the very moment he turned, just as his heel was about to cross the threshold, an unexpected event transpired. At the counter, the black ant, which he had scorned and dismissed as the protagonist of an absurd joke, halted all movement. It ceased its futile attempts to transport the enormous sugar lump and instead stood quietly on the surface of the black acrylic counter, resembling a miniature black sculpture. Lu Yu caught this scene from the corner of his eye, and an inexplicable jolt surged through him. Why has it stopped? Given up? No way, brother. You must perform the full act for 120 billion. Almost simultaneously with Lu Yu's internal monologue, the still ant sprang into action. Its movements transformed from the earlier clumsy and futile dragging into swift, precise maneuvers imbued with a logic beyond mere insect instinct. Using its delicate antennae, it deftly manipulated the scattered sugar granules on the counter. Push, pull, rotate, arrange. Each of its movements was accurate to the micron. The glistening white sugar pieces, under its control, resembled chess pieces swiftly repositioning on a black board, guided by an invisible hand. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. Chin Bowen's foot hung, suspended in midair. He sensed the eerie silence behind him and instinctively turned slowly. And then he saw it, under Lu Yu's watchful gaze, along with the members of the Divine Pet Club observing through miniature detectors. The diminutive black ant rapidly and precisely arranged several inexpensive sugar granules into an incredibly intricate spiral symbol on the black counter. The structure of that symbol was imbued with a twisted and bizarre geometric beauty. It seemed to contain profound information capable of subverting existing physical laws. It radiated an aura of desolation and mystery, reminiscent of ancient primordial times, transcending even the confines of time itself. In that instant, upon witnessing the symbol, Chin Bowen's pupils constricted to the size of the most perilous pinprick. Boom! An invisible thunderclap reverberated deep within his mind. He felt as though he had been petrified, utterly frozen in place. His mind went blank. That symbol, crafted by an ant using mere sugar, was identical to the core, most mysterious. An incomprehensible totem he had studied for months, pouring countless efforts into deciphering with sophisticated instruments, yet had yielded not a single clue. Identical, not a fraction off. In that moment, every ounce of scientific knowledge he had prided himself on throughout his life, every unwavering commitment to materialism he had upheld, and all the dignity and logic of being a top scholar in the Federation were effortlessly shattered by an ant using a handful of sugar. What the hell? Lu Yu was equally stunned. He fixated on the totem formed from sugar, his mind swirling with more tumultuous waves than Chin Bowen's. System, your cheat is way too obvious. This ant can arrange formations? Are you sure it isn't the reincarnation of some formation master? 120 billion? I thought it was overpriced before. Now it seems like a fire sale. A heavy, stifled gasp interrupted Lu Yu's internal tempest. Chen Bowen whipped around. His face, once flushed with anger, had drained of color, leaving him pallid and devoid of blood. Behind his old black-framed glasses, his eyes no longer harbored doubt or disdain. Instead, they were filled with an almost frenzied fervor, as if he had witnessed a miracle. It was the hysterical disbelief of a man whose faith had collapsed, only to discover a new truth. His breath quickened, his chest heaving violently, as if he might faint from asphyxiation at any moment. He staggered back to the counter, his gaze fixed intently on the black ant that had completed its masterpiece and was now attempting to transport the sugar granules. His eyes no longer regarded it as an insect, but as a great prophet who had traversed the river of time, grasping the ultimate mysteries of the universe. I'll buy it. His voice, rendered hoarse and sharp by overwhelming excitement, trembled with a hint of tears. I shall purchase it. Chen Bowen's hands shook violently, thwarting his attempts to extract his communicator from his pocket. This divine ant, I have acquired it. At last, he grasped the communicator and, with an undeniable tone that bore the weight of command, dialed a number marked as top secret. The call was answered almost instantaneously. Director Chen? A calm and authoritative voice resonated from the other end. It is I. Chen Bowen's tone brooked no dissent. I require funds. Immediately. Activate the Federal Academy's highest-level special research budget. 120 billion. A profound silence enveloped the line. After a moment, the dignified voice returned, tinged with confusion and gravity. Old Chen, have you exhausted yourself? Securing 120 billion in special funding necessitates a vote from all members. Do you comprehend what that entails? Calm yourself. What has transpired? Do not concern yourself with what has transpired. Chen Bowen's emotions teetered on the brink of chaos. Trembling, he aimed the communicator's camera at the totem crafted from sugar on the counter and pressed the shutter. Now, immediately, approve this funding. Otherwise, I shall resign from all my positions as the director of the Federal Academy. I will reveal this discovery to the entire Federation as an ordinary scholar. Whatever consequences ensue, you shall bear them. He nearly roared these words. This time, the other end of the line was engulfed in a profound silence. It was a silence wrought by the incomprehensible impact of something that transcended the limits of understanding. A full minute elapsed before the authoritative voice finally spoke again, this time imbued with a tremor of deep reverence and awe, unbeknownst even to himself. The funds have been approved. The money will be transferred to your designated account within 3 minutes. Chapter 56, The Truth of the Relic. At the Federal Academy, Institute of Ancient Civilizations, the heavy lead door slowly closed behind him, effectively isolating him from the clamor of the outside world. Chen Bowen's footsteps echoed on the cold, unblemished alloy floor, reverberating through the desolate corridor with striking clarity. In his arms, he cradled an ordinary transparent acrylic box. Inside lay a black ant, smaller than a grain of rice. He could almost sense the bewildered, perplexed, and even somewhat pitying gazes emanating from the observation rooms flanking the corridor. Just an hour prior, he had nearly bellowed his application for 120 billion in federal special funding. Now, he returned with but an ant. To everyone else, this appeared to be the tragic culmination of a man overwhelmed by insurmountable pressure, succumbing to madness. Director. Assistant Zhang approached briskly, his face etched with concern. Are you all right? Chen Bowen remained silent, his gaze surpassing the assistant to focus on the isolation research room at the end of the corridor, sealed by the highest-level physical barriers. His stare was resolute, akin to a glowing iron brand. Open the isolation door. His voice, though soft, carried an undeniable authority. All researchers, report to Observation Room 1. Initiate the highest level of energy monitoring and data recording. The assistant hesitated, wanting to dissuade him, yet was rendered mute by Chen Bowen's fiery gaze. Inside the isolation research room, the half-human-height black stone monument continued to stand silently at its center. The air surrounding it exhibited a visible distortion, a chilling chaos that could drive an ordinary mind to the brink of madness, swirling like fog. Clad in heavy protective gear, Chen Bowen approached step by step. He distinctly felt the energy's insidious encroachment upon his psyche, akin to countless icy needles attempting to penetrate his brain. Yet he did not waver. Under the suffocating scrutiny of the researchers peering through the blast-proof glass, he cautiously opened the acrylic box. With tweezers, he delicately grasped the black ant. Director has lost his mind. That ant will be instantly disassembled into fundamental particles. Quick, prepare for a forcible intervention. A clamor erupted in the observation room, as everyone anticipated that Chen Bowen would enact some further reckless measure. However, he merely placed the ant gently upon the surface of the black stone monument. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. All eyes widened, waiting for the diminutive creature to dissolve into smoke upon encountering the terrifying energy. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Nothing happened. The black ant, unperturbed, leisurely waved its antennae upon the surface of the monument, which was adorned with spiral engravings. It completely disregarded the bizarre energy capable of paralyzing the Federation's highest technology. It began to meander across the stone, as if taking a leisurely stroll in its own backyard. How is this possible? A senior researcher's voice faltered, rendered dry by sheer astonishment. The energy readings from the monument showed no sign of diminishing, yet the ant remained unscathed. At that moment, as Chun Bowen stood before the monument, his body jolted violently. The pact with the historian ant had been forged the instant he purchased it. Now, as the ant traversed the surface, an unimaginable torrent of information surged through the invisible mental link into his mind. Boom. Before Chun Bowen, the cold isolation chamber vanished. He beheld an expanse of boundless earth. The sky was not blue but radiated with a splendid hue, reminiscent of flowing crystal. Towering cities, unfathomable by modern architectural standards, rose majestically, their structures appearing as living amalgamations of flora and metal, pulsating with vitality. He witnessed a magnificent ancient civilization, starkly divergent from contemporary technology. The inhabitants, tall and luminous, possessed a faint glow upon their skin. They lacked flying cars and the internet, yet could manipulate the energies of the universe through a form of resonance. With each segment of the ant's journey over the engravings, epics of history long shrouded in dust surged forth as vivid images within Chun Bowen's consciousness. He observed scholars of this civilization, who, while investigating spatial phenomena, stumbled upon a minuscule dimensional rift. Behind that rift lay an inexhaustible reservoir of pure primal energy. The entire civilization succumbed to unrestrained ecstasy. They began to frantically siphon energy, technology, power, and the very essence of civilization from the fissure at an unprecedented pace, leaping into madness. Yet, the march of the ants ascended to a deeper scar. The images in Chun Bowen's mind suddenly shifted. The magnificent tapestry was torn asunder. An endless darkness surged forth. The rift, once regarded as a divine gift, spiraled out of control. It was fully opened, transforming into a grotesque entrance leading to an abyss of unfathomable terror. Chun Bowen beheld it. He witnessed indescribable, twisted entities from another realm, brimming with chaos and the desire for destruction, pouring forth from the fissure like a flood released from its dam. He heard the mournful wails of that resplendent civilization's demise. He felt the profound despair and unwillingness emanating from the souls of the towering children of light as they were devoured by these otherworldly beings. War erupted. It was the final stand of an entire civilization, resisting at the cost of self-immolation. Ultimately, he witnessed a blood-soaked leader of civilization, his radiance dimmed. Just before the city was completely engulfed by darkness, he expended his last vestiges of life and strength, inscribing the final warning of his civilization upon a black stone tablet. Beware the abyss. It gazes back. That thought, laden with endless regret and fatigue, transcended the eons, indelibly branding itself into the depths of Chun Bowen's soul. The vision abruptly ceased. The torrent of information receded in an instant. Thud! Chun Bowen's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. He gasped for breath, his aged face, obscured by the protective mask, was already streaked with tears. He was not weeping. Rather, he mourned the passing of a great civilization. More so, he felt an unparalleled shock at being able to witness this lost history with his own eyes. He had not only filled a crucial gap in the annals of the Federation's history, but had also acquired astonishing revelations regarding the dimensional rift, secrets capable of overturning humanity's understanding. And that invaluable, blood-soaked data gained at the cost of a civilization's obliteration. This report was immediately sealed and encrypted under his highest authority, classified as the Federation's ultimate secret. Humanity's comprehension of this universe, and of the terrifying entities lurking beyond dimensions, had been forcibly advanced by at least a century, all thanks to this tiny ant. Chun Bowen slowly rose to his feet. He removed the heavy protective helmet, revealing a tear-streaked face that shimmered with an unprecedented brilliance. He bowed deeply to the black ant that had climbed to the top of the tablet, leisurely cleaning its antennae. In a voice audible only to himself, he murmured, "Thank you, esteemed predecessor, for illuminating the fog of history for us mere mortals." That deep night, Chun Bowen utilized his encrypted communicator to dial Gu Hie's number. Old Gu, his voice, tinged with a raspy timbre born of having survived a catastrophe, yet imbued with a newfound, rock-like resolve, resonated. "Count me in for the Divine Pet Club." Chapter 57, The Greedy Crocodile. The legend of the leisurely pet shop spread like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples that reached the heights of the Federation's true apex. In Donghai City, atop the global financial center, a middle-aged man of slightly corpulent stature, clad in a bespoke silk robe, held a glass of red wine worth millions, gazing down upon the steel forest he regarded as his chessboard. He was Jin Wanhao, a titan of the Federation's business world, a mogul who had clawed his way up from the depths of the mire, constructing a vast commercial empire over the span of 30 years. On his desk lay a top-secret report concerning the leisurely pet shop, detailing the 9-turn resurrection herb, chaotic slime, and the recently rousing historian ant that had sent ripples through the entire Academy of Sciences. A blatant greed curled at the corners of Jin Wanhao's lips. His life creed was simple and brutal. Everything is negotiable. Everything holds value. Unlike Gu He and Shen Bowen, who held reverence and gratitude for the enigmatic shopkeeper, he viewed the shop and all within it as an untapped, ultimate gold mine brimming with endless wealth and power. What he desired was not a gift, but possession. The Divine Pet Club? Jin Wanhao swirled his glass, the crimson liquid leaving trails along the walls of the glass. A group of children, who believed themselves wise after receiving a mere taste of sweetness. Merely half an hour prior, the Divine Pet Club had relayed a tactful warning through the Qin family channels, advising him to respect the wishes of the predecessors and not to attempt to measure that life-altering opportunity with worldly money. Jin Wanhao scoffed at this. In his view, there was nothing in this world that could not be purchased with money. If something could not be bought, it merely meant one did not possess enough. He downed the wine in a single gulp, his eyes gleaming with the hunger of a wolf. He resolved to see for himself. He would transform this gold mine into his private treasure trove using his most adept methods. The following morning, dozens of bodyguards clad in black suits, donning sunglasses and exuding an aura that screamed, "Do not approach," lined the streets, clearing a path that was impeccably pristine. A long, black, floating luxury vehicle glided silently to a halt before the shop. The door opened. Jin Wanhao, with his signature beer belly protruding, stepped out of the vehicle. He didn't spare a glance for the awe or curiosity of those around him, directly pushing open the dust-coated glass door. A scent of cheap air freshener mixed with dust made him instinctively wrinkle his nose. Inside the shop, Lu Yu was staring at the holographic screen, his expression one of utter despair. Damn it, robbed again. Is this guy living right by the portal? The orange gear I just crafted, and the warmth hasn't he even dissipated yet before he took it all. Today is not suitable for going out, for business, or for interacting with humans. Just as he was internally venting his frustrations, preparing to hang a sign that read "Owner deceased" at the entrance, a voice brimming with oppressive superiority echoed above him. Are you the owner of this establishment? Lu Yu lifted his eyelids. Before him stood a middle-aged man, his face glistening with excess. Adorned in a suit that was impeccably tailored yet strained by his ample girth, as if it might burst at any moment. The way he looked at Lu Yu was less like assessing a person and more akin to appraising a commodity's worth. Without granting Lu Yu a moment to react, Jin Wanhao produced a checkbook from his pocket, tore out a page, inscribed his name with a golden pen, and with a decisive slap, placed it on the counter. A blank check. Name your price. Jin Wanhao leaned over the counter, his hands pressed down, speaking with an air of unassailable authority. Sell me your strongest, most formidable pet. His voice brimmed with an arrogance that proclaimed his dominion over all. I shall employ this to expand my commercial empire. I want the entire Federation to tremble beneath my feet. Lu Yu gazed at the blank check before him, then shifted his attention to the spittle-flecked rotund figure across from him. The frustration of having his equipment snatched in the game mingled with the irritation of being assaulted with cash first thing in the morning. These two emotions culminated, causing Lu Yu's patience to evaporate in an instant. A commercial empire? Tremble? Why not ascend to the heavens? You dare to negotiate? Who do you think you are, a money-printing machine? He felt no desire to utter another word. All he wished for was for this obnoxious individual to vanish from his sight immediately. His gaze aimlessly roamed the shop until it landed in the corner. There sat an utterly ordinary, even somewhat battered, terracotta flower pot. Inside, it contained a half bowl of dark soil, adorned with a few sprouting garlic shoots. He had casually planted those while enjoying dumplings the previous morning. At the very moment his eyes rested upon it, a line of golden text quietly emerged. Essence soil inactive. Evolution path. Essence soil 5-colored divine soil source soil of all things primordial essence soil core. Ability. Contains boundless vitality, capable of planting, nurturing, and evolving all things. Input seeds to obtain divine plants. Input ores to yield divine metals. Input corpses to receive spiritual war puppets. The quality of the harvest depends on the inputter's heart and vision. Destiny price, 500 billion. The corner of Lu Yu's eye twitched violently. 500 billion? For a mere pot of soil? He had previously thought that the 120 billion for an ant was already ludicrous, yet the system had outdone itself. This was no longer merely a scam. It was poised to bankrupt the central bank of the entire Federation. However, this price was perfectly suited to rid him of the detestable fat man before him. Lu Yu withdrew his gaze, maintaining that languid demeanor as if still half asleep. He extended a finger, lazily pointing towards the battered pot in the corner. Then, addressing the arrogant Jin Wanhao, He spoke in a tone so casual it was as if he were discussing the weather. That can grow whatever you desire. Under the influence of the aura of a master, this flippant remark struck Jin Wanhao as profound and replete with ineffable mystery. Lu Yu paused, raising a finger. One price. 500 billion, Federation credit points. With that, he lowered his head, ready to continue his mental duel with the scoundrel who had snatched his equipment. He braced himself to relish the sight of the other's face, turning a deep shade of embarrassment from humiliation. However, the anticipated wrath and bellowing did not materialize. The entire shop fell into an eerie silence. Lu Yu, puzzled, lifted his gaze. He found Jin Wanhao fixated on the shabby flower pot in the corner. Rather than displaying any anger, that greasy visage radiated an unprecedented, almost distorted fervor. He had initially perceived this as an insult. He thought it was mockery. He believed he was merely dealing with a desperate conman spouting absurdities. Yet, upon hearing that price, Jin Wanhao realized this was not humiliation, it was a test. This reclusive elder cared not for wealth. With a dilapidated flower pot, an enigmatic statement about growing whatever one wished, and a price capable of shaking the very foundations of any commercial empire, he was testing Jin Wanhao's resolve, testing his ambition, testing whether he could see through the mundane exterior to uncover the supreme opportunity capable of overturning the world. Ha 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 ha. Jin Wanhao suddenly erupted into laughter, his voice brimming with pride and fervor. I understand. I completely comprehend. The look in his eyes shifted from initial scrutiny and evaluation to fervent admiration. Truly, this was a figure capable of commanding the respect of the likes of Gu He and Qin Bowen. Such a test, such a vision, was indeed extraordinary. Only Jin Wanhao could grasp the profound significance behind this trial. What chaotic slimes, what dragon-like beings, paled in comparison to this pot of soil that could yield everything. This was a genuine ascent to greatness. Chapter 58, The Wonders of Essence Soil. Jin Wanhao's laughter echoed obnoxiously in the cramped, dilapidated pet shop. It was a cacophony of someone who had discovered a new world, seizing divine authority. I buy it. He hesitated not for a moment, neglecting even to retrieve the blank check that Lu Yu had disregarded. Instead, he raised his wrist, revealing a personal terminal valued in the millions. Custom-made by the Federation's top artisans. Jin Wanhao's pudgy fingers danced swiftly across the virtual screen. His movements were so decisive. One would think he was paying for a mere bowl of beef noodles rather than a sum that could send shockwaves through the entire Federation's economy. A chime rang out, crisp and clear, from Lu Yu's antiquated terminal, nearly causing him to flinch. He glanced down. A notification popped up on the screen. Your Federation bank account ending in XXXX. On Federation date XXXX year X month X day, received a transfer, 5,000,000,000,000,000 Federation credit points. A string of zeros nearly blinded Lu Yu. 500 billion. It had truly been credited. For a moment, his mind went completely blank. He forgot where he was, forgot who this rotund man was. Then, the system's notification chimed in his mind like divine music. Ding. Transaction successful. Causal correction fee of 99 has been deducted. Congratulations, host. For acquiring hard-earned funds, 500 million Federation credit points. 500 million. Lu Yu gazed at the newly added sum in his personal account, utterly dazed. There truly are such foolishly wealthy tycoons in this world. A pot of soil for growing garlic, 500 billion. Does he think his money is too hot to handle and needs someone to help him spend it? I was wrong to criticize the system for being a scam. Truly, system, you are my benefactor. Lu Yu's internal musings transformed into a joyous sea of celebration. The previous frustrations of having his equipment stolen and the annoyance of being assaulted with cash dissipated in an instant before the prospect of 500 million in rewards. His gaze towards Jin Wanhao softened. The rotund figure no longer appeared as a mere greasy man, but rather as a walking deity of wealth, a living bodhisattva benefiting all. That pot. It's yours. Lu Yu gestured towards the corner, maintaining his languid demeanor, yet a hint of unacknowledged delight tinged his tone. Jin Wanhao paid no mind to Lu Yu's attitude. To him, every action of this elder was imbued with profound significance. He approached with utmost caution, as if cradling a treasure of unparalleled value, embracing the damaged clay flower pot, along with the dark soil and garlic sprouts nestled within, to his chest. A faint, earthy fragrance laced with the vitality of plants wafted into his nostrils. Jin Wanhao felt a surge of exhilaration. This was it. This was the divine object imbued with supreme creation. Clutching the flower pot, he turned and departed without uttering a single superfluous word, consumed by an eagerness to validate his conjecture. He envisioned this pot of miraculous soil cultivating an unprecedented empire, vast enough to engulf the entire Federation. An hour later, on the outskirts of Donghai City, within a secret manor fortified by towering electric fences and intricate defense systems. This was the true lair of Jin Wanhao, deep within the manor. In an underground chamber constructed of special alloys resilient enough to withstand tactical-grade bombardments, he dismissed all bodyguards and servants. He reverently placed the pot of shirong at the center of a white jade pedestal in the chamber. Then, from another safe, he retrieved a box crafted from thousand-year-old cold jade. Upon opening the box, a chilling aura, mingled with an almost imperceptible scent of blood, permeated the air. Inside lay a seed, no larger than a fingernail, withered and blackened, seemingly devoid of any life. This was the seed of the dragon's bloodgrass, a legendary herb chronicled only in ancient texts. It was said that a mature dragon's bloodgrass could resurrect the dead, restore flesh to bone, and even enable a beastmaster's pet to revert to its ancestral lineage, evolving into a true dragon. Jin Wanhao had acquired this seed at an exorbitant price during a clandestine auction overseas. All botanists in the Federation had concluded that it was utterly dead and incapable of germination. Yet, Jin Wanhao remained undeterred. He firmly believed that this seed was the quintessential instrument to validate the miraculous properties of shirong. With trembling hands, he delicately grasped the desiccated seed using a pair of pure gold tweezers. His breath grew labored in that moment, his eyes bloodshot and fervent. He carefully buried the seed, which bore his boundless aspirations, into the dark soil, neglecting to water it. For as the elder had said, it could yield everything he desired. Time passed slowly. The chamber was enveloped in an eerie silence. Beads of sweat trickled down Jin Wanhao's forehead as his heart thudded violently in his chest, nearly leaping into his throat. Just as he was on the verge of succumbing to the urge to excavate the soil and assess the situation, an extraordinary event transpired. The unremarkable black soil suddenly shimmered with a faint, pulsating glow. An overwhelming surge of life erupted forth. The buried, withered seed of the dragon's bloodgrass seemed infused with divine energy. With a soft pop, a vibrant crimson shoot burst forth from the earth. Subsequently, under the astonished gaze of Jin Wanhao, a scene unfolded that would shatter his worldview. The blood-hued shoot grew at an astonishing rate, sprouting stems, unfurling leaves, and branching out. Each transformation exuded the primal rhythm and beauty of life. In a mere 10 seconds, it reached over a foot in height. The crimson vines expanded, each leaf resembling the finest rubies, with golden veins coursing through them. Soon after, a bud at the vine's apex swelled rapidly before exploding into bloom. It was an uncanny, blood-red flower resembling a dragon's head. An intoxicating fragrance, potent and regal, filled the entire chamber. As the flower withered, a crystalline, blood-hued fruit, seemingly with lava flowing within, quickly formed and matured. In less than 10 minutes, a perfect specimen of dragon's bloodgrass, long thought extinct in the Federation, had sprung to life before his very eyes. Jin Wanhao stood transfixed. He stared intently at the plant radiating immense energy, as if struck by lightning, rendered immobile. After a long pause, a manic, hysterical laughter echoed through the chamber. Jin Wanhao's body trembled violently with exhilaration. He lunged toward the white jade pedestal, caressing the leaves of the dragon's bloodgrass with an obsessive gaze. It worked. It truly worked. This single plant was worth over 10 billion Federation credits. An investment of 50 billion had recouped a fifth of its cost in less than 10 minutes. This was faster than printing money. No, the velocity of money printing paled in comparison to the potential of this miraculous soil. Jin Wanhao envisioned countless rare herbs, boundless treasures, and immense wealth flourishing from this pot of soil. The world's richest man? No, his aspirations had long surpassed that trivial title. He aimed to become the sole sovereign of this world. The mere cultivation of herbs could no longer satiate his insatiable greed. A bolder, more audacious idea, resonant with his merchant nature, began to take root in his mind. He abruptly turned and rushed to another, even more secretive safe. After navigating through a series of complex identity verifications, the safe slowly opened. Jin Wanhao extracted a small velvet box from within. Inside lay an ancient coin, entirely made of red gold, slightly worn. The coin's obverse bore the visage of an ancient emperor, majestic and crowned. This was a trophy he had stumbled upon in an ancient ruin during his youth. It was said to be the first coin minted by a long-extinct dynasty, imbued with the fortunes of its founding. Holding the coin, Jin Wanhao returned to the shirong. A twisted and fervent smile spread across his face as he leaned down toward the black soil, whispering with a tone rich in allure and avarice. Since you can cultivate plants, you must surely be able to grow gold as well. Come, yield me a mountain of gold. With that declaration, he unhesitatingly buried the ancient coin, a relic of a bygone dynasty, deep within the miraculous soil. Chapter 59, Sowing Greed, Reaping Bankruptcy. The elder teaches you how to be human. The ancient coin, infused with the founding fortunes of a dynasty, was pressed deep into the Shirong by Jin Wanhao's greedy hands. The soil felt warm and nurturing, exuding a sense of comforting vitality. Yet, Jin Wanhao's heart burned hotter than the most molten lava. He fixated intently upon the soil, yearning for the resplendent golden shoots to burst forth from the earth, desiring the gold to proliferate like wild vines, yielding an abundance of gold bars and jewels. 1 second. 2 seconds. The chamber lay enveloped in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sound of his labored breaths. Nothing transpired. The pot of black earth remained tranquil, as still as a stagnant pool, devoid of any change. The fervor on Jin Wanhao's face solidified. A sliver of doubt, akin to a venomous serpent, slithered into his mind. Could it be that he had failed? No, that was inconceivable. This was the divine artifact of that esteemed predecessor. Even the legendary dragon's blood grass could sprout in mere minutes. How could he not cultivate a modest mountain of gold? Was his heart not sincere enough? Or perhaps, was his desire not grand enough? Just as he was about to plunge his hand into the soil to unearth the gold coin for inspection, an unexpected transformation occurred without warning. The unremarkable black soil darkened abruptly, morphing into a substance that devoured all light, a pure void. The surface of the soil ceased to be solid. It began to rotate slowly, forming a small, unfathomable whirlpool of mud. A chilling, primal aura, as if emanating from the moment of universal dissolution, spread from the center of the vortex. The concealed property of the breath soil, that of returning all things to their essence, was activated. What it sensed was not Jin Wanhao's so-called visions or willpower, but rather a raw, unmasked greed that sought to take without the willingness to give. What is this? Jin Wanhao was struck with horror, a profound fear originating from the depths of his soul, causing his corpulent body to tremble. Instinctively, he wanted to retreat, to escape this bizarre flower pot. But it was too late. A resonant hum erupted, and the small whirlpool unleashed an irresistible force of suction. This power transcended mere physical pull. It was a superior deprivation directed at value and ownership. Jin Wanhao felt as though an invisible hand had seized his very soul, rendering his feet immobile as if they were encased in lead. He could only watch helplessly as the ancient coin he had buried with his own hands emerged from the soil, transforming into a faint glimmer that was instantly consumed by the whirlpool, leaving no trace behind. This was merely the beginning. The whirlpool's pull intensified dramatically. Boom. The underground chamber door, forged from a special alloy and reputed to withstand tactical bombardment, was violently wrenched from its walls with a sound that grated on the nerves like metal twisting in agony. Jin Wanhao's lifetime of amassed wealth lay exposed before that terrifying vortex. No. A piercing wail escaped his lips. He watched in horror as his mountains of gold and silver, antique paintings, and rare minerals seemed to respond to an exalted summons. Neatly arranged gold bars transformed into a golden deluge. Dazzling diamonds and gemstones coalesced into a celestial river of colors. Priceless ancient scrolls and masterful artworks broke free from their protective casings, becoming streams of light. All that he had spent his life scheming and toiling for, all his vast fortune, now surged uncontrollably toward that small, damaged terracotta pot, consumed entirely by the unfathomable whirlpool. My money, my mountain of gold. Jin Wanhao's eyes turned crimson with fury. He had utterly lost his mind. He frantically attempted to hurl himself toward the pot, wishing to block it with his corpulent form, to reclaim even the smallest copper coin from that vortex. Yet an unseen force held him firmly in place. He was like a condemned prisoner, forced to witness the collapse of his entire life's work vanish in mere minutes. From wealth that rivaled nations to utter destitution. This transformation transpired in less than 5 minutes. As the last emerald was swallowed, the dreadful whirlpool vanished without a trace. The chamber's oppressive pull dissipated, and the breath soil reverted to its unremarkable appearance, as if the cataclysmic storm of wealth had merely been a mirage. Plop! Another soft sound echoed. A tender, fuzzy, utterly ordinary clump of foxtail grass emerged languidly from the black soil, swaying gently in the empty chamber. You reap what you sow greed, and you harvest emptiness. Thud! Jin Wanhao's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. He stared blankly at the foxtail grass, then at the bare chamber, now merely dust and debris. The color drained from his face in an instant. His mind, unable to process this immense blow, saw the string of reason snap completely. He chuckled nervously, drool spilling from the corner of his mouth. The mountain of gold, my mountain of gold has sprouted. He crawled towards the pot of breath soil, extending trembling hands to caress the foxtail grass with a rapturous obsession. Such a beautiful mountain of gold, all mine, let no one dare to take it away. The news of Jin Wanhao's overnight ruination and subsequent descent into madness spread through the upper echelons of the Federation like an 18-point earthquake. Within the Beastmaster Club, Gu He, Chun Bowen, and the recently informed Qin Feng sat across from one another, the atmosphere thick with tension. I just confirmed through internal channels that all of Jin Wanhao's assets, including the most secretive offshore accounts, were wiped out simultaneously, Qin Feng's voice tinged with trepidation. Shen Bowen adjusted his glasses, his aged face etched with seriousness. I had long anticipated this day. That predecessor's divine artifact is beyond the grasp of a merchant like Jin Wanhao, consumed by greed. Gui lifted his teacup, taking a sip before speaking slowly. This is not a warning, it is a judgment. Chapter 60, The Federal Anchor. If Lin Shi's chaotic slime is a stroke of genius, Qin Feng's dragon is a miraculous stroke of luck, and Chun Bowen's historian ants are a thunderclap that shook the academic world. Then Jin Wanhao's bankruptcy is a resounding slap in the face, striking all self-important ambition seekers. In a single night, a colossal business empire was reduced to ashes. A titan of the Federation's business realm, who had wielded power for 30 years, was transformed into a madman grinning foolishly while clutching a foxtail grass. The message this event conveyed was cold and brutal. The enigmatic shopkeeper of the leisurely pet store not only bestows fortune but also enacts judgment. His power has transcended the realm of beast taming, reaching an unfathomable level, bordering on the laws of causality. The Federation can no longer view this as an isolated incident of serendipity. The source of all this points to that dilapidated little shop, to that languid young man. Is he good or evil? Is he a friend or foe? What is his attitude towards the Federation? This is a question that must be answered. The highest military council of the Federation convened in secret. Within the conference room sat a dozen top-tier magnates, each bearing the weight of military stars, capable of shaking the entire military establishment of the Federation with a mere stamp of their feet. The atmosphere was as oppressive as the surface of the sea before a tempest. Such was the situation. The head of the intelligence department delivered his report in a voice that was dry and strained. Our assessment of Lu Yu has evolved from an initial classification as a high-ranking beast master to that of a reclusive master, and now to a state of being unaccessible. Unaccessible? A hot-tempered one-armed general slammed his fist upon the table, exclaiming, "What do you mean by unaccessible? His power structure, his objectives, his weaknesses, there must be something we can analyze." The intelligence officer forced a bitter smile. "General, we have conducted our analysis. The beasts he sold have completely subverted the existing biological framework. As for him, there is no detectable energy fluctuation. He appears just like an ordinary person. His objective seems to be merely playing games in the store." Regarding his weaknesses, Jin Wanhao could not entice him to spare even a glance with 500 billion. We truly cannot fathom what he might consider a weakness. The entire conference room fell into a profound silence. After a long pause, an elderly marshal, his hair grizzled and his countenance imposing, slowly spoke. His voice bore the weight of ancient warfare. "We must establish formal contact with him. Dispatch the most suitable candidate to assess his attitude towards the Federation. This is not a command, it is a request. We must demonstrate sufficient sincerity and respect. Who shall go?" All eyes unconsciously turned to a figure in the corner of the room, a man who had remained silent throughout the meeting. He was an elder, clad in a faded, worn military uniform, devoid of rank or medals. He sat quietly, as if he had melded into the shadows surrounding him. Yet, as long as he was present, all the iron-blooded generals in the room felt an overwhelming sense of stability. Long Qingtian, the Federation's only war saint, a living legend. 30 years ago, when the largest abyssal rift at the border spiraled out of control, unleashing a tide of otherworldly beasts, it was he who stood alone with a rifle at the forefront of the defense. He withstood 3 days and nights of frenzied assault, drenched in blood and fighting to the brink of exhaustion, buying precious time for the Federation to deploy strategic weapons. In that battle, he slew 3 monarch-level beasts, etching his name into the faith of all soldiers. He was the Federation's steadfast anchor. Yet, even heroes must face their twilight. Years of guarding the rift and battling otherworldly energies had ravaged his body, leaving him riddled with wounds. His vitality flickered like a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. The Federation had exhausted its finest medical resources, managing only to slightly delay the inexorable passage of time. Everyone knew that the war saint had little time left. Long Qingtian slowly lifted his head, his once keen, hawk-like eyes now appeared somewhat clouded, yet still held a profound depth. "I shall go." His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable gravity. This mission was not solely for the Federation. It was for himself, a quest for the elusive thread of hope spoken of in legends. The following day, at the pet shop, Long Qingtian ventured forth without any attendants, nor did he notify any institutions. He resembled an ordinary grandfather out for a leisurely stroll, clad in that faded old military uniform, shuffling along the somewhat noisy street. He repressed all his aura, locking away the formidable presence capable of altering landscapes deep within his deteriorating body. He stood across the street, gazing at the unassuming pet shop. There were no energy fluctuations, no arcane symbols, not even a hint of a powerful presence. It existed quietly, as if it had melded with the mundane street. Yet, Long Qingtian's battle-hardened intuition, honed through life and death, was fervently sounding alarms. Danger. Extreme danger. This was not mere hostility. It was a more fundamental, life-level absolute suppression. As if an ant gazed up at a star poised to consume it. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within, and took a step forward, pushing open the dust-covered glass door. Inside, the legendary young man was leaning over the counter, engrossed in the luminous screen of his light brain, murmuring to himself. Long Qingtian remained silent, instead utilizing his eyes, which had witnessed countless lives and deaths, to scrutinize the figure of Lu Yu before him. Upon that first glance, he felt as though struck by lightning, his mind reeling. In his perception, Lu Yu manifested a contradiction that sent shivers through his very soul. One moment, he appeared as an unremarkable, languid youth, the kind of person one would forget in mere seconds amidst a crowd. Yet the next moment, that image transformed into a chaotic abyss within his senses. The minuscule and the eternal. Two utterly opposing qualities, perfectly intertwined within this young man. In an instant, Long Qingtian understood. This was the most primal state exhibited when a life transcended the universe's comprehension. What manner of existence was he? A tempest surged within Long Qingtian's heart. He realized that he may indeed have encountered an unparalleled being, one that existed only in ancient myths. Chapter 61. A Flickering Light. At this moment, Lu Yu's mood was far from pleasant. He was precariously perched on a creaky stool, tilting his head back and stretching his arm, struggling to combat an old, malfunctioning light bulb on the ceiling. This wretched bulb, an antique of indeterminate age, flickered erratically as if it were dancing. Just moments ago, his character in the game had faltered due to the bulb's flickering light, resulting in a misstep that allowed the boss to unleash a devastating combo. The dropped equipment was snatched away by that rival. Damn, that brat again. Is this bulb in cahoots with him? It never flickers until I'm about to unleash my ultimate move. No way, I have to replace you today. Gritting his teeth, Lu Yu exerted more force as he twisted the scalding bulb, voicing his complaints. Honestly, this wretched light needs to be changed. If it keeps flickering like this, my eyes are going to go blind. Though his words were not loud, they were imbued with dissatisfaction towards the shoddy product and frustration over his gaming failure. It was nothing more than a commonplace complaint. Yet, under the indiscriminate enhancement of the passive skill, high-spirited presence, this utterance resonated in the ears of the elderly man behind him like a thunderclap, reverberating in the depths of his soul. Long Qingtian's body stiffened abruptly, as if struck by an invisible lightning bolt, leaving him frozen in place. A broken light? Needs replacing? He was referring to me. In that moment, a tempest of emotions surged within Long Qingtian's heart, a heart that had long been calm and untroubled. He was all too aware of his own condition. His life source had nearly burned out during that blood-soaked battle 3 decades ago. For years, he had relied solely on the Federation's boundless resources to sustain a flicker of life. He resembled an ancient lamp, its oil nearly depleted, the wick reduced to ashes, emitting a dim glow that flickered perilously, on the brink of complete extinguishment. In an instant, Long Qingtian comprehended everything. This elder, from the very moment he stepped through the threshold of the shop, nay, even before his arrival, had already discerned the entirety of his being. Moreover, he had perceived the flickering flame of life concealed beneath Long Qingtian's withered exterior, a flame that was on the verge of extinguishment. The arrogance of Jin Wanhao appeared to him as nothing but foolish avarice. In the elder's eyes, his arrival was akin to a lamp about to be snuffed out. At that moment, Long Qingtian's heart was devoid of any lingering thoughts regarding the probing of the federal mission. The mundane considerations of worldly power and judgment seemed utterly ludicrous and minuscule in the presence of this unfathomable existence. Within him resided an insatiable yearning akin to clutching the last straw of salvation. He gazed at the figure standing on a stool, back turned to him. Still grappling with the stubborn light bulb, Long Qingtian slowly straightened his slightly hunched back, a result of countless hidden wounds. His movements were deliberate and resolute, as if he were summoning every last ounce of strength to reclaim the honor and dignity belonging to the federal war saint. With a sharp salute, he brought his feet together, executing a military gesture that was both impeccably standard and profoundly solemn toward that silhouetted figure. This was the first and most reverent military salute he had ever performed in his life, outside of his allegiance to the Federation and his faith. He suppressed the tremor in his voice with all his might, and with a hoarse yet determined tone, he inquired, "Elder, might I ask, can the extinguished flame be rekindled?" His voice resonated within the confines of the small shop, imbued with a sense of irrevocable determination. Lu Yu, engrossed in his struggle with the light bulb, was startled by this sudden exclamation, nearly losing his balance on the stool. Confused, he turned around to find an elderly gentleman clad in an old military uniform, standing upright and saluting him with a grave expression. The elder's demeanor was as solemn as if he were about to take an oath before a monument to heroes. Lu Yu was utterly bewildered. What on earth is this? Rekindle the extinguished flame? What is going on? Is this a new electrician or some enthusiast of immersive role-playing? His lines are rather dramatic. Internally, he was berating the old man, completely at a loss as to what performance he was putting on. His gaze wandered aimlessly from the elder's resolute face to the counter, where lay a small object he had recently materialized from the system, yet had yet to examine. It was a palm-sized, antiquated brass oil lamp. Chapter 62, The Eternal Firefly. Within the bottle, a firefly emitted a faint yet remarkably steady glow. Eternal Firefly. Ability. As long as a sliver of light exists in the world, it shall never extinguish. This was a new product he had synthesized early that morning, initially intended to serve as a makeshift night light due to the hassle of changing bulbs. Observing the elder's unyielding stance, as if demanding an answer, Lu Yu felt a surge of annoyance. He assumed the elder was engaging him in some philosophical banter or a new form of pickup line. To expedite the old man's departure so he could return to his own task, he decided to humor him. He lazily pointed to the glass bottle containing the firefly. Light, no matter how small, is still light. It can illuminate something. His tone carried a hint of impatience and dismissiveness, and to his own ears, it sounded like a meaningless platitude. Yet, to Long Qingtian, it resonated like the profound wisdom of the ages, each word striking deep into the core of his weary soul. Light, no matter how minuscule, is still light. Long Qingtian's body trembled uncontrollably. Following Lu Yu's gesture, he beheld the small firefly, quietly glowing within the glass bottle. It was it. In that fleeting moment, Long Qingtian's senses, honed to the limits of human capability and beyond, erupted in alarm. What he beheld was not merely an insect. Within that faint glow resided the indomitable and eternal principle of life. This was no mere firefly. It was the very essence of an immortal spark of life. Boom. The elder's profound meaning crystallized in Long Qingtian's mind. A single spark can ignite a prairie fire. It could not only illuminate itself, but also rekindle the hopes of the entire Federation. Lu Yu observed the elder, now fixated on the firefly with an expression of astonishment. And his spirits lifted. This looks like a potential customer. What the heck? I'll quote a price and see. Who knows? Maybe I'll encounter another fool like Jin Wanhao. A bold idea took shape in his mind. Clearing his throat, he attempted to sound more profound while continuing to point at the bottle. This here, the everlasting lamp, would be a splendid acquisition. He casually bestowed an impressive name upon the firefly. Then, he quoted a price that even he found absurd, purely intended to intimidate the old man. 1 billion. Having said this, he prepared to turn away and resume his battle with the obstinate bulb. To him, this price seemed so exorbitant that not only this seemingly retired veteran, but even the wealthiest magnates of the Federation would have to think twice. However, Long Qingtian's subsequent reaction utterly shattered his assumptions. 1 billion. This figure did not evoke shock or anger in Long Qingtian. Instead, it stirred an indescribable feeling of gratitude and guilt within him. It was far too cheap. This was practically a gift. To exchange a mere 1 billion Federation credit points for the continuation of a war saint's life, for the revival of the entire Federation's spiritual faith. This was not a transaction. It was the elder's generous offering to the Federation, a reward for Long Qingtian, who had devoted his life to its protection. If the Federation could not afford this trivial cost, it had no right to possess such a steadfast anchor. Without a moment's hesitation, Long Qingtian lowered his hand from the salute and retrieved a uniquely shaped, unmarked communication device from the inner pocket of his old military uniform. He pressed the only button on it. The communicator connected, but no sound emerged, only a silence that signified the highest authority. With utmost solemnity, Long Qingtian addressed the device, enunciating each word with gravity. In the name of Long Qingtian, initiate the Federation's highest emergency protocol. Transfer 1 billion credit points to account number 0. Reason, to purchase hope. Having concluded his statement, he hung up the communicator and stowed it away. The entire process was seamless and devoid of any delay. Lu Yu sat dumbfounded on his stool. This must be a performance, right? Surely, this old man is acting. He is too deep into character. Initiating the Federation's highest emergency protocol? Purchasing hope? Have the elderly gotten so good at this? As he prepared to mock the situation, an IC system notification chimed unexpectedly in his mind. Ding. Transaction request detected. Transaction confirmation in progress. Ding. Transaction successful. The causal correction fee has been deducted by 99. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward. 1 billion federal credits. 1 billion. Lu Yu gazed at the long string of zeros that suddenly appeared on his holographic device, his entire being frozen upon the chair. His mind felt as if it had been jolted by a high-voltage shock, leaving a void. Is this truly the outcome? Another unwitting benefactor? No. This is a titan among unwitting benefactors. 100 billion for a firefly? Is there a misunderstanding regarding the value of money? Lu Yu trembled with excitement. The rickety stool beneath him groaning under the strain, and he nearly toppled off. Long Qingtian remained unaware of the tumultuous emotions swirling within the elder's heart. He merely interpreted his actions as having garnered the elder's approval. He stepped forward, approaching the counter with gentle movements, as though cradling the future of the world itself. Carefully holding the glass vial containing the eternal firefly in his hands. A wave of warmth, constant and infused with indomitable vitality, surged from his palms, permeating his battered body. He could discern that the flickering flame of life within him, on the brink of extinguishment, seemed to respond to some unseen call, miraculously stabilizing. Long Qingtian straightened his posture. He bowed deeply once more to Lu Yu, who remained frozen in place on the stool. The elder's great kindness, Long Qingtian vowed on behalf of the Federation, shall forever be remembered. He lifted his head, and within his murky eyes, a glimmer of sharpness akin to that of a hawk reignited. In the name of the Federation's war saint, I hereby swear, as long as the Federation endures, the Yu-Ran pet shop shall eternally be sheltered under the highest will of the Federation, free from any official interference or scrutiny. With that, he spoke no more. Cradling the vial of soft light, he turned and departed with resolute strides, leaving Lu Yu alone, precariously perched on the creaking stool, gazing blankly at the sum in his account that could allow him to recline in comfort for a millennium. The flickering light overhead continued to blink, yet he found himself entirely indifferent to it now. Chapter 63, The Lament of the Deep Sea. Beneath the 10,000 meters of dark depths, where no radar or sonar of the Federation could reach, existed a magnificent civilization unknown to humankind. A city constructed from living coral and radiant sea crystals floated silently above a vast trench, once the absolute dominion of this deep-sea realm. Yet now, this city named Atlantis was descending into irreversible decay. The once resplendent coral edifices had dulled, marred by spots of decay. The sea crystals, which served as illumination and energy sources throughout the city, emitted a feeble glow, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. At the heart of the city, within the most grandiose temple, the ancient Naga Sea Queen, Isra, reclined against her throne crafted from solid deep-sea gold. She possessed flowing blue hair reminiscent of seaweed, a visage so enchanting it could render any being spellbound, her lower half adorned with an elegant serpentine tail covered in fine scales. Yet at this moment, her exquisite countenance bore not a trace of color, only a pallid hue akin to death's embrace. A sense of powerlessness emanating from the very depths of her lineage gnawed at her vitality like a parasite. The bloodline depletion syndrome. Isra's lips parted slightly, her voice laden with profound sorrow and exhaustion. It was a malediction-like affliction that had descended upon the Naga race without warning. From the most ordinary of warriors to the most noble of royals, the life force of all her kin was steadily waning, with newborns unable to survive beyond 3 days. Their bloodlines were withering. The once mighty Naga civilization teetered on the brink of extinction. As queen, she had exhausted every means, offering sacrifices to the ancient sea deities and utilizing all the treasures of her people, yet she remained powerless to halt this tragic tide. She sensed her own life nearing its conclusion. When she succumbed to eternal slumber, the Naga race would lose its last flicker of hope, vanishing silently within the dark abyss of the deep sea. Just as Isra's consciousness was about to be engulfed by the endless void, a faint yet pure and unimaginably noble vibration pierced through the barriers of the 10,000-meter deep sea, akin to the gentlest of threads, lightly brushing against her desiccating bloodline. Within that vibration lingered a trace of true dragon essence. Not the draconic-blooded subdragons, nor the superficial pseudo-dragons of the ocean, but a true, primordial dragon essence that seemed to have existed since the dawn of creation. Boom. This essence, like a key, instantly unlocked the ancient memories sealed within the depths of the Naga Queen's bloodline, memories that had lain dormant for countless epochs. In those memories, the ancestors of the Naga had once served alongside the true dragons. It was the breath of the true dragon that bestowed upon them immense power and prolonged life. The true dragon was the source of their bloodline, the sole hope for the continuation of their entire race. Hope, a flame of survival ignited within Isra's once dull eyes. She could not perish. Her kin awaited her, summoning the last vestiges of her strength. She tapped into the dwindling essence of life remaining within her. The grand form of the Naga Queen began to shrink and transform amidst a cerulean glow. Her magnificent serpentine tail morphed into a pair of long, slender legs, The coral crown atop her head transformed into simple shells adorning her hair, and her scales transmuted into a simple white gown. Moments later, a tall, stunningly beautiful woman, albeit with a ghostly pallor, appeared within the vast temple. This was the innate gift of the Naga, yet each transformation came at a tremendous cost to her vitality. Without a moment's hesitation, she expended her remaining strength, swimming toward the source of that essence, embarking on a journey in search of hope. East Sea City, Qin family. Qin Feng stood in the backyard, a slight headache as he observed his beloved CHLing. Ever since its evolution in the Dragon Gate secret realm, the CHLing's growth had been meteoric, now exuding the majesty of a divine dragon. Yet today, it seemed restless, soaring in spirals above, emitting low dragon roars, its gaze fixed upon the distant horizon. What is the matter? Hungry? Qin Feng pondered in confusion. Just then, a figure appeared in the courtyard without warning. It was a woman clad in a white dress. So ethereal, she seemed beyond mortal comprehension, exuding a refreshing aura of the ocean. Yet her overwhelming frailty was unmistakable. Qin Feng's heart sank, instantly on guard. However, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. Upon seeing this woman, his CHLing not only showed no hostility, but instead emitted a joyful roar filled with affection. Flying toward her and affectionately rubbing its head against her cheek, the woman extended her icy hand, caressing the CHLing's scales, her eyes brimming with a mix of excitement and sorrow. Isra gazed at the CHLing before her. It was the source of that true dragon essence. Though still quite young, the purity and nobility of its bloodline were undeniable. Through the profound resonance of their shared bloodline, an ancient and sorrowful message gradually flowed into Qin Feng's consciousness. It spoke of a once great race now on the brink of extinction and of a dying queen burdened with the hopes of her entire people. The wariness etched on Qin Feng's face swiftly transformed into deep shock and compassion. He finally comprehended the source of the Qilong's agitation. It was a mournful cry stemming from their shared lineage, an expression of empathy for their kin. Isra lifted her head, her eyes brimming with boundless sorrow as she gazed upon Qin Feng. In halting Federation language, she struggled to articulate, "Your dragon can save my people." She believed that this young man before her was the hope she had been seeking. However, Qin Feng shook his head. His expression radiated profound reverence and fervor as he pointed towards the opposite end of the city, earnestly proclaiming to the magnificent queen from the depths of the ocean, "No, I am merely a fortunate soul. My dragon is merely the beginning. The true miracle lies yonder." Isra looked in the direction he indicated, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. Clinging to her last shred of hope, she followed Qin Feng's guidance, step by step, towards the ordinary street, towards Lu Yu's quaint little shop. The sign at the entrance bore 3 words, "Leisurely Pet Shop." At that moment, Lu Yu was troubled by a pot of flowers on the counter. It was a flame blossom, an ornamental plant he had cultivated just 2 days prior out of sheer boredom. Its vibrant red hue and leaves resembling licking flames were indeed striking. Yet it proved to be a troublesome endeavor. This peculiar plant refused to drink ordinary water. It demanded a liquid imbued with energy for nourishment, or it would wither away. What a hassle! Why must I bother with flowers? He lamented internally. Let it perish. It's not worth much anyway. Despite his inner complaints, he felt a pang of sympathy as he gazed at the drooping flame blossom. After all, it was something he had nurtured with his own hands, and to see it perish felt like a tragic waste. With a disdainful curl of his lip, he retrieved a small glass vial from beneath the counter. This was a new creation he had manifested in the early hours of the previous day, labeled Source of the 4 Seas. The description was simple. A single drop contained the essence of an entire ocean's power. Lu Yu dismissed the melodramatic description, perceiving it merely as a bottle of high-quality mineral water infused with a touch of energy, perfect for watering his plants. He cautiously twisted off the cap, intending to drip a few drops into the pot. However, his hand trembled. A single, crystalline droplet, shimmering as though it contained countless stars, slipped from the bottle's mouth. Plop! Instead of landing in the flower pot, the droplet fell precisely into the crevice of the floor, vanishing instantly. Damn it! What a waste! Lu Yu winced at the loss. Though he had no idea of its exact worth, he knew that anything produced by the system, no matter how trivial, could fetch several thousand credits. That single droplet represented a sumptuous seafood feast gone. As he mourned the loss of his culinary delight, the shop door swung open. A woman clad in a flowing white gown entered. Instinctively, Lu Yu looked up, preparing to deliver his customary line about browsing freely. But his words were abruptly stifled by the woman's next action. Upon entering, she froze, as if ensnared by an invisible force. Her breath ceased, her gaze fixed upon the floor where the droplet had seeped in. Isra's body trembled violently, not from weakness, but from an overwhelming shock and ecstasy that emanated from the depths of her soul. From that minuscule droplet, invisible to mortal eyes, She perceived an essence she had never dared to imagine. It was the pulse of the ocean, the divine resonance of the primordial source of all waters. The sacred relic of her people, the heart of the deep sea, which contained the vast power of the ocean, now seemed insignificant compared to the essence lingering in that crevice, like the difference between a stream and the cosmic abyss. A firefly and the full moon. No, not even a firefly. It was a presence from an entirely different dimension. In that moment, Isara's mind went blank. She finally comprehended the meaning behind Qin Feng's words. The true miracle resided here. Indeed, how could a being capable of effortlessly conjuring the bloodline of true dragons possess mere mortal items within his shop? This droplet, no. This was not merely water. It was the first tear shed by the divine after creation, bestowed out of compassion for all sentient beings. It was the tear of a god. Isara was devoid of any lingering doubts. She dared not raise her gaze to meet the eyes of the inscrutable being seated behind the counter, fearing that her mortal form would desecrate the divine presence. She adjusted her simple gown and summoned all her strength to the floor, performing the ancient and esteemed gesture of her Naga lineage, reserved solely for the most reverent encounters with the Creator. With a soft thud, she knelt, prostrating herself completely, pressing her forehead against the cold floor. Her voice trembled, yet resonated with profound sincerity as she beseeched, "Great being, please grant this drop of divine tear to your humblest servant, Isara." Her voice echoed through the modest pet shop, infused with hope amidst despair. Lu Yu stood in stunned silence. He nearly dropped the vial of Source of the Four Seas in his astonishment. What the? Another one? What kind of day is this? Are role-playing enthusiasts gathering en masse? And she's even more dedicated. A foreign beauty at that. Her delivery, her gestures, her emotions. She should be winning an Oscar. But divine tears? Is she referring to that droplet I just dropped? Lu Yu glanced down at the floor crevice, then at the woman still trembling before him, his mind utterly frazzled. Just as he was about to inquire if she had mistakenly entered the wrong scene, an all-too-familiar, chilling system panel abruptly appeared before him, detecting a request for a fate transaction. Item, 1 drop of Source of the Four Seas. Mythical potential, sufficient to reshape an endangered oceanic civilization and lead it to unprecedented glory. Fate price, 200 billion Federation credits, or an equivalent treasure of oceanic civilization. As Lu Yu stared at the lengthy string of zeros following the 200 billion, his eyelids twitched violently. He felt as though his worldview was once again being mercilessly ground into the dust by the system. Lu Yu felt as though he had not merely been jolted, but rather struck directly on the crown of his head by a meteor plummeting from the heavens. He gazed at the breathtakingly beautiful woman kneeling before him, her devotion so profound that one might think she wished to bury her face in the very tiles beneath her. Then, his eyes fell upon the series of zeros on the system panel, an alarming sight that threatened to induce cardiac arrest. Madness. This world is undoubtedly insane. A single drop. I just dropped a solitary drop of water. 200 billion. This is no mere foolishness. This is akin to a mobile federal treasury, and an unguarded one at that. Within him, a tempest of emotions raged, a tumultuous storm of thoughts and ideas swirling in unprecedented chaos. He compelled himself to regain his composure. Panic must be avoided. It is in such moments that one must remain steadfast. The demeanor of a sage. Yes, that was it. He cleared his throat, endeavoring to modulate his voice to resonate, as if it emanated from the void of eternity, imbued with an air of aloof detachment and authority. This is the source of the four seas, the beginning of myriad waters. He regarded the kneeling Isela and spoke in a tone that bordered on condescension, as if bestowing a favor. What do you offer in exchange for what you desire? Well done, Lu Yu, your acting skills are becoming increasingly refined. The Oscars are surely in your debt. But one wonders, what sort of role-playing enthusiast is this? More invested than that last elderly gentleman. He braced himself for the possibility of her uttering some melodramatic line about offering her pure soul in exchange. Yet, Isela's response once more transcended his expectations. Upon hearing the phrase the source of the four seas, her body trembled violently. The beginning of myriad waters. Indeed, this aligned perfectly with the most ancient legends embedded in her bloodline. This magnificent being acknowledged the origin of this divine terror. She did not outright refuse, but instead pondered what she could offer in return. This was not a mere transaction. It was a test bestowed upon mortals by the divine. A trial preceding the granting of a blessing, to ascertain whether she and her kin were worthy to bear such a miracle capable of reversing fate. A wave of euphoric joy instantly engulfed Isela's nearly withered heart. Without the slightest hesitation, trembling hands retrieved an ancient crystal, suffused with a deep azure hue, as if encapsulating an entire ocean's depth. It was the queen's token of the Naga tribe, forged from the purest deep-sea memory crystal, embodying the will and glory of generations of queens. A flicker of resolve flashed in her eyes. With a decisive snap, she crushed it without a moment's pause. The crystal shattered in her palm, transforming into countless radiant blue motes, akin to a resplendent nebula, gradually coalescing before her into a complex and ancient summoning array. This was the highest form of summoning contract of the Siren clan, offered in the name of the queen, surrendering all that her people possessed. Great being, Isella's voice, no longer merely raspy and tremulous, now resonated with a solemnity and sanctity akin to a point of no return. I, Isella, Queen of the Naga, pledge all the treasures amassed by my kin over millennia as the price of exchange. Her words reverberated within the small shop, each syllable landing with profound weight. Among our treasures are the riches from all 17 sunken shipwrecks of the deep sea, and 3 veins of divine marrow yet undiscovered by the Federation. Everything will belong to you. Upon finishing, she raised her hands high, and within her palms, the shattered motes reassembled into a map, glowing with a unique azure light. Humbly presented before him, Lu Yu observed the map suspended in midair, its lines twisted and markings bizarre, resembling the scrawl of a child, and felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. What is this? Shipwreck remnants? Divine marrow veins? Is this beauty watching too many treasure-hunting films? Even my 3-year-old nephew could draw better than this. Isn't this just a piece of worthless paper? Surely, the System 1T deemed the transaction a failure? As he contemplated the potential failure of this deal, the system's cold and unyielding notification rang out like the most delightful melody. Ding. Equivalent item detected. Value assessment in progress. Assessment complete. Value assessment approved. Transaction established. Lu Yu felt as if his understanding had been unceremoniously kicked into the Mariana Trench. This incomprehensible scrawl was genuinely worth 200 billion. His gaze towards Isella shifted entirely. This was no longer a foolish endeavor. This was a divine entity, a deity of wealth, his destined benefactor. He suppressed the overwhelming urge to rush forward, embrace Isella, and proclaim his hunger for riches. Striving to maintain the precarious facade of a sage, he gradually rose and approached the counter, rummaging through a pile of miscellaneous objects. Isella held her breath, her heart threatening to leap from her chest. Would this great being personally retrieve the miracle for her? She watched anxiously as he produced a plastic straw from a paper bag emblazoned with the golden arches. Lu Yu, holding the still-scented straw, knelt before Isella, maintaining his expression of profound calm. This is utterly humiliating. Am I really about to use a straw to extract 200 billion worth of treasure? No. I must have a sense of ceremony. It must be elegant. With meticulous precision, he aligned one end of the straw with a tiny gap in the floor. The other end, he did not place in his mouth. How could a sage perform such an undignified act? He gently flicked the end of the straw with his finger. An invisible suction emerged, and the droplet of the source of the 4 seas that had seeped into the crevice was instantly drawn up. Suspended in the center of the straw, radiating an ethereal glow. Isella was entranced. Such exquisite control, such magnificent divine power. Returning to simplicity. The grand principle of simplicity. It was astonishing how the most rudimentary of objects could transform the mundane into the miraculous in the hands of a deity. Lu Yu then produced a small glass vial containing tablets from his pocket, carefully transferring the droplet from the straw into the vial before sealing it. He presented the small bottle to Isella. She accepted it as though it were the most precious treasure. With trembling hands, she cradled the vial as if it contained the very hope of the world. Sensing the profound essence of life within that droplet capable of making the entire ocean sing with joy. Great being, Isella once again performed a profound bow before Lu Yu. Your benevolence shall be eternally remembered by the Naga tribe. Having spoken, she uttered not another word. Summoning all her strength to leap to her feet and sprint out of the shop, racing towards the sea without a backward glance. She was determined to save her kin. The little shop returned to silence. Lu Yu clutched the glowing map, its scrawled lines surprisingly warm to the touch. Scratching his head, he contemplated the astronomical sum in his account and then glanced at the map. How on earth do I convert this into money? Must I truly assemble a fleet and procure submarines for salvage? What a hassle. Forget it. I shall inquire with that lad Chin Feng later. It seems his family is engaged in maritime trade. Chapter 66. The Queen's Return. All clan members kneel in evolution. Isera's velocity surpassed any known ocean currents in the depths of the sea. She could sense her human form teetering on the brink of collapse. At last, at the edge of her vision, the magnificent city of Atlantis, suspended above the ocean trench, manifested within her perception. Yet, at this moment, Atlantis was more desolate than when she had departed. The living coral structures that comprised the city had entirely lost their luster, now resembling grayish-white skeletons. The Naga inhabitants, meandering through the city, moved sluggishly, akin to mere shells of their former selves, Their bodies were mottled with ashen spots, emblematic of death, and they lacked even the strength to whip their tails. Despair, akin to the deepest ocean waters, cloaked every corner of this city. Isura's return did not stir any ripples. The clan members merely numbly raised their heads, gazing at their equally feeble queen, their eyes clouded with an unshakable sorrow. Had even the queen succumbed to failure? The Naga clan was destined to be consumed by the curse, silently perishing in the shadowy abyss of the ocean. Isura offered no explanations. Exhausted, she traversed the silent streets, arriving at the heart of the city, before the most resplendent temple. At the center of the temple lay a well, long parched and cracked, having not flowed for decades. This was the life spring of the Naga, the genesis of their civilization and the source of their strength. Yet, with the depletion of their bloodline, this spring had utterly lost its divine potency. All remaining Naga instinctively gathered around, gazing at their queen, uncertain of her intentions. Under the somber scrutiny of her clan, enveloped in numbness, sorrow, and despair, Isura trembled as she produced a small glass vial containing tablets. Within the vial, there was but a single droplet of water, a drop, crystalline and translucent, seemingly embodying the entirety of the cosmos within it. This was it, a miracle bestowed by a great being, capable of reversing the tides of fate. The source of all seas. Isura uncorked the vial and tilted it. That droplet slowly descended, precisely landing in the center of the desiccated life spring. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no cataclysmic eruption of energy. Yet, at the moment that droplet touched the bottom of the spring, a profound pulse, indescribable in words and emanating from the primal essence of life, erupted from the spring. The dried well was not filled, but instead, a sea of azure light, 1,000,000 times more radiant than the most brilliant crystals of the deep ocean, surged forth. The light soared skyward, enveloping the entirety of Atlantis. This was not water. This was the purest, most primordial essence of life. All Naga merfolk illuminated by this cerulean sea of light emitted cries of both agony and ecstasy. Their veins, long parched as a barren desert, at that moment, welcomed the first rain since the dawn of creation. The withered bloodlines surged back to life. No, this was beyond mere revival. This was a return to ancestry. It was evolution, the ultimate leap in the hierarchy of life. A common Naga warrior witnessed his once dull scales shatter, replaced by shimmering, divine azure dragon scales. His serpentine tail grew stronger and more agile, easily slicing through the currents with each flick. Even more astonishing, a diamond-shaped blue crystal emerged from his forehead, breaking through the skin, radiating wisdom and strength. This was no longer a mere Naga. This was a lineage of nobility, one that had followed the true dragon, now transformed into the more exalted and powerful race, the Abyssal Divine Clan. Such metamorphosis transpired in every corner of the city. All clan members, washed clean of their curse, embraced rebirth within this sacred sea of light. Their powers, their lives, their bloodlines reached unprecedented heights. At the very heart of the luminous sea, Isura reaped unimaginable benefits. The light tenderly cradled her form. Her human legs transformed back into an elegant serpentine tail adorned with divine dragon scales. Her seaweed-like long hair danced without wind. Her pallid visage regained its color, now more sacred and majestic than ever. The barrier that had plagued her for centuries disintegrated like paper under the overwhelming force of this primordial essence. A terrifying aura, comparable to that of a federal battle saint, erupted from her, sweeping across the deep sea. Countless sea beasts bowed in submission. Isura slowly opened her eyes, reflecting the rise and fall of the entire ocean within her gaze. She became the new sovereign of this vast maritime domain. The healed and evolved Abyssal Divine Clan members swam forth to the temple, offering the most devout of tributes to their newly reborn queen. Long live the queen! Hail the miracle! Isura raised her hand, and the fervent cries instantly hushed. She looked upon her kin, feeling the unprecedented strength coursing within her. Yet her mind wandered to that small shop and the young figure lazily seated behind the counter. To all her clan members, and to the vast ocean, she proclaimed her first and highest decree as queen of the Abyssal Divine Clan. Her voice, transformed into a divine edict, resonated across every inch of her dominion. In the name of Isura, queen of the Abyssal Divine Clan, I hereby declare, from this day forth, all maritime territories marked within our clan's treasury shall be deemed the eternal domain of the leisurely pet shop. Any vessels or individuals daring to trespass without the permission of that great being shall be regarded as declaring war against the Abyssal Divine Clan. Meanwhile, in East Sea City, Liu Yu clutched the remarkably intricate luminous sea map, his expression fraught with confusion. How on earth do I use this? Surely, it cannot be that I must purchase a submarine and follow this wretched map to hunt for treasure? Why go through all that trouble when I could simply wait for the next unsuspecting fool? Forget it, how tedious. He crumpled the map, valued at 200 billion, which had just secured for him a territory more expansive than many small nations, and stuffed it into the drawer beneath the counter, alongside a pile of expired coupons and takeout orders. I shall wait for Chin Feng to come by next time and ask if his family accepts such treasure maps. Chapter 67. Is the slime also engaging in competition? At the Federal First University, the Celestial Star Academy stands as the most hallowed sanctuary in the hearts of young beast masters across the Federation. Those who gain entry here are undoubtedly the cream of the crop. Among these prodigious talents, Lin Shi shines the brightest, with her unique chaos slime. She has effortlessly dominated both theoretical and practical courses since her enrollment, securing the top position and becoming the aspiration of countless admirers. However, few are aware that this illustrious genius is currently beset with troubles concerning her beloved pet. Within the Academy's exclusive advanced training room, Lin Shi gazed at the dark, viscous mass before her, resembling a blob of obsidian jelly, her delicate brows furrowing tightly. "Little Mud, let us try this," she said cautiously, presenting a piece of starry meteorite, worth millions of federal credits and imbued with pure stellar energy, before the creature. The little mass sluggishly slithered forward, enveloping the hard meteorite. After a prolonged moment, the meteorite was entirely digested, yet the creature's size and essence exhibited scarcely any change. It merely appeared slightly darker. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lin Shi's face. Ever since it had evolved into a chaotic slime, the growth rate of Little Mud had once again stagnated. Ordinary energy materials had become utterly ineffective against it. Even the starry meteorite, a treasure of its caliber, could only allow it to accumulate energy at an excruciatingly slow pace. Akin to that of a common pet, it seemed to yearn for a genuine qualitative transformation, a form of energy from a higher realm that it had yet to encounter. But where could such a thing be found? Anxiety swelled within Lin Shi. She sensed that she was struggling to keep pace with Little Mud's escalating needs. As its master, she felt she was impeding the potential of this mythical creature, destined for boundless futures. This sense of powerlessness gnawed at her, robbing her of peace and rest. She even felt as though she were failing the expectations of that enigmatic shopkeeper. The shopkeeper hopes for Little Mud to shine with unparalleled brilliance under my guidance. Doesn't he? But I am on the verge of failing. Just as Lin Shi wrestled with these thoughts, a piece of news, akin to a tempest, swept through the entire Celestial Star Academy. In preparation for an imminent, crucial international exchange competition that bore significant implications for the federal reputation, the Federal Academy had expended vast resources to capture and seal an enormous, unprecedented special crystal from a newly discovered stable spatial rift, codenamed Void Scar. The Void Crystal was swiftly transported to the Academy, where it was secured in the most fortified ill-level restricted laboratory, nestled deep within the institution, under the strictest surveillance. It was intended for cutting-edge research and would also be showcased during the exchange competition, demonstrating the Federal's absolute prowess in the exploration of uncharted territories to representatives from other nations. The entire Academy buzzed with excitement. Rumor had it that the crystal harbored an energy pollution of terrifying magnitude. Any organism that ventured too close would be eroded by the void radiation it emitted, leading to genetic collapse at best, or complete insanity at worst. Even formidable A-level creatures could not withstand such pollution for extended periods, succumbing to madness and transforming into mindless monstrosities. The Federal had classified it as the most perilous taboo substance, an embodiment of poison, annihilation, and the antithesis of all life. Countless researchers and professors were consumed with fervor and curiosity regarding the crystal. Yet, Lin Shi harbored little interest in it. Her mind was solely preoccupied with finding new sustenance for Little Mud. That day, after concluding her classes, she clutched a pile of materials and prepared to return to her dormitory. Her route fortuitously led her around the perimeter of the A-level restricted laboratory. Dozens of warning lines had been erected, with armed guards and high-precision energy detectors stationed everywhere, the atmosphere laden with an oppressive tension. Lin Shi cast a distant glance before deciding to take a detour. However, just as she turned away, a resonant hum echoed through her beast taming space. Little Mud, which had always been languid and disinterested, suddenly began to thrash violently with fervor. This was not mere excitement, nor a heightened alert to potential foes. It was a primal craving for sustenance, a deep-seated yearning stemming from its very essence, a chaotic instinct for food. An unimaginable hunger surged through the soul contract, battering against Lin Shi's consciousness. This impulse was 1,000-fold stronger than when it faced the A-level creature, the Dreaming Taper, during the high school league. It eclipsed the greed it had felt upon encountering flames or starry meteorite. It was as if a glutton, starved for eons, had suddenly caught a whiff of the world's most delectable delicacies. Lin Shi's feet froze in place. She whirled around, her gaze locking onto the ominously sealed, restricted laboratory. It was it. The void crystal. In that moment, a flash of insight pierced through her mental fog. She comprehended instantly. Chaos devours all. The void corrupts all. In a certain sense, these two forces were of the same origin. For all other beings, the void crystal represented lethal poison, a curse of destruction. Yet for the chaotic slime, capable of consuming all and transmuting it into its essence, it was not poison. It was the key to evolution, a banquet of gluttony, one that could facilitate its ultimate transformation. She stared at the heavily guarded laboratory, her breath quickening. Chapter 68. The mission begins. The A-level restricted laboratory. The very name denoted the Federal's highest level of fortification. She stood 100 meters beyond the warning line. The building, forged entirely from a special alloy, loomed like a silent steel behemoth, crouching upon the earth, emanating an unsettling chill. The air was thick with the subtle hum of energy detectors at work. 3 massive alloy gates stood, each capable of withstanding tactical-grade weaponry bombardments. 32 layers of interwoven energy shields refracted nearly imperceptible ripples in the sunlight, thwarting any intrusion on both physical and energy levels. Not to mention, the most elite security team of the Celestial Star Academy was stationed here, personally led by a bona fide A-level beast tamer, patrolling tirelessly around the clock. Any unauthorized life signs crossing the red line would trigger an immediate highest-level alarm, granting the station team the right to execute lethal force without warning. It was a task deemed impossible. Shi's rational mind screamed this truth. Yet the hunger and desire transmitted from Little Mud surged within her soul like the hottest magma. This was not a mere wish to feed. It was an instinctual climb of life towards the evolutionary ladder, a primordial call of chaos towards the void. To abandon this quest would be akin to severing Little Mud's path to a higher mythical realm. As its master, she could not allow this. She clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. She was certain she could not accomplish this alone. But she was not alone. A thought sparked like a flame in the darkness, illuminating her resolve. She recalled the small yet formidable secret organization, connected by the same enigmatic shopkeeper, the Beast Companion Club. That was her only and strongest ally. Without a hint of hesitation, she turned and briskly departed, seeking a secluded corner where she activated a highly encrypted special communication channel on her wristband. She conveyed the situation along with her unwavering determination. I need to enter the A-level restricted laboratory. Little Mud requires the void crystal within to complete its evolution. The moment the message was dispatched, a response echoed within the channel. The first illuminated avatar belonged to Qin Feng. His message was terse and blunt, brimming with an undeniable air of dominance. Send me the address. Should I incapacitate a few, or shall I simply raise the laboratory to the ground? My Chulong has been feeling rather restless lately and could use a few moving targets. She couldn't help but smile wryly at this message. This prodigy from the Qin family certainly maintained his direct approach to matters. However, a head-on assault was undoubtedly the least advisable strategy. Before she could respond, another avatar flickered to life. It belonged to a name she wasn't particularly familiar with, yet one that resonated profoundly: Xiaoqin. Her message was calm and incisive. A frontal assault is ill-advised. The defensive system of the Tianqing Academy is directly linked to the federal mainframe. Should we deploy A-class forces for a strong offensive? Within 3 minutes, a Saint-level combatant from the Federation will teleport in. At that point, the situation would spiral beyond control. Furthermore, those guards are merely fulfilling their duties. They do not deserve a death sentence. Qin Feng immediately reacted, seemingly averse to this reasoning. Then what should we do? Are we to let Shi's slime miss its chance to evolve? Every beast emerging from that shop is exceptional. If we delay the evolution, we cannot shoulder the consequences. I refuse to relent. I've taken charge of this matter today. If things go awry, I'll have my father smooth things over with the Federation Council. Ignoring Qin Feng's outburst, Xiaoqin directed her question to Shi. Shi, all you need to do is infiltrate and allow your beast to consume the void crystal, correct? There's no need for destruction or retrieval. Shi promptly replied, yes, it only requires my little mud creature to come into contact with it. Then we are in good stead. Xiaoqin's next message filled Shi with hope. If a direct assault is unfeasible, we shall dismantle it from within. My dream butterfly can ensnare the entire guard team in the control room into a deep slumber for at least 10 minutes without triggering any physical defenses. 10 minutes will afford you ample opportunity. Shi's heart skipped a beat. Dream infiltration. This truly was the optimal plan. At that moment, the avatar representing the renowned alchemist Gu, he flickered to life, breaking his silence. Mental interference can only address human issues, but it cannot resolve mechanical ones. The laboratory's energy detectors and gene scanners will still detect you. You will require this. Master Gu, he promptly sent an image. It depicted a rather unremarkable, even somewhat unsightly grayish-white pill, accompanied by a descriptive note. Turtle-breathing concealment pill, special edition crafted from the dormant scale powder of a 10,000-year-old deep-sea ancient turtle, supplemented with 36 rare materials for concealment. Upon ingestion, it can suppress all vital signs, energy fluctuations, and even soul presence to the level of an ordinary stone within 15 minutes. Note, this pill's effects are potent. Post-effect. One will enter a state of weakness lasting 3 days. Lin Shi's breath quickened. If Xiaoqin's plan was the key to opening the door, then Master Gu He's pill was the invisibility cloak leading to the endpoint. Qin Feng quickly grasped the situation and ceased his clamoring for a brawl. All right, one for hypnosis and another for invisibility. You two are aiming to usurp the role of agents, aren't you? What am I to do then? Xiaoqin swiftly provided the arrangement. Your role is equally crucial. 1 minute before I initiate my ability, you must use your Chulong to create a moderate energy disturbance on the opposite end of the academy. For instance, accidentally demolishing a training rock formation. The commotion must be substantial enough to draw some of the security force's attention, yet not so great as to trigger the highest alert level. This will create a perfect window for our infiltration. Qin Feng's avatar blinked with an affirmative gesture. I'm well versed in this. Leave it to me. Within mere minutes. A meticulously crafted plan, akin to the operations of elite agents, unfolded seamlessly within this small encrypted channel. Lin Shi felt a warm surge in her heart as she read the clear and distinct roles delineated among the 3 club members. They didn't even question why they would take such significant risks. Upon hearing her need, they unhesitatingly laid their most formidable abilities and precious resources before her. It was simply because they had all once benefited from the enigmatic shopkeeper's favor. They were kindred spirits, united by a common cause. Xiaoqin sent the final message, summarizing the forthcoming operation. Master Gu He, please deliver the pill to Lin Shi immediately. Qin Feng, at precisely 9 o'clock, await my command to act. Lin Shi, you have but one chance and only 10 minutes. Chapter 69. The Evil Collective of the Divine Beast Club. Tonight, we are all agents. Night fell, 1 minute to 9. At the training grounds of Tianqing Academy, Qin Feng lounged against a massive alloy target, glancing at the time displayed on his wrist device. A playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It's nearly time, he murmured to himself, then issued instructions to his companions within the beast space. Little Chulong, remember to hold back a bit. Don't actually demolish the school, or my father will lecture me again. With a resonant dragon's roar, imbued with ancient majesty, a deep blue water column surged forth, akin to a waterfall cascading from the heavens, crashing thunderously upon a nearby rock formation crafted from special stones. Boom! The deafening sound reverberated throughout half the campus. The rock formation, reputed to withstand B-class energy impacts, shattered into countless fragments upon this strike, sending debris and swirling mist skyward. Forming a small mushroom cloud, a formidable wave of energy rippled outward like a stone cast into a lake. Alarm! Alarm! A high-intensity energy disturbance has occurred at the East District Training Grounds. Suspected violent reactions from monster materials. All patrol teams, proceed to the East District for support. Quickly! Seal off the area. The shrill sirens and urgent shouts shattered the tranquility of the campus. Dozens of figures, accompanied by their respective beasts, surged from all corners, racing toward the East District Training Grounds, including a significant portion of the forces that had been patrolling the A-class restricted laboratory perimeter. Qin Feng surveyed the chaos he had instigated, satisfied as he applauded. Mission accomplished, that's a wrap. Shao the War God, Lin Shi, it's your turn now. Simultaneously, within the A-class restricted laboratory's central control room, the captain on duty was intently fixated on the myriad surveillance feeds displayed on the screen when suddenly, he yawned. An inexplicable wave of drowsiness washing over him. Weird, why am I suddenly so sleepy? He rubbed his eyes, noticing his fellow team members yawning in tandem. Captain, I feel it too, my eyelids are heavy. Perhaps we've just been overworked lately. Hey, do you think if this void crystal research project succeeds, we'll receive a hefty bonus from above? Absolutely. I heard it could be at least this amount. A team member gestured with his fingers, forming an 8. Wow. If I cash in, the first thing I'll do is buy the latest flying vehicle from Haitian Shenzhen. I want to upgrade to a bigger house. The atmosphere within the control room transformed into a strangely relaxed and jovial ambience, as every guard's face reflected genuine anticipation for a promising future. Their eyelids grew heavier, until one by one, they succumbed to slumber, resting their heads upon the control panel, emitting a rhythmic snore. In each of their dreams, a colossal check for an immense sum of money shimmered enticingly. 1,000 miles away, within a military base, Xiaoqin slowly opened her eyes. Before her, a butterfly, ethereal and dreamlike, its wings seemingly adorned with countless stars, gently fluttered. Dreaming butterfly, activating its ability, collective beautiful dream. She glanced at the time, exactly 9 o'clock. In 10 minutes, it would begin. In the shadows beyond the restricted zone, Lin Shi unhesitatingly swallowed the tortoise breath concealment pill sent by Master Gu He. The elixir dissolved upon entering her mouth, a frigid and lifeless aura coursing through her entire being. In that moment, Lin Shi felt her heartbeat, breath, blood flow, and even the vibrations of her soul plummet rapidly, descending into a state of near silence. She felt as if she had transformed into a mere stone by the roadside, an inconspicuous speck of dust. She took a step forward, like a specter, silently traversing layer upon layer of security measures. The high-precision energy detectors did not react in the slightest as she passed. The infrared life scanner's beam swept over her form, returning data that indicated everything was normal. She successfully arrived before the heavy alloy gate, her final obstacle. A complex electronic keypad, and, behind it, a more troublesome energy shield. Just as Lin Shi found herself at a loss, in the encrypted channel, the avatar representing the alchemy master Gu He illuminated beside the long-silent avatar of Chen Bowen, the director of the Federal Academy's Historical Research Institute. Lin Shi, do not worry. My child can perceive the traces of time. In the next moment, an image was sent. It depicted an inconspicuous gray ant, perched upon a power cable outside the laboratory. Its antennae vibrated at an unfathomably high frequency. Immediately thereafter, a message appeared. Chen Bowen, based on the subtle fluctuations in the electrical current from password inputs over the past 24 hours, I have deciphered the master password, 739AE. 4. Moreover, the energy shield system activates a 30-second data calibration maintenance backdoor every night at 9:03 p.m. I have located its temporary activation command. Good luck. Lin Shi stared at the message, utterly astonished. An ant reading the historical traces of a cable to crack the Federation's highest-level password lock. What kind of sorcery was this? What manner of creature was Professor Chen's pet? With no time to ponder further, Lin Shi glanced at the time, 9:02:45. She inhaled deeply and swiftly input the code, as instructed by Professor Chen Bowen on the keypad. Beep, identity confirmed. Temporary maintenance backdoor activated. With a click, the heavy alloy gate before her slowly opened to reveal a narrow passageway for a single person. Under the flawless coordination of these extraordinary beings from the Divine Beast Club, the most rigorously guarded A-level restricted zone of the Federation was effortlessly breached, as if it were a backyard. Lin Shi slipped inside. The core area of the laboratory unfolded before her. In the center, within a powerful force field, hovered an irregular crystal the size of a truck. It emanated an unsettling dark purple hue, its surface seemingly adorned with countless distorted faces wailing in despair, wisps of black mist continuously escaping from the crystal, only to be firmly restrained by the force field. Void crystal. Lin Shi immediately released Xiaoni from the beast taming space. Buzz. Upon seeing the crystal, Xiaoni trembled with excitement, transforming into a bolt of black lightning, racing toward the colossal void. Just then, an unexpected catastrophe struck. The laboratory erupted with a cacophony of frenzied alarms. Beep, beep, beep. Warning. Unknown high-risk chaotic source reaction detected. Non-native life, form invasion. Highest level defense protocol activated. The laboratory's system, unperturbed by the dreamlike state, sensed the pure chaotic aura of Xiaoni that did not belong to this world. Boom. The force field binding the void crystal, stimulated by the defense protocol, experienced an instantaneous energy output failure. The colossal void crystal's internal energy detonated explosively, forming a rapidly expanding small purple storm. Crack, crack. Countless dark spatial rifts appeared in the laboratory, slicing through everything around them. The alarms echoed throughout the entire Tianqing Academy. Chapter 70. The Feast of Chaos. The void storm spiraled out of control. This was not merely an energy explosion, but the collapse of a higher dimensional space. The alloy walls of the laboratory, capable of withstanding tactical-grade weapon bombardments, began to silently twist, disintegrate, and transform into the most basic particles, being drawn into the void. Like fragile cookies under the relentless assault of countless spatial rifts, destruction spread outward. Evacuate. All personnel retreat. The spatial structure is collapsing. Anyone below a level will perish upon approach. The Academy's president, an elderly man with graying hair and profound wisdom, arrived just as the devastation zone expanded before him, his face turning pale as he let out a desperate scream. Beside him, an A-level security captain summoned a massive lava tortoise, attempting to use its formidable defenses to block the impending doom. However, the tortoise's proud lava shield burst like a soap bubble upon contact with the spatial rift, proving utterly ineffective. Powerless. Even the top-tier experts of the Federation felt a profound sense of helplessness in the face of such a spatial calamity. If this continued, Not only the laboratory, but perhaps half of Tianqing Academy would be devoured by the uncontrolled void black hole. And at the eye of the storm, Linshi faced a life-or-death crisis. A pitch-black spatial rift silently opened beside her, harboring a terrifying gravitational pull capable of tearing her apart. The shadow of death loomed over everyone. Yet, at this critical juncture, a buzz. The small, overlooked black slime Xiaoni, far from displaying any fear, instead emitted a sound of unparalleled excitement and joy, as if a child who had awaited eons finally laid eyes upon their most cherished candy. In the moment Linshi was about to be torn asunder by the spatial rift, Xiaoni sprang into action. Its body, no longer merely lunging to consume, instead collapsed inward and expanded outward. Its form, once merely a starry black, erupted into an indescribable, ultimate darkness. This was not the absence of light. It was a brilliance that devoured all illumination, erasing even the concept of existence itself, an absolute void. A small, unfathomable whirlpool, seemingly connected to the very dawn of the universe, suddenly took shape around Xiaoni's body. The vortex was modest in size, merely the dimensions of a fist, yet at the moment of its emergence, the entire laboratory was momentarily suspended in a frenzy of chaotic energy. Subsequently, an unforgettable spectacle unfolded before the assembled powerful beings. The terrifying void storm, poised to devastate half the campus and leave even grade A experts at a loss, along with the colossal void crystal that served as the epicenter of all calamities, seemed to be ensnared by an exalted law of the cosmos. All the violet energy, every spatial rift, and the very essence of destruction coalesced into a surging torrent, devoured whole by that diminutive, silent chaos vortex. There was no cataclysmic roar, no world-shattering collision. The entire process unfolded in a disquieting silence. It was akin to a gentle stream merging into an ocean of chaos, eternally unfillable. In scarcely 3 seconds, the ferocious void storm vanished. The immense void crystal dissipated. Countless spatial rifts sealed seamlessly as if they had never existed. The A-class restricted laboratory regained an eerie tranquility, save for the ravaged floor and the walls partially dismantled, which bore witness to the recent disaster, affirming it was no mere figment of imagination. Everyone stood petrified. The Academy's president gaped, staring vacantly at the now empty heart of the laboratory. The A-class security captain, alongside his formidable lava tortoise, maintained a rigid posture, their minds utterly incapacitated. Professors, mentors, and students who had rushed in were wide-eyed, as if witnessing a miracle. What had transpired? Had the disaster simply vanished? Was it consumed by that slime? Under the incredulous, dazed, and bewildered gazes of all present, the small chaos vortex at the center of the laboratory began to retract. In its place emerged an indescribable entity, suspended midair, transformed into a perfect sphere, entirely devoid of color. It hung silently, neither emanating light nor reflecting it, resembling a two-dimensional black dot in a three-dimensional realm, yet harboring a terrifying mass capable of devouring all. This was the primordial essence of the universe. Linshi, being the closest, could distinctly sense through their soul bond the satisfaction, joy, and the fresh power that accompanied the ultimate transcendence of life that surged from it. She gazed at the current form of the little slime, and uncontrollably, the image of that mysterious shopkeeper surfaced in her mind. Recalling the unique mythological path he had unlocked for it, she murmured to herself, "Primordial, source core. Is this truly your essence?" Chapter 71 President. Seize it. Long Qingtian, could you repeat that? It was not any known form. It resembled a tattered shroud of the universe's night. A handful of flowing material forged from pure darkness intermingled with crushed stardust. It lacked a fixed shape, continuously morphing in the void, at times coalescing into a perfect sphere, at times expanding into a fluid that defied geometric description. Its core, once a stellar nucleus, had vanished, replaced by an absolute singularity, an unlit, non-reflective point that seemed to erase even its own existence. It devoured light, consumed space, and absorbed every concept that dared approach it. Linshi's soul bond quivered, not from fear, but from the overwhelming impact of a life form being forcibly elevated to a higher echelon. Evolution complete. Chaos slime primordial source core, juvenile. New trait, stellar body, passive, source body, passive. Description, life form has entirely transformed into the universe's primordial essence, immune to all conventional physical and energy attacks. It embodies a miniature manifestation of chaotic laws. New ability unlocked, spatial leap, passive, capable of short-range, cooldown-free spatial jumps. The act of jumping itself serves as an attack, capable of tearing apart the space it traverses. New ability unlocked, law devouring, prototype, capable of attempting to consume and analyze low-tier law fragments, converting them into sustenance for its own growth. A torrent of information erupted within Lin Shi's mind. She stood frozen, realizing that everything the shopkeeper had spoken was indeed true. From an ordinary slime to a chaos that devours all. And now to this unfathomable entity known as the primordial source. The evolution path priced at 3 million encompassed steps leading to the ultimate myth. Before she could revel in the transformation of her little slime, a chilling gaze, tinged with fear and greed, fixed upon her. Outside the laboratory's ruins, the academy president, the A-class security captain, and dozens of professors and mentors who had rushed to the scene had encircled her. They did not regard Lin Shi. All attention was captivated by the hovering, primordial source core. It was a gaze that witnessed both miracle and terror. What is that thing? Stammered a white-haired professor of spatial studies, his voice trembling with dryness. It consumed the void storm. It devoured an uncontrolled spatial disaster, as if it were sustenance. Remarked another energy specialist, adjusting his glasses, only to find his fingertips icy. The academy president, an elderly man with graying hair, now bore no trace of scholarly grace. Only solemnity and resolve remained. He stepped through the crowd, advancing towards Lin Shi with heavy steps. Lin Shi, his voice void of emotion. You, and it must accompany us at once. He referred to the entity as it, a cold pronoun. President. Lin Shi snapped back to reality, instinctively stepping forward, arms outstretched to shield the source core behind her. The little slime is my pet. It is not a hazardous entity. Whether it is hazardous is not for you to determine, shouted an agitated professor with gold-rimmed glasses. This represents a new life form that subverts the entire theoretical framework of the Federation. It possesses the ability to consume space. Immediate high-level isolation research is essential for the safety of the entire Federation. Yes, it must be studied. Hand it over, Lin Shi. This is not something a mere student can possess. Greed and fear spread through the crowd. Their gazes toward the little slime resembled that of famished wolves eyeing a piece of meat that could elevate them to greatness. Lin Shi's heart sank incrementally. She could sense the innate aversion emanating from the little slime toward these predatory stares. Clenching her fists, she surveyed the esteemed mentors, who now revealed their most primal desires. I will not relinquish it to anyone. Her voice was soft yet resolute. The president's expression turned icy. Then this will not be up to you. This matter has transcended your personal sphere and escalated to the highest level of Federation security. He turned to the A-class security captain, issuing a command. Initiate the Abyss-level isolation protocol. Bring the target life form, along with Beastmaster Lin Shi, to the 9th-level underground confinement chamber. Should there be any resistance, eliminate them without hesitation. Yes, responded the security captain, the massive lava tortoise beside him igniting with a dangerous red glow as it began to lumber forward. The air seemed to have solidified. Lin Shi felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Before her stood the supreme authority of the entire Tianqing Academy. There was no escape. At that moment, a deep, oppressive rumble echoed from the horizon, sending a shiver through her heart. A massive shadow suddenly enveloped the entire academy. Instinctively, everyone looked up. A pitch-black, skyscape-class battleship, emblazoned with the Federal Military's Crimson Dragon insignia, loomed above like a suspended mountain of steel, quietly hovering over the academy. This was a war machine representing the pinnacle of the Federation's might, a sight only glimpsed during federal celebrations. The military. The principal's mind went blank. Before anyone could react, a brilliant beam of teleportation light descended vertically from the battleship, precisely illuminating the ruins of the laboratory. As the light faded, a man clad in black military attire, bearing the golden star emblem of the war saint on his shoulders, appeared before everyone. Long Qingtian. He did not even glance at the principal, his gaze landing directly on Lin Shi and the swirling core of primordial essence behind her. Upon seeing the ever-changing essence, even he momentarily lost his composure. Had the layout crafted by his predecessor begun to yield such astonishing fruits? The war saint. The principal finally regained his voice, stepping forward to offer a standard military salute, unaware of your esteemed presence. From this moment forth, everything that transpires in the A-class restricted laboratory will be classified as a Federal S-class top strategic secret. Long Qingtian interrupted him, his tone flat, yet imbued with an authority that brooked no dissent. All personnel present must immediately sign a special confidentiality agreement and submit to military memory examinations. Not a single word regarding this matter shall leak outside. He paused, then declared, I will take this girl. What? The principal was taken aback, but war saint. The potential danger of that creature is unfathomable. Its value is beyond your assessment. Long Qingtian finally cast a glance his way. The weight of that gaze plunging the esteemed elder of the Federation's educational realm into an icy abyss. It was a command. With that, he disregarded everyone else and walked straight toward Lin Shi. You are Lin Shi? Yes. Lin Shi responded nervously, Long Qingtian studied her, then glanced at the now quiet primordial essence core behind her. Come with me. His tone softened slightly. Here, they would only perceive it as a monster or a tool, but it has a far more significant mission. Long Qingtian raised his hand, and a gentle golden energy field enveloped Lin Shi and the small mud creature, lifting them slowly into the air toward the enormous battleship, leaving behind a group of Academy high-ranking officials, all of whom were exchanging bewildered glances, their minds utterly blank. Chapter 72. Spending money like water, earning it like tortoises. Life is so hard. At the leisurely pet shop, on the second floor in the luxurious lounge area, Lu Yu lay sprawled across a zero-gravity esports chair worth millions, staring blankly at the ceiling. He was neither contemplating life nor pondering philosophy. He was fretting. More precisely, he was fretting about money. Ding dong. A crisp notification chimed from his wristband, and a consumption message popped up. Your savings account ending in 6666 has spent 18,888 yuan today at 12:30, ordering the Imperial Chef Private Cuisine Supreme Deluxe single serving package. Current account balance, 25,034 yuan, 250.34. This figure brimmed with the mockery of a transmigrator's final moments. Lu Yu slowly sat up, his face etched with despair. Who would have thought that the proud possessor of the Universal Enlightenment System, a mysterious shopkeeper who had sold true dragons and chaotic primordial essence, handling funds in the tens of millions and even billions, would be worrying about next month's grocery expenses? He distinctly remembered that not long ago, Long Qingtian, the war saint, had transferred a substantial sum as compensation for the arduous task of acquiring that unquenchable firefly. Although the system had heartlessly siphoned off 99 of the causal correction fee, the remaining one was still ample for an ordinary person to squander their entire lifetime. Yet the problem was, Lu Yu was not an ordinary person. He was a retired individual with refined tastes, pursuing the utmost in enjoyment. After a lifetime of relentless labor, should he not be entitled to some pleasures in this life? Thus, he extravagantly renovated the entire shop from top to bottom, using only the finest soundproof, temperature-regulating, self-cleaning materials. He purchased the highest-end holographic gaming pod available on the market, with the accompanying nutrient solutions being the priciest. For his meals, he would only eat dishes prepared by Michelin 3-star chefs and drink only the globally limited edition of leisure beverages. The result? Money had mysteriously vanished. Sigh. Lu Yu let out a long, drawn-out sigh as he opened a shopping website on his wristband. On the page, a silver-white gaming helmet with a distinctly sci-fi design was being globally pre-sold. Officially designated device for Second Life, Deep Diver 7 Immersive Virtual Reality Terminal. Slogan, 100 brainwave connection, 100 sensory synchronization, 100 real experience. We are not selling a gaming console. We are offering another world. Price, 59,980,000. Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with longing. This was the ultimate lounging artifact of his dreams. With this, he could be an adventurous figure commanding respect in the virtual realm, a business tycoon with wealth rivaling nations, or a landowner surrounded by countless beautiful NPCs. Yet, upon glancing at that despair-inducing price and then at his account balance of 250, reality dealt him a heavy blow. System, can we negotiate? Lu Yu silently pleaded. How about we split the next causal correction fee? 30/70. I take 30, you take 70. The system remained unresponsive, as aloof as ever. Stingy. Lu Yu muttered angrily. He missed high-quality customers like Long Qingtian and Qin Feng. They were naive, wealthy, and exceptionally polite, able to concoct their own elaborate narratives after purchasing without needing him to say a word. Unfortunately, ever since the incident at Tianqing Academy, the shop's business had taken a strange turn. People came every day in a steady stream. These individuals were either local magnates, academic luminaries, or high-ranking military officials. Upon their arrival, they neither inquired about prices nor expressed intentions to buy. They merely stood at the entrance, gazing at the shop with reverence, as though they were beholding a deity, a sacred place, or a totem of faith, offering respectful bows before turning to leave. Their demeanor was more akin to that of pilgrims than shoppers. This left Lu Yu feeling utterly uncomfortable. Why don't you just buy something? What is the point of just looking? Do I not have any dignity? Don't I have utility bills to pay? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, deciding to channel his frustrations into cleaning. He grabbed a broom and listlessly began sweeping the shop. As he swept into a corner, his movements halted. There, quietly lying a stone, roughly the size of a fist, gray and dull, bore a noticeable crack, as if it had been smashed open. This was the product of his recent bout of boredom and a failed transmutation attempt. A few days prior, he had carelessly picked up a shattered stone from the backyard, hoping to see if he could conjure a mythical creature, perhaps something akin to the great sage equaling heaven. However, the moment the transmutation light infused into the stone, It cracked with a loud snap, and the system notified him. Transmutation failed. Material quality too poor to bear mythical information. At that time, Lu Yu had discarded it as worthless debris, tossing it into a corner. Now, however, he found himself inexplicably glancing at the shattered stone. Before him, a system panel emerged, visible only to his eyes. Item name: Fragmented Stellar Core, inferior quality. Description: a defective product resulting from a failed transmutation. Its essence is a fragment of a dead star's core, forcibly infused with a concept of myth that led to its structural collapse. Currently, it contains a negligible amount of stellar energy that is virtually imperceptible. Fate valuation: unable to appraise, deemed worthless. Indeed, it was garbage. Lu Yu grimaced, ready to sweep it into the trash bin. Yet, upon further reflection, he noticed the stone's fractured surface glimmered under the light, twinkling like the stars. Reminiscent of cheap crystal trinkets, somewhat alluring. Disposing of it felt wasteful. Perhaps it could be repurposed? What if he encountered an unsuspecting buyer who fancied such sparkling curios? Even if he couldn't sell it for a high price, it might at least fetch him a sumptuous takeout meal. With this thought, Lu Yu bent down to retrieve the fragmented stellar core, making his way to the shop entrance. He glanced around and casually placed it on the steps, allowing it to gather dust. Having completed this act, he clapped his hands together, content, and retreated back into the shop. Fishing requires patience, he mused, reclining once more in his gaming chair and donning his headset. Before the next unsuspecting buyer arrived, he decided to grind in the game for some extra cash. Unbeknownst to him, the cheap crystal he had carelessly discarded at the entrance was, upon contact with the outside air, emitting a faint stellar energy, sending out a fragmented signal akin to a drowning person's plea for help, resonating at a frequency beyond the comprehension of current Earth civilization, reaching into the profound cosmos. Chapter 73. Shopkeeper, times have changed. We pay with planets. In the dead of night, Donghai City lay enveloped in slumber, silence reigning supreme. The street outside the leisurely pet shop was deserted. Suddenly, a nearly imperceptible silver beam of light pierced through the dense atmosphere, descending silently from the heavens above. The beam triggered no energy alarms and evaded detection by any satellites. It precisely enveloped the fragmented stellar core that Lu Yu had carelessly tossed onto the steps. Bathed in the silver light, a blurred silhouette began to solidify, transforming from ethereal to tangible. It was a figure clad in sleek, silvery armor. The armor was neither metallic nor ferrous, appearing as if forged from some kind of solidified liquid metal, seamless and exuding an aura of surreal futuristic technology. Its helmet was entirely enclosed, with dark crimson visors displaying cascading streams of data. This was clearly not a visitor of earthly civilization. The silver-armored figure approached the pet shop entrance and halted. It raised a hand, and an invisible beam emanated from the helmet, commencing a scan of the shop's interior. Scanning. Building material analysis. Unknown composite material, exhibiting ultra-high strength and energy inertia. Energy source analysis. No known energy reactions detected. Lifeform scan. As the scanning beam fell upon Lu Yu, who was immersed in his game on the second floor, occasionally twitching in response to the gameplay, an anomaly occurred. The streams of data on the silver-armored visitor's helmet instantly morphed into blinding red garbled code. Warning. Warning. Unintelligible presence detected. Logical paradox. Information black hole. Existence to rationality analysis failed. Causal model collapse. Error. Error. Undefined. Unobservable. Unanalyzable. A cacophony of sharp alarms erupted within the silver-armored visitor's internal communication channel, causing a rare moment of hesitation in its actions. According to the third tenet of interstellar civilization exploration protocols, when encountering incomprehensible higher civilizations or entities, one should immediately terminate contact and report to the highest council. However, the signal emitted by the stellar core fragment was crucial to its mission. In the midst of this hesitation, a voice, tinged with impatience and a hint of morning grumpiness, echoed from within the shop. Lu Yu was engrossed in his game, on the verge of accumulating enough coins for a novice artifact when a boss struck him down, causing him to lose a plethora of gear in a single blow. Frustrated, he heard a faint metallic scraping sound at the entrance. His first thought was, a thief? How audacious! Attempting to pilfer from me, the divine shopkeeper? Though currently impoverished, the dignity of a deity must not be trifled with. Fuming, Lu Yu removed his headset, slipped on his slippers, and, bleary-eyed, ambled to the door, flinging it open. There, he beheld the figure standing on the threshold, clad in resplendent silver armor. Its design was striking, with smooth lines and a futuristic aesthetic that surpassed even cinematic special effects. Lu Yu paused. His mind, temporarily stymied by gaming and poverty, began to race. Was this a cosplayer from an anime convention who had taken a wrong turn? Or perhaps a scene from a nearby sci-fi film? The craftsmanship of the prop was quite impressive, a substantial investment indeed. Hey, buddy, the convention isn't this way. Just turn left and go down 2 more streets. Lu Yu yawned, gesturing in that direction. Aren't you hot in that suit at this hour? The silver-armored visitor offered no reply. Its helmet's translation system was rapidly deciphering Lu Yu's language. Moments later, a slightly mechanical synthetic voice emanated from the helmet. Detection of signal from advanced civilization artifact. Transaction request. This item. The silver-armored visitor extended its metallic-clad hand, pointing toward the dusty, glimmering fragment of stone on the steps. Following its gesture, Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. The fish had taken the bait. Indeed, he had encountered an enthusiast for sparkling stones and peculiar attire. Oh, you mean this? Lu Yu stifled his laughter, adopting an air of nonchalance. This is the core of a fallen star from beyond the heavens. Imbued with the power of celestial forces, attainable only by those of profound fate. He began to spin an elaborate tale, a tactic he often employed to promote his wares. However, the response he received was entirely unexpected. The silver-armored visitor appeared to wholly endorse his claims, its mechanical voice continuing, confirmation. Payment for the item. It extended another hand, palm facing upward. A blue light emanated from its palm, forming a complex, intricate, three-dimensional blueprint in midair, filled with innumerable formulas and structural diagrams. The intricate structure dazzled Lu Yu, leaving him utterly bewildered. Payment. Foundational technical materials for the curvature engine, capable of facilitating sub-light speed interstellar travel. Requesting transaction. A curvature engine? What on earth is that? As Lu Yu gazed at the convoluted blueprints, more perplexing than advanced mathematics, he glanced at the other party's earnest demeanor, rendering him completely flabbergasted. Was this cosplay a tad too dedicated? Even the props were crafted with such astonishing realism. Just as he was about to voice his intention to forego the blueprints in favor of cash, the system panel unexpectedly materialized before him once more. This time, it pertained to the seemingly worthless fragment of stone he had discarded. Item to be identified, shattered star core. Mythical potential, negligible. Degree of fate alteration, civilization altering. System-generated fate valuation, ownership of an undeveloped, resource-rich, uninhabited planet. Lu Yu's smile froze on his face. He blinked, convinced he was hallucinating from a night of gaming. Upon a second glance, it was indeed correct. Fate valuation, ownership of an uninhabited planet, staring at the cosplayer clad in striking armor. And then at the ludicrously exorbitant price displayed on the system panel, his mind fell into a void. Chapter 74, Cosmic Miscommunication. In that moment, Lu Yu's brain experienced a total system failure. He fixated on the cosplayer, whose futuristic armor exuded an aura of otherworldliness, then glanced at the outrageous price on his wristband. A planet? All for that piece of rock he had carelessly discarded? Was the system malfunctioning, or was this bizarrely dressed individual mad? No. It had to be the system that was faulty. Yes, surely the late-night gaming had caused a logical disruption in his golden finger. Lu Yu forcibly expelled the absurd notification from his mind and refocused on the transaction at hand. He scrutinized the floating blueprints of the curvature engine technology, the dense array of symbols and lines causing him a dizzying headache. What purpose did this serve? Could it be consumed? Could it be imbibed? Most crucially, could it be exchanged for the sum of 59,980,000, enabling him to purchase the Submariner 7 gaming helmet? The answer was evidently no. In this day and age, who would expend money on incomprehensible blueprints? Unless, of course, one were a fool from a research institution. Yet, what he desperately needed was cash, immediate funds. A substantial amount that could be promptly deposited. Clearing his throat, Lu Yu gestured dismissively at the silver-armored figure, signaling him to stow away the ostentatious props. Then, he extended his right hand and swiftly rubbed his thumb, index, and middle fingers together, a universally recognized gesture, transcending species. Money. Lu Yu emphasized his tone, fearful that this overly engrossed cosplayer might not comprehend. Do you understand? I do not desire your blueprints. I only seek currency. Cash, or a transfer would suffice. To further aid understanding, he produced his wristband, displaying the payment code interface, extending it forward. The silver-armored visitor's helmet flickered with a dark red data stream, the frequency accelerating sharply. His internal translation system was rapidly analyzing and logically correlating the primitive terms money, cash, and transfer. After several seconds, a conclusion was reached. Analysis complete. Target terminology indicates a localized value exchange medium based on a credit system. Behavior analysis. Target has rejected foundational technology as payment and demands ownership assets. Logical deduction. The target civilization has surpassed basic physical principles, expressing disdain for technology itself, favoring direct possession of the most primal material resources. This behavior aligns with the dimensional reduction communication model of advanced civilizations towards lesser ones. The silver-armored visitor's operational logic was instantly recalibrated. He perceived his previous offer as an affront to the unfathomable existence before him. Slowly, he withdrew the curvature engine technical blueprint. Lu Yu sighed in relief. Communication had finally succeeded. It seemed this oddly attired individual, despite his eccentric appearance, understood human language. However, the next moment, events unfolded that once again transcended Lu Yu's comprehension. The silver-armored visitor extended his hand once more. This time, what emerged from his palm was not a complex blueprint, but a vast, three-dimensional star map. Countless resplendent stars rotated within his palm, forming magnificent arms and nebulae. The image was more vivid and stunning than any special effects in a sci-fi blockbuster. Lu Yu stood momentarily entranced. Goodness, had the prop been upgraded? How much would it cost to create such a visual? This production team must be incredibly affluent. Just as he marveled at the breathtaking effects, the star map rapidly zoomed in, ultimately locking onto a star system nestled within a remote arm. Among them, a planet adorned with azure and emerald hues was conspicuously highlighted. A mechanical synthesized voice reverberated once more, this time imbued with a subtle undertone of respect. Payment, certificate of absolute ownership and free development rights for planet Gaia in the G-427 star system. Lu Yu was utterly flabbergasted. Gaia? G-427? Was this a new game setting, or perhaps the title of an obscure science fiction novel? This individual was truly committed to the role. He opened his mouth, intending to say, "Brother, you can cease the theatrics, just give me the money. If not, a discount would suffice." But the other party did not afford him the opportunity to speak. With a swift motion, the silver-armored visitor made a gesture, causing the star map to vanish in an instant. In its place appeared a shimmering, translucent diamond-shaped crystal, radiating a soft glow, which materialized in his palm. He bent down, gently placing the crystal on the steps outside the leisurely pet shop. Following that, with a speed incongruent with his massive form, he picked up the dust-covered shard of the star core. Transaction complete. The cold, synthesized voice concluded its final syllable. The silver figure transformed into a straight beam of silver light, soaring into the sky, piercing through the clouds, and vanishing into the profound night. There was no sonic boom, no turbulence, not even the rustle of a single leaf. He arrived silently and departed with remarkable swiftness. The entire street returned to a grave-like silence, as if everything that had transpired was merely a figment of Lu Yu's sleep-deprived imagination. Alone at the entrance, Lu Yu stood, the evening breeze chilling him slightly. He lowered his gaze to the empty steps, then glanced at his own vacant hands, remaining in a daze for several seconds. Where did he go? That individual clad in striking armor? He just left? Just like that. My stone. He took my gleaming, seemingly valuable rock, which could have potentially secured me a lavish takeaway meal. Lu Yu dashed onto the street, looking skyward, but apart from a few scattered stars, there was nothing else. Hey! He shouted futilely at the sky. Where's my money? My substantial sum of money? What happened to the promised transaction? Only the howling of the night wind answered him. Lu Yu's heart felt as if it had plunged into the depths of despair. He sensed he had been deceived, taken advantage of by a well-equipped cosplayer. Wandering back to the shop entrance in a daze, his gaze fell upon the steps. There, quietly resting, lay the diamond-shaped crystal chip left behind by the other party, glimmering faintly under the moonlight. He bent down, hesitantly picking it up. The chip felt cold to the touch, its texture exquisite, clearly not mere plastic or glass. Lu Yu held it up to his eyes, examining it from every angle. So, I exchanged what might be a treasure from a fallen star for a USB drive? Or perhaps a keychain. What on earth can this thing do? Can it even connect to my gaming console worth $59 million? With the chip in hand, he looked helplessly at the deserted street, feeling as though his worldview had suffered a grave blow. Chapter 75. How do you feel about me trading this trinket for a gaming console? Just as Lu Yu lamented over the worthless crystal chip resembling a USB drive, an ear-piercing alarm shattered the silence 3,000 meters beneath the capital of the Federation. At the highest space monitoring agency. Warning. Highest level red alert. Monitoring station Alpha 01 has lost signal. Gravitational lens array Gamma 03 has overflowed data. Logic module burned out. An elderly chief engineer stared intently at the chaotic static on the central main screen, his body trembling uncontrollably. What has happened? 3 minutes ago, an unidentified, untraceable, incomprehensible object breached all defenses of outer space and appeared over Donghai City. A young analyst, pale as a ghost, reported, time of stay, 3 minutes. Last known coordinates, near the Uran pet shop. The command hall fell into a hushed silence. Each word struck like a hammer upon the hearts of all present. A flying object that transcended the current human understanding of physics. It arrived without warning and departed without a sound. This was no longer speculation or theory. This was the first time Earth civilization had so clearly and passively made contact with an unknown extraterrestrial civilization. The news was transmitted with the highest level of encryption to Long Qingtian's wristband within a second. The Federation's War Saint gazed at the brief, yet suffocating report. A chilling sensation creeping up his spine. He recalled the oil lamp named Eternal Firefly, the primordial source core that devoured spatial disasters, and the koi that defied the heavens to become a dragon. All clues, all inexplicable miracles pointed to the young man languidly lying in the shop, fretting over his meals. A horrifying, yet seemingly singular conclusion took shape in his mind. The mysterious extraterrestrial visitor was not here to invade or to spy. He had come to pay a visit to a predecessor. Long Qingtian dared not act recklessly. He was acutely aware that neither he nor the entire Federation had the qualification to converse directly with that predecessor. The only bridge was the small group known as the Divine Pet Club, formed spontaneously by the beneficiaries. He immediately dialed an encrypted communication. At the headquarters of the Qin Group, on the top floor, Qin Feng was processing an acquisition document regarding new energy mines. Since his dragon had displayed its prowess during the family competition, he had risen from being a neglected branch member to one of the actual power holders of the entire Qin Group. The vibration of his wristband halted his pen. Upon seeing the Crimson Dragon emblem representing the Federation's highest military power on the caller ID, he almost instantly straightened his posture. Long Zhansheng. Long Qingtian's voice sounded somewhat dry. You must immediately set aside everything you are doing. Qin Feng's heart sank. What has happened? Just moments ago, an extraterrestrial spacecraft descended upon Donghai City. A buzzing filled Qin Feng's mind, leaving him momentarily blank. The landing site was at the entrance of the Yuan pet shop. Boom. Qin Feng felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. Every nerve in his body tingled with electric shock. An extraterrestrial spacecraft? Descending at his teacher's shop? So, the influence of his teacher had long surpassed the confines of Earth, reaching into the boundless cosmos? Those ancient beings from the depths of the universe also sought his teacher's guidance, perhaps in search of a path to evolution or redemption of their fates. His inner reverence peaked at that moment. What should I do? Qin Feng's voice trembled, an unfamiliar quiver betraying his composure. Go meet the predecessor. Long Qingtian's tone was grave. The Federation needed to know the visitor's intent. But we cannot inquire, nor dare we ask. Only you might glean a fraction of insight from the predecessor. I understand. Qin Feng hung up the communication. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed his coat and rushed out, leaving behind a bewildered group of executives. At the Yuan pet shop, Lu Yu lay languidly in a zero-gravity gaming chair, tossing the diamond-shaped chip between his fingers. It seemed a waste to discard it. After all, it was the only remnant he had obtained from trading that shiny stone. Retaining it only took up space. It was less useful than a USB drive. Perhaps I should consult that Qin Feng kid? His family is vast, and he is well-versed. He might know someone who collects such high-tech antiques. Yes, that's the plan. Lu Yu contemplated how to sell the worthless chip for a good price. At the very least to reclaim the Deep Diver 7. Just then, the shop door burst open with a gust of frigid air. Qin Feng rushed in, exuding urgency. He scanned the shop and immediately suppressed all outward displays of emotion upon seeing Lu Yu, who reclined nonchalantly in his chair, wearing an expression of bewilderment. He stepped forward, bowing deeply, preparing to inquire about the celestial visitor with the utmost respect and reverence. However, before he could utter a word, Lu Yu's eyes lit up as if he had seen salvation. Perfect timing. He casually tossed the diamond-shaped chip he had been fiddling with for half the day, sending it in an elegant arc toward Qin Feng. This was given to me by a strangely dressed fellow yesterday, claiming it was payment for that broken stone at my door. You have connections. Help me see if this junk can be exchanged for a top-tier gaming pod, would you? Qin Feng instinctively reached out, clumsily catching the chip. The moment his fingertips brushed against it, an indescribable torrent of information, vast as the cosmic sea and formidable as the cycles of epochs, surged through the Beastmaster's wristband and crashed into his mind. Qin Feng's body jolted violently, his legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. He clutched the chip tightly, feeling the monumental information within capable of overturning the entirety of Earth civilization. And within him surged a tidal wave of emotion, morphing into a silent roar. What is this chip? What is this payment for a stone? This is the celestial wisdom that our teacher has fortuitously intercepted from that visitor of the starry expanse, a revelation forcefully bestowed upon our entire earthly civilization.